you're talking to. So
Well, whether you know or not, the reputations still stand.
I can steel man your end. Can you steel man my end?
So the
We steel man
reputations
a
just given to you
concept.
still stand.
So you're not able to steel man my end.
How do we steel man a concept?
Just repeat properly what I said. And my
That has no
conclusion
bearing
was
on the
is
veracity of the reputations given to you.
my conclusion was is we are not able to recreate the bending and warping of space time to simulate the gravity of the
Okay, so
Earth in
your concession, like
in a
Heretic said
small
to you
scale.
several times,
So
that's your
this is getting
concession. Thank
frustrating.
you.
So
Sorry,
so
sorry, my friend.
so you're
Good,
okay with my conclusion that
good.
you're okay with my conclusion.
My
Is that
Your
friend.
okay with
conclusion
you? Is
that you cannot prove what you need to be able to prove in order to
it's
justifiably believe
we're not
that this is
having a
concretely real?
we're
Yeah.
not having a back and forth, my friend. This is not a back and forth. I'm trying to establish logic and understanding, and there's none of that on the other end.
Yeah, and every time we
Right.
give you the
Sorry,
rebuttal,
Greg.
you keep whistling past it to try and focus it on a red herring.
Let's see if we can do it like this.
I could
When you
steel man
drop, right,
your
my friend,
rebuttal. Can you steel man
my,
my
my,
rebuttal? Being
Yeah, you're
unable to
focusing
do
on
so means
steel
you are
manning
not
instead of the
listening.
reputations to you,
Being unable to steel man my rebuttal means you're either not listening or you don't understand it.
right?
Which
Which
one is
has
it?
no bearing on the veracity of the reputations given to you. None.
your claim that we can't recreate the bending and warping of space-time. I'm going to have a problem with that. Because when we drop rocks on the Earth, you attribute that to gravity. When we drop bowling balls and feathers in vacuum chambers, you attribute that to gravity. But when we impart gas back into the vacuum chamber and the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, you turn around and say we can't recreate the bending and warping of space-time.
What
Even
about
though
the
it's big hold on, even though it's the fucking thing that made the feather and the bowling ball drop within the vacuum chamber. We are doing this on the Earth, where all the fucking gravity is sunshine. So we
Je-
don't have the observation of gravity acted upon gas molecules, which was my first question 15 minutes ago. You keep missing this point. It's
I'm
really annoying.
I'm going to talk about the point you and your mates are missing is you're unable to reproduce the
No,
pressure
no.
distribution like for like inside of Earth in the container. I don't think you can come anywhere close. Are you aware of the pressure distribution of our atmosphere and the nature of
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So when I
Please,
brought up the distance between gas molecules earlier, that was your model. Up high in the exosphere. Would you like me to go through troposphere,
your
stratosphere? Would you
response
like me
has
to go
nothing to do with what I'm saying. Engage with me. I'm not going to continue this much longer. Are you
good?
aware of the pressure gradient and distribution of our
Such
atmosphere?
irony.
Yes.
Please explain the nature of it. I have a
Yeah.
graph that I could use to show you so you could look at it and help yourself.
Yeah, no problem. What's the cause of gas pressure gradient within your model?
You're not able to. I'm out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll try this again another day. Hopefully, you guys will actually follow. Thank you.
Thanks
Play
for coming
aside.
down.
Kick off.
Since on Welcome to Flat Earth, our current game show has FB at around 9,300,000
You didn't answer the
below
question.
zero.
Answer.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, stop repeating a critique and then whistling past our rebuttals to it. You need to do better than that, you globalists in here. So you've said your point several thousand times by now, and every time we give you a rebuttal, you just whistle past it.
Still don't have the
Teach us.
observation. We've literally given you all the gravity that you fucking want because we're doing this on the Earth where all the fucking gravity is. And yeah, it's not changing the path of gas molecules, I'm afraid.
I mean, you really think that you're saving yourself from the critique by explicitly telling us that you're unable to demonstrate the supposed concrete reality of the force that you say is concretely real? Are you serious?
Well, he didn't answer the question
Who are you talking about?
What question?
about the nature of our atmosphere, pressure of our
Yes,
atmosphere.
he's correct. We can't recreate an atmospheric pressure akin to the Earth within a finitely sized vacuum chamber. And
But he asked what it was, no?
and
Yeah, and you responded with a question, and then he left.
Yes, because he was whistling past about 15 rebuttals to his point. We gave him all the gravity that he needs here on the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is said to be stronger. I gave him the demonstration of a vacuum chamber where experiments have been done, dropping feathers and bowling balls. Gravity is said to be affecting the speed of which they fall. When we impart gas back into that vacuum chamber, however, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, so we don't have the observation of gravity acting upon the gas.
It just
He
doesn't,
whistled
though.
past that 10 times.
It's funny that he kept
Keep
saying
saying
steelman me
it
when he
doesn't.
wanted us to take a straw man position that he was pushing onto us. He kept
Mhm.
trying to get us to like claim some sort of simulation for the gradient, which nobody did. And he's saying, steelman me, the irony.
It's a very simple point that Jedi has articulated. If it is the case that gas, being several 100,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, is still attracted to the Earth, how much more being right near the surface of the Earth? And if it is the case, and it is the case, that the gas molecules do not rush down toward the Earth, even within a vacuum chamber, when near the surface of the Earth,
But
how
they
much more
do.
does that apply with gases further away
But they
from
do
the
rush
surface of
down
the
in a
Earth?
vacuum chamber. They do rush down in a vacuum chamber.
No, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't.
I
Stop
think
You
we
have
lying.
should
an
even break.
you have an experiment that shows that.
Do you have an experiment that shows that gas is rushing down to the bottom of the vacuum trying to go toward the
Yes.
Earth?
Yes.
Show
I've
me.
seen it.
You're
I
a
don't have
liar.
it on me.
He's a liar.
He's a liar, but he's also tying himself in knots because now he's claiming the gradient, the same type of gradient that we have outside in a container, even though the gradient is his argument against there being
Would
a
not be
container.
there.
Oof.
Why wouldn't it be there? Of course it would be. It fits exactly our model. That's what our model predicts. It
If it was
predicts the
rushing down to the
gradient.
surface of the fucking ball, then you wouldn't have a gradient.
Of course you would.
No, you wouldn't. You just don't want to be consistent with any premises that you set forth.
It's our model.
Your incredulity and your
As your
biases
idea.
are not evidence, bro. So don't just nuh-uh. And yes,
Evidence of
it
what?
does. Prove it. You've made claims. Prove the claims. We don't care about your nuh-uhs and your uh-huhs.
Okay. Let's settle
The
down.
claim.
What claims would you like me to
The
prove?
claim. Prove
Which
that
one?
gas rushes to the bottom of any vacuum chamber.
So you're asking me to construct a vacuum chamber large enough to show that gases fall down when introduced.
Find some way to demonstrate to us that what you say happens. Figure it out.
Well, I just want to know if that's what he's asking me to do.
Figure it out.
Show it. I mean, you made a claim, dude.
I've seen it happen.
There's no reason for you to give any extra retorts. Figure it out. Demonstrate to us. Figure out how to demonstrate to us what you say happens.
Your hearsay is not accepted. Go get the evidence now.
Why don't you accept it? That's the question I'm interested in.
No, not follow
Now
up with
you're
more
just
questions. Go
obfuscating.
get the demonstration.
Wait, Scott, we must acknowledge their solid ability to steelman, their impenetrable arguments. I think you guys should put together a presentation
let's
and
steelman your argument.
reveal to
Let's
the
steelman
world
your argument.
the truth that's being
Relax,
shared
you
here.
lost.
The world
Yeah,
needs to
I
know.
know. You're bummed out. You're bummed
I
out. You
am with
lost.
you.
It's okay. No,
I'm
you're
with
not.
you.
No, listen, bro. We're gonna steelman your argument. Okay, what was your argument?
I'm with you. No, I accept defeat. I'm with you guys, and I think this needs to be shared with the rest of the world.
So now you're spiraling. What was your argument that we can steelman it for you? Go ahead.
Ask one of your mates. They're the ones that delivered it, didn't they?
I don't understand why it's so hard for you to reiterate the point that you were making so that we can steelman it for you. Go ahead.
I'm not sure I'm able to reiterate it. I was, so thoroughly defeated.
So you don't even know the point that you were making? All right. Well, then you can just go on mute.
Arguments
because,
so
you lick your
crushing.
wounds on mute.
I was given
Lick
arguments
your
so
wounds
crushing. I no longer.
Thank you.
Because that's supposed to be a genuine concession to defeat, right? As you bulldoze through everyone else's voice to try and supposedly express your concession to our refutation.
Then demand that we steelman you on a position that you asserted for us.
Churlish replies, non sequitur retorts, narcissistic focus on trying to make everyone focus on trying to steelman your position while you neglect everyone else's retorts and refutation to what you're trying to assert. That's supposed to be all conducive to you proving your position is true and refuting us. Right.
Is he arguing for concave heaven or something?
Well, he gave up on the heliocentric lore of Einstein and bendy space-time. We got that far, at least.
Hey, singularity, is this concave Earth or concave heaven? What is he arguing for? I'm sorry, I just joined the VC, but I see the the stuff in the accounts. That looks like concave stuff. I mean, doesn't look
what
like
you're looking
that.
at.
But doesn't look like that, but some people claim it as that. So I don't. I'm speculating here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So has anybody here seen an experiment where you introduce a gas into a vacuum chamber and it goes in all directions immediately?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you do that, though?
Because we had a fucking vacuum chamber at science class and we were fucking about with it.
Uh-huh. And what did you watch? What gas did you put in there?
Oh, I can't remember the name of the gas, but it was fucking coloured. It was over fucking 30 years ago, dude. It might have actually been the nitrous oxide. I can't remember.
And where did you introduce it? I mean, which part of the gas chamber? How big is the gas chamber?
We had 3 valves, so we used all of them. And the gas just disperses, like I described, freely and randomly in all directions and fills up the limitation of its environment, pressing upwards as much as it does downwards. I mean, if I have to explain this to you, mate, I don't understand why.
I've heard the explanation.
Good.
And it
so
flies right in the face of what's reality, though.
Yeah, but the gas moves in all directions and it's observably not affected by gravity.
It's just, yeah.
No, it is.
No, you've never. You've never popped a balloon.
It's just, it's like saying water doesn't fall.
No, it isn't. It's like saying that we disperse
not even remotely
gas.
analogous or comparable.
Sorry, we understand the gas.
What do you guys think a gas is? What's a gas?
Your condescending, stupid questions are not going to play here, bro. Have you ever popped a balloon?
Is gas a particle?
I hate when you talk with a condescending tone, Scott. It makes me just want to keep
right.
you
No one takes
every time I'm in here.
You guys do it all
every
the
time I'm in here.
time, guys. You guys
you're
live
you're
in
no one takes you seriously. You don't sound genuine or sincere at all.
You haven't heard anything yet, man.
Dude, every time you come inebriated,
you don't think Effie
you don't have
Jetty
anything to
constantly
contribute.
sounds kind.
Scott, your attempt to reach a baseline common understanding, that tactic is not accepted here.
Which
How
is not
about
what
that
he
argument
did.
was trying to steal, man?
He doesn't want to have an honest conversation.
Sorry, I've already caught him out on one lie today. Sorry, was that too patronising or condescending?
Let me just incessantly and perpetually, every time I open my mouth in the microphone, ask in a condescending tone, scrutinizing questions like I'm always so intellectually superior to the flat earthers.
Yep, that's what he does. That's his shtick.
And I know it sounds crazy, but we actually have to dump gas into vacuums all the time in the HVAC industry, so it's actually even practically used.
In the what industry?
HVAC.
What is that?
Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
In HVAC,
you have to pour
you're
gas into the
charging
vacuum, like water?
No, what you have to do is you have to, like, when you have a system and you cut it open, air gets in that system. Well, you can only run Freon through the pipes, so you have to pull a vacuum on those pipes before you're going to charge it up.
What does this have to do with the argument?
No, that's the practical. You were saying, like, and have you ever seen gas go into a vacuum? It's like, that's like, yeah, people do that on a daily, multiple times a day.
That wasn't the
Oh, that
question.
point,
It was
well.
about the directionality of the gas. Of course, you can force Freon into a vacuous system and then overpressurize it, right? Because AC requires a high pressure to actually operate, right? A certain amount of like PSI.
Yeah, it actually sits at a gradient too.
Right, but the gradient is within the line. It's not the gradient up top and the gradient to the bottom. I mean, it is because Freon is a little bit. It's a man-made gas, so. But either way, it's not analogous. So.
But you understand, in order to have the gas, we needed like the piping or the containment of the gas to do anything with that pressure.
Yep.
I had a question for
So
Tora.
yeah, you need that container in the first place. So if you want to talk about gas pressure, you're talking about something that's already contained.
Tora, if we have a, sorry, you two were going.
He's correct. Gotta have containment.
If we have a container and we fill it with gas pressure, are we ever going to reach a situation where at the top of the container there's almost zero gas pressure, while at the bottom of the container is almost all of the gas pressure, like 99% of it?
How tall is your container?
Any can we use any container situation where the top of the container has almost zero gas pressure?
Gradient in a container. The end.
That was for Tora, please.
You were showing videos yesterday of tanks and how we can fuck with the pressure in the tanks, dude. Like, I don't know which more you want.
Well, here's the issue. I'm not
I know
arguing.
you
I'm
want
not
the specific gradient.
You
That's
said
in the
I don't
earth,
know what
dude.
you want,
If we
so
fuck
I'm
with the
answering
tank
your
enough,
question.
fucking, we'll get that gradient, man.
Okay,
like, what's
so
your
let's back
problem?
to Tora. So Tora, the issue here is not being able to. It's not about the creation of a gradient. Clearly, there is a gradient, and the video showed yesterday shows a gradient. We're talking about the quality, the type of gradient in which there is next to zero. Next to zero, we're talking 0.0000 at the top. Meanwhile, almost all of the pressure is at the bottom.
Yeah, so next to zero, actually not zero, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. So there's still pressure. And what I said before already was, if you're going to be talking about gas pressure, you're talking about something that's contained. So it just is logical deduction that if there's gas pressure outside, that means it's contained.
Correct, like Earth, right? Because Earth is contained. We're not talking about the container. We don't know how high it is. We're not making any claims. We just know it's contained because you can't have gas pressure without containment.
Contained in what?
I'm sorry
Right?
we broke you,
In your
dude. I
paradigm.
really am.
Right,
It's
Tora?
the antecedent, bro. It's the logical
Now,
antecedent to gas
in our
pressure.
world, we know that 50 kilometers and higher, especially near the Kármán line, which is around 90 kilometers, 100 kilometers, there is almost next to zero gas pressure. We're talking 0.001% of gas
You've
pressure.
went up there and verified that? Like, what do you mean?
We can move to that in a second. Now, what kind of containment can we recreate with the pressure setup that we could match that gradient?
A really
In the
tall
first
one.
place, what is the container? Establish that first.
I'm with you guys. We're not making any claims. We don't know. We're just using the argument that gas pressure requires containment. So I'm with you guys on that.
What is the container?
What is the container?
I'm asking you.
He just said he doesn't know. He said,
What-
I don't know.
I'm with you guys on that. What's the container? Whatever you say, I'll say. I'll agree with you. What's
Okay,
the
so
container?
as it concerns our scrutiny of the paradigm, as it concerns our scrutiny of the ACP, there is no container. It's a bunch of gas wrapped around a ball in a cosmic vacuum,
We're
which
not
is
talking about
simultaneously
the
a
globe.
non-vacuum.
The globe's out of here. Space-time bending, forget that. Throw that shit out of here. Forget that. We're not talking about the globe. There's no more globe. How can we have a container with containment and recreate the pressure gradients that we measure in our Earth?
Since we don't know the parameters of the question that you're asking, you're saying that because we can't recreate which.
I do. We've been down this road. We've been down this road before. How big is the Earth? Anyone?
We don't
in
know.
here.
We can't make a claim. We've got
Well,
measurements of pressure
that's
up to
yeah,
around
that's the
100
thing.
kilometers. So
We
any
do
more
have
than that,
we do have measurements of pressure going up, but there's not a static way to say that we understand each pressure level as in like a chart. We can only speculate at this point as to like what divvies out to what and how it all works out overall. So we can't get to the specifics. It's not possible. We're being fed a narrative supposedly. So this narrative is also jumbled in with the globe earth heliocentric paradigm. So in the mix of like understanding that there's a gradient pressure on the globe earth paradigm is feeding us information as to how it's divvied out. So you might have this understanding about what pressures are going up, but you don't know. Nobody can check to see how it all evens out to the very top, like right next to the container. So for us to say something and to give specifics, nobody can do that. And for you to recreate such an environment would take such God level knowledge of the entire system itself. You don't have that, nobody can. So you're trying to recreate something that's not applicable to human understanding. Does that make any sense to you?
does it make sense that this pressure gradient cannot be recreated in any way? Does that make sense
Yes,
to you?
yes, yes. It's God level knowledge. Do you have that God level knowledge? I ask you. I ask you.
So you're
Do
not
you
able
have the
to
God level
so you're
knowledge?
not able
Singularity.
to so
Answer the question.
no, I don't
Do
have
you?
God level
Thank
knowledge. My
you.
turn.
Neither,
So
neither,
you're not
neither does
so
anybody else. Neither does
okay,
anybody
well,
else.
this is the second time, it is what it is, gentlemen. I'm
Yeah, it
gonna
is
keep
what it
listening.
is.
Thank you very
It is what
much.
it is.
He just doesn't like the answer, eh?
Well, that's the
Nope.
answer because when you think about the boundaries, who knows the specifics of this entire realm? Who does? Anybody here? That's it. And then you don't like the answer? Then tough luck. But because that's how it is. We don't know a lot of things about our realm, and that's okay. For the people that are trying to achieve this God level knowledge, you're never gonna get there.
Are you
100%.
denying our ability to read pressure at
Yes.
various
No,
levels
I
of
deny your
atmosphere?
ability to understand this entire realm as its entirety.
You're
Probably,
you're
probably
you're
such
denying our
information.
ability to read atmospheric pressure at differing altitudes, starting from the
Yeah.
ground and
So
up
That's
are
and
you
up.
a
gonna are you gonna go all
That's
the way
it.
up?
nonsense.
That's it then.
Are you
It is
gonna
what it
go all
is.
the Are you gonna go all the way to the boundary? Are you going to the boundary to find out? If you're not, then I don't know what you're. It's a fruitless endeavor. And for you to be in here asking other people that same question day in and day out, it's not going to behoove you to keep doing that. It's fruitless. Nobody's ever going to give you that answer. You can't even get that answer from anybody here. Nobody's going to be able to get, dude, I'm telling you, nobody knows the extent of this realm. And if they did, then somebody would have already said something. Nobody knows that information. That's God level knowledge of how this whole system works.
Is
That's
it
how it
God
is.
level knowledge to measure atmospheric pressure starting from the ground up?
Yeah, you could do that, but how
You
far up do
you
you
say
how far
yeah,
up?
then
Yeah,
okay,
how far
I
up?
acknowledge your response.
How
I
far
appreciate it.
how far up can you go? How far up? How far up do you think you can achieve? That's the question. Well, until what? Till you reach the container? Or until you reach this place that they talk about as a vacuum of space? Which is it? How do you know what the elevation is? You don't know any of that knowledge. There you go.
Thank you very
And
much.
it's kind of one of those hard things to hear, but what else is there? You're not going to be coming in here day in and day out asking the same question. People are going to give you the same answer. There's no way around it, dude. There's some things in this life we're never going to know until probably you go to the next life, if you even think that's
All right.
reality.
Alpha Veritas, let's go one-on-one. We each get a timed response and nobody else will
No, I
interfere.
don't believe that bullshit of
Thank you very
like
much.
this isn't a debate. First of all, it's not a debate. It's only the truth that we know.
Formal
So
debate.
Attempt at a God,
this is
just
not
to
no.
say that because it can't be
This
recreated is
first of all,
excessive.
yeah, first he left, but I mean, like this whole thing that these guys think it's a debate, it's a fucking sham. There is no such thing as a debate. If it was a debate, we'd be arguing about what's my favorite color, orange, and his is purple. Let's have a debate. No, it either is or is not the truth. Greg's been saying this the whole time. That which is false is, I mean, the falsehoods that are spoken of is false. You're not going to be able to get away from that. If we don't know something, what gives things a propensity to move up and down? Are we going to make shit up just because there needs to be some sort of God level knowledge answer? No. Why? That is not our part. Our part is just to speak the truth about God's creation, and that's it. Tough luck if you don't like it. I mean, what are you gonna do?
So help me understand just now the point of dispute between you and what's his username? Manga?
Singularity?
What was the point of dispute?
Singularity? Are you talking about?
Singularity.
Yeah, the guy that was just speaking.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to gain knowledge about the atmosphere as far as it could go up, and then recreate that same thing in a pressurized system here on Earth as a demonstration. If you don't have that, then you can't say that you understand that there's a pressure gradient like you say you do. So if you don't have the exact amount of gradient pressure as you do to recreate the same thing over again as this system that we live in, then it's not true. So he wants
So he's
to.
trying to undermine.
Yes, it's
He's
an
trying to
angle.
undermine our knowledge of a gas gradient because
Yes,
we haven't supposedly went up high, several thousand feet or miles
correct.
above the surface of the Earth to see the extent of the gradient away from the
Yeah,
surface of the Earth.
yeah, he's been at it for like a couple days now. So that's
Mm.
what he's trying to do in here. So
Yeah,
if you don't have that knowledge, then you can't say that there's a pressure gradient, and hence you can't say that it's contained. So he's been working this. He's been scheming, let's say, and he's been working an angle so that he can gain people in here to say they don't know. That's his whole. These guys are fucking devilish, dude. They're in here to just undermine truth, and they're gonna stop at nothing until you say you don't know what you're talking about, so they can win. They're scheming, bro.
That's tremendously fallacious. I mean, it's just a tremendously non sequitur pattern of thought. If I'm not able to identify gas pressure in little containers that we make down here, if I'm not able to know the supposed gradient around the entire world, that doesn't follow.
Well, that's the game. That's the angle he's
Well,
coming at. He's been trying, like I said, a few
and
days with the same question.
yeah, he had a
because it
graph in
depends.
here yesterday, and it was showing that all the pressure was at 30 miles and under, right? And above 30 miles, the pressure was very low, right?
Yep.
Whatever. He was showing Battle
Is
Mod
is
fucking
if you can't.
handed his ass to him yesterday.
Holy fuck! Am I not coming through?
You coming through now?
Please. All right. All he's saying is that if we cannot match perfectly the gradient that is supposedly observed, then it's the gotcha. It's a feeble attempt at a gotcha.
Yep.
Really sad.
Yeah, just be aware, guys.
You
Because
made
they're
a good
prowling.
point,
They're
though.
just fucking prowling around here looking for a chink in the armor. And if you allow them, they're gonna take it.
You made a good
So
point,
And
though, Alpha,
sometimes,
about the variable in pressure or in temperature all the time, right? Like it's always changing, so the pressure is
yeah, it's in
always
flux.
changing.
And that's something we all know. There's fluctuations in pressure. There always is. Whether systems move in, there's high pressure and low pressure that moves each other around. So there's no way you can just say for sure something is a specific pressure going up all the way. You know, you're never going to get that.
and that kind of reasoning, like what we all are repudiating right now, is really a hazard because most people are not in the habit of, high rigorous critical thinking. And so someone who comes along who sounds somewhat articulate and somewhat knowledgeable says a flagrantly non sequitur line of reasoning with that much confidence, it's deceptive. And
Yeah.
most people are not used to hearing such ideas, such patterns of thought even being said, right? So they're not in the habit, they're not even in the habit or familiar or accustomed to identifying such patterns of thought.
Yeah,
You're correct.
be always vigilant and on guard, my friends. This arena that we're in, it's not one that we're just going to take that the other person is being genuine all the time. So
Yeah, let me get a hit.
Is this the move?
Yeah, let me hit the delta. Let me hit the
Just
delta.
quick, guys, to apologise.
Let me hit
Q,
the
I've unmuted you.
Nick.
You need to put yourself on mute if you're not involved in the conversation. If you're not going to be good, I'll put you back on server mute. Thank you, buddy.
Scott Mackey works the angle of him being intelligent and other people aren't because he had some sort of formal education. So he's one of them. He'll sit in here. He'll get banned. He'll get kicked. So long as he's able to return, he's gonna keep scheming. He can't get enough. There's a few of them that are like that.
I mean, it's one thing to just simply believe that you know better, but to have such a smug, disrespectful, condescending, arrogant attitude and express that perpetually, even with someone else who is demonstrating at least the same level of intellect, same level of acumen as him, that's what's unjustifiable.
Hey, can I ask a question?
You just did. Sure. Teehee.
Go for it.
Funny.
So I don't want it to go like every time it goes when I come in here. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm not gonna cut anybody off. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, have we ever observed, or do we know where the edge of the flat Earth is?
Well, the edge.
There is no edge of the flat Earth. No, there's no such thing. But I can explain if you want to hear more.
Yeah, I'll listen. I'll mute up.
Be good.
Yeah, so if you're not allowed to go places, then how could you make a claim like that? That's not even a claim that exists that I know of. So also, if it says the Earth ends, that doesn't mean the water ends. So this concept that the Earth is an object is kind of the same deception anyway. So if there are flat earthers that think that, well, the flat earthers still have a problem. But that is more of a wives' tale on the internet anyway. I have yet to meet people that believe that, but there is a lot of misconceptions.
Please don't listen to that garbage.
Well, my
Earth
main
is not an
question is
object.
like,
That's so stupid.
is is the water then ever expanding, like laterally?
How could you measure something like that? You know, Earth is not objectifiable, let alone the rest of creation. Earth is just one part of creation. It's part of a system. So it's the dry land coming out of the water, and it's not measurable. So it's just
What is
a
an
very special
object?
place.
Wait a minute.
Well,
what's not measurable?
The Earth is not measurable. It's too big.
Oh.
What is an object? This pattern of thought is garbage and it's an embarrassment. What is an object?
Apparently, we're having a seizure right now. So sorry, Gregory, if this upsets you. An object is something that you have a general understanding of, like a general knowledge of a size of something, is an object. You have to objectify it. You have to understand its objectifiable existence in a grand
So what you
scale.
just said a fact.
Yes, take a college course on objects, and you'll realize what they are. Yeah, Earth is not an object, and I'm sorry that triggers flat earthers.
Okay, is a fact an object?
Is a fact an object? Gregory, I'm sorry you're this desperate to seem like you're smart. You cannot objectify Earth. I'm sorry that you have childish
Is a fact an
questions
object?
that you're desperately going to hide behind. Bro, you have a mental issue. I'm sorry
Is a
that this
fact an
hurts your
object?
feelings.
It's
I know you're going to be stuck. You'll be
I'll
stuck
try.
asking this question the rest of your life.
An object is a fact.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question and demonstrate that your
Sorry.
position is
Yeah,
tenable under
Earth
scrutiny.
isn't an object. I'm sorry. You're going to
So
have to
whistle
get some
past the
life
question and
experience.
not demonstrate that your position is tenable under scrutiny.
Right.
This is garbage. This is an embarrassment.
Gregory,
if
listen.
his
Hold
answer
on,
to my
my friend.
question does not
Clearly
satisfy, why
talking.
don't you try to answer my question
Clearly
with like
talking.
whatever your answer is?
Clearly fucking talking. So, Gregory and Exo, let's not have fights between ourselves. When people come in asking questions, direct your responses to them and not to each other. If we're going to have this internal fighting, you can go to a different channel, a different server, and have your issues out there. We got new people in the room.
Sure, we shouldn't have embarrassing, categorically erroneous retorts. That's an
Yeah, the
embarrassment.
retard is still talking. I'm sorry that you're a retard, Gregory. Get some.
There you go.
You don't have to mute me anymore, bro. You can just tell me to stop talking and I will.
No, you're fine, buddy. I was just trying to get some crowd control so you can get answers to your questions.
I got you, man. I was just wondering, like, if he disagreed with his answer to my question, like, what's the other answer to my question?
Which is a fair question. So say the question again.
Oh, so like on a flat Earth, is there like a physical edge or a like end point to this realm? And if so, can we observe it in any kind of way or measure it or predict where it could be?
So, of course, anything that has an edge, of course, has a finite shape. And any concrete entity necessarily has a finite shape. Either the extent of it is conforming to a container or it is a rigid shape.
More than that,
In
Katiana.
principle,
Like more than 55.
Daz,
what is
mute your mic.
happening?
Daz, mute your mic.
Yeah, so I don't want to just bleed through 10.
Okay. He didn't hear me.
Okay. Ontologically and logically, a object that supposedly has an infinite extent, it doesn't have any shape. Concrete object. And if it doesn't have a finite extension to its body, then that implies that it doesn't exist. You see? Now, this is very abstract and cerebral for most people, but if we're going to be, serious about, getting to the truth and answer to our questions, then, we got to do what we got to do. So there's that, right? Concrete objects. The Earth is a concrete object, a concrete entity, right? It has matter that extends in space. Okay. All concrete entities have finitude, as it were, have a finite quantity of mass which extends, or matter that extends in space. Mass and matter can be interchangeable. Okay, so there's that. As it concerns the Earth, yeah. As it concerns the seas, yeah. Where's the edge? At the edge. I mean, really, that's not a snarky, cute reply. I mean, where else do I say it? Where is the edge? At the edge.
Yeah, so basically Q is saying that we can't investigate where those locations are, but yeah, it is finite. There's a place where the contained system meets like the place where you'd call the ground. But as far as the extension of where that is, we wouldn't be able to say. There's no way that anybody can travel to such places. We can't freely travel this earth as people might think you can. It's just not possible. It's obvious that you can't go everywhere on this earth. Yeah, so who asked that question? I'll answer your question. Who asked that?
Yeah, I asked it.
Yeah, so basically you can't travel this earth like you please. I think if you're old enough to understand this, you'd be able to know that anywhere you go, you need like passports, you need permission. You can't go to no-fly zones, military zones. There's a lot of places on earth that are just you can't restrict it. So there's
Restricted
certain
access, yeah.
Yeah, there's certain rules to this place, right? That we have to abide by. If we're gonna go somewhere, we need to ask permission. We need to get permits. We need to get passports. We need to do all these things on Earth. So, if you're traveling somewhere to go investigate, people are gonna want to know where you're going and why you're going over there. We can't just freely go somewhere just because we please. That's not the way this works.
Wait, why not?
Who's asking that?
Like we just talked about,
Who's
restricted
why not?
access to
I like
unauthorized personnel.
Who asked that? First of all.
There's like you can go to Europe if you want to go to Europe.
Yeah, but like think about it. 2 years ago, you couldn't even go to your grocery store. Remember?
No,
So
I was always able to go to my grocery store, and so were you. Remember?
No. People
Remember
are
when
restricted.
no one ever stopped you from going to the grocery store?
Sorry,
Yeah,
excuse
but
me, my
that's
friend. Sorry,
I don't know. Maybe you have
He's
amnesia
being
or something.
dishonest. I mean,
Yeah,
just
maybe you're just having
like
amnesia,
within
but
less than 2 minutes.
Do apologise. What we're trying to explain to you is, you know that there are areas on the earth that we can't freely travel to, right? You
Such
see
as?
them around certain areas. Can you go to Area 52, for example, right? Restricted space. You can't just walk into a military base unless you've got
Yeah.
permission.
Yeah, or my
so this is what
house. Yeah. There should be
So
restricted
for
areas, right?
oh my goodness. So you understand that below the 60th parallel south, this is also a restricted zone. You understand that, yeah?
I can.
You
Is
know
it
what the
back and
Antarctic
forth, or are you
is?
just trying to like?
No, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
shut up
point out to you
talking.
that
Just
there are
immediately.
areas.
Okay.
Have we
So
documented this
there
restricted
should be
zone ever?
restricted zones, right? Like
Q,
you are
Trump is
restricted
asking
from
some
entering my
questions.
house.
This guy's a bit. Yeah, he's just a bit on a high horse. I think I'm not really liking his tone, to be honest. He's not here in good faith. He's just here making snarky remarks. If he doesn't understand that this world is not free up for free travel, then I think he's missing a lot of information, and he needs to go research it.
Yeah, I
We're
mean,
saying
like,
a simple
you
fact
shouldn't
here
be
has no
allowed to travel
justification
freely,
to
like, to
deny
my
and
house or
defy
something,
by
right?
acknowledging
No,
the simple
dude.
fact within the world order that there are restricted areas to unauthorized personnel. That is not controversial. There's no debate.
I'm not debating that. I'm saying that is
Okay,
the
so
way
that's
it
the fact that we're
should be,
acknowledging. What is
right?
your
Like
deal?
you wait, just chill. You gotta relax, buddy.
No, you gotta relax.
It should
Sick and
be the
tired of your
case
garbage
that
people
there's
like you.
restricted areas, right? Like you are not an authorized personnel to enter my home, right? That
So
should be the
Awesome.
case.
that should answer your
Why are
question
you
then about
explicating
why.
a truism that we just told you?
Yeah.
Your point
Can I?
is,
I'm trying to tell you that it should be that way. I agree that it's
so
true. I'm
what?
saying it
So
should be true.
There's no refutation to what we said, so be quiet.
I'm not trying to refute it. I'm trying to have a
can
conversation.
I
No, you're not.
say?
Q, you're not coming
You
through,
guys are
man. You're
having a
chopping.
civil war, bro. I have it clear.
No, it's not. It's not civil war. Relax.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
You're chopping up,
Hello.
Q.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Try again.
All right. What I was gonna say is like, yeah, of course there's restricted areas like a military base or something like that, or anywhere, but you can document it, you can record it, you can prove that it's there. Is there any way you can prove that this restricted zone, that there's something beyond it, or that like you can't go past it, or that it's even there?
Yes.
That's
So,
my
for
question.
example, below the 60th parallel south, there's a treaty in effect called the Antarctic Treaty. Only two types of people are allowed to go there, and all of those people in those two categories need permission to go. The first category is scientific researchers. They need permission to go to certain areas of Antarctica to carry out scientific research. The second category of people that are allowed to go are tourists. Interesting, right? You will get a tourist operator. The tourist operator will take you from South Argentina. It will take you to 2 or 3 locations along the coast. You will get back on your fucking boat and you will come back again. If you do not have permission to go to this area, you can be fined or imprisoned.
Well, can you demonstrate by being in Antarctica that it's some type of barrier, or that there is anything beyond it? Like, can you take one of those Nikon cameras or whatever, the ones that
No.
y'all prove that there's no curvature with?
Did you not listen to what I said?
Like, as a tourist, you said you can
Yeah,
go
as a
there as a
tourist,
tourist.
which will take
Can
you
you
to
bring a
2. Listen.
zoom camera?
So to 2 or 3 locations along the coast. You can have some photographs of some penguins, have a little mooch about for a bit, and then get back on the boat and fucking go home. You're not allowed to wander off the beaten path, for example. One of the reasons why is because you will put other people's lives in danger. Those people that would have to come and rescue you. So this is all stipulated within the Antarctic
Sure.
Treaty. You cannot go wandering about by yourself. This will cause ecological damage to the
Can I?
area and potentially flood the world.
I think you're kind of like not getting what I'm
So
saying.
there's a disconnect. He's not hearing you thoroughly.
What I'm
You need to fix your
trying to
connection.
say.
Your connection's trash,
No.
Q.
Can you hear me now?
You're
No,
really
you need to fix your
choppy.
connection. Disconnect, reconnect.
Hello?
If you guys are brand new here, Dazwaz, I don't know. I had to mute you because you had some background noise. Dazwaz, are you there? If you're brand new to this channel, you can go ahead and chime in. Give us maybe some evidence for the Earth as a globe if you think the Earth is a globe, or ask some questions.
Maybe some scientific evidence.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah, you're better. Go for it.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I think
you just cut out. I'm not trolling you, dude. You just cut out.
I'm gonna stand in the balcony. Can you hear me better? Is my connection better?
Yeah, it is.
We hear you clearly right now.
Don't move.
I'm standing in the balcony, so you better hear me. But what I'm saying is that, bro, I swear you're trolling. But let's see if it happens again, right? I'm not asking like
in
about
the balcony or
restrictions.
on the balcony.
I'm asking, dude, Come on. Nah, I give up. I give
Spit it out. Go ahead.
Well, that's all right.
Can you hear me? Do you copy?
We heard that.
Yes, brother. Yes, we do. We
Okay.
do hear you.
What I'm saying is that is there any kind of way or evidence more compelling to prove that this is a barrier as opposed to a continent? That it's like an endless like barrier laterally, as opposed to a continent on the South Pole. Did you hear me?
Yeah. So what do you mean by boundary? Do you mean boundary for the waters, for example, or for the entire reality?
Based on what y'all were telling me, Antarctica is not a continent. It's like a border to restrict us from going beyond what is permissible.
No, the border isn't made by Antarctica. It's past the 60th parallel. It's a boundary before you get to Antarctica. Do you know what that means, Q? It's not Antarctica. It's not the place that will stop you. It's before you even get there. You get it? Or you didn't hear me?
You said it's not Antarctica. It's the place before you get there.
Yeah,
So
the
is there any way to
60th parallel.
document?
So yeah, everybody like that's militaries of the world already. There's places that you can't like before any ship
I'm
goes
not
over
asking
there.
if you can or can't go there. That's not my question. You keep elaborating on that, but that's not what I asked. What I asked is there any way to demonstrate that this is not a continent and that it's this barrier that restricts you?
Okay, I'm
So
gonna
what do
say
we
it again.
observe?
I think you missed the point. You can't go and check and see if that is the case because you can't go beyond the 60th parallel.
I understand this.
I don't
You
think
can
so.
document,
I don't
but
think so.
How about this? How
I
about
cannot
this?
listen.
You're
Listen.
asking
I
him,
cannot
is there-
go into a military base, but I can fly a drone or fly a helicopter or fly a balloon or anything to demonstrate that it's not that there is in fact a military base there, right?
Okay, so
I'm
how about
asking
this?
has it ever before it was a restricted zone? Has anyone
Okay.
ever proven that this is not a continent?
Okay, so how about this? All right, to finally get to the point. Right. Who ever observed supposed Antarctica the same way we observe Australia?
Southwest Virginia.
You see, what we have, disseminated to us is not video footage, right, of a humongous continent of ice, right? We don't have that. What we have been shown, what video footage we have been shown, is this large ice wall extremity at the extremities of the sea as you travel southward, right? So it stands to reason that given the flat planar surface of the earth, right, and the waters, and all concrete objects are finite in their extension of their matter, right? The extremity of this container that's containing the waters, right? We contact that and we see that edge of that extremity, that several 100-foot tall ice wall. We never seen the curve of the ice wall go left when we're standing on its right. We see it curving right, curving around
We
us,
have
and vice
we have
versa, curving
multiple
toward the left when we're standing on
um
its left rather than to the right.
sir, we have multiple like independent like video evidences of like flying over Antarctica from one end to the other. How could you do
All right,
But
that?
then
really, please show me.
why did you have him go through the rigmarole and tell you all that shit just for you to say that? Why?
Right, there's
Because
that
I
question
wanted to
also.
see if I wanted to see if you knew, number one. Number two, I wanted to see if maybe you knew and you'd lie.
All right, produce the information. Now it's your
Yeah,
turn.
show
Produce
us
that
the
information.
supposed video
Go
footage
ahead.
of seeing the entire
Yeah,
continent of
I got you.
Antarctica.
I think Alpha Veritas just needs to kind of relax.
You're cutting out again.
He's always very heated up about
Yeah,
it.
you're cutting out again.
No, I
But
was just saying,
nobody.
Alpha
No, I don't give a
Veritas
shit,
needs
dude.
to.
You can't tone
You need
police
to
me. Go
calm
get your
down.
evidence.
You need
Go
to
get
calm
your
down. You have
evidence.
a problem.
I don't
You
give
have a
a
problem.
fuck, dude. Go get your evidence.
Yeah, Sweden isn't okay. I'm sorry.
Go
Yeah,
get your
no.
evidence.
You're just very abrasive.
I
to,
don't
like,
care.
everyone
Go
who comes
get
on
your
here.
evidence.
You
Oh
have
my
like
god.
an issue. You might have a mental issue.
Now the wine
Whatever.
fest begins again. God,
Just
this guy
go.
can't do anything but cry when he gets in here. It's just embarrassing.
No, you've talked to him before.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
he's
every
hilarious.
time
Hey,
it's
you do this every time.
non-stop
You've
whining and
done this
crying.
every time.
Yeah, it's me who does this every
Hey,
time. That's right.
some ways we can confirm Antarctica is an island, or it's not an ice wall bordering the world, is using wind amongst many things. Yeah, take a breath. You're gonna need it. Using wind patterns.
Take a breath. You're gonna need it.
Wind patterns.
No,
I would really like to hear this pattern of thought.
dude, this guy, they're basically on the same side, man. They want to produce something that's not even there. All we need is information in the text chat to provide evidence for what they're saying. That's it. None of
I
what they're
mean, wind
saying.
patterns. I
He's
can't even like imagine what the pattern of thought is with that premise.
Well, you know the wind patterns that you see on the cartoon that they show you. That's how you verify it. Yeah, good one, mate. That's
I mean,
really
do we use
really
wind
good.
patterns to identify the shape of any other continent?
It's fucking weird, man.
I mean, look, I don't know everything. I'm just a guy.
attempt after attempt.
Does global warming affect the ice wall?
Oh my God.
Well, of course, you can't have global warming without a globe.
That question was
You
just
know.
so backwards. It's not even funny.
Oh, excuse me. It was an honest question.
You guys,
Or if it didn't part with what you were used to.
Well, like
Yes, it
I
does.
said, that was an
Okay.
honest answer to an honest question. Supposedly, you can't have
I wasn't
global
speaking
warming
to you,
without a
Gregory. I
globe.
was talking to AV.
Okay, well, the answer still stands.
Yeah, I was gonna say my answer would be the same. How do you have global warming without a globe? That'd be weird, right?
So, does anybody know if we are able to track wind patterns? You know, like meteorology.
What's the point, dude?
Meteorologist.
What is
Okay,
what is the point?
Here's the point. It's to my understanding, at least in the northern hemisphere plane, we are able to track wind patterns. We can track their speed. We can track fronts. We
No
can track
shit, man. Do you know
we
how?
can track
Do you know
jet
how they're
streams,
from weather stations?
and
They're from weather
we're
stations.
especially
Got
using
weather
radar.
stations
Hold on.
all over the place.
I'm
Weather
delivering it.
stations everywhere. Remember?
Especially using radar, we're able to track when it gets from a point A to point
No,
B. And doing
not
that, we're
radar.
able to derive its speed.
Not
We
radar.
do the
No.
same thing with wind patterns in the southern hemisphere, even near
No.
Antarctica.
No, you
And
don't.
in order for the
He's
world
just
to
gonna
be,
waffle.
in order for the world to be as you guys think it is, those wind patterns would need to be traveling at astronomical speeds to get from point A to point B.
Dude.
Okay, how do they get wind patterns in the south, mate? I'll just ask you that.
Same way they get it in the north.
Okay, by buoys out at sea and weather stations on land. Is that correct?
It's the same way they get it in the north.
He doesn't know, Timbo, and that's his
it's
answer.
not radar,
He
man.
doesn't
Yeah.
know.
So if the Earth were to be what you think it is,
No. No, how he's asking
You're
you a
weird,
question.
man.
Give him the answer to the question. How do you know that's how weather patterns work? You guys are very fallacious. Now answer the question. How do you know that's how it works? Radar? Was that your answer?
It's the same way it works in the north. How does the north figure it out?
Can you tell us
Look,
how?
Look,
Tell us how.
this is not a one-way interview. This is a
Tell us
discussion.
how.
They collect the data, dude.
Tell us how.
Come on.
Go.
It's real simple.
Tell us how. That's right. You had nothing. Nothing.
I agree with you.
There you
There's
go.
3 flat
There you go,
So then
man.
why are you
know
telling
exactly
us why are
how
you
we
telling
get
us what wind is gonna and not do in a place you have no idea how they're collecting that data? How? Yes? Your answer is?
I have white flags.
I'm still trying
You
to
bet your ass
think
it's
of
a white
how.
flag.
I'm still trying to think of how wind patterns is going to some way indicate the
My
shape of a
God.
continent. I'm still stuck on that.
It's not going to really indicate the shape. What it will indicate is going from point A to point B.
Oh, dude, sit
And
down, dude. Sit down.
Wind
Sit
patterns
down,
indicate that
bro.
they're moving from one location to another. I would have never thought
Sit
of that.
down. There's,
You ever looked at
just
a
you're
weather
always
radar?
trying to sound like
Hey,
these
Alpha
guys.
Veritas. I'm
These guys are
answering your
always
brother's
trying to
question.
sound. No, you're not. No, you're
It's
not.
not
You have
for
nothing to
All right,
contribute.
white
I've
flag.
showed. I just exposed you. I'm just saying. I just exposed you. Here's the thing. These guys always want to come in here and do a one up. Do you guys know how this is working over here? No, do you? What's the data collected? No, I don't know. But then why did you fucking say it in the first place? You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what you're talking about, stay sitting down and be quiet. If you know what you're talking about, please engage.
Hey, I posted that azimuthal view of wind distribution
Exactly.
on Earth.
Appreciate that.
So,
So
you guys can cover it.
check this out. So using what he just posted, which I really appreciate you posting that, you could look at wind patterns visualized on there. Would you agree? Now the issue is those winds going from point A to point B in the southern hemisphere would be off traveling an awfully a lot faster than what they are in real life.
Or they just travel what they are in real life and are moving in that greater circle around
That's
the edge.
one way. That's one way you could disprove and eliminate AE flat Earth entirely. Is the speed equals distance over time of anything in the southern hemisphere destroys
Did you
it.
hear what I just said?
That's fine. That's fine.
Did you hear what I just said? Like they could be moving at the speed that they are in a circle over the plains face of the earth.
Yeah, and here's another thing. We don't know the entire Earth, what it looks like, or what the extremities are, but we do know that there's a finite limit to it. Although we can't say ourselves what it looks like, we can definitely say that it's operating just fine. There's nothing crazy about it. You know what I'm saying? Like it just operates the way that it does. Why is it so wonky to think when you get some wind patterns, you're going to automatically say, this can't work on a flat Earth or this can't work in the whatever? You don't have to worry about all that stuff. Just understand that when we know something about the wind pattern, you don't have to. That's the way it works. Why are we not going to know that that's good information, or say let's just toss this out because it doesn't agree with what we think the Earth is?
I mean,
It was
this
just
movement of scrutiny of this paradigm is really catalyze and awaken this anti-flat earther mindset that evidently was just dormant and waiting for an excuse to babble and run its mouth. It's like, why does that sound like a plausible retort to you?
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we were to look at the map and diagram sent by our friend here, it shows us wind patterns. This is real data over flat Earth. And if you notice, the southern
Real
hemisphere
data over flat earth, right?
visually at least in the southern hemisphere on that flat Earth map with real wind speeds, they're going from point A to point B in a much faster time. And in reality, it does not match that.
If the
Like, where in the images that Battlemon just put do the winds at the outer edge of the circle?
Well,
Like,
he's assuming
where on the image is it indicated that they're moving very, 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 very fast?
assuming that
yeah,
because they
he's
have to
imagining like
cover
a
a
giant
greater
circle.
distance. But listen, that just because it spreads out over a greater pattern doesn't mean it has to move any faster than the winds in the center, because that's all about energy, kinetic energy. So if they share the same energy, then they're going to move in the same kind
Yeah,
of manner.
another thing,
Not uniform,
that's
but
a map projection. Okay, you can use different map projections.
yeah.
But what we're talking about is we don't know what the entire Earth looks like as a whole.
Correct.
Anybody who does is claiming this knowledge that nobody has. So if whatever projection you see is enticing to you and you want to defend it, then the question is going to be, how do you know it's that fucking thing that you see? Have you seen the entire Earth? And if you have, why don't you share with the class? You know what I'm saying? So then we don't have to worry about how it's going to work on that map projection because the winds would be going a lot faster around the edge of the circle than the inner. Like none of that shit should even be a question that we enter this arena.
No.
There's nothing there. It's
How
not.
is
Well,
how
that
is
is
speed
the
measured?
display of the jet stream in the wind pattern on Earth. So,
Yeah, speed is measured by a distance over divided by a time. From point A to point B, you take that distance and you divide it by the time it took you to get there.
Okay, why is this a point of contention for you,
Okay,
Singularity?
and
Why is it being on your bonnet about this? I don't know. What the fuck is up with you with this
the
thing,
wind
this
doesn't
topic?
have
I
to
got
move
you.
any
I got you. So
faster.
I'm here to help you and answer for you. Okay.
I don't
Listen,
know
the
if you can
wind
help me, but you
doesn't
can
have
just
to
answer.
move. Listen, the wind doesn't have to move any faster on the edge. We're not talking about a record. We're talking about wind that is powered through kinetic energy and temperature. So
Hold on one
that
second.
linear bullshit doesn't apply to the wind.
I mean, I think that's a nail in the coffin refutation right there. What more is there to say?
I have no idea. I didn't even know this was a point of contention.
Your brother has a question, and what I said. Would you guys not speak over me so I can answer him?
What question was it?
I didn't hear any
It's
question.
regarding
I
wind
heard
patterns
comment.
and how at least using any kind of flat Earth weather map disproves
Flat weather map. What?
What even is your
projection.
argument
I'm
right
trying
now?
to
Like,
figure
what
it
is
out.
the point that you're
I
trying
have
to
no
make?
idea.
Yeah, that's an azimuthal projection, not a flat Earth.
Yeah.
No
So
offense.
if you were to draw a circle, a small circle, let's give an example. The circle for Tropic of Cancer. You guys are aware of what that is, right? Of
Yeah,
course
it's
you
a
do.
bigger
You guys are
circle at
smart.
the edge. You're saying because of that, the wind has to move
No,
faster.
hold on,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
that's bullshit.
So the circle on the flat
It's
Earth
not a
map
rotating
for
reference frame.
for a Tropic of Cancer is physically smaller than the Tropic of Capricorn. You
Yeah,
guys
they're
are
not
you guys
equal
aware of that?
distance. Yeah, we
Okay.
know the arguments on the AE map. That's an azimuthal projection. It's not an AE map.
Okay.
It doesn't
So
show. So
the
that
wind patterns.
projection. So that projection shows the distribution of heat and the wind patterns
I'm
caused by it
going.
in an azimuthal manner. It doesn't show any tropics of Cancer, any geographical placement. It's not a map. It's a projection of wind patterns and
Got
heat
it.
distribution in azimuth. So
Got
leave
it.
the AE out of it because it doesn't apply to the graph that I
The
showed.
image you shared is wind patterns, and it's a snipping from a website. It's called earth.noschool.net, which at one point did have the AE projection
Yeah,
showing
they're
wind
azimuthal.
patterns and weather, which is the very picture you posted. And in that, you see literal lines representing the wind going from point A to point B.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
if you
see
look
no
at this, if you
equator,
look at
no
this
tropic
animation,
lines, though. I
if you
don't
look at
see.
this animation, the winds in the southern hemisphere, they're going a lot on that model. They're going a lot faster. To
No,
account.
there's
Where
no
is that
speed.
illustrated in the image?
There's no speeds referenced in this image, nor is there a legend.
Bro.
Nor is there a legend that references speeds. But we
One
do
at a
know
time,
that.
gentlemen. One at a
Hold
time.
on. We do know that the jet stream is close to uniform in speed of winds. So the ideal that because it's a larger area it's covering, listen.
Can you repeat that again real quick? The jet streams is what and what? Please say that again.
The jet streams are closely uniform in speed, meaning they all move about the same speed. The
Very
radiation
nice.
and convection of heat
Correct.
all
Now,
moves at a consistent rate.
just
So
so
it's
I
not a spinning
understand you. I'm
reference
lost. I'm
frame
lost.
where
I
the
have to ask a
outer
question.
edge is going to move faster than the inner edge. That's bullshit.
When you say the jet streams are close in speed, was that jet streams plural? Was that jet streams plural?
Yes, it is because there is more than one jet stream.
So may I suggest, for example, the Arctic jet stream, which is the one around the North Pole, and its opposite counterpart? Would that be fair to say?
Suggestion for what purpose? I mean, what is their point
Well,
right now?
We still
I'll
haven't gotten
explain in
to
a
any
second.
cowbell.
There's
At
multiple
all.
jet
Check
streams,
this
and
out. Check this out.
they're not named polar jet streams or Arctic. No.
All right, check this out.
Northern and southern.
On the globe Earth, which is whatever you want to call it, they have the highest jet stream. They've got one over the North Pole and one going around the South Pole. They're spinning in opposite directions, and they are, like your friend said, they're roughly the same speed and roughly the same size, and they do fluctuate and change during the year. Okay, if you were to imagine the size of that circle on the globe, the radius of that circle around the North Pole and around the South Pole, the circles are fairly similar. They shift, they deviate, they're fairly similar. But now, if you look at the flat Earth map, you've got the radius around the North Pole, which is the same size as the globe's North Pole. Then you've got the southern hemisphere jet stream, which on flat Earth is going around Antarctica, which is large as fuck. Okay,
No.
and
No,
that
no.
that
Stop,
distance,
man.
that
Stop.
distance. I'm about
Please
to
just
wrap
let him
this up.
finish,
I'm
because
about
he
to
will
wrap this
not
up.
stop if he is
That
not
distance,
finished. Let him
that
finish.
distance, ladies and gentlemen,
He's
this is
equating.
imperative
He's
you hear this.
equating.
It's
he's
We need
imperative
to
equating
I,
end
I,
this.
I don't
Please
get
let
cut
him
off.
Hey guys,
finish.
stop.
That distance around Antarctica, the actual distance, it's going around the world. It is a
Can you
larger
summarize
radius.
your fucking point, long-winded?
Wind patterns based on our measurements and observations and data which flat earthers themselves share, disprove flat Earth. Thank you very much.
How
You're
so?
equating speed.
Hold
You're
on.
equating. You're
Hold on,
equating
Tim.
linear. You're
Hold
equating
on. We
linear
know what he's
speed.
doing, but he made a point and he didn't build the bridge. He just asserted at the end of his ramblings that it disproves the flat Earth, but he didn't build the bridge on how.
I did
but
because the radius, the different size circles.
You didn't.
Stop.
Listen, so it doesn't
You're
have
equating.
equidistant
You're
radiuses,
equating linear
but it's a
speed with angular speed. You're equating
exactly.
linear. No, yeah, he's equating linear speed with angular speed. It's fucking stupid.
But listen,
just because something is a bigger radius doesn't mean it changes the speed, because all of the wind is not going around at the same angular speed. It's going at a linear speed.
Not a
it's
record.
fucking stupid.
It's not a record player where the speed is going to change from the center to the edge.
And I already said at the beginning of this, if you were paying attention, Singularity, that this AE map that you have in your fucking head is not the real Earth. It's a map projection. There are many maps of the Earth, and none of them tell you what the whole entire Earth looks like. So you're building a straw man fucking argument with that little bee in your fucking bonnet that you have nowhere to drop because it's not hitting anything. It's not going to affect the truth. Whatever you
Appreciate that
said.
information.
I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is, right?
I appreciate that information.
It's an azimuthal projection, and you should learn what it means to project things in azimuth. What is azimuth? Do you know? I showed the sun pass in azimuth. Can you see from that coordinate system what an azimuthal coordinate system is? That's an azimuthal coordinate system.
He doesn't know, Mike. He's very lost. He came in with his one trick pony to see if he can thwart the efforts of truth, and he just can't do it.
It's faster at the edge,
Can't
so
do it.
Miggy. And the tropics aren't the same
Fucking
size.
stupid, man. Like
They're
these
not
guys
equidistant, bro.
And
You
then-
got to It's imperative you hear this.
Bro, check this out. This guy's a LARPer. He was LARPing like a flat earther. No, it's not. It's a flat earth. And all of a sudden, he drops his fucking anti-flat earth propaganda at the very end because he wanted to string us along to think that he's got some fucking gotcha. You ain't got shit, bro.
Thanks for the information, brother. I appreciate it.
We know a whole lot more than you, and that's just about all there is to it. We research these things every day. You're not swinging at some little chumps here. You're at the adult table right now.
He's like a despicable director of a movie that builds all this suspense and then doesn't complete the story to satisfy the audience for hanging on that long. I'm still waiting for the therefore fill in the blank. I'm like,
Where's the logical
what? Okay, the winds, they're moving at a speed, they're moving in a circular pattern. Okay, and
finish it off. Keep going. Keep going.
It's a solid rotational disc.
Wait. He was steel manning what I said. Keep going.
That might have been the
what else is there to say after that? You just leapt to the conclusion. Therefore, the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Speed equals distance over time. The distance.
I get it. It's
for
like
something
one of
to
them
travel.
books where we can choose the ending.
Yeah, choose the ending.
Right? We
Battle
gotta
mod.
choose the ending now. So the ending is you get muted and we don't hear of it again. That's the ending I chose.
Sounds great to me.
Hell yeah, let's do this.
You already pegged for an anti-flat earther, dude. There's no coming back from that singularity. No amount of oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm with the flat earth. Fuck that, dude. You never were. I already pegged you to be an anti-flat earther.
Can I try and explain this to him in 1 minute?
Will I be able to respond?
Yeah, you can respond. So think about this. You've got a circle.
Don't let him respond.
You've got a circle. You've got a circle with 3 discs that move separately. Yeah, one's in the center, one's in the middle, and one's on the outside.
Right.
Now, if these things are all moving at the same speed, are they going to move in conjunction with each other, or are they going to move separately of each other?
If they're moving at the same speed, they will move separately from each other. If they're moving at the same rate of rotation, they will be moving together.
Thank you. So why are you equating wind in the south has to move as one with the wind in the north?
No, that wasn't the issue.
Therefore
That wasn't the issue. Okay.
creating a faster speed. That's what you were saying.
Got
Right,
it.
and
So
that's the
imagine
problem.
this.
So if
You've
that's
got
not the issue, then we
you've got
lost the issue.
listen to this. Imagine bike gears. You guys know bike gears, right? Like 7
Of
bike
course.
gears.
They're not
There's a small one.
gears.
Okay,
It's
now
not
all of
analogous.
these
The wind is
bike
not
gears.
one uniform
Battle mod.
gear.
You're preventing your all of
I
these
mean, that's
bike
not going to
gears.
really help anything right now.
I'm not
No, the
preventing
bike gears
anything,
move
but
in
All right,
unison,
look.
though.
All of these
Bike
bike
gears
gears
move in
can move
unison
at the
as
same
rotation.
rate. They could make a
Yes, at the
360
same rate.
all at the same time. Okay, it could move at
Yep.
the same rate, but the actual distance, the amount that it's traveling in
it's going to
reality,
be different. That's
it's
right. But the
different.
wind
That's
isn't
right.
one solid object, and we're not saying it's moving at
Yeah,
two different
exactly.
speeds or
Well,
rates.
the
You
wind in the
fucking
southern
moron.
hemisphere, based
You're a
on weather
moron.
data on that map, it would need to travel an
No,
extra
it
amount
wouldn't.
of distance.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
to
could
do
move.
it.
doesn't.
Listen,
It
to
doesn't.
do
Bike
it in the
gears.
same.
Remember bike
Listen,
gears.
hold on.
Don't worry
For
about the bike
the
gears. Think
wind
about
at
the
the
three
southern
discs
end
that
would
I
have to
You
explained.
travel
got to figure out
faster
who's
to
going to
make this.
talk.
Yeah, listen.
One at a time, gentlemen.
If they were all one uniform piece, yeah, the wind at the south would have to fucking move faster to keep up with the wind in the north. But that's not what the data reflects.
That's what you said, though.
No, I said
you
Oh
said
my
pretty
those.
much.
God, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
No,
refrain
listen.
from making noise when I'm going and having a
Shut the
discussion with
fuck
the
up,
mate.
Shut
you
the fuck
rambling
up, dude.
moron.
Thank you
Listen,
very much for your time, gentlemen.
one
Yeah,
uniform
whatever.
speed. What part of that you don't
I
understand?
just muted his dumbass battle mod. I just muted him. Fuck him.
He keeps
Getting
going
He
to
doesn't
bike
even
gears.
get
from
it.
shut the fuck up, dude.
He keeps going to bike gears.
And
The
then I'm
wind
sorry if
is
you
not
want to
a
reason
solid
with him. I'm
object.
gonna just put him on pause for a little bit. He's not gonna hear his voice.
The wind's
Fucking
not
annoying.
a frisbee. It's not a disc. It's not a sprocket on a bike. It moves at different rates. It propagates due to whatever the temperature is, whether there's high and low pressure pushing against it. There's many factors other than just shape and amount of area it covers.
Dude, he's an anti-flat earther. That's all. He's pegged now. You can't get away from it. The stench is on him.
Is this
Everywhere
a new
he
argument?
goes.
Is this have y'all heard this like a month or a year or several years before now?
No, brother, these guys
No,
are
this is
scheming,
some new
bro. They're
moron shit.
fucking scheming. Like they're trying to figure anything out because they're throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks. Hopefully something does.
Yeah, I
It's
haven't
I mean,
heard
I'm
that
just,
argument before. It's an
I'm just
interesting
trying to
argument.
It's
think.
a weird argument.
Yeah, I would think the
Right?
subsolar point is a better
Quit
argument.
being polite to me.
Wow.
That's some dumbass shit. Damn it, weird.
I'm just sitting here trying to think, like, what is the argument here? The wind is there, the wind is moving at this particular
He's
speed.
basically
It's
saying
supposedly at the edge of this circle of the face of the earth,
yeah,
or you know, it's
hurricane
moving
weather.
at this distance, at this speed. Therefore, the earth is not flat. I mean, just
Yeah,
I
he's
think he was
saying
trying to
that the
say it would
wind
have
in
to
the
move too
south would
fast in the southern
basically be
hemisphere.
moving at hurricane speed.
It's something to do
He's
with
a
it
moron.
being faster in the south than it is
I mean,
in the
because
north.
hurricanes only happen on a sphere. I mean, even that. I mean, even if.
Well, his position was for a little bit was that he's not claiming that he's a globe earther, right? That's what he was. He was trying to go underneath the radar, like so
Mhm.
everybody can hear him say, and he would rebuttal some of the globe earthers that would come in here as if he were a flat earther. My eye was on him, but today he showed his true colors, so he's forever a anti-flat earther. There's no coming back from that. Just no
Okay,
redemption. You're just painted that.
So it
That's it.
implies that the winds are moving far faster than what we record them to be. Okay?
Oh.
Therefore, the
Yeah,
Earth is
that's
not
the
flat.
point.
Yeah, Grisp says he's a concaver. I don't know. That's new information to me. I don't know how Grisp
Hey,
knows, but he just said in the chat he's a concaver.
read the screenshot.
Interesting.
Read that, Miggy.
Where is it?
When the Globers say it, we should at least consider it, brother.
Oh.
Thank you, Kusho.
Yeah.
Kusho's my
yeah.
boy. I don't care that
Where?
he's Glover. He's still cool. So when you
Yeah,
guys fuck
that's
with him, it
it's
does offend
intel.
me a little.
Thank you.
Dude, yeah,
Appreciate
Miggy, he's been a concaver for as long as I've known him, for years, dude.
Really?
He's been
Front.
yeah, he's been a concaver for a long time.
No
He,
wonder.
Montana
even
is
in
a
the
concaver.
original Asylum, he used to come in and be like, "It's concave, guys. You're all like you're all confused."
Yeah,
Like
that's where I remember his voice from.
Something was off. Yeah, something didn't seem
a,
right.
He's a concave heckler.
Right.
Well,
Wait, hang on. Slow down for me. Hold on. Slow down for me. the man we were just talking to, Mangata.
No, 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 no. Do you
No.
see his name? That it's singularity.
I've been looking at Mangata talking.
No.
Mangakata.
Great with the
What?
words, but
No way, dude. What do you
you
guys
were
see? Who was
looking at the
talking for
wrong
you
name.
guys? I'm gonna clip his.
Oh, okay. Look, he must
Let
have
me
just
clip his name.
changed his username.
No, I'm gonna clip his
I
name.
swear
I'm
for
gonna
the
show you.
Lord, I'm not tripping, Miggy. I read Mangakata or Mangkata.
Hey, look, I'm gonna put it in the text chat. This is what his name is right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Reminds me of that
Yeah,
boy.
yeah. Tap his user. Tap his user. You're gonna see his username.
Ah, so he was going by that other one. Okay. Yeah. Nah. This
You
is
see?
yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, same man. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like
he's
a Backstreet Boy.
he's pegged now as not a flat earther.
Munundo.
So him who we just talked about. He's a concave earther.
Yes. Yes. He is. I have already
All right.
intel on him. So
What is concave Earth?
opposite of convex Earth, which is a globe. Imagine it just being inverted. The
So
globe
you're
inverted.
living inside the hollow Earth.
Yep.
Pretty much.
We found an ocean under the Earth.
Curvature would be absolutely backwards. That's why Picard said it looked like a bowl with upturned edges because he was only seeing a portion of the concave Earth, and that's the guy that said that. Now that you say that, I remember his voice. Him and the pea drinker, they were always heckling us. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know Mickey. He's the concaver that would just yell out concave till somebody muted him.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few of them in the 24/7 that would do that. But there's a bit more to it. Well, you already know. So.
Why are only rich people allowed in Antarctica?
Because the
can
golden
afford
rule.
it.
The golden rule. Those who have the gold make the rule.
Money makes the world go round. No. Golden rule is money makes the world go round.
Well, I wanted to go,
Cash is king.
but it costs $15,000.
No, it doesn't.
It's pocket
Yes,
change.
it does.
Our cruise wasn't $15,000. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. What is this then? What is that?
Do you have
Oh, it's
Arctic weather
2023.
attire?
Look at the departure date too, December 10th.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
So you have any Arctic weather attire?
That's
Yeah, it's called
limited.
a fucking coat. Jesus.
Look at 199 guests. That's a lot of
Arctic
people.
gear isn't just a coat.
It's limited to that many guests.
I do a lot of hunting. Arctic
I wonder
gear
if they're
is better than your best Carhartt outfit.
That'd be nice. Yeah, it's kind of a good. Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, you thinking about going?
It's called polar gear.
What? Do you think I'm rich?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what your bank account is.
Okay, well, it's not $15,995 per person.
That's a once in a lifetime thing. You got to think it too. It's once in a lifetime. When are you ever gonna go there? You know what I mean?
What would you do if it was capable for you to go?
I'll just get my friend to take me. He
what
goes
would
there
you
sometimes.
do there? What would you,
you
do
go.
there? What do you want to go there for?
Pet a
Why?
penguin.
Yeah, what would you do there?
No, penguins smell bad.
Then not the one that's in Antarctica. They don't smell bad over there.
You pegged what I would do if I went there. I've hunted and ate a lot of things on Earth. I've never ate a penguin, and I wouldn't mind frying one up. But what would you do if you went there?
I would just be really cold the whole time.
Stare at the icebergs.
You don't have any science.
Look,
or anything?
look. I would love to look at this. Look, if you look at this, Google Earth has half of it pixelated. I want to see the pixelated mountains personally.
Mountain ranges.
Yeah, mountain range.
Yeah.
No, the pixelated mountains. Look,
Somebody-
half of them are.
Well,
I don't
yeah.
think they would look like that in real life, though.
Are you sure?
Did you just say you want to fry up some penguin battle, Mark?
Yes, I did. I'm glad you noticed that.
I don't think there'd be too much
I heard
meat on
that
those
too.
guys, man. There's only
Bring the
blubber on
sauce.
them.
Listen,
right?
I've ate a lot of shit, man.
You
Because
can just
I'm
go
from
to.
Michigan. We fry it.
You can just go to what is it like South America? South Africa. I think you can find like penguins there.
You're not allowed to eat penguins. They're protected species.
Well, you can still
Yeah.
get it done. You can eat a lion too, but you're not supposed to.
You know what you can't eat? You can't eat a
I'll eat
polar
a
bear
fucking
because
kangaroo if you're cooking it.
Oh yeah, they
well, I
good.
think you can eat them. They're
I'll
like
eat an
deer in
alligator.
Australia.
I'll eat a crocodile. I'll eat a snake if that bitch tries to bite me and I gotta kill it. I'm eating a motherfucker. Waste
Okay.
not,
So it's
want
not
not.
bad. It's like fatty chicken.
What?
What? A
Did he just
kangaroo?
say spherical ice cubes being in booze drinks?
What?
Is it
In the
kangaroo
open
tastes
chat.
like chicken? Is that what you said?
Oh,
Kangaroo?
the first time spherical. You've never seen a spherical ice cube before?
I've seen
What
a
the
lot
fuck is a spherical ice cube?
Not a cube, it's spherical.
You've never heard?
I got a
Okay.
tray that makes booby
Well,
ice
it's
cubes.
spherical
It's
ice.
fine.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but you
spherical
could say
ice.
spherical ice cube. We know what you mean. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I was about to give you like the rundown on why spherical ice is more is better for drinks than square ice or cube ice.
So long as it
I
has
think
nothing
you
to do
can't
with
give.
wind patterns, we'll be fine.
It
I
does
think you can
actually.
give it as evidence of Earth
Jeez.
curvature.
Actually, it has
Spherical
something. It
ice.
actually has to do with the surface area of
Man, this
the
is a new
ice
one.
being larger, so it melts. It doesn't melt as quickly to water down your drink.
I think the surface area of a sphere is less than the surface area of a box. What do you mean?
That's what I
There's
mean.
less
It
surface
doesn't melt
area,
as
so there'd
quickly.
be less contact, so it wouldn't
Oh
melt.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
with
it,
you.
it
I'm with you though.
yeah, it melts less quickly.
Yeah, because there's less surface area. The same reason we shoot spheres through the air instead of boxes because they got more air resistance.
You guys all with your fancy
right.
book learning and all. Me and old Red just going down by the creek.
By the way,
You did hear me. I got an
I
ice cube tray that
discovered.
makes booby ice cubes. They don't melt too quick.
Oh yeah, Alpha. Somebody wanted me to impart my proof of spin for you. They wanted me to test it out on you. So let me know what you think. Are you ready?
Oh, that's it. Kusho's coaching her.
Are you ready? Okay, so
That's your handler, isn't it? Or is it Danny? Come on, I'll
so
pay
you
you
know
to tell
how
me.
people get like vertigo?
Mm-hmm.
Vertigo is basically you recognizing the spin of the earth, so you get dizzy.
No
Yeah,
shit. Hey,
right. Bet
I
you
got one better than that. I got one better
bet
than
you didn't
that.
think of that, huh?
No, there was one better than that actually. That's probably gonna knock your socks off. Dr.
I'm
John
not wearing
Wallace.
socks.
It's
Well,
an ear
then
infection,
that's probably apropos
but
for
hey.
this statement that I'm about to make. Dr. John Wallace said that when you are born, you actually get adjusted to the spin of the earth as you start to learn to walk. You didn't know that, did you? For the first couple
Yeah,
months
I
of your
did.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a
When did you hear that?
screenshot he posted on Twitter. He said
Oh.
he said for the first 14 months of your life,
14
you're
days
getting
and
adjusted to the spin of the earth, which is why you throw up so
Yep.
much.
Yep. And you're
And fall
wobbly
down.
like you can't. Yeah, you fall down a lot.
Once you were used to it, you
Shake
couldn't
my
just
head.
lose that. How could you just
Somebody
lose
posted that
it?
yesterday. I just memorized
If
it.
you were
Don't
already
mind me.
adjusted to it, then it
Flat
wouldn't
water put
12
it
to
in there.
18
bite
months.
you in the
Sorry.
ass.
Michael, you're really quiet in the background, dude. It's kind of hard to hear you. That's why
Oh,
people
my
keep
fault.
over talking you, dude.
Yeah, so basically, vertigo is when people start to notice that the earth is spinning, so they get really dizzy and they can't walk. So that's proof.
The
I
hell.
just I just won, by the way.
Does that
I
mean
mean,
that baby giraffes are more suited to the earthly environment because they literally get up straight away and wander about?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There goes your theory.
yeah, but see,
I saw
because
that on Animal Planet. I know
No,
what
but
Jedi's
they're a lot
talking about.
taller than humans, so they're in a different atmosphere. So when they stand up, they're spinning. Their head is spinning less fast than their feet. So I don't know. I'm just
No,
saying
it's
bunch
the
of
other way
bullshit.
around.
Oh
Their heads
no, what they say
move
that
faster than their feet.
yeah,
Also,
time dilation happens through giraffes.
their heads would be way younger than their feet.
Yeah, it's like about when a giraffe passes on, the head of a giraffe is like about 6 hours older than his feet.
Or is it the other way around?
They don't have feet, they have hooves.
Well, you know, the feet hooves.
Grisp thinks he's very cute with this meme. And it is funny.
So do you not like my glow proof?
Are they cloven?
It was good, but I don't know. Almost kind of a borderline. It's a borderline dad joke.
Yeah, I don't think it was
No,
yours.
not.
I think it was
is.
Dr. John's.
I thought about that all by myself. Okay.
Oh, it's
you had help from the doctor.
All on your lonesome?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I'll tell you what though.
You just said he posted it on Twitter. Come on.
Just noticing what's going up and down in the live stream. I see Rob Noxus has joined us as well. What's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy?
Rob.
She said,
good
I'm not
evening,
wearing
fellas.
any socks. Like it's a shock.
No, I thought about that all by myself because I'm a genius and I know
You're definitely
a lot
something
of
big.
I heard that, girl. You go right the hell on.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised you don't wear socks.
Well, I'm in my own house. Why would I be wearing socks inside of my own house?
Hey, I'll co-sign that. I'm not wearing socks right now in my house.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't.
How many people
I
aren't
don't
wearing
either.
socks right
It's
now?
cool.
I don't wear
Let's
socks
take
when
a-
I go outside or in my house.
They call me the barefoot brawler.
Okay. We got a bunch of
No,
bare
they
feet
don't.
around here.
I bet you wear shoes in your house too, don't you?
Me? No. Hell no. I take the when I get in the dump truck to drive it, I take my boots off. I love to be barefoot. That's why
What
it
about,
doesn't
like,
surprise me that other people like to be barefoot too. It's a natural thing.
You know, Mike's a country boy though. He can do that.
you have yeah, I don't like wearing shoes personally. Do you wear any other type of animal feet or just bare feet?
Oh,
Bear?
that was funny. I like that.
What do you mean?
That was kind of
Bare
funny.
feet?
That's above great dad joke level.
She is
Just
just
a little bit.
waiting to release these
I
into the
know.
voice channel.
See a
That's
couple in the
fine.
hopper.
I'm gonna be thinking about that. I'm gonna come up with a comeback, just not right now.
I'm not good at that. I can't clap back with another, zinger like that. No.
You know, I said that to my uncle one time. He came out of his camper. He was staying at his house, and he was bitching at me. And the guy's 6'2", 500 pounds. And I said, hey, Uncle Bernie, I'm not doing that. I didn't mean to make you come out here in your bare feet. And he's big as a fucking bear. So he was like, are you mocking me, kid? I was scared to death, man. This guy's 6'2". You know, he looked like Sasquatch. We just shaved him with the clippers, you know? I was like, no.
I think he's big and he's 6'2". You must be only 5'10" or 5'7".
I am 5'10", and at the time I was
I
probably
win.
5'8". I was a 12-year-old kid, so I was looking up at him like
Oh.
he was a jolly green fucking giant. Yeah. But now I'm 5'10" now, 6'2" don't scare me. It just means you're slower than me, that's all. I'll knock you the fuck out before you can blink.
I'm 5'3".
Oh, Shorty got jokes.
Yeah.
So when they say, Shorty want to ride, they're talking to you?
Yeah, let me.
She hella tall.
Moving
Gets
right
the
along.
into the clown car.
Let's
my
check and see.
comeback. Hold on, Miggy. I just got my comeback.
All right, let's see if there's anybody in the chat right now.
Who had your cum?
All right then. Yeah. Okay, let's go. All right, guys. All right.
Oh
so
my God, she's
we
one
got-
up on me again.
Yeah. All right, so we got some people in the room. We got Cargo Bomb. Welcome to the chat. Kosho Choco is in the chat.
Oh, sorry, I'm not in it. I forgot.
You're not
I
in
see
it.
Rob Noxious is in the chat. He must be bringing us some more flat Earth proof.
Oh, the flat Earth proof. I can't forget that. Yeah. Oh, Derod. Let's see. Let me go ahead and get the proof out for you guys. You always got to give props where props is due, though.
Yeah, thanks, Rob Noxious, for this, for showing
a
how
clip?
the sun sets on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat. I just got to do it, Yeah, we got to do it. There it is.
I would like
Enjoy, guys.
I would like to post it every time I.
That is awesome.
Yeah. In case you don't have it, go ahead and save it.
Yeah, I love the yellow
Appreciate
lines.
Rob.
Yellow lines are the best, dude. That's the best shit ever.
Yeah.
All right, I downloaded the video so I can use this one over and over and anything else.
In case anybody wants to know how the sun sets on a flat Earth, just show them that video, and the image goes along too. So I gave him credit too.
Everything's
in
there.
the image.
Everything's explained.
UQE's graphic designer.
No, I'm his life coach.
That's not good. That's not a good look.
Yeah,
It hit me like a ton of bricks.
Hey, we got Miracle. Is it Miracle of Nvidia? Miracle of Nvidia. Welcome. We got Pen Pal. I don't think I've ever heard of Pen Pal. Sierra's in the house. Sierra, how you doing? Who else? Wander at the very bottom. Wander, if you're there, go ahead and unmute your mic and we'll say hello.
I think I know that guy. Wanderer.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think so.
You're affiliated with this man.
If it's the guy I think it is, he was in a server with me a long time ago. But I was banned, so oh well.
That's unusual. Kind of me shocked.
Right? I know.
Mm.
Isn't it
Well,
crazy?
they do what it do, right? I mean.
Yeah. I
Rob
imagine ever
Notches,
being banned from a server.
what am I looking at in the open chat?
That's what's going on in Rob's head. That's what's going on in his head. Somebody just
I
called
cannot
me.
believe this.
Somebody used my name as an acronym today. That was weird.
That was actually original footage of the first flight Earther they ever caught in the wild. They chased him down. They did all kinds of tests on him. Hard to catch him. He's pretty fast, man. He can reach speeds of like 30 miles an hour.
Dude, Rob, your mic is trash right now. Fix your internet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it just sounds awful. I can hear you, but it's
Hold on, I'll disconnect.
sounds like you're in a can or something.
I'll disconnect and reconnect. Not even a barrel, a can.
Well, that's an old 80s slang for toilet.
Oh. I'm not from the 80s. I wouldn't know that.
You're not from the
Even
80s.
though I've heard it in the 80s movies. Is that any
That was
better?
a great time to be alive.
Any better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We got Max Smart in the house. What's up, Max?
Max and Ruby.
My head stuffing my face right now, bro.
Okay, no
Listening
response
to the
to that call.
conversation.
Yeah, what are you eating, bro?
Being feed on back.
I guess that's like too far after y'all's time. Is that a thing?
What'd you say, Gregory?
I did the call and response from Max and Ruby. No, yeah, I thought so. Y'all y'all don't recognize that child's cartoon.
I don't know.
Max Type it in. Ruby. Type it in the search engine.
Oh, that rabbit. Yeah.
There we go. That's why I said, is that after y'all's time? Is that can it work like that?
It was in a time period when I don't think I was paying attention to that. There was
right.
Like middle 90s, right? Like it was probably my teen years. Middle 90s or late 90s. I was doing stupid things at that time.
That's a very polite way of saying I do not care or I was not aware of that thing. That was during an era that I was not paying attention to it.
I mean,
I'm gonna use that.
I was doing dumb shit, man. Like, yeah.
I'm gonna use that.
Man, if I knew the things I knew now back then, damn. The chair doesn't dip below the tarp. Are you
Okay,
arguing?
you looking at that too?
Are you arguing for Rob? What?
Yeah.
You would argue for Rob, wouldn't you?
Probably, dude.
The name and the
God,
profile
dude.
he has chosen. That is just
Also,
like,
notice that sun's
wow.
getting smaller the farther away it gets. Really odd.
Yeah, I can show you one that actually does exactly what is showing there. Would you
Really?
like to see? Yeah,
I
I
can
can
show
show
you
you.
where they get bigger.
I
Weirdly
know.
weird.
I can. There's two of them. One gets bigger, one gets smaller.
Shouldn't it always just get smaller?
No,
If it's just
just
getting farther
depends on.
away?
It depends on the humidity.
Down to a pinpoint?
Yeah, not always.
Not always? That's weird.
Well, we have a very dynamic system. Duh. Of course, you wouldn't know that because you live on a globe Earth that only is uniform and static and fucking linear and like everything. It just doesn't move. It's just one
Linear?
thing. Yeah, look. Hopefully, I'll
Hello.
post.
Where was that picture? Where was that picture taken? Where
There
was
it
the
is.
picture? Where was the picture taken? Robo YOLO. Fuck you.
What?
Where was the picture? Where was the picture taken? Flat level one.
Dude, you are. Just stay that way. Better not. Better not to hear you when nobody can hear. Yeah, you're better that way, Rob.
Ra's al Ghul.
When a man devotes himself to an ideal, he becomes something more than a man.
Anybody else that's brand new in here that wants to ask some questions, you can go ahead. The floor is open.
I don't know anymore, man.
Hello?
I don't know what to ask. Like, what have some people asked in here?
Oh, basically, why is the Earth flat, or just anything? I mean, really, just to get the conversation started.
All
But
right, fine. Okay.
if
Do you
you,
think there's going to be World War III anytime soon? I'll just
I
throw
mean, you
something
didn't let
out
me
there.
finish telling you
All right,
what other
go ahead.
questions you could ask instead of that, because
Go ahead.
obviously this is a politics server, but there's other rooms for that question. This question,
All right, brother.
this room is basically just dedicated to answering questions of the shape of the Earth and/or lack of. So,
Got it.
which a question to you would be: do you know if the Earth is a globe, and if you have any evidence, what would you provide? Like
I
for the
actually
case.
don't. I don't have any. I don't really have any evidence or anything, man. So I'm just going to stay quiet.
Okay.
And for the case I just don't see you, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night.
All right.
Hello.
What's up, cool man?
Hi, sir.
Pretty good.
Are
So,
you a flat earther?
no, I'm a critical thinker, but I know the Earth is flat. So,
Oh, okay. So you're not a globalist.
no.
Oh, okay. So do you guys have like I don't believe that the Earth is a spinning globe in space either. But
Okay.
I was just wondering. I had a question. Do you guys have like a script of like arguments or something?
It's not a script, but most of the arguments that we have are never like if I was to tell you who has measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history,
No,
that's
man.
basically a question that we ask everybody, and nobody can answer it. So it you can call it probably like a script, but
Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
I'm
since
looking
nobody can
for. I'm
answer it,
looking.
yeah,
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 that's what
sure,
I'm looking for. Like a bunch of those. If you have
yeah,
one,
sure.
that like if you could point
Oh
me
yeah,
to
I
one,
Sounds
mean,
like
if
please.
sounds like recon for Gem Panda.
that's fine. I've been doing this for years, so it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah.
They could put it on a poster and paint it and do it all kinds of stuff with it if they like. All right, the first question. There's only three main ones. The argument, what props up the Earth as a globe, and I mean you can actually get further into it, but just present it like you're only asking them their knowledge about the Earth, right? Just put it to them like, okay, I'm only going to ask you for your information, and you this isn't like okay, preface it like it's not a back and forth. Do it
Okay.
that way. Just say I just want to know if you know these questions. If not, that's fine. So the first question, I don't know if you want to write it down or not, but who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance?
Mhm.
And what you're looking for is like elevation change or the slope. So if the Earth is sloping in any way, then you should know like what the drop rate over any distance should be, like from your reference point to any target distance. So you can use like a target distance of, whatever, 10, 20 miles. How much drop rate over the distance would there be on a ball of the radius, diameter, circumference that they say that the Earth is? And if you don't know what the radius, diameter, circumference is, all you got to do is look it up.
Okay.
And yeah, that information is public. So that's the first question. You want
Okay.
you
Thank
want
you
them
for
to
that. I got that one.
yeah, yeah. Second one is the axial rotation. So, can they answer the question, who's ever measured the spin of the Earth, axial rotation, anytime in history? And
Okay.
yeah, they're gonna have to provide you three. Always remember this. Put this like on the side of that: primary source, citation, and a demonstration. Those are the
Mhm.
three things, the three key components to go with these three questions. Always remember in each one of these, you're gonna have to provide. They're gonna have to provide that if they know. So axial rotation is the second question. Who's ever directly measured that? You can add a little more and say, because we know that at the equator, they said that it should be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour, because that's what the number they value they give it, right? At
Mhm.
the equator. So then you're gonna ask them how and who measured that. So they should give you primary source, citation, demonstration, and then the very last one, it's easy. It's gas pressure without a container. The gas pressure without a container argument goes like this. They're telling us that the gas pressure that we're breathing right now is said to be around 14 psi on the surface, right? That you can measure.
Okay.
So 14 psi on the surface, but as you go higher in elevation, it decreases to a super low pressure of close to around at the end of the exosphere, about 10 to the negative 6, right? So that's like really low pressure. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
strong vacuum. So the cosmic vacuum, as it's described to us, is said to be a high pressure differential from the surface. So what we're asking is, if you have that pressure differential, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Because in every instance, gas pressure is said to be uh, the necessity for, excuse me, the container is said to be the necessity for gas pressure. So if you think about it like this, you can look it up as a conditional statement, right? A conditional statement would require the container. If the container is not present, then the gas pressure cannot be defined. Like on Earth, we don't define. Daz, your mic is cutting in. I'll mute him. So basically, the gas pressure, like I said before, is defined by its container. So the gas pressure is defined force per unit area exerted by gas on the walls of its container. Force per unit area exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So if we're saying what direction does gas go, if they say, well, it's gravity, then you can say, okay, so gravity has a vector of down according to mainstream science, right? Like they'll say the gravity's
Yes.
pulling everything to the ground. That would be the answer for the
Yes.
globalist to answer,
That's what
right?
I was
But
thinking. Yeah.
yeah, but then you could demonstrate to them, okay, so if gravity is the answer to that, then you're going to have to talk about what vector gas has. Gas has an omnidirectional vector. That means in all directions. If you
Okay.
see gas dispersion, right, like as it disperses everywhere or dissipates, then
Yeah.
you see that gas moves in any and all directions. There's no bias towards down. Gas doesn't have a bias towards down. One thing they will do is, well, actually, a couple things. They'll try to assume that gravity is a container, whereas on the side that you're making the conditional statement, only the container can be present, then gas pressure can be defined. If it's not present, then the gas pressure cannot be defined. And if they say gravity is a container, then their burden of proof lands on their shoulders to demonstrate that gravity somewhere is a container for gas. And they can't point up to the sky and say, look, it's just, I'm pointing to the sky. That's the container. Then you would tell them, well, you can't point to the thing in question because that's what's
Yeah.
in question right now.
Because that's begging the question.
It's begging the question. So it's a circular argument. So you're gonna have to tell them, you just demonstrate to me gas pressure held by gravity in a location, and we can go forward from there. There isn't anywhere on Earth that can be demonstrated because, like I said before, gravity does not affect gas in any way. Gas moves freely to any and all vectors. So there isn't a bias towards gas. So that's the three main points. However, we can expound on them a little more. I just kind of give you a brief overview if you want to
Okay.
like jot those down.
Thanks.
So
Yeah.
yeah, curvature, axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and the gas pressure without a container.
That's
Which
interesting. I'm
yeah
not. I thank you for that. I'm not
yeah
really understanding the third one because I'm Like, I don't know. I feel like I might be able to imagine in my head some. Well, I don't know. I don't
Some way
know.
to negate it?
Could you talk about that? I'm not understanding.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna actually let somebody tap in for a Jedi. Jedi, if you're here, to kind of elucidate the point.
To make it simple, when we talk about gas pressure without a container, obviously you understand that they say up there's a vacuum, down here there's gas pressure that is uncontained from that vacuum. Entropy should take effect in this instance, and the gas should disperse into the lower pressure environment. Problem number one. Problem number two, like Alpha Veritas has pointed out, the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If there's no container for the gas to press upon, we won't be able to achieve gas pressure, and like I said, no container, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse in the vacuum of space. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you for that. I think
No
I
worries.
understand.
If you got any other questions, man, if I haven't answered you correctly, then or
Yeah,
something you
I'm sorry.
understand.
I forgot to mention that the reason why they say space or the vacuum of space or the cosmic vacuum, however you want to describe that, Coleman, cannot exist because of the fundamental aspect that it would break the second law of thermodynamics. So maybe you want to go over that a little bit,
Yeah.
Jedi. 'Cause I don't-
Wait. Say that. Can you
Sure.
say that again?
Yeah, Jedi, if you're there, I can go over with him if you want me to, or you can do
It
it.
would.
It don't
So
matter to me.
space would break the second law.
Yes, he'll
Yeah.
talk about it.
Yeah. Could you explain
So,
that, please? That's interesting.
so the second law of thermodynamics deals with how energy and matter with energy moves. It can be demonstrated in three ways. So, one instance, if I've got a hot cup of coffee, we all agree that over time that cup of coffee will get cold. That's a direction. We understand that when we have, say, a balloon that's got high pressure gas inside and we pop the balloon, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. And also, when we talk about energy as well, energy disperses from high to low. This is the simplest description I can give of the second law. It's basically entropy and how entropy acts.
Okay.
So when we say that the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation, it's because the Earth's high pressure is an open system within that paradigm, which would mean that entropy would take effect and the high pressure would disperse into the lower pressure environment. Entropy would, as it always does, increase. They're claiming an entropy decrease, as in the gas isn't dispersing into that vacuum of space, which is the violation of that law.
So you're saying if it wasn't a closed system and there was no firmament, as in the globalist model, that the whole atmosphere would just be sucked out by space?
Sucked is probably not the best word to use because
Or
the
there just
vacuum
wouldn't be
actually.
one.
Yeah, the high pressure energy gas would disperse into the lower pressure environment. The gas is the thing that moves.
But then they're gonna say that gravity keeps it around the rock
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, they'll say that, and this is why Alpha Veritas kind of elucidates that as well. You need an observation of gravity changing the path of gas molecules. We understand that gas movement is freely and randomly in all directions, so we don't have the observation of gravity even acting on it.
I understand what you're saying. So you have to. So the claim is that the gas is affected by gravity, the planet's gravitational pull, but that hasn't been demonstrated.
Correct.
No, exactly that.
Okay, that sounds like a good point. Thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries, man.
I'm just looking for arguments to use against people in my real life. I'm not debating on Discord, so that
Yeah,
should be it.
these are all great points, man. If you want any more information, just come back and ask, dude. We'll be happy to tell
Thank
you
you.
more.
Thanks, I appreciate it, guys. Have a nice night.
Sure, you too, man.
I'm gonna go use these.
Take good care.
Go for it.
Well, I kept pointing to the other server, but all good.
I mean, I can't understand what you're saying. Does anybody else understand what you're saying?
Oh yeah, I thought he was speaking just fine. He's
Oh.
all right. I don't want him to
You're
fix
getting
it.
better.
Fuck, dude.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, sorry.
I was on the bad mic. I was just gonna say,
Oh,
before you go, like direct him to the other server, but that's all good.
he might.
It's
Guy
fine.
might be back.
Platter's over there by himself listening to the music bot.
No, it doesn't look like they're listening because they're deafened.
Oh shit! Earth's a ball.
It's a ball. All right.
Yeah, that's what I've said for years.
What? Earth's a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
Water, usually.
You've
Hey,
got a
you're
boat.
nonstop with the jokes, huh?
Yeah, my life's a joke.
No, don't do that.
If we got anybody new in the server, I keep flicking up and down the chat. I recognise most people's names. There's somebody down the bottom called the Honourable something or other. I can't read the rest of the name. Who else we got?
I got some
Go on.
some images here. I was looking up from the second law of thermodynamics, and I'm just posting them in the chat. You know, in case you guys want to check them out.
That's a fantastic quote there by Rob Noxious. I like that one. I'll read it out for the class. The good thing about science is that it is true, whether you believe it or not. I'm
Yeah.
paraphrasing.
You like that, Jedi?
I'd say the same.
Yeah, I like that. I like the way that it's got. I like the way it's got a little picture of was that Earthrise over the surface of the moon. That's
and then right beneath it, you have some science.
What is science? Natural science, specifically.
You right beneath it, you have some science. Where? In the same image? I don't think so. That's just a cartoon, man, that you believe is real.
Yeah. No, the other one at 10 o'clock with Chris Farley.
Oh my god. You do know that if Jaren did that actually, and there was some curvature there, you know that would screw their whole globe in an instant, right? If that was, I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah. You know what you should do, Alpha, is you
Just
should go
saying,
through
man.
Yeah. You should go through all these experiments that you heard of, like Aristoteles, and do them all yourself, and then videotape it, and then put it on the internet.
Why? They're not going to prove evidence of anything.
What you should do, Rob?
Oh, I'm not saying it's going to. I'm just saying you should do it.
Get a new saying. Get something that's not 6 years old, and refute it 1,000 times. Bob, not even the one that used the fiber optic or the gyro.
Yeah, no, we've
Bob
defeated.
didn't do that. And if he did and he proved anything, where the fuck's his Nobel Prize, bitch? Because we want it in his name.
No, but not only that, like if Jaren had proved that that was curvature, then everybody would be jumping up and down to know what the drop rate over that distance was. What is the drop rate over that distance that Jaren figured out? I wonder. You guys never thought of that. How big the Earth would be if he did find curvature. You never played it that way. Okay, let's say Jaren did find curvature. What would the size of the Earth be? Never thought about that one, huh?
Who did? Who never thought about it?
Any of you guys? You never thought if he did find
Well, how
curvature?
big would it be, Rob?
Yeah.
Answer the question.
How big would the Earth be?
Maybe the size of New Mexico.
If that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Come
Look
on,
at the
Rob.
image. No, look at it. Here, I'm gonna get it because I gotta. Here, let me take a snapshot. Let me take a still.
Rob.
Yeah, check this out.
I swear, I often wonder how many beers a day do you drink, Rob?
Here, check this
out. I don't drink alcohol, bro.
Yeah,
nice
try. Hang on. Look at the image I just posted.
Really?
Right, that's the middle. Hey, Mike.
Yeah,
check
really.
This out. Yeah,
this
hang on,
is
Rob.
natural,
dude. Wait. Look, check out the image that I just put in there. I want you to see something.
Yeah. Okay, let's go over it, Alpha. Let's go over it.
Yeah, no. Look.
Do your spiel. Do your spiel real quick.
No, yeah. Do you see? Look where Jaren's standing, and then the camera is, and the little arc that's right there. Complete that arc.
Yeah.
Complete it.
Yeah, it's a it's a cartoon. It's a fucking just a diagram. It's not a literal transition.
Now it's a cartoon.
Well, here's the thing.
No, oh my god. Can I talk? Alpha, can I talk?
Dude,
okay.
no.
When Jaren did it, it wasn't an experiment when Jaren did it.
No, he did the experiment in real life. You can watch the video. This what you're saying is just a meme. It's just a meme.
Now it's a cartoon.
No, it's a meme to make it. It's a fucking.
Listen.
It's a fucking meme. I know it's a meme.
Hold
on.
Why
did you put it up, Rob?
Rob, if Jaren did an experiment with the flashlight, what was the hypothesis? Come on.
You put it up.
What was the theory? What were the predictions?
Yeah, everybody complete that circle.
What did we say?
With the Earth be?
If this is that, then the light was that, and it equal this. What's that?
I bet
can you give me a PDF citation to all that?
Let me see. Here, let me. All right.
Hey, is my mic still shit? Or is it better?
You're actually coming in pretty good. But here, check this out.
I turned the helicopter off.
I found the perfect Earth that little meme would represent. This one. That's what it looks like. You completed the circle.
It's funny. It's got one road. That's my job there too. Don't none of you touch that.
I live there.
Maintaining that fucking road. That's my shit.
Dude, how is it? You put it up there, man. So look at that curvature that he's on. I just want to, dude. I gotta say, man, you always put them really good. Sometimes you just gotta thank Rob for these good images, man.
Well, like you said, that poop that he threw right there, it didn't stick to the side of the barn. So he's got to throw it anyway. That's what monkeys do. They throw feces, right? He's a monkey on a ball, right? Big Bang, chimpanzee, just flinging feces around, hoping something sticks.
Yeah. See, when you complete that circle where the green is, it would be, small little ball. I think Jaren's probably the only one on that planet right there.
Hey, what's that song? It's a small world after all.
It's a fucking small world.
It's a small, small world.
They never see the thing about these anti-flat earthers. They don't think what they're doing. They just think they got a gotcha.
Hey, we could literally join hands around that earth, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
We could all hold hands and sing "Kumbaya fucking ah."
That's absolutely brilliant.
That's brilliant that you show what it would actually be by that shorter distance. If there is curvature in that shorter distance, how small would it make it?
That's why they don't think about stuff. They're just like, oh, we got a gotcha here. No, you don't.
Shit, the Earth's smaller than the moon. Yeah.
There's probably tinfoil collections that are probably bigger than that. I think, who was it? Remember Pee Wee Herman? He had one in his closet. It was probably bigger than that.
Yeah. Pee Wee's Playhouse.
You remember that?
Yeah, I do. Captain Kangaroo had some too, you know, hanging from his ceiling.
They make it too easy for me. That's okay, Rob. It's not your
They're
fault.
making it easier by the day.
Yeah.
Seems to be.
He just comes in here and self-destructs, and then it's like, oh well. Yeah, I even have a meme for this special occasion.
Do we need to let Rob off the leash and unmute him so he can defend?
You can let him. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I want to.
I'm not in a hurry either, but you can unmute him.
We'll see what happens. There you go, Rob. You can defend your position. So, using the calculations of Jaren's quote-unquote experiment, how big would the Earth be?
Inquiring minds want to know.
Come on, Rob. I've let you out your cage. Using the measurements that Jaren did, how big would the Earth be?
He clammed up, huh?
Oh well.
Fine.
I'll put him back to bed. So a moment of silence for Jarenism's tiny Earth. Awesome.
Oh shit! Somebody's playing a cricket. Someone's got a soundboard in here.
Oh no. Got a few new people in chat though, I think. Got Fivers. We've got KHWR Radio. Just gonna add that on. Who else we got? Somebody called Penelope. Hello, Penelope. Riding on Eggshells has joined us. Wonderful.
Never a dull
Sierra's
moment.
in the house.
I love
Yeah.
riding on eggshells. He's funny.
Is he?
He's definitely
Yeah.
something beginning with Beth. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the Politics server. We primarily come from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. We're here as guests at the moment, having conversations with people about the shape of the Earth. If you want to ask us questions as to why we make the claim that the Earth is stationary and flat and not flying around in some cosmic vacuum, you can unmute your microphones and you can ask those questions. If you've got some kind of heliocentric belief, though, and you want to start dying on hills for things that you don't know but think that you do because other people have told you, then you can provide us with the evidence that you don't directly have but other people have told you. I only think we've heard Aristosthenes 12 times today. The usual quota is about 20, so you need to hurry up with that. According to Rob, now the radius has no significance. That's an interesting point.
Yeah, he threw orbital mechanics under the bus.
So real quick, yeah, I had some intel for the mods. Please look at the mod channel, please.
Yep.
Hello, I would like access to the VOD channel. Thank you.
Request denied.
Oh man.
It's guarded by a sentient being. To acronym letter AI.
I had to shoot my shot.
Yep.
It would have worked if you didn't account for Coriolis.
Ah, that's funny because I said shoot my shot. I get it.
I'm going to tell all my enemies they have to account for Coriolis.
I've got to tell my enemies they can go and hide behind Earth curvature. Good luck with that.
I always tell my enemies that I'm going to find them.
And here we are.
Oh,
I'm going to tell them I won't find them behind that Earth curve I told them to hide behind.
I went AFK for a minute and Rob's muted. what happened?
Rob?
Yeah.
No, he brought evidence of the Earth, proof that the Earth is not a globe once again. He always does that, but it's okay. Like I'll show you. Just gotta remind people.
It's like Taken. You got a special skill. You will find them.
I mean, I can take Rob Noxious back off mute again. I gave him the opportunity to, with Jaren's measurements, give us the conclusion of those measurements, as in how big the Earth would be. He failed to speak, but if anybody else wants to entertain him, I've got no issue with muting him again. I'm muting
Now
him.
I'll show you the evidence, Crit. Check it out. Yeah, put it in chat.
Damn.
Yeah, I was
just
saying,
a small little hill there, and he calls that's a curve of the Earth.
Yeah, I was saying, how big do you think the Earth would be if Jaren measured that curvature like that?
Holy
Just saying,
shit! Jaren proved it was a small world with a flashlight. What the fuck was Aristosthenes doing?
You know, I saw this clip on the documentary, but I didn't think it was actually supposed to. The people would come out and claim that it's a curve of the Earth.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Holy shit, Rob!
Either.
Telling you, man. He's just a treasure trove of information there.
Yeah, because overall, if I may, I would like to keep Rob off mute as much as possible because he gets bullied so much on other servers that he doesn't really.
It's not gonna happen.
Oh man, Crit, you want to set him up to get bullied here too?
Okay,
no, I was hoping he wouldn't get bullied here. I wanted to find a space.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
Crit, if I was still lead mod, I would mute you myself.
I know, for concerned trolling, right?
You're goddamn Skippy.
I think Crit's doing God's work, man. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, just like when you hear him on Gem Panda's server, he's all ramped up. He's all energetic. He's like, trying to prove something, trying to, like, hey, everybody, I'm one of you. Watch how much I can shit talk Crit.
Yeah, he's just trying to fit in.
Yeah, he's trying to fit in with a group of people who will never accept him. They will never accept who he is.
And the fact that you actually, show some concern for a person who's on the opposite side of the debate, I say that speaks volumes about your morals and ethics. It's an honor to know you, Crit.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Crit's a nice person.
You know, with the same token, it's that niceness that he gets into people's heads and lives in their head for like a year. That he broke 2 people, 3 people so far that I know of.
Hold
they
on,
come in
hold
here,
on.
they're looking for Crit.
We got to give some more credit where credit's due, okay? Alishness is a person too, kind of.
Hey, she won up me on a pervert joke. She's the first girl to get more perverted than me. Touche, good for you. You bested the battle mod. It's like 9 years, man. She took my fucking belt. She said, "Who had my cum?" Holy shit! I still ain't got a retort for it. I was gonna tell you in the text, but I didn't want to sound perverted. But you bested me in the pervert jokes, and good for you.
I got to use that joke that Elijah said.
I'm just an honest person. We're all people. I love you all. You fulfill a dream for me. Thanks. And I don't care what side you're on. You're here having a conversation.
Oh yeah, if you'd like to. Dr. Dream Crusher wants me to play the Space Time pushes you into your chair. Michio Kaku. Set up a real debate. Rob Nasha says, "Let's do this, dude." That would what 2017. We're done. We're just here for the, the snacks, basically.
That joke with Elijah today, where he said, "Hey, some of the people in here have the retention, or have the attention of a squirrel and the retention of sperm," and I said, "Yeah, that's just nuts." And I got to use that later on at work. It was so funny.
That was brilliant.
I know.
That honestly, that
That's
had
funny.
me rolling when you said that. Just I never put the two together, and you did perfectly, man. And that was awesome.
I know it was like one of those perfect, just off the cuff, unscripted moments that are really, like the spice of life, the finer things,
No,
or-
Crit's leveling up his game, man. I don't know. He's leveling up. Yeah, I was saying earlier, he broke like 3 people. One guy came in there looking for him. Where's Crit at? Is Crit here? I was like, no, man, he's not. Well, you were in the chat, but I guess you were out doing something. But he was looking for you. He
Crit's
didn't find
always
you,
been
so he
a
left.
he's always been a problem for these guys. Like we used to go to other servers and he would just psychoanalyze them into oblivion.
They hate that shit. Dude.
Yeah.
They get all fired up and whatnot.
I don't think anybody's fired up.
Yeah, the ones he gets in people's heads, they are. As a matter of fact, you were at one point. He's like, dude, I'm just extending the olive branch. He's like, no, get the fuck away, Crit. I don't want you to be my friend. I'm a lone wolf or some shit. And I'm like, dude, relax, bro. Just trying to be your friend.
Me relaxed. That was me totally relaxed.
Well, didn't sound relaxed at the time you were saying it.
Well, this doesn't sound relaxed. You don't know me.
I
You
know
sound
whose
like the
head
fucking
Crit is in
Peanuts
right now.
Peanuts Gallery teacher right now.
All right.
What is a penis gallery?
Oh my god.
Peanuts Gallery.
Oh, I that's what I
Really?
thought you said. That's why I was
Really?
like,
She's got
yeah,
a
that
penis.
is
She's
actually
got
what I thought you
sex on her.
said.
She got a sexual shit on her. This one.
Sorry.
Yo, you need Jesus
That's why I
today.
was
You need
confused.
Jesus today.
Don't
Get
be sorry
yourself
to me.
out the gut.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I finally got a comeback for that. You ask who had it, your mom.
Oh, Jesus. It took you that long?
Wow,
It took you that long?
way late.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
I just didn't want to say it there. It wasn't funny.
No, it wasn't.
Jedi, I think from all the jokes you've made, we can both take solace in the fact that we both need Jesus.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, sister. I'll agree with you on that one.
I know it's supposed to be this way.
Shit, I can't find that video. It's somewhere.
You know how many people silently in the room said amen without other people hearing them because they were scared of what people would think? Oh, that's a lobby killer. Yeah, you're all sinners. Get back to debating, damn it. We're all
Like-
short of the glory.
I'd like to remind you of Matthew 6:6. Please look it up.
Hey, we got Ebo the
I don't
noob
have
in the
to,
house.
touche.
Ebo the noob, are you there? Ebo the noob.
Ebo.
Flatsy Klein just joined us. What's up, Flatsy? Fidget's in the house. What's up, Fidget? Oh,
Not much, bro.
shit.
Just eating cereal. Listen.
Well, we're ready to get into it with some of these anti-flat earthers, but there's nobody in here, so.
You said hey, and I wanted to say hey, guys.
Welcome, Flatsy.
Yeah, we're just
So,
showing. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, Jedi's probably gonna ask you the question. Are you in your kitchen?
Dang it, I
Yeah.
am.
You need to get.
Hey, that's a popular hangout out in the country, isn't it? That's where I am. That's where all the food is.
Oh yeah, I just finished making my husband something to eat because I kind of ate a late. I don't know what
Grandkids done
to
took
call it.
over
I
my
ate
room.
late because I had an avocado and I wanted to make some eggs and.
Nice.
That's what I had today, and I'm still full, so I just made him a burger.
I want a burger.
You ate an egg and some eggs and avocados?
Yeah.
I did little steamed carrots with Parmesan cheese in the air fryer today.
And my
Tried it out.
ex used to do that. Eat a salad, and I'm eating a steak and a 4-course meal. I used to feel bad about that.
I mean,
I'm on.
I would normally like meat. I would have just eaten a straight meat patty. So, but
I'm
I'm
on
still
that.
full.
I'm on that too mad. Anybody doing too mad?
No, what are you on a
Too
diet?
mad.
Yeah, 2 meals a day.
2 meals a day. I like
Uh,
doing 1 meal a day.
Oh, yeah, I eat twice a day.
I feel
I
like
don't
that's a
eat
sweet spot.
lunch. I never eat lunch. I haven't ate lunch that often in my lifetime. When I was in service, I'd give it away.
I do the. I don't eat breakfast.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at, Timbo.
Yeah, it's
Well,
the
I'm real
easiest one to
slim.
do because you do dinner and then you you go to sleep, and then it's easy just to go about your day until lunchtime.
Yep.
Survive on black coffee and water, you know, like it's fine.
Yeah,
I
I've
hate
never liked
breakfast
that
food.
feeling of being overfull. I think that's why I'm slim.
Mike, it sounds like you're Chopper Dave right now.
Does it?
Yeah.
What is that?
Dude, he's got a.
It's going crazy, dude.
I got a
It's a
cool
playing card. It's a playing card in his fan.
That's a motorized flashlight. That's a motorized flashlight.
Did it cut?
Did I?
It's a listen. I got an Alienware laptop, and they're plagued with overheating problems. It sits on a stand that's a fan.
Oh.
When I say the fan, it's not my window fan. It's the fan for my Alienware laptop because the prick costs $4,000, but it over fucking heat.
Bro, why do you
How
need
could-
Alienware?
Junk, dude.
Yeah, well, both of us.
Well, listen, live and learn. Okay, I should have read the reviews. I work too much. I didn't get to read the reviews, so I had to pay to learn. I wish we would have talked before I bought it. I'd have got something better.
I would have told you to build your own damn computer. It's not that hard.
That's what I'm thinking about doing next. Like I run Linux now, so I know a little something. I could rebuild this thing, but if it'd need a new motherboard, and then it wouldn't overheat. And I might as well just buy a new computer for that, or start with the motherboard and build a tower instead of a
Yeah,
laptop.
you might as well just build a new computer. Don't build a laptop. I mean,
Yeah,
laptop gives you portability, but
right, you build a tower. Yeah, I'm with you. But the laptop, I got a platform in my truck that I can mount it on, just like the police do. To mount for my laptop. And I got a hotspot so I can take it with me anywhere. But I want to build a good tower for the house. I was thinking about just going to the junior college and taking a class.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Could agree more.
Yeah. Same. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Probably the best blow proof today, mate. Yep.
I'm serious.
Sounds like he's got Alienware too, Battle Mod.
No.
Yeah. It's funny. The first time I couldn't figure out what it was, and then I was like, "Oh wait, it's got to be that fan."
did you say you were going to try to go to college to learn to build a computer?
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a junior college course.
There's nothing to learn. You plug the RAM where the RAM goes.
Yeah, I know, but I want to learn some other stuff too about apps, software.
Oh, hacking?
No, that would be.
Is it me or Rob?
Yeah.
DOS.
You don't learn DOS.
Well, that's
DOS,
what I
isn't that like
started
back in
on.
the 80s?
Listen, that's what I started on in the 80s. Yeah, with my Apple IIc, my first computer.
Damn, bro. They've.
I can build
Yeah,
one.
Mike's old school. Fuck it.
I want to. Yeah, I can use my Apple IIc right now if I wanted to. You just got to get some
additions for it or create them so you can have an Earthonet, a port for it, Ethernet, Earthonet, whatever the hell you want to call it. But they didn't come with Wi-Fi, You got to put that shit in. And then you need external memory too. Like my Apple didn't have what your phone has, and if your phone's a cheap phone, It took 12 hours. Like when I first got it, I got video games and I was downloading this thing from the board. It was called the board. This was before the World Wide Web. We had a Michigan web page that linked a bunch of computers together, and we made our first wired connection through the phone line, and they connected to us through fiber optics, and that formed the World Wide Web. But I downloaded a picture. Now, it took 6 hours to download it and then 6 hours to upload it. And it was scrolling. The image would come up. I got to see the girl's face. I got to about areola, and my mom came in and unplugged the whole computer, and I was like, man, I had 10 hours into that. And she just boxed it up and took it downstairs. My dad said, well, what did you think he was going to get on the internet? She said, I don't know, science? I said, that's biology, Mom. That's a science. I wasn't Swift, though. You people will never know our struggle. Like, you dialed a number and wait for an hour to get a connection, Well, a bunch of noise went off in your room. The computer heated the room.
Freaking dial up. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Remember
someone would ring. Someone would ring and throw you out.
Yeah. You got call waiting and caller ID. You're like, damn it, your boyfriend keeps calling Becky and kicking me off the internet. I'm going to drive over there and kick his ass.
That's why you needed a pager. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They don't know what.
Do you ever have a pager that's one of your friends would dial 911 on there too? Like when the number would come out, you were like, "Oh, gotta go."
Look, Miggy, when I was younger, my aunt was a nurse. She ran a home health business. And she had a pager that was a voicemail. It was an answering machine on her hip. And I thought, yeah, that's cool. I'll get that. Until I'm at my grandma's house doing work for my grandma just before I went into service, and my friend just come over the damn answer machine like, hey man, we need to get together and get drunk and get stoned, man. It'll be the last time we can do this. And my grandma's, this God-fearing Adventist woman. And it just blurts out, I got it on automatically do it. So if I'm at the damn gas station, the answer machine just goes off. My grandma's like, oh my God. I said, well, Grandma, I'm getting it all out before I go to service. What can I say? I'm a sinner. Pray for me. I love that woman, but I felt bad that day. My mom had that pager for a long time because of that incident. When I went to service, she kept it, right? And I'm one of them country boys now. I went to service for 12 years. When I came home, I went to the same place I grew up at, the farm. It's the only place I've ever lived except for when I was in service and where I was stationed. And I come home and my room looks exactly like it did, before I left on my 18th birthday. 3 days before my 18th birthday. So my room, that's what kind of country folk I come from. I come back and the room was 100% the way it was when I left, and my mom still dusted everything and vacuumed. And I thought, Christ, how'd I ever live like this?
You never came home on leave though, and never saw the room.
Well, yeah, I did, Craig, yes. But every time it looked exactly like I left it. Me and my brother shared that room because I had 5 brothers and 6 sisters. So me and my brother shared that room. So his stuff is still there too. Like my Star Wars toys, they're in the toy box in my actual first bedroom. Now I have my parents' room. My daughter has my grandfather's section of the house, which is like your own kitchen, bathroom.
den and a couple rooms to sleep in. Just like a different section of the house. But my grandfather wanted his whole family to live here. So like, oh, you're gonna have your family. Okay, we'll just build you a house right next to this house, and we'll re-roof it so it's one roof. Just make the house bigger. Fuck it. That was my grandpa. Got the old section, the new section. It's cool though. I think the world would be a better place if everybody grew up in a family like the family I grew up in.
Are you guys real people, man? Are you guys like NPCs? Because everything, it's like you guys have all these bullshit stories, man. It's like one bullshit, you got bullshit somebody else.
I could barely hear that, dude.
He said that we're NPCs because all our stories are bullshit, and we should try to bullshit someone else, or something along those lines.
Maybe
So,
Rob
girl-
Noxious will find scientific evidence of his mic working.
So he doesn't believe my my family root story, like growing up with grandma and
Show me,
grandpa and
show me a
great grandma.
picture. Show me a picture of the room.
Why do you care what his room looks like?
A picture of my what?
Of your room. He had to see a picture of your room. It wouldn't prove anything anyway. Yesterday or 2 days ago, when McToon was here, he completely brain farted how to use his microphone, and he blamed Flat Earth for that.
Yeah,
Rob still said to this day that Flat Earthers shut his mic off. Even
I
after
know,
people
I
looked
heard
at the
it.
video, they saw the
Listen.
video that it was his fault. He never even checked other channels to see maybe it's something. If I think I'm one channel I'm muted in, check another channel. You'll go through a troubleshooting process.
Go watch your video. I was in the room. He tried it. You idiot. Shut up.
Yeah, I know. I was the video showed that his mic was not red. He just is bricked. He's too
That's
dumb
funny.
to use Discord.
Rob Crit was sticking up for you, you son of a bitch.
Not gonna prove. See, you'll never be able to prove to Rob
his mic
anything.
sucks again. Listen, learn to work your mic, Rob.
See, right now, you could play back the audio for Rob and show him how bad his mic is working. He'll say, no, it wasn't. It's a Flat Earth conspiracy.
Yeah, it sounds like he's in the bottom of a toilet, dude.
Good one. Can I ask a question about?
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know. We could just talk about other stuff if we want to.
We could try.
I mean,
it would.
How do you think does Rob mic sound? Does Rob's mic sound shitty?
Come
or
on,
not?
Crit.
That's
Now
pretty
let's
fucking
walk
ass.
past Rob.
Okay.
Go ahead, Fidget.
That's why I don't want to talk to him because it's fucking ear rape. Yeah. So this picture this guy posted, he said there's 4 atomic clocks being flown around the Earth. I haven't seen this before. I'm curious what you guys think about it. And what, like, how does he, I don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. The equation for an atomic clock to work is the life expectancy of a certain atom at rest. But then you fly them around and you say there's a discrepancy when the atomic clock is in motion of how it keeps time. Well, that's right. It's not, the equation isn't based on the lifespan of the atom in motion. It's the lifespan of the atom in rest. So when you accelerate it, the atom's now in motion and the lifespan will be different. Accelerated particles don't last as long as motionless particles. So the wrong equation is used, and that's why there's a difference in the time because of movement. It's not a proof of anything. And what would you think it would be a proof of?
I have no fucking clue. It's just kind of interesting. I've never seen it before. I don't know what the guy. I don't know why it has to do with flat Earth and why this guy thinks it's.
They say it proves relativity, and I want to know if
it
anybody in
proves
here
Einstein's
knows
relativity.
why. How does it supposed to prove relativity? Is it linked contraction, Miggy?
Well, let me just read what it says here in the Popular Science for you guys.
Yeah,
'Cause
time
there's
is
different articles there's different articles that talk about it, but apparently, let me just give it to you the way the article puts it. Scientists delved into the atoms of the element cesium, where a process called hyperfine transition emits and absorbs microwaves, which scientists could time very precisely with the help of a vibrating quartz crystal. That underpins the basis of how scientists measure time today and allowed them to craft a more accurate definition of the second in 1967. That definition hasn't changed significantly in over half a century, nor has the timing of the atomic clocks used to create it. Those clocks wouldn't have lost a second since the extinction of the dinosaurs. But better atomic clocks are here, and they're good for more than just keeping time. They're great physics tools too. Now, two different groups have created clocks that can measure subtle physics within the clocks themselves. The research teams published their respective results in two different papers in the Journal of Nature in February 16. These new clocks can measure one of Albert Einstein's predictions in time dilation due to gravity on the smallest scale yet. Cutting edge atomic clocks such as these use neither cesium nor quartz. Instead, their foundation is pancake like structures of the super chilled strontium atoms. Their operators can control the atoms using a laser that emits visible light, hence, they're called optical clocks. One such optical clock exists at the University of Wisconsin Madison. This clock holds six strontium pancakes, in effect, six smaller clocks in the same structure. There's nothing unique about that number. They could add more or less. Six is somewhat arbitrary, says Shimon Kolakowitz, a physicist at the University of Wisconsin Madison. The Madison clock can keep time to within 1 second over 300 billion years, over 20 times longer than the age of the universe. That would have been a world record, but this clock is not even the most powerful one out there. It's outmatched by another multi-clock at JILA, a joint project of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, at the University of Colorado Boulder. I could go a little bit more. There's only a little bit more left here. Having multiple clocks in the same device isn't necessarily useful for timekeeping. Which clock do you watch, for instance? But they do allow you to compare the clocks to each other. Since these clocks are very precise, they can measure some very precise physics. For instance, the Boulder group could test time dilation within one device. And then there's a quotation here. It's kind of been up until now something you find comparing separate clocks over distances, says Tobias Bothwell, a graduate student at JILA and NIST. According to relativity, time slows the faster you go as you approach the speed of light. Gravitational fields can cause the same slowdown too. The stronger the field, the greater the time dilation. Take Earth. The closer you are to Earth's center, the more Earth's gravity is pulling you down, and the more time dilation you experience. In fact, you're experiencing time slower than birds above your head, and the stuff under your feet is actually experiencing time slower than you are. Earth's core is actually 2.5 years younger than Earth's crust. That might sound like a lot, but against our planet's 4.6 billion year long history, it's not even a drop in the bucket of time. Yet scientists have been measuring these kinds of subtle differences for decades, using everything from gamma rays to radio signals to Mars. Indeed, atomic clocks. There's a bit more. It's going to talk about the comparison of the flights, the commercial flights. I know I stopped there, but
How did they measure the age of the core if they can't even get to it?
we don't need to concern ourselves over that. All that we need to
Why?
know.
That's
Well,
fine.
why do we? It's fine. It just works out. It all works out. You
Super
don't
easy. Barely an
don't ask
inconvenience.
how the sausage is made. Just eat sausage. You know.
I want to know where the sausage comes from.
You don't want to know where the sausage comes from. So.
Oh, fine.
What the hell?
So I'll just read a little more. In 1971, two scientists carried atomic clocks on board commercial flights and flew them around the world, one in each direction. They measured a subtle difference of several hundred nanoseconds. Matching predictions in 2020, scientists used two clocks, one 1,480 feet above the Earth and the other at Tokyo Skytree, and found a difference that again proved Einstein correct. These experiments show relativity is universal. In quotations, it's the same everywhere on Earth, basically, says Alexander Appeli. These guys with these names. A graduate student at JILA and NIST. If you can measure 1 centimeter here, you can measure 1 centimeter somewhere else. NIST had already gotten down to the centimeter level in 2010. Scientists at NIST performed a similar measuring using different clocks about a foot apart. In one of the check this out. In one of the new studies, 2 strontium pancakes in a single device were separated by even less, about a millimeter. After 90 hours of collecting data, the Boulder group were able to discern the subtle difference in the light, making a measurement of 50 times more precise than any before it. The record for their measurement before was observing a dilation, a difference between the light's frequency to 19 decimal places, says Bothwell. Now, in quotations, we've gone to 21 digits. Normally, when you go more than a single decimal, you get excited. But we were fortunate to be in a position where we could go for 2. I mean, it just continues. Bit of bloviation, but there it is. Things
It's a
are
bunch
pulling.
of bullshit. Huh?
Well, I mean, things are pulling down. So that's not even what relativity is, according to the mainstream consensus. So they are kind of thinking that it's you got a pulling force. It's not a pushing force, where it should have been at least stated correctly. But these are articles, though. This article is by Popular Science, so it is what it is. But they're again measuring some light, so. So
And all
yeah,
that doesn't work on a flat Earth.
no, it's the point is here's the thing, Fidget. Everything is happening on a flat Earth, a flat and stationary Earth. So the thing about this is what they're trying to do is say that this derivative topic of this time dilation is happening over the globe Earth. See, the fact of the matter still remains. Have they have provided any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Are they consistent with the story? It seems like they're all over the place when it comes to it. Like even in this article, they're contradicting themselves and saying that things are being pulled down, and it's not being pulled down; it's being pushed down. If they understood that relativity is talking about, um, space and time warping, and that you're not being pulled to the ground, you're being pushed to the ground. The correct terminology would be here, but it seems like there's a bunch of discrepancies within what they're saying. So as to it's not even the cesium atom that they're talking about. There was a different thing. Even like the ones who argue and they start putting things as time dilation showing cesium atom, they're actually not even saying that here. There's something even more precise than that. So a lot of the rhetoric that you see happening with all these things is people just trying to use this information to, it's kind of like reverse engineer, right? You're working backwards instead of saying like, well, let's see if we can provide the foundation first. They're actually trying to provide evidence of the story by using something that kind of goes along with it. But they're not, and when you look into like what they actually are doing, it's not what you think. It doesn't break down into like the idea that they're seeing time and space warping, because it's time dilation. What is the definition?
They say that the Earth's core was younger than the rest of it.
Yep, the younger than the crust.
Do you think in the future kids
Huh?
will start pushing each other down, and then when they're like, I'm not bullying, I'm demonstrating Einstein's theory of gravity?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna fly though.
Why? It won't
Because you
fly
just
because
push
they'll be on
somebody
the
down.
ground.
You're not you're not the quote unquote universal force that they're describing.
You're
You
absolutely
can't get away
right.
with that.
They will not be flying because they'll be on the ground because of gravity. Thank you for demonstrating my
That's
point.
cool.
All right. So let me see. Maybe this
Is AI digging a
there's
hole to the core as we speak? It sounds like it.
the age of the core.
No,
I
it's
already asked that
AI
question.
digging. Just.
Why?
Mm.
He means that listening to me rustle through my tools is more interesting than what you're about to say.
I already
Yeah,
asked the question though, so
Yes, but you were about to say something. I came back in time and told Jedi what it was, and he was like, "Oh crap, cancel that."
wait, who
Time
is
dilation.
rustling through their tools?
Let me post an image of this time dilation so you can see kind of like what it,
You still looking for that ruler?
here. Like, do you see the image I posted?
Yeah. What?
Some
So
advanced like globe cope, dude.
No,
I'm
that's
telling
just
you,
a
bro.
meme, dude.
But yeah, it's kind of a cope. Cause see, they're departing at the same time, and then when the person arrives back with the rocket because they're moving faster, the person on the Earth is aging a lot more.
Yeah, why are they so tall though? That's my question.
Well, that's because they used the mathematics associated with journalism to figure out the size of the Earth.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
mathematically,
Yeah,
Use that
I
journalism
guess.
math. You can't argue with that
math.
logic. Yeah.
Also, apparently in this globe model, the UK doesn't exist, and neither does.
But we're not worried about that, you know, because in this model, you don't have to be.
I said it
You don't.
doesn't.
Hey, I don't live there.
You just only the important countries are there.
Hey, shut the fuck up, man.
But that's also leaving a lot of them that are not even in there. Oh, let me see.
The unimportant countries.
Oh shit. That's all right. We'll have Trump next year, 2024. Let's go. All right.
Orange man bad.
He's gonna get that seat, man. He's gonna be sitting in the Oval Office from prison, dude. He's gonna be just sitting there, be like, dude, just like some
Yeah, he'll be
gangster
sitting
guy.
somewhere, all right.
Yeah. I just put the information for time dilation in the chat. Time dilation is a difference in elapsed time as measured by two clocks, either due to a relative velocity between them, special relativity, or a difference in gravitational potential between their locations, general relativity. When unspecified, time dilation usually refers to the effect due to velocity. There you have it.
Yo, what do you know about the Hindus, dog?
As far as like what their cosmology or what are you referring to? Yeah,
Well,
most
they have
ancient
like a whole universe, right?
Yeah, most ancient cosmologies like would stand to reason that these guys were very precise in their view of the heavens, bro. Like they knew a lot of stuff. And I would say
Think
not just the Hindus, but like most of the ancient cultures do this. They were
I do
always
know
on
that
top of it.
the name Hindu was given to them by the English. So
Yeah.
their name.
Also, the name the name India isn't actually the name of the country. You know what us British people are like. We just slap labels on things, and that's what we call them from now. But yeah, India isn't actually India. Hindus aren't actually Hindu.
Yeah, the English also stole all of the mummies, didn't they?
Well,
No.
sometimes
Yes.
we were given
discovered them.
sometimes we discovered them, sometimes we were given them, right? And I think if you are for instance, India wants one of the jewels back that they sold to us.
Are you gonna give it back to them, Beta?
Not happening.
No.
Okay.
No, of course not. We're
Sold
borrowing
under
them.
duress.
All right.
We're looking at it.
The English
We'll
also
give it
ate
back.
them.
We know what side of this fence you're on, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah. We're looking at it at the moment. You can have it back when we're done.
Are you guys? It doesn't sound like you're giving it back. like,
We're looking at it at the moment.
Did
when
you know
at
that
least
the
5
English
generations have looked at it, then you can have your jewel back.
My great grandkids haven't looked at it yet, so
Yeah, we got to consider them too. Don't forget.
It's more important than that.
they can come and look at it whenever they want.
Listen, if you move it, but to be clear, if you move it to another location on the Earth, you might upset the rotation of the Earth, and then it might careen into the sun.
the Chinese plan. One day they will all jump up and down together. We'll be fucked, man.
Yeah.
Well, when they do come here, they never want to go see. They never want to go see it anyway. So what's the point in giving it back?
Damn,
Yeah, exactly.
Beta.
It's not like that.
Pretty damn cold of you, man. What the fuck? So it's just another side of you I didn't know that existed. Fuck, dude.
If it wasn't for them, you guys wouldn't have curry and chips.
Yeah.
It's absolutely true.
If it wasn't
Actual
for us,
fact,
they
we
used to have
invented.
wife burning, right?
I was gonna say
Buddy
something,
ended
but I
up
better
in
not.
curry.
We
I
are
think
in
it's
the
illegal
politics
fair
server.
trade.
We invented curry, by the way.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't one of your prime ministers gonna be? Isn't he Indian?
Yeah.
Well,
Rishi
okay.
Sunak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Hindu.
Oh, okay. Maybe it starts with them reaching the level of power and then just like booting you guys out. They're like, all right, guys, we got the helm. You guys can take it easy now.
Yeah, we're
Let's
getting
not talk
colonized this
about
time.
illegal.
I don't know, man.
Silent colonization at the moment.
I smell the winds of change. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's the curry.
You guys. Hey, if you talk to Crypto, he has a whole different perspective on this topic. I'm just saying.
Hey, you're fucking making me hungry with this curry talk, damn it. Picture it ain't true. I don't believe in curry.
I mean, like London has some really like authentic food from around the world, no? I mean, you guys have wide variety of.
Yeah. English cooking's awesome. We've got Chinese, we've got Italian, we've got Mexican.
And yeah, is there some place here you can get some good street tacos over there? Because those will really knock your socks off. Add some of that.
I think that's one
What's
thing
about
that
with
really.
you and socks?
Well, it's kind of like an old Turner phrase, man. Back in the day, that's what we say: knock your socks off.
Yeah, we got some authentic Mexican places here. Taco con copia.
Oh, dude, you got one of them? Fucking, I've been
man.
telling Jedi about this for the longest now. I don't know if I sent Jedi back in the day. What was it, a couple years ago? A big old box of American candy. Hit for him and his family to enjoy.
My children are still fucking running around, man.
Really? That damn.
Yeah,
That was. Do you know how much candy I sent Jedi? I sent him.
Oh yeah.
I sent him like what, 2 boxes? I think it was a box or 2 boxes. I can't remember. It must have been one big box. I gave him some Kit Kats. So dude, I gave him all the American candy.
You know what I love from the Mexican place? The chilaquiles.
Oh, dude.
And the flautas and taquitos.
All right. If you get some street tacos, a Corona beer with a little lime twist on it, I'm telling you, man, send you straight to heaven.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Twice a week, mate. We eat Mexican twice a week.
There you go.
So it's
real
fatal.
Mexican.
Yeah, what is it with like South America? They're like there's more flat earthers there somehow.
They're all here. Have you noticed how many? I've noticed that a lot of people in the flat Earth community, at least in this circle, are all English or Scottish.
I've noticed that too, dude. I was like, fuck, man, you guys, is a word getting out or what? What, you guys having a meeting over there? Oh wait. No, you guys had a convention over there, huh? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I've had a few.
The Scottish, man, there's some really stone cold flat earthers though, man. Like
I can't remember
I
if I
think
told you
the
guys.
reason the Scots are quite into being flat earthers is because I guess they can't really pull any inference from the sky because there's no sun or stars in Scotland. It's just clouds and rain.
There used to be a flat Earth shopping Inverness in Scotland as well. I don't know if it's still there, but it was there
No
about
shit.
2018, 2019. Yeah, they had a flat Earth shop.
mean, and granted, you guys ain't walking in no grocery store with the bullhorn like some dudes over here in America, but hey, everybody,
No,
the Earth is flat. Like, oh, chill, bro. Like, what the fuck?
we just graffiti it on the underside of bridges on the back of motorway signs. Seriously, if you take the M6 or anywhere specifically, as you start getting closer and closer to Scotland, you'll find the Earth is flat written on the underside of bridges, back of motorway
Damn.
signs, everywhere, man.
Join the resistance.
Pretty much.
Bro, you shouldn't be talking about your crimes here on the internet.
Why
She's
not?
got a point. No witnesses, brother. Daddy always said no witnesses.
No, I mean, he's just saying that he saw it. I don't think he's saying he contributed to it.
If you call
Yeah,
me
definitely.
early in the morning and you say I got a body, I'll say I got a shovel. Come on over.
You don't bury bodies, you throw them in the ocean.
No, honey, you don't know
In a
nothing
bag.
about what we take rotten flesh and make it in the compost every day on the farm. I'm schooled at this. We don't need help.
One thing you want to be wary of is a man finds a lot of pigs.
We got
Yeah,
a
you
wood
got
chipper
pigs.
and heavy equipment, hon. That's a joke.
Bro, you would not use. Okay, never mind. Wood chipper's a bad idea.
Well, yeah, you gotta take it apart and clean the whole wood chipper.
Yeah, this conversation took a fucking left turn. Like,
hey, but if you run it over with
Just take
the
myself
combine a few
off
times,
deafening.
it chips up easier.
Just take myself off deafening. We're talking about fucking wood chippers. We got to get back on top of it.
That's where you get the ball
Nobody said
hammer in
anything
there.
about fucking a wood chipper, okay?
Okay.
Hold up, somebody's
Enough of that.
fucking the
this
wood
is what the
chipper.
conversation just
That's
done
not
right there.
smart.
Look what I put in the chat. That's what the conversation just done.
To be fair, the boss is back in town. Everybody look busy. Pretend like you're doing some work, guys. Come on. The Earth is flat, by the way. Can't have gas pressure without a container. Give me some scientific evidence for gravity. There you go, bosses. It's all good.
Oh,
It's all
good.
good.
Everything looks good here. Nice.
Yeah.
This is good.
That checks out. All right, we ticked all the boxes. No, but I don't think there's anybody in there except for Scott Mackey.
Can we consult?
It's not much we can really do with that, to be fair.
I'd clean the wood chipper for Scott.
Can we consult the oracle on the
Oh
flat
my
on the god of
goodness!
Earth?
Look,
The
look.
oracle.
Hey, yo.
That is true.
Stop the connotative threats. Okay.
Oh, it was a joke, bro.
I don't care.
That's cool.
It's irrelevant.
Still a joke.
Well, it's gonna be a joke when you're banned.
It's all good. You know me. No
I
fear.
do, but that doesn't matter.
Duly noted.
All right, cool. All right, back to the subject.
Well, we consulting some oracle. What was that? What was going to happen?
Yeah, I want to consult Scott Mackey, the oracle.
Oh my goodness.
Was that the oracle? For fuck's sake,
Yeah.
man, I wish I
Barking up the wrong tree with that one.
kissing up the wrong fence.
I don't know. He'll Google it. Google's the oracle. Or
So
Siri.
is Bard and Siri and all them.
Right, Siri, Google me some oracle stuff. They Google the Earth, flat Earth, whether it's globe Earth or flat Earth. They Google it, and we know it. Every time they come in here with the quickest, beat flat Earthers in 10 Google points. Boats over the horizon, differing star trails and rotations.
Do you guys think that the gas pressure's defined by a container, or do you think can only exist?
It's part of the definition.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a distinction here I want to draw. Do you think it's defined by a container only, or do you think it only can exist
Area over
in a container?
surface and the walls of a container. It's in the definition.
Yeah,
I was pretty specific about that.
Distinction.
Give me the definition without area over surface in the walls of a container.
Yeah, okay, I get that, right? I understand what the definition is, but I'm asking if it can only exist within a container.
It needs area over surface, volume, area, and surface. The surface area it pushes off is, you guessed it, the walls of
container,
its
yeah?
container.
Or a surface, right?
Surface
So,
area. So
so out
the
of curiosity,
surface
could
area could be the ground, but if it pushes off the ground, then exponentially it'll just go away from the ground, and then entropy because no barrier, hence no
so
pressure.
so gas pressure can exist outside of a container, but it would just go other places, right?
No, nobody said it could exist.
Yeah, gas pressure could.
You
That's what I
couldn't
was.
build gas
That's the distinction
pressure
I was drawing.
without a container. We can't begin to compress air or build air pressure, which is compression of air. We can't
You
begin to
agree,
even
though,
do
that
that
gas pressure
without
just
a
needs to
container.
collide, right, with the surface, right?
We can't do that in demonstration without a container. So an
Yeah.
example,
I was
an
just checking if
example
you
would
thought.
be an air compressor. So hold
Yeah,
on.
I was just checking
To
if you
build
thought.
pressure, I have to compress air by volume.
Okay,
Can
I
I
was just
do
checking.
that without containing it?
Yeah, I was just checking if gas pressure could exist out of a container or not. Right, that's all.
Can
Here,
you
let me
compress air by volume without a container?
Yeah, but I guess the other thing would be then if it was
Yes
outside of
or
a
no?
container, and
I mean,
what? Sorry,
is
what was
this
the
a
question?
conversation or did I? Yeah,
Sorry,
can
I
you
can't hear you very
compress
well.
air without containment? Because you can't
All you need
build
is
air
a
pressure without
surface, right?
compressing air. It compresses by expanding off or colliding with the area surface of the container. So the container absolutely is a requirement of
Well,
pressure.
it
Otherwise,
requires a
it
surface, right? Like for instance,
multiple surfaces in the walls of its container. So if it's not contained, it'll just go. It
I know
won't
that's what I was
build.
getting to, right?
It
I was
won't
trying to get to
build
that point.
pressure.
I was trying to
I
get to
mean,
that
an
point, right?
example
So
of that is a two-stage system, air compressor. It takes
yeah,
more time to fill two tanks than it does to fill one because it's area over volume.
so a globe earther would say, I imagine, right, that there's obviously molecules
You
have a
can
surface. And
imagine,
it's,
but
so
you
they'd
can't
say that
demonstrate.
so
Well,
real
yeah,
quick, can you? I
yeah.
just want to bring up a point before this conversation gets any farther. Beta, I put something in the chat for you guys, everyone actually. There's a link from Purdue.edu. I want you guys to take a look at, please. That's the first thing that when you type in the kinetic molecular theory.
Oh yeah, thanks.
It's the
Yeah.
first link. It's the first link that comes up. I put it again, and just go over we can go over the few first six, right?
Right. Yeah, because this is why, listen, once we compress air, the pressure will vary, and it's due to kinetic energy and temperature, and he's going to get into that. But
So it says,
all under containment.
right, it says number one, gases are composed of a large number of particles that behave like hard spherical objects in a state of constant random motion. Number two, these particles move in a straight line until they collide with another particle or the walls of the container. Number three, these particles are much smaller than the distance between particles. Most of the volume of the gas is therefore empty space. Number four, there is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles and the walls of the container. Number five, collisions between gas particles or collisions with the walls of the container are perfectly elastic. None of the energy of a gas particle is lost when it collides with another particle or with the walls of the container. Number six, the average kinetic energy of a collection of gas particles depends on the temperature of the gas and nothing else.
Yeah, I was just
like
clarifying
point four.
because as far as I'm aware, right, I guess an agreement would be met that molecules have a surface, kinetic energy, two molecules hitting each other, and a surface would create pressure. So pressure could exist out of a container, but the only thing that would be
wouldn't be constant.
Yeah, the only thing that would be amiss here would be like whether or not there's a force.
No, listen, it
right?
wouldn't be constant, so it'd prove our point about entropy in open systems because the gas would expand till it couldn't collide with itself or the surface
Right.
area no longer, so that
Yeah.
pressure would be lost. And so entropy would take place, and this is our exact point.
Yeah, how would you concentrate the gas to collide with itself without a container?
Yeah, you have to keep it all together so the molecules keep colliding with each other and the surface area that you're referencing. Or you don't have constant pressure, and that pressure can only remain constant when it's contained and at the same temperature. You raise the temperature, I don't care what the volume is, you will increase the pressure. It's pressure volume over temperature.
So
So
would a
the
globe earther
pressure
say
is
something?
always constant at a constant temperature. But if you
Yeah.
change it or the temperature varies, you will have varying pressures.
So would a globe earther say then? A globe earther would probably say, I imagine, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. That gravity's pushing
The gradient.
the well, pushing the molecules down,
Well,
which
this is
creates
when I
a
point
gradient,
out.
but and also with other things like a dynamic system or whatever.
So the
But
antecedent
then the
of a
issue would be
gradient
that
is
the
a
issue would be
temperature
Mike,
differential.
let him finish his point, dude.
yeah
Come on,
the
man.
I guess the issue would be on either side from my head, right? Would be that the because you have a case obviously to say that look, if you can't demonstrate gravity, this will be heavily implied through a contained system. Or if it was on the other side, the globe earther would say, well, because we don't observe an interactable container, then gravity is implied, right? Is that
Well,
correct?
Yeah.
they would, but they would have to
Yeah.
read point 4, I think this is, where if they assert that mass attracts mass and gas would be mass within this definition, it's also stated that the gas doesn't attract itself, nor does the physical container. The container isn't attracting the gas to it. So the floor of the container in this instance would be the Earth, and the Earth isn't attracting the gas to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope.
Right.
Nope. Kinetic energy makes it rise or fall, and that's due to temperature. The amount.
Problem for the globe, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but when they go to the gradient, I like to point out that for a gradient, a pressure gradient, you absolutely need a temperature differential. If the temperature is constant, then the pressure will be uniform. If the temperature isn't constant, it has a differential, then differential gradients are created through temperature differentials.
correct.
And he's absolutely spot on, because people like to come in here and say, we've got gas pressure gradient. That's because of gravity. No,
Well,
is the
wrong.
answer to that. Because the
Right.
reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of temperature.
Well, I mean, next they'll be telling us that weather and temperature are due to gravity.
Well, they already do, but it's absolutely demonstrable how this works with kinetic theory of gas, kinetic theory of gas. And so air is gas. You can say, well, it's air, not gas. Well, gas is the ideal state of a gas, wherein air is a mixture of all those ideal states. So it is
I
gas.
think Riding on Eggshells messaged me the other day saying that he had an argument which was along the lines of, if you remove container, effectively what you're left with is collisions and force. And I guess his case was just the idea that as long as there's some other force, then gas pressure doesn't require a container.
Well, yeah, if you can maintain constant collisions, you'll maintain constant pressure at a constant temperature. So we've covered how temperature and pressure have a linear relationship. If one goes up, then it varies, you know.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to have a demonstration to follow up his, um, his claim. So if he says whatever it is he says, he's gonna have to provide evidence for it.
Right, because we can demonstrate everything we say about gases under containment.
I don't know if I remember correctly. I could open the DM, but I'm a bit lazy right now. I think he mentioned electromagnetism as a possible.
There's no
force.
attraction between gas particles.
Yeah, it doesn't have.
That would be a static attraction.
And it would definitely outline it in kinetic molecular theory, and it doesn't do that.
Exactly. So it wouldn't state that there isn't an attraction if static attraction was demonstratable as a force for collision.
Because that's in this. It says that they're number 2, right? These particles. Wait, that's not number 2.
Yeah, it's just random movement due to temperature, which instills kinetic energy.
Number 4. That's number 4. There is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles of the walls of the container. These things are already, they understand. Like there is no force. There's no magnetic, there's no electrostatic, there's no force. Period.
Yeah, so tell Riding on Eggshells that the ideal that you're left with force is a false dichotomy.
Yeah.
What force is there in gas attraction or gas pressure? And I'd
Is there
say
any repulsion?
copy that link. No, it's
When they
elastic.
no, yeah, it's elastic, perfect elastic,
Would it have to
perfectly
be?
elastic.
Would it have to be the force that's pulling them together, or could it be, for instance,
No.
let's say,
kinetic energy moves them apart.
Yeah, so obviously, if they're going in all different directions and they're colliding with each other,
yep.
But gravity's holding the whole system down, right? Would that suffice or no?
Allegedly, but it's not suffice. It doesn't suffice because there is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles of the walls of the container. So, once again, if you can't state that there's a force holding the gas, there's no there. It states it in the kinetic molecular theory. There is no force of attraction, none whatsoever. So there isn't a force that you could think of that would suffice because there isn't no force. That's like, if there is no force, then I'm pretty sure these guys already thought of like all the loops, the loopholes. Like we forgot about that force. Nah, let's say that there's this one particular force that could affect. There isn't one, or else they would have stated it. Don't you know that these guys who are in these educational fields would have been like, let's talk about gravity doing something. Like, they would have already mentioned it. Like, this isn't a flat earther that wrote this. Is what I'm saying.
Well, we're approaching the limit to my knowledge on physics, so I feel like I should say.
Yeah, this is Boyles, Charles, Agrado. These are the guys.
Yeah, Gay Lussac. But what we're doing here is like it's all about the.
You both said it different.
Empirical evidence, right? So maybe this might break you a little bit, Beta, but like I'm thinking, because you're so close to the sun, it might singe your wings. Like you might actually start to see the light. I don't know. My hope is that perhaps you do, but it's fine. I mean, you can stay thinking the Earth is a globe. It's not a big deal to us. We're not gonna be like, dude, man, we almost had you. Like, no, it's not it. It's not it, dude. Like, you honestly, if tomorrow you wake up and you're like, dude, the Earth's it's a nice globe, and like, that's fine. That's what your belief is. But
I think I can't. I think the only thing that I guess keeps me a globe cuck, right, is probably that because the way I see induction is like it's not just in one system leads to another, or one inference leads to an globe, right? It's that, imagine like you have like five different observations, and they're all consistent with each other in a sort of they can all coexist and explain one thing together, right? I think that helps more for me to conceptualize the world or understand the world than perhaps like the flat Earth alternative, which is because flat earthers can explain things. Obviously, they can explain virtually any different thing that you could throw at them on a one-to-one basis. But sometimes I struggle to see the link between individual explanations with each other.
All right. Yeah, I get you. I know what you mean now. Yeah. Because I was thinking too, like, I mean, you're not just a run-of-the-mill guy. I mean, you're actually thinking about things, and you challenge your own self, is what I'm hearing. So it is what it is. But yeah, this is it's a process for some people. I mean, who knows? Like, there's no time limit to this. Like, oh, dude, you didn't you're not a flat earther in like 2 weeks, and you're not a flat earther. It's just people come around. Who knows?
If we're talking about incompatible compartmentalized explanations for things, Beta Veritas, do you think that light rays diverge, converge, or are parallel from a source?
From what? Sorry, other like one photon parallel from another photon?
I'm not talking about photons. Let's just imagine that light rays exist, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If light is leaving the sun, is it leaving in a divergent path, a convergent path, or a parallel path?
Okay. Well, look, with my just to preface with my answer, this is like my basic understanding, but they do travel parallel, but they don't have to, depending on which direction the light rays goes, right? Like, for instance, if you imagine two angles crossing, right, from either side of the sun, right, of light rays, then obviously they wouldn't be parallel, but you could also have completely parallel light rays, of course, right?
So if you think light rays are more or less parallel, that's the globe explanation for eclipses out the window.
Yeah.
So it's not a globe then, is it?
Well, I don't think they are exclusively parallel.
Well, then are they divergent or convergent?
Well, they travel in straight lines, but like because I'm imagining a ball, right, and light's going from each direction at that ball. Obviously, they could cross paths, right? For instance, at an angle.
No. No.
No.
No, because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, I mean, I might be wrong, but then, you know, I don't know.
I guess what you're trying to say is like, let's say you've got a ball, and from the top of the ball you can draw a line, kind of, let's just say parallel, and then another line can be going down, and then you can draw another two lines from the bottom of that same ball, one parallel and the one going up. I guess what you're saying is that those two would meet in the middle, right?
Yeah, like if because it's a sphere, allegedly, right? If there was one photon shooting itself, one light ray shooting itself from the top at an angle, right? And there was one at the bottom shooting at the other angle, then, you know, obviously they would cross, right? I mean, I don't know if that's the case, right? Because I don't know exactly how light exits the sun, but I don't think it's necessarily going to always be parallel.
So then that's Eratosthenes out the window.
No, I'm not an Eratosthenes fan.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the problem with the globe, because this is where I'm getting at, is because I was looking at your critique about having like multiple different explanations that don't necessarily jive. The problem with the globe is that when it comes to light rays and how they act, let's just pretend light rays exist. I'm not even convinced of that. But for one globe explanation, they have to be parallel, and for another globe explanation, they have to be diverging. So which is it?
Can you explain both situations? So, because obviously, with parallel, you're thinking of Eratosthenes, but what are you thinking of? Like, what example of diverging are you talking about?
Sorry to interrupt, Crypto. I'll let you carry on. I've posted a very quick GIF in the side chat for you to explain what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was describing the second one. Like, that could happen, I suppose.
Yeah,
but then so it's diverging, right? So,
well,
but this is specifically this is specifically addressing your it sounded to me. I only just joined, so sorry if I got this wrong. But it sounded to me like you were saying to Miggy, sorry, Alpha Veritas, your daddy, that there's an issue with flat Earth explanations in that they don't jive with each other.
Yeah, like or like on a selection of issues. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but this is an example where that's true of the globe.
So, as far as I'm aware, light can do both, right? I don't think it's one or the other, right? So you can have parallel light rays, but you can also have diverging light rays, right?
No, I don't think that's correct. Like, it might be true that light can do both in like a very broad sense. I mean, it's not actually possible for light to be parallel ever. But we can get pretty close. But the point is that we're not asking about what we can do in certain like lab conditions or with like a very specifically designed engineered lasers. We're asking what is always happening with the sun, right?
Yeah, I think my understanding of light is not the best, but the things I do, I guess, understand in physics, where I probably could say that I've come to some sort of conclusion that these two things fit together, would be like phenomena you see on Earth, right? For instance, when people talk about day-night cycles, seasonal cycles, talking about upside-down moon, and then rotations of stars and stuff like that would all fit together, at least in my globe head, right? But when I've heard different explanations, like when each one of those individual topics are given to a flat earther, obviously they can explain them because of that wouldn't. How could it be otherwise, right? No one would believe in flat Earth if they couldn't. But sometimes I still struggle to see how when you take like day-night season and, for instance, upside down moon, I sometimes struggle to see how those fit together, or weather cycles, for instance, because they're all like just because obviously you guys wouldn't even claim to say you know how all the phenomena in the world works, right? So even then, like you'd say, like if someone said how would these two contradictory ideas fit together, you probably would say, I don't know, it's just an idea that it could have happened, right? In this particular way or that particular way.
So, but we would say that we don't know when like the globe explanations are often just bullshit or ad hoc.
Well, I think ad hoc. I guess I wouldn't use the word ad hoc because that would just be like, for instance, if you discover a new phenomena that supersedes the other phenomena you made a claim on. Either two things are true. One thing was the initial phenomena was misread, or the second phenomena is a new phenomena that we hadn't thought previously, right?
Basically, talking about a common denominator, right?
Yeah, like when people talk about the black swan, for instance, like if I said to you, well, we suppose that the Earth will be curving at a drop over distance of about 3 miles, and then we could see 10 miles. It wouldn't necessarily be ad hoc to say, well, then refraction would kick in, because at that point you're like, okay, well, we've seen 3 miles and we can see further. What's going on? Because sometimes we can see ships go over the distance, sometimes we can't. Let's give an account for it. And because we already know refraction exists, we don't need to conjure it up into thin air. That could usually be deployed to fit the puzzle, right?
Dude, refraction is a specific thing. Okay? There's not a boundary of two media in between point A and point B. So it's not refraction that's occurring to attempt to defeat the black swan. The idea that light bending is defeating the black swan is ad hoc. It's not measured.
Yeah.
It's not proven. It's just stated with a broad brush that it's going to happen. Now, have you ever seen who's this guy? Who's the guy with the fancy Earth curve calculator? Dang, I forgot his name.
Mick West or Walter Bislin?
No, Bislin. Yeah.
Walter Bislin.
Have you seen Bislin's explanation of why the black swan is taken care of by refraction? Have you seen that?
No.
You can look at it. He basically just took a bunch of lines and just drew them in some software until he got what he wanted. But when you look at the lines that he drew, the paths of the light from the foreground to the background actually intersect and flip. So you know that when light enters your eye, it's upside down, right? Because it flips at the focal plane, and then your brain flips it up. So if it's already entering double flipped, then you're going to see something upside down. You're going to see the thing backwards. So he didn't even realize this error, and he put this out there as if this defeats the black swan. His Earth curve calculator, bro. You just put any observation in there, and you just dial up the refraction slider ad infinitum until it matches your observation. You don't go out there and measure anything. No, you just have this model that you can scale, which, by the way, doesn't measure anything about light. It just scales the radius of the Earth to lower the apex of the arc between point A and B via the circle segment formula known as the sagittah. It just lowers the sagittah, is all it does, by increasing the radius of the Earth. It has nothing to do with light whatsoever, dude. It's complete bullshit.
I think there's two. The issue is I have with that is just there's two. I mean, you could call both sides up for ad hoc explanation, because in the globe Earth you could say, well, this refraction business is ad hoc. They've invented reasons for why you can see further than what you should be able to see. But then obviously on the flat Earth side, sometimes refraction is deployed or looming is deployed to explain, for instance, floating ships or ships going over the horizon just being a matter of wave size or whatever, right?
Yeah, but see, the problem is that looming is actually one of the fundamental real consequences of refractive effects. You see, looming is real. Okay? Light bending to save the globe, no matter the observation, that's not real.
Could you explain why? Because as far as I'm aware, the explanation for refraction is just that light wants to travel the quickest path for a medium, right? And for instance, high pressure, low pressure, density, low density, hot and cold, all different mediums.
Yeah, so
right?
that's great. That's great to posit that. I could also posit that if I had $1 million, I could afford a Ferrari. But the point is, when I check my bank account, there's not $1 million there. So you could say that light just takes these paths, right? Where's the proof that it's doing that, besides the rationale that it's doing that? For example, If the Earth's a globe, and I'm seeing something from 300 miles away that should be hidden below, right? The hidden part off the Sagittal, the off angle, the drop angle, like a mile below the curvature, I clearly see the object, but I already know the Earth's a globe, so how is this possible? Well, the only answer then is that light took a curved path. Therefore, you must choose light took a curved path. You don't have to prove it. You just claim it. So where's the proof?
Well, for me, proof here would be in the observation, right? But I guess
that's the
that
problem.
wouldn't suffice.
That's circular. No, dude, it's not proof. That right there is a quintessential ad hoc rationale. If
it wouldn't be.
See, think about it. No, think about it this way. If supersedery observation beyond the geometric limits of the Earth, therefore refraction.
Well, no, I mean
supersedery observation, refraction.
I'm not sure if this is
classic
possible.
Circular reasoning, and it's classic affirming the consequence.
All right. Well, it's
Dead right. This is exactly what they do.
It's not affirming the consequent, but that's impossible. Well, how could you affirm the consequent in an inductive argument? Explain that to me.
Dude, what are you talking about?
You just said I affirmed the consequent.
I just stated it as such.
Yeah, but I'm not making a affirming the consequence as
I didn't. I don't care. Listen, I don't care what you're doing. I'm telling you the rationale of these Earth curve calculators with throwing in a metric of refraction that's not measured, and it's just a Hail Mary.
Do you think it's possible to? Yeah, sorry, go.
You just slide a scale, dude. You get an observation.
Do you think it's possible to test light?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. You can't say go ahead and then let me say 3 words and then
Sorry.
Okay, so you have a supersedery observation, right? You put it into this Earth curve calculator, and you then slide the refraction scale until you have enough refraction for that observation, right? You don't measure it, you don't prove it. It's all circular. So if this observation, then this refraction that I claim must exist. Therefore, the refraction exists.
Okay.
That is the affirming the consequence.
So if I could show you a demonstration of refraction occurring over a laser over an obstruction, would that just be like thrown out? Because I think I've done that like 10 times already before, you know.
What is the media that the laser is traveling through?
Air.
Really, what type of air? What's the environment?
Hairspray.
So not air.
Well, airspray is gas, isn't it?
Yes, it's a particular type of gas usually, and a particular type of particulates, right? So let me be clear, not analogous to air in the atmosphere.
It would be analogous in the sense that there's 2 mediums, right? So if air, and because you disagreed that air can't travel between 2 mediums, right? Just a second ago. That was the whole explanation, right? And temperature's 2 mediums. So why would you expect anything less?
No, it is 2 media, but it's specifically 2 media with a different optical density.
Okay. But would it be?
That's what's required for refraction.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, as far as I'm aware, if that's a qualification, like you have a different density, especially over sea level, different temperature and different pressure
optical
level
density,
gradients.
not just different density, different optical density.
Can you explain the distinction?
Yeah, one is mass over volume, right? And the other is the resistance to light traveling through it. Basically, there's a more nuanced explanation, but I can't think of it right now.
And that would in no way, for instance, the former would in no way, for instance, temperature change could change the direction of light in any sort of way possible.
Oh, sure it does. For example, hot air in motion, right, will move light towards the direction of the motion. That's called Fresnel drag, if I'm not mistaken. spelled Fresnel, Fresnal.
Isn't that usually what's posited as refraction in the scenario?
Yeah, but it's not refraction. That's the problem. The Fresnel effect isn't refraction.
I don't know, bro.
Just like refraction isn't reflection. Like reflection is reflection, refraction is refraction, Fresnel is Fresnel. They're three different things.
So would it be problematic to just say it's a Fresnel situation rather than a refractive situation? I don't know.
Okay, but the problem is that they're claiming that it's refraction, and they're claiming that refraction is occurring with curvilinear gradient, right? Now they're imagining striations in this gradient, right? So stacked layers away from the surface of the Earth, right? The problem is that they're not stacked, dude. They're turbulent. Okay, so you don't have these perfect curvilinear gradients, and even if you did, how would you preserve the normal line to be able to chart the path of this refraction constantly hitting new boundaries? Because when you think about it, if you have an ever-changing variance, then you have infinite instances of a boundary. So you actually have an infinite variability in the path of your light. So you can just pick any one you want. You can't prove
Just to
which way.
clarify, what's the issue with hairspray again? You said it's a gas, but it's not like representative of the atmosphere, or something like that.
Exactly, dude. You need to have an analogous thing where the optical density variability is similar to the ambient atmosphere. You can't use butane. You can't use sugar water. You can't use a blowtorch. You can't use a degree change of 50 degrees centigrade. You can't use any of those things because those are so extreme. And if you need,
okay, I understand.
just check this out, brother. Check this out. Let this ring. If you need super extreme examples to demonstrate what is claimed to be happening all the time, then it's not happening all the time. It's that simple.
Okay. I need to check the extreme claim because I've heard that a few times, but I've not actually looked into it since I've heard it.
Yeah, I
'Cause
think
I've heard,
Indio.
I think I
Indio
heard
There's an
wants.
example.
like Patty or whatever. I don't
Well,
know
let
what
me
his name is.
state a specific example. There's a specific
Patty.
example. I want to say his name is Hillbilly. Sorry, Blue Marble Science. Right? He did one where he put a pipe, like a super cold pipe, and then he put butane on it, and the temperature variability was like freaking 70 degrees, dude. It was ridiculous.
No, I understand.
Like there's nowhere where you're standing where your toes are freezing and your knees are burning. Like there's nowhere on Earth where that's occurring, dude. So it's not analogous.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Did you hear the one that Indio said one time? We're actually talking about these extreme examples. There was another one where, in the case of like a forest fire, where the fire's blazing, the thick atmosphere, the smoke that's there, like if you were to shine light through it, it would just bend that light because of the air, the way it was.
Oh yeah. So it must be a forest fire across the ocean and across the Pyrenees, and that's why you can see frickin' Tete de Garnasier, which should be hidden below a mile of Earth curvature, because the entire surface of the Earth in between you and it is just on fire, bro. No, it's not. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's all these excuses for refractive effects that aren't reliable at low altitude because that's the thickest layer of atmosphere. And so what do? You go at high altitude, right? And you say, oh, well, when you go to high altitude, you're seeing over the curve, allegedly. But when you go to high altitude, you actually get supersediary observations from the globe geometry by orders of magnitude. You can see it mountains that should be below a mile of curve, right? There's nothing even possible in the concept of refraction that can account for that.
Yeah, I think in demonstration.
Except just claiming refraction. That's the problem. All the Glober side does is just claim refraction, and then when you say, "Oh, well, prove it," they'd say, "Well, are you denying light bends?" You see, it's just one big circle jerk argument.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
post some
I understand. I
information there.
think in
Images.
demonstration, I think it's probably difficult to show. But
Well, no, that's why I'm doing right now, Beta. Check it out. Look at the
But
text chat.
can I just address that quickly? If it's
but I don't
difficult
think that
to start,
necessarily as long as the concept is there, right? Even if it is not
No,
demonstrable.
no, dude, no,
Um,
no, no. That's not how it works, bro.
I'm just going to explain the argument, just so you understand it, right? So
if I want to address what you said previously,
if
I
refraction can
don't,
be
I don't want to
demonstrated
move
to
on.
exist, but only in extreme situations, that doesn't mean that a refraction only has to exist in extreme situations, because that would be a flawed deductive argument, right?
It doesn't matter, bro. Like, what's being? Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, brother. No, I was just doing a sigh of exasperation at what he just said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's almost, you've almost actually made our argument for us and not realised it. But I actually can't remember what I was going to say now. So.
The best flat Earth argument actually comes from Fuseli. Like, I think his argument's the best. I think it's the does water drop on a sphere, that kind of thing.
No, I think the argument's really poor. I don't like that
No,
argument.
it's a good argument, not because the argument's strong, obviously, because it's not, right? But it's good because it makes you feel gaslit into thinking you don't know geometry. I've seen like some. I've seen.
No, that's how the argument's poor. Like, why do you think?
So it's more of a good gaslight than an argument. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an argument.
Gotcha.
So, bro, when you said, "Oh, this is really difficult to like show," you were like, "Oh, this is hard to show." Well, then if it's difficult to prove, then why are you even making the argument?
Well, I don't think I have to like, put a container on the atmosphere and say, like, look, this is refraction happening here.
Yeah, but that's the logical inference.
All I need to show is that refraction exists for doubting the test, right?
No, wrong.
No.
There you go.
Oh, I'm not sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's wrong. You don't just get to say refraction exists, therefore refraction is always doing whatever it needs to for the globe.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but that is what they argue.
Yeah,
they effectively
my argument's more along the lines of if refraction exists, then the test over the atmosphere would be unreliable because of several mediums, right? Not that it demonstrates that refraction is the cause, right, of the effect that you see.
No, but
that would be incorrect, I think.
Well, yeah, but you don't understand. This is literally the argument they give you. They say, well, every single observation you can possibly make is always explainable by refraction because it's the only way that I know that the Earth's a ball, right? So this is, they won't say it like this, but this is the argument. They'll say anytime you make an observation where the Earth isn't a ball, then the refraction is doing exactly what it needs to so that the Earth is still a ball.
Yeah,
my friend, hold on. I need to make a correction. My friend here just said that nobody says something, but that's false. Mr. Dogs Are Gods actually admitted that refraction is a catch-all to make the globe unfalsifiable. I have the clip in a little debate we had over on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. He admitted that refraction is always there to give enough to make the globe any observation fit the globe. Literally makes it unfalsifiable.
I'd agree with that. I was actually thinking that before you said it. I think if someone posited that refraction is just the case, and hand waved any possible deduction, right, based on that, then you've just made the globe unfalsifiable in a way, right? Well, not necessarily, because there are other ways you could falsify the globe Earth, but it's definitely something that's used to that extent, to that degree, right?
Yeah, it is. It's used in this utility when talking about observations, and obviously so.
Yeah, but you could still falsify the globe Earth in other ways, right? It's not.
Well, the way that the logic works, though, is that we already know it's a globe. We've already measured it. We know that it has this radius. So anything that we see that doesn't comport with that has to be due to the refractive effects of light or what have you.
Yeah, I think that would be trying to that would be very obtuse if someone said that. Yeah, I agree.
That's where they're coming from. That's the
Everyone
whole
says
thing.
that. Yeah, everyone says that, dude. I've heard that hundreds of times.
Oh, by the way, while simultaneously having measured the Earth with the refracted light, that doesn't match the geometry of the Earth they measured.
I love that bit.
Yeah, gotta love that Alberini.
How'd they do that? Wasn't refracted that day. They got lucky that time. They got the true geometry.
It's only ever refracted if the Earth isn't a ball.
But I love how they're like, oh, BMLSB went out there and he said that most days it looks like this, and then years go by and they only have one picture of what they say he said it looks like most days.
You want to know what the new cope is? The grainy image that the Black Swan was taken in Dante Vita earlier today. It's so grainy. That's why you can't trust. That's why you can't rely on the Black Swan. It's the grainy footage.
Well, that's idiotic, dude. They haven't even looked at the video because it's not grainy. That still kind of is, but like the video itself is fine.
Well, he was referring to the still, but
clown.
That's he just we can throw it out. Grainy.
By the way, AI, I think I did make a mistake in the wording earlier because I said you could show refraction in the in the demonstration, but I didn't mean in the demonstrable of the atmosphere. I meant what I referred to with the test, right, with the hairspray, which I think did. If I did say it the way that I'm remembering, I said it, that would have been circular. Wouldn't have been affirmatively consequent, but it would have been circular.
It means you've got two unsubstantiated ifs in your argument, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just recalling something I said earlier.
So this is
what I call go right after this. It's just like that's most of the globe. It's just circular arguments.
Yeah, this is what I call spherical logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get enough circular arguments, right? You rotate them 90 degrees against themselves, and if you get enough of them, you can make a globe out of them.
You know, I think I think that until you're going to hate this argument, right? But this is one globe thing I have, right? Which is until that container alleged, right, is shown to be observed or interactable or whatever, right? I don't think, and because you all agree, I suppose, right, that you don't necessarily have to have a container for pressure to exist. Something else could cause it, right? In theory. Then I guess for me, it wouldn't follow to say that it's necessarily the case that a container must follow, right?
Yeah, but you have to prove that there's any situation at all in which that's the case, because we don't have one.
It's not meant to be a proof. It's meant to be just to say that it's not necessarily the case that a container must follow, right?
Well, it is logically necessary until you can provide an instance where that's not the case.
Well, it's logically inferred, not necessary, right?
Well, no, because that's like, let's just say you've got a natural law, right? Any natural law, and I'm not necessarily talking about the second law of thermodynamics. We know this happens always because we don't have an instance of it not happening, right?
Yes, but it's
right,
inductive,
so
right?
But that's how natural laws work. So if you then want to question that natural law, you then have to come up with an instance where it's not happening.
Well, if you want to falsify it, sure, but
right.
If you're making a generalization, which all natural laws are, and they're all inductive on that basis, they do have deductive demonstrations, obviously. Like, if I want to demonstrate my coffee going cold, right, I can do that, which would support the law. But if we discovered, for instance, you can't prove any of the laws of thermodynamics, right? You can only use them as generalizations to operate in the world, right? In the same way, like if I said, if you ran into all men, if you ran into all men and all men had beards, it would be inferable at that point that all men had beards up until the point, but it's only inductive, right? Up until you run into that one man that didn't have a beard, right?
Yeah, but you're just talking about incomplete information at that point. Whereas
which all laws are, right? They're just generalizations.
Yeah, but then you can say that about any piece of information. All information has known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns, right? So, I mean, at that point, you're just questioning knowledge itself, which is kind of pointless.
Well, no, I think you can do deduction I just don't think laws are deductive, right? Obviously, they're not. They can't be, right?
I think the beards thing's kind of a false analogy because it's not like an antecedent relationship.
Yeah, I
Right,
suppose.
yeah. Good point actually as well. Because I mean, it's obvious that as humans, we know that we can just shave our beards off. So
Yeah, it's a choice.
Yeah, yeah. I guess in that sense, yeah, sure.
but
I think,
look, I think it's close enough. I think it's close enough to
yeah,
be useful for these purposes.
but
But
I
I
guess I'm
still.
not even contending with laws.
So if we
I'm not
didn't
contending
shave,
with the
would
idea
all
that
men have
necessarily.
beards?
Oh god. So anyway, on the topic of natural law, I do think that if you are making the case that that natural law isn't necessarily a law, then you really have to bring that proof. You can't just do a
No,
burden
you
of
can't. Yeah.
you can't just
Sorry,
do a
Alex.
burden of proof reversal and then say, well, it might not always happen when it's always happened.
Yeah, I think you can't prove laws, right? You can only use them as general tools to operate in the world, right? Obviously, as far as we know, they're true, right? Because we haven't found anything that disputes them. But
so then,
it's kind of disanalogous, I suppose, to a container because you wouldn't say it's the case that that it's impossible for pressure to be created outside of a container. You just think that if it did, gas would probably fly away, lest there be some sort of force or some sort of thing that pushes the gas down, right? So
bro,
there's
you're still
room
missing my
there.
point.
There's
Like,
room
sorry,
there, I
before you
guess,
go
for
off
doubt,
into the
right?
weeds, but like, you're missing my. The point is, dude, is that this is on you. Like, you're just saying, oh, it might not necessarily be the case. I'm afraid I disagree. Until you can actually provide that, I don't think that what you're saying is correct.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, like that's part and parcel of like induction. Like it's not something you can prove necessarily.
Well, that's how you define gas pressure, right? The gas
No, we're
pressure
talking
is
about laws.
defined.
Right? We're talking
No,
specifically about laws and the nature of laws.
well, yeah, but gas pressure, right? Because he's trying to see if there's any way that you can have it not be the case where it's defined by the force per unit area exerted on the walls of its container. So if you're trying to see if there's something else that can happen other than what's been happening, then it's not going to have that definition anymore, or no longer a conditional. So you're basically, in a way, it is on your shoulders to provide the evidence if that's not the case anymore. But there isn't an instance where you can. That's why it is defined by that conditional statement. There's no other way around it, unless you found a way or force or some other thing that you can negate that. It's not negated otherwise.
Yeah. Um, I think like I said earlier, I think that is just a problem of induction, right? Where it's hard to bring such a thing into something that can be demonstrated, especially with the tools that we have, limited they are, right? Obviously, because either we can go into space and they're lying, or we can't go into space because there's a container, right?
Yeah.
Right. I think I phrased that incorrectly. Either we can go into space and there is no container, and they were telling the truth, or they were lying and there is a container, but we don't know that, right?
Dude, there's also the possibility that there is no available free space to go into after a certain amount of distance from the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, this idea that you can just start traveling in one direction and travel ad infinitum is just that, an idea.
Okay, I need to pee now, so I'm gonna have to stop there. I'll be right back.
Carrots are better than peas. Yeah, I still think he's avoiding the point though. Is like a natural law always happens. That's why it's a law. And then he's just going to go back to saying, well, not necessarily because of induction. I don't know. It's just very circular at this point.
He's been doing this two-step for a while, kind of like under the radar, incognito. I know Beta. He's just trying to see if there's any way that it can be phrased in a way so where he's gonna be like, oh, but didn't you guys say that in this one instance you don't need a container, so now we don't need one anymore? Like, not because he's trying to build up a case for it, but it's not gonna happen.
I mean, if low-level trolls like Dante want to build up a case, they need to start taking notes from that guy.
Yeah.
He also always calls himself dumb. Remember, he does that. He goes, "Oh, I'm just a dummy," and he's far from it.
Dude, he's the most clever Glober I've seen. He concedes, he engages the point, he doesn't try to like get around it. You know, he tries to actually engage what you're saying somehow. He's going to use sophistry because there's no other way to go about it at the end of the day when you're trying to defend non-reality. But
Well,
yeah,
he's like a Matthew with a personality. Yeah?
Sounds good to me.
better Matthew. Matthew approves.
Matthew,
having a dig at you.
Matthew, have you been down the gym in the last week?
I exercise, but not as
Have you benched?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Matt, get on the bench, man. I want to see you. I want to see your arms and get stronger. And I mean, look, bro, if you go to the gym for a month and bench every day, you will have the most testosterone of any glober in the world.
It's not a bad idea. I do
That's a
cardio
pretty low
exercise,
standard.
but resistance exercise is
It's
good.
very low. Have you met
Forget
globers?
about your legs, though. Matthew.
Yeah, I had, but I caught it, bro. You took them down there all the way to the bottom. Like in 30 days, you could have more than any other clover without even a special diet.
I mean, Fight the Tight shirt is like literally an estrogen factory.
It's the crypto teaches clovers to grow balls diet plan.
Yeah, stop loving balls and start growing them. I do worry about you guys, Matthew. I do worry about you guys because, like, so many of you are just like, just very nasally and very, obviously unhealthy just from your voices.
That's the problem.
That's quite a diagnosis. Wow, you can tell by the
Am
voice.
I wrong?
I'm pretty healthy.
Yeah, well, I know. That's why I'm saying you can be the prime. Did you guys ever hear about how, like, in all this left wing media they were saying about how, like, exercise and like being fit and strong is like a characteristic of the far right and neo Nazis and all the rest, right? And then there was this movement called the swole left, right? And if you've seen these guys, they are all pathetically weak, but they're like
brother,
the swole of that movement. I just
let me
feel
ask you a
like
question.
Globers are kind of the same. Anyway, move on.
Yeah, exactly. But in light of that, like, if everything of the sense of protection and self-actualization is outsourced, then you don't need to be strong, right? It's kind of like a waste, you know. It's like a hobby. It's like, oh, you work out. Oh, you watch Netflix. They're equivalent, you know. It's like, why are you just wasting your time on mindless stuff? You know, don't you know the government's going to protect you? Don't you know the government's going to lift a heavy box for you?
Yeah, I just posted an article of the quote unquote swole left. Guy's got like the skinniest arms you've ever seen. Anyway, sorry, I'll take this off topic. We can go back on topic. So back on topic. How much do you bench?
Say what? I talked through that. Can you say that again?
How much do you bench?
Yeah.
39.59.
Sweet. Actually, Matthew, I do have a semi-serious question for you.
Okay.
Do you have 2 sticks and a bike?
No.
Can you travel 500 miles really fast on a bike?
Yeah, like instantly.
No.
Like, yeah, near instant, yeah.
I know the video you're referring to, though. I've watched it. The guy in Canada, right?
Yeah, that guy. Even he's got more testosterone than most globers. And he's Canadian.
So, which fitness guru do you think is one of the most healthy people?
Crypto.
Billy Blanks.
No, I don't care about gurus, bro. Come on, you're in a community where we literally don't give the monkeys about the opinions of self-proclaimed authorities.
Yep, fair enough. I should have known that.
Yeah, it turns out the Earth's flat, Matt. What do you think about that?
I think a lot of evidence points to the idea that it's not.
Yeah. I always should be upset that I can't rename you to Flathulens again. I always enjoy doing that.
Flathulence.
Oh yeah,
Can't be-
it's harder to change names in here.
Yeah.
I think one of the better ones wasn't it Matthew Curve's flaws or something like that?
Oh, I can't remember. I didn't do
Matthew Curve's flaws.
Yeah, because we were talking about looking at lights in the ceiling and say, oh, look, the lights in the ceiling are round. That means the floor must be round. Curve. And he goes, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that conversation.
Do you remember when Chad told you to stop saying silly things?
No, I don't remember that specifically.
Yeah, I wish I still had the meme for that. It was great.
Or was it Matthew Curve's corners?
So Matthew, who do you think in the whole of like the Gem Panda crew, let's just throw you guys into one. Who do you think you could take in a fight?
I don't know. Probably nobody.
Please say Branch. That guy needs to be fucking flogged.
Oh, you could definitely take Branch.
You could probably whoop Dogs Are Gods, yeah.
Have you guys seen a picture of Dogs Are Gods? That guy's like the ultimate soy boy.
I can imagine you can hear it in his voice.
Right, and no offense, you guys, but Matthew's American.
That doesn't mean you don't have soy boys.
I know that.
I was born in California.
It was a joke.
Oh, God.
Shit, he's not American. My bad, guys.
California.
Don't relate
the Canada
Dogs
of
Are
the
Gods
USA.
to the rest of
Hey,
us.
you guys. Frickin' Matthew kind of looks like Grasshopper, if you know what I'm saying.
He's in the weeds?
No. Carradine, Kung Fu. He was skinny.
A little bit.
Kind of had a little forward lean to his face, and he just walked around with like a sunken shoulder a little bit, and just like his hands would just like flow, and he looked like you could snap him like a twig. But then when you got up in his business, he did some kung fu on you. Oh yeah.
It would be interesting to see you with long hair. Then it might show a resemblance.
I want to see him with a farmer's hat and like a piece of straw in his mouth.
So
we could just use the AI and put his face.
Yeah,
on
AI could do that for
fight some Carradine fights.
So guys,
I'm making your new profile picture, Matthew.
Yeah, guys, just let you know, I was watching a stream or like a debate with Dogs Are Gods, just to go back to that for a second, and I realized he literally looked like a Bugman. So I'm not because he's already been on camera, but yeah.
Oh, Dogs Are Gods, what a legend.
Bugman.
Have a look in the text chat.
Oh, that's the guy, eh?
We got a 5-hour episode, maybe 3.5, but it's 2 parts, 2.5 and then 3.5 of Dogs Are Gods, going into 24/7 and basically bringing up, for arguments, bridges for the globe, tow tanks. But then the second part is we're talking about refraction, because we start talking about the laser test and all that, and it is just an evisceration. And if nobody's seen it, they need to see it, in my opinion. So much good, juicy content in that clip.
I feel like it's invincible ignorance from him, where like he doesn't even really care about what he says. It doesn't matter how insane it is. He doesn't give a shit. He's just gonna say it. When you call him out on it, he's just gonna call you stupid, start yelling at you. Then he's gonna declare victory after you mute him. Doesn't matter.
And then he calls himself the infamous Dogs Are Gods.
Yeah, like it's just a bunch of tactics, right? He's trying to get you riled up.
Yeah, Matthew, I reckon you can take Dogs Are Gods. You can take
possibly.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew, do you believe in evolution? Or I don't
No.
think we've ever had this conversation. Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
I
Matt,
think that the
not
universe
completely
was
retarded.
intelligently created by a creator, God of the Bible specifically.
Yeah, I was thinking. I thought that might be the case.
Yeah, Matthew's not completely retarded. He's just got some problems with his balls.
So to be fair, most Christians are in my camp too. So it's not like I'm anything that unique.
Most Christians?
Yeah, I would say most Christians are don't believe that God used evolution to create the world, to create life, and most Christians are globers.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with the second statement. I don't know about the first one. Speaking to plenty of Christians who are like, "Yeah, evolution is correct, bro," but maybe that's an English thing. I don't know.
Well, yeah, yes and no. It's not the overarching evolution from, cosmogony to, abiogenesis, but that God created the universe and created the conditions for evolution, or created the initial states and then the evolution occurred after the initial states. But most Christians don't believe in overarching cosmogenesis, right? Where the cosmos is what gives rise to biology.
Yeah, so there are definitely Christians who think that God might have used some form of evolution, like guided evolution. But the problems with evolution are becoming so apparent and vast that
Yeah.
there's no reason for us we as Christians to like use this old broken model for anything. So why say evolution happened if the only good reason for thinking that evolution happened is if you have a preconceived notion that God doesn't exist. It's the only game in town. So
Yeah, most of the evolutionary concessions were basically get the bandwagon. They wanted, Christians wanted to be one with science, right? It's because, as many people do, they're taught when they're young that science is preeminence over all other truths. And so they think they have to side with science to not be cast out of society. So, for example, if I'm a Christian and I don't side with science, then I'm going to be laughed at and not taken seriously.
Do you have the same opinion about the Big Bang too, then, Matthew?
Again, there's two different versions of the Big Bang. One is that it just happened for no reason because of quantum vacuum or something like that, and I don't think any Christian believes that happened. Then the second, if you believe that God exists, now the question is, did he make things just appear in place, or could he have used some kind of like expansion to make that happen? And I
But
think
then
that
you got to question the timeline, yeah.
right. Yeah. So there are definitely people who say that God created the universe 13 point whatever billion years ago, and then there are other people who say no, it was much shorter than that.
What do you think? Which one do you go with? Do you go with one or the other, or?
I would say that generally I had spent maybe 20 or 30 years as kind of a young Earth creationist, but more lately I think that it's probably true that God could have used a longer timeline. I don't see any contradiction about that.
Okay, so
In general,
longer timeline, as in what they tell us, or
no.
Yeah,
well, I'm open to that, but I think that it could be much shorter or much longer than that. So I don't know. And in fact, that's why I think that the more interesting conversation is design versus not design, because these details sort of get in the way.
Well, yeah. For example, the concept that the Earth was created, 13 point whatever the heck billion years ago, right? So you say that to yourself, okay, a year is what I experience as a year ad infinitum into the past. But that's not even necessarily true. The universe could have been created with all of the processes that would appear as if it's 13 billion years of cycles, but it actually could happen within 3 seconds of our modern time. So the universe could be an appearance of cyclical change as what appears to us now to be 13 billion years, but it actually happened in an instant.
Especially if the speed of light is changing. I know that it's kind of anathema to say that the speed of light might change, but I don't see any
yes,
reason
but
to say that God could have designed it that way.
well, yes, you'd be considering an entity that exists beyond the boundaries in which the speed of light are bound, right? So the idea that the speed of light is limited in a lower dimension from a higher dimension would be silly.
Right. By the way, I posted in the chat a great book that talks about all this cosmology stuff and why it's more and more rational to think that God exists.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, think how silly this is. If you're just talking about the entity described in the Bible, right? This entity literally says, "Let there be light," and then light exists. Yet somehow light then has a fixed speed that you can't control. That would be silly on its face.
Right, right.
So with you thinking that maybe the timeline could be correct, then do you believe that, like, what do you think about all these like what they call pre-humans? What do you think that is then?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's something that I don't really have a good answer for. You know, the Bible sort of hints at these other kinds of, you know, humans or you know, Neanderthals or other hominids or whatever. I just don't know. It seems weird
Yeah.
that God would, you know, it seems weird that with the idea that God would create these other, you know, similar looking beings that don't have a soul, but maybe that just seems weird. So I don't know.
Another explanation is that they're just humans,
Right. Yeah.
right? They're just humans with a different, you know, an expressed different genotype or something. You know.
Yeah. Different genetics or something. The question is, do they have a soul, or are they fully human in God's eyes, or are they more animals? That I don't know.
Well, yeah, there is an assumption there, right? Where it says, you know, man is let us create man in our image, right? And so he made man specifically and then breathed the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So that doesn't actually say anything about any other creatures, you know.
It's true.
There's no mutual exclusion there.
Right.
You know,
Right.
kind of like when he said, you know, let there be, you know, a sun to rule the day. You know, you don't say, okay, he created a sun after light and after the morning and the evening. So we already have a day-night cycle in light without the sun, and all of a sudden there's a sun. Therefore, it must be that the Earth is a ball rotating around it.
Yeah, the sun and the moon are
See
created
the
on day
problem?
4.
I think the point that we're going for here is that many people have religions, and they have faiths, and they have books or doctrines from these faiths. The authority of these doctrines and faiths to yield to the alleged authority of so-called science. We've seen it our whole lives, have we not? So I'm like for example, someone will say, I'm a Christian, I believe what the Bible says it, that's it. But when you look at the creation account, every single thing in the creation account, the mainstream science says the opposite. It says the opposite happened. They don't agree with one thing in the creation account, not one. Yet these people say, oh, I believe my book. But really, they yield to science, whatever that means. And it's not even real science, it's pseudoscience. But because, it's been trained to us that it's truth, and it's an arbiter of truth, we yield to it instinctually. And even with peer pressure and social pressure, thus saith science. Oh, my religious book says this, but science says this. Who should I believe? My religious book, which I believe is divinely inspired by the God who created everything, or some stupid scientist in the lab go, oh, I think I'll pick the scientist.
Yeah, God obviously knows more than any human about creation.
Negative. Right? But instead we'll trust flawed man and flawed man's interpretations of things because they claim science. They misapply the category of scientific validation to things that can't be tangibly validated, like the far distant reaches of the sky or the universe. Right? Magical, mystical creation stories ad infinitum into the past, like gravitational accretion and all this other baloney that they have absolutely no proof for whatsoever. It's just a fancy story, no different than any other mythos. Matthew, where'd the dry land come from? Gravitational accretion?
I don't know.
Well, you're a Christian, aren't you? Doesn't the
Right.
Bible say that he pulled the dry land by separating the waters from the land?
Yeah, that's the day 3, I think. God separated the waters from the dry land.
Right. So not gravitational accretion then, right?
No.
What is gravitational accretion?
It's the idea. Go ahead, brother. You go for it.
So it's the idea that the solar system formed by a bunch of hydrogen and helium slowly clumping together to make the sun, and then all the heavy elements sort of gradually accreted together to make bigger and bigger chunks that eventually formed into planets. And so the Earth was one of those that formed over millions of years with lots of like rocks and things collecting together.
Okay.
Right. So he didn't really give a good
model.
example. So let me make it more clear. All these particulates, right, are just floating out in free space, and because they're quote unquote massive in themselves, because they have some mass, then all the different masses quote unquote attract each other because mass attracts mass, and so they slowly float towards each other until they get bigger and bigger and bigger and finally form into planets.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So in other words, an undemonstrable, unvalidated, just so creation story in the heliocentric religion. Right? People will say, "Oh, you just claim God did it." Right? That's silly. How could you prove that? Were you there to see him do it? Okay, well, prove gravitational accretion forms planets. I mean, good grief, dude. This stuff is religious gobbledygook nonsense, and people just eat it up as if it's been scientifically validated.
Yeah, so I think most of the heliocentric people in this chat will go to the Cavendish experiment to say it proves gravity, but I know you don't hold any faith in that and you don't think that's an actual scientific experiment. Can you explain why that is? Can you explain like why that doesn't prove anything and why that isn't like an actual scientific experiment?
What is it? Well, first you have to decide what it's supposed to prove, or what it proves allegedly.
Right. I think I think it was supposed to prove the gravitational constant, G, as we know it.
What does that mean? What's a gravitational constant?
If I'm just going by like the definition, I guess it's the measurement of force, gravitational attraction between pairs of lead spheres, which allow for the calculation of the value of the gravitational constant G.
Okay, but what does that mean? Like, what's a gravitational constant?
That's a good question. What is like a constant? Like, what is the gravitational constant?
For example, I could just say the gravitational constant is 1, right? And
One gravity unit?
Earth is 1 gravity unit of gravity, and then I could just use a metric, right, to do a conversion to say, since I know Earth's mass is thus and so, and Earth has 1 gravity unit, right, then I can just claim that such and so planet out there is this mass, and I can just divide by my gravity unit, and then claim that it has that much gravity compared. So it has 0.75 G or 1.25 G, right? Who cares? What have you really done? Nothing.
Yeah, who cares, dude? Who cares about it?
So that's what you go. It's like, what is it? What is it, dude? Is it saying? Is it trying to say like how much attractive force would be with a certain particular amount of mass? I mean, what does that even mean? So first we need to define mass. So what's mass?
Gravity.
Mass is gravity. So gravity attracts gravity because of
I've been
gravity.
talking about this repulsive force. It's actually used in kinetic conversions, but we actually don't need to use it in kinetic conversions, so we don't. But this electric force is the Coulomb's force. You can measure this resistive and its electric flow, bypass currents from pressure from pushing, like let's say like a magnetic conduction. You could measure that with you could measure a Coulomb's force or how much pressure is pushing, like the current, the total current that's conducted in a given moment, for example.
Sorry, I just came off deafen, but AI, is this the guy you were talking
That's
to?
off of a different system though, using dynamic current, not static electricity.
Sorry, AI, were you talking to this guy or Jambus?
Not that guy, no. But he may have something interesting to say.
All right,
We're
fair.
trying to figure out what mass is.
So you want to know what this downforce is? What causes gravity? That will help with the explanation.
No, we
I
want to
thought
know what
gravity
mass
was.
is.
Wait a second. I thought gravity was the cause. Is the cause the effect and
Well, does nobody know what the cause of
component?
gravity is, right? I know what the cause of gravity is. Do you?
Do you?
Well, I mean, what are you going to say the cause of gravity is? You might have a different explanation.
I don't claim a cause of supposed gravity.
I do. I claim to know.
Loser.
You know how there's electric currents that flow outwards? They propagate. They radially propagate along. Look, let's say a meter above the Earth, there's 100 volts, right? And it diverges out, and then 2 meters above, there's 200 volts, etc., etc. There's a potential difference. Well, these layers of this potential difference. This is where you have electric flow being pushed outwards. It's a okay. So you have electric force going upwards. A resistance to electric force going upwards. Well, what that means is that when there is, because see, in nature, electricity doesn't always flow from the most electrically charged to the least electrically charged. You'd think that would be so, but that is more that there is repulsive forces that push off of each other, and this force that's going upwards, this electric force that's being pushed, well, that is traveling upwards, the resistive nature to it is in the upward direction. You have a counter space that moves down counter to it. So that counter space is the force that we know as gravity. That's a etheric counter space. Is what Tesla
So
probably
can
would
you
have called something
define?
similar. I mean, look at his
Can you
writings. I
define?
haven't read any Tesla, but it'd be very similar. It's like a Tesla coil.
So can you define this?
No, that was pertinent. Thank you.
Okay, that's true.
Where did we go? I mean, I just came off Deafin, but it seems to me like there was probably another conversation that just got taken here.
Yeah.
No,
Dude,
I was just
actually,
explaining that force there for gravity could be.
I want
yeah,
to hear
but
what
that
AIS
wasn't the
has to
question.
say.
That's fair. It's fair, but that wasn't the question on the table. The question on the table was, what is mass?
Well, we're way off the beaten path if that's the case.
But it's not bad. So I actually do have an alternative theory of gravity, which is basically just, so dense things go down, right? If unsupported in a medium. So all you need is a density distribution, right, in the reverse. That's energetic in nature, right? So a dense type of energy goes up, and structural objects go down against it. So just like you have a density column traveling downwards, you have a density column of energy traveling upwards. Very simple. So one displaces the other. And since they're striated horizontally, that's why things don't go spontaneously left or right. You know that claim, well, if it's density, why don't things just go left and right? Well, because they're horizontally structured, that's why. Which is not far off from what this man explained, that there's, different energy states at different altitudes.
Why are they horizontally structured? What is
Because
the
that's
mechanism
rational.
behind that?
Will.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Will.
Will?
Will. W-I-L-L.
What does that mean? What does will mean?
Sentient intent.
Like it's tied to observation.
No, look, the structure of the universe, right, is clearly derivative of sentient mind, right?
Yeah.
So all things ordered, right, as such are ordered by will in the first instance, and all motion is created by will in the first instance.
By whose will?
It's the only thing possible. The creator's will. Whose else?
Gotcha.
Now, look, I mean, you could say gotcha all you want, but
No,
what does
I'm
that
saying
mean?
I'm just saying I understand what you mean.
Okay, fair.
Not like I'm trying to call you out. I mean, I just understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's fair, because usually what happens is when you say something like that, people are like, oh, automatically dismiss you as if you're silly, because believing that something came from nothing and all meaning in life is just a distraction so you can propagate your genes for no reason before heat death of the universe is more rational.
Well, I mean, I'm an agnostic deist, so I'm more tolerant to these ideas.
Cool.
So tell me more.
Before we even get to that, I think so you're saying density is what's controlling things like falling, to Earth, right? To what we know as like the plane of the Earth. But like how can you say that when, things fall differently in different densities. Like if you were to drop a lead brick and like a feather in water, the lead brick would obviously drop much faster than in water.
Well,
But
yeah,
in a
that's just
vacuum,
viscosity. That's just viscosity and resistance, bro.
okay.
I mean that's not a mystery. That's like saying you can run faster if you're in the air than if you're in quicksand.
Or running through a pool.
But shouldn't the same thing apply to air? Because air is, in terms of density, air has a certain
It
density,
does
right?
apply.
So
It does apply though.
so if I were
Things
to
fall
drop
at
a
different
lead
rates
block,
through air.
if I were to drop a lead block and an aluminum block, which one would hit the ground first?
In what medium? In what
Depends on
medium?
its density, bro.
In a medium of air.
Dude, how much surface area does it have to resist the air?
Say these are very small blocks.
Are they equal? Are they equal in, like, height,
They're equal in every dimension.
length? Okay.
They're equal in every dimension other than what they're composed of.
Well, then lead
right,
would
which
be
would
first.
change what? Well, yeah, but what would it change? It would change its density, right?
Yeah, lead is more dense than aluminum, so that would hit first.
So that's not true.
No, it is true. Like in a vacuum, that wouldn't be true, but in a pressurized atmosphere, that would be true.
Okay, so in a vacuum, it's not true. Why is it not true in a vacuum?
Because there's not friction.
No resistance.
Why does friction matter?
And resistance.
Friction should have nothing to do. They both have the same surface area hitting air. So friction should be the same on both.
No, in a vacuum, there's no air.
I'm not talking about a vacuum. I'm talking about in air. So
Oh.
they both have the same surface area. So friction air resistance is going to be the same on both.
Dude, how about we do this? How about you just make your claim to a conclusion and make a point?
Yeah, that would be better, honestly.
Sure. So what I'm claiming is that density of the material has nothing to do with how fast or the acceleration that it has when it falls to the center of the earth.
Okay, so that's great. So what's your point? Because nobody had previously brought that up. So you're bringing up a new point. So what's the reason you're bringing it up?
I'm not bringing up a new point. You said this.
You are
You said that
wrong.
like the different densities is what you said. Density is
Oh
what
my
causes
goodness,
things
dude.
to fall to
Dude,
the earth.
hold. Right. Yep. So stop right there. So one person said that density distribution is the reason why things move towards the Earth. You brought in the speed differential. So you did bring up a new point. You're talking about something that's not previously talked about. So why are you bringing it up?
Okay, sorry. I might have.
No, that's no
came to that
problem. Dude. I'm
conclusion
just saying
myself.
it.
My
You
bad.
might have. Look, you might have had a relevant point. So I just wanted to know what it was. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that was the only thing I was bringing up. Is that
Yeah,
density has nothing to do with why things fall to the earth. Is all I was saying.
No, that's not what you said. You said you parsed it out with the speed at which it falls, or the rate at which it falls, the acceleration at which it falls. Not that it has nothing to do with it, because it clearly has something to do with it.
Right. So, are you unprepared to explain yourself, or?
Yeah, fair, but let's parse this out a little bit further. If it had nothing to do with it at all, then the idea of density having anything to do with rising or falling would not be known. It would be irrelevant. We'd never have heard of it.
Okay.
Agreed.
Sorry, I'm trying to. I think I see what the issue is. So my claim is not that density doesn't control the speed of things which fall. It doesn't make things fall to the earth. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, but I
So
said it does.
density is not the reason things go to the ground, or to what we think of as the
That's right. There's a disconnection.
Yeah. But I set up an example where it is, where there's an inverse density of energy that displaces mass downwards. But this all matters on the definition of mass, which was the first question: what is mass?
An inverse of density. What is that? What is an inverse of density?
Well, for example, if you have a buoyant object, right, you put it into a medium, right, it'll reach homeostasis if it matches its buoyancy with its density in the surrounding environment, right? So, for example, if you put a certain object like a helium balloon inflated just right with the amount of helium, you can get it to float, right, midair, right? Like it won't go any higher, it won't go any lower, pardoning any breezes or anything, but it'll just stay there. But if it's more buoyant than its surrounding environment, it will continue in the upward direction. If it's less buoyant, right, and quote unquote heavier than air, more dense than its surrounding medium, it will continue downward, right? So the principle of a directionality of density distribution, we already know that, right? It will proceed towards the ever less energy state, right? So all you need is an inverse of that in an energetic form that displaces mass in the opposite direction. So physical things displace things, right? And so energetic things can also displace things because they don't have the same amount of space, right? For the subatomic structure, the energetic structure.
Yeah, but energetic things can displace both energetic things and physical things.
Oh, start over because your first part cut out.
No, I said energetic things can displace both energetic and physical things.
Sure.
Just to be obvious.
Right, but think about it this way: we could talk about the cause or the functions of gravity all day long, but in regards to this conversation, the claim of gravity it isn't necessarily even about the cause. It's about the shape, right? The globe claim is that gravity is vectored radially inward towards the center of a giant floating ball. That's the claim on the globe side.
Yeah,
It's spinning too, by the way.
To say it that way is what makes sense.
And a spinning ball like that too. A spinning, floating.
That's what
giant ball.
When you
of
conceive of it that way, it makes sense of how the planets behave, right? In our solar system, it makes sense of how they behave when you think of
No.
it that way.
Definitely not.
What?
You look at your celestial sphere, you'll see they come across at the same spot every fucking time.
No. I'm saying it's the way they move.
If we were spinning, dude, all the different axes and the galactic spin and everything would be out of whack. That shit would move. You're only getting 2.5 or 2 zodiacs per moon cycle, and then you've got thing where the planets go over the same thing, and they don't move from their axis on the horizon. The ecliptic never changes.
Yeah, but they always move in an expected way.
That is only moving one zodiac every 2,500 years, something like that.
Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is they always move in a mathematically predictable way. No?
You try and predict them on any kind of mathematical scale, you'll lose. The
No.
Saros
Really?
cycle will beat you. The Saros cycle will win every time. It'll win out. I don't
Yeah,
care
the
what
math
time of thing
comes.
it is. It's just about time of year and about that certain thing. It's a Saros cycle.
Well, the math comes from the already existing patterns. So no, they're not predicting. There's math being applied to what was already happening. So
You can
saying it's
calculate off of those Saros cycles, but those Saros cycles aren't
really
changing.
ridiculous. Yeah, the Saros cycle is something that was documented and will predict things for years and years and years.
I mean, the way that NASA makes observations currently with the data they have is based on predictive math. A lot of it is.
Do you
You
know
sure
what a
about that?
scientific do you know what a scientific prediction is?
I have some idea of it, yeah.
I mean, do you know what it is? Can you state it for the class, please?
For the class. Well, I think a scientific prediction is when you have a set of data and you develop a reasonable hypothesis about it, and then you say what you think about it. Is that incorrect?
A scientific prediction is a hypothesis.
Right. Which is
Yo,
what I
It
said.
is a
Yo,
hypothesis.
guys, you know how I know flat Earth is bullshit?
Sorry?
Because I worked in satellite communications for 5 years, and yeah, there's no way flat Earth is real.
I'm sorry.
Elaborate.
Am I on a channel that thinks flat Earth is real?
Oh, of course.
Is,
I mean,
isn't
we're
this
talking
flat
about
Earth channel?
observable reality. So, can you elaborate on the satellites claim?
Yeah, so we get ephemeris data that works off of ecliptical orbits, and then we actually point antennas at them, and we get the beacon level, so we can actually track these things as they like do their elliptical orbits around the Earth. Yeah, so that's the reason why your claim is.
So you're
Can I-
saying that you worked installing dishes for paid TV? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But okay, if that's the way you interpret it.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, so, all right, you chart out some elliptical orbits of things around the Earth. Thus, the Earth is a ball. Why?
No, because like, okay, here's the thing, guys. Like, we actually know there's a distance between the Earth and outer orbit that like we call oh, I forget it. It's like
Yeah, look at my stream. There's still area in
geosynchronous.
here. I can show you.
Can I just hear what this guy has to say?
All right, yeah. So geosynchronous. When you put a satellite in the geosynchronous orbit, it's at a distance between Earth, and the gravitational pull, in which it always stays like kind of like the moon, right? Like, and it's consistent.
I think you've got
orbit.
anything to do with satellites. Tell you the
Oh, it
truth.
has everything to do with satellites.
No, I don't
Okay,
think you
so
do.
all right, so you're putting
Libra
things
is about
into
justice.
you're
Mars,
putting you're
war
putting
leading to justice, and Mercury in the sun.
you're putting things into orbit, so called, at a certain distance from the Earth.
Right, where it stays geosynchronous, where it literally the satellite does not. It's like the moon. It's just kind of no, it's not like
Okay.
the moon, but it stays basically in the same position.
All right, so you get it to a certain elevation above the Earth. Therefore,
Right.
the Earth is a ball because.
Because if the theories of gravity weren't real, you couldn't have a geosynchronous satellite. It would be impossible. And they actually do exist. I know because I pointed antennas at them and tracked them for 5 years.
Okay, theories of gravity. Could we see some of the equations? Any of the mathematics that are used to accomplish this? Are they also invoking? Are they invoking a globe radius to do all of this as well? Because the ball itself will be in question if you're saying that you're utilizing it to achieve orbits, etc. So can we look at what you're actually doing mathematically?
I mean, I couldn't show you the equations, but I do know I tracked those motherfuckers out in space for.
Okay, all right. I understand your claim. You're saying that you put something around the Earth, right? And that you're tracking it as it goes around the Earth. But still, we don't have any conclusive evidence that the Earth itself is this spherical thing that you're saying it is because of all this.
It actually is, and even an amateur photographer can put a drone into space with a camera and figure it out.
Okay,
But
that's another claim now. We're going off of the orbital mechanics argument that you were just using, and now you're saying that we can directly observe the ball. And I kind of like that, so why don't we do that? Why don't we go to some direct observation of this sphere that we're supposed to live on?
we could do
you
it
have
both
one?
ways, actually. Yeah, we can go. We could talk about geosynchronous satellites, or we could talk about
Yeah.
like.
But we did that. We
Low
did that.
orbit photography, or I don't know, whatever you guys.
We did the
Gotta figure it out.
geosynchronous satellites thing, and that was kind of inconclusive. We hit a wall, and it ended up, well, we can actually look straight at this ball. So yes, why don't we do that?
But before you do that, Heretic, can I just ask him what part of the satellite part was he involved in?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was a tech, so I was involved
You were
in like
tech.
programming the antenna tracking units that would like basically track these things in orbit. Yeah.
Cool.
So why don't we just look directly at the ball and confirm thus that it is a ball?
And I know about your little NASA argument that they whatever they did some fudging with
Talk about the ball.
Okay, I'm going to post an observation of the surface of Earth, and we'll see if it comports with your geometric claims of it based on satellites or whatever.
But also astronomy. I mean, come on, guys. Every other planet out there is
Well,
round.
hold on.
But like for
Hey,
some
hey. Can I hear you say that one more time? Just repeat for me about the planets.
Oh my goodness. I was going somewhere. now.
No, say it again.
Yeah, no, sorry. Okay, other planets. I will pick up on that a little bit. You're already begging the question of the Earth being the planet, which is the thing in question. But
is Earth a planet?
yeah, that is the thing in question. Is it a spherical body orbiting the sun? Which is what a planet has been said to be by heliocentrists. From my standpoint, I cannot verify that that's what a planet is. I can verify that it's a light in the sky that doesn't move with the constellations, but I can't say all those other things about it in terms of the heliocentric orbit and such.
Why do you think Earth is like the only planet? Or wait,
See, you're
why do you think
respawning.
Earth is the only thing that is not a planet? Is probably a better question.
Well, I mean, I would answer that with a question, which would be, what likeness do you see between the Earth and the things in the sky, the planets? Because I guess what I'm saying is I don't have a reason to think that it is one. When I look at a planet, I don't observe any likeness between it and what I'm standing on.
Bro, you ever like dream about mosquito scorpions hacking blood and shit and stealing sperm cells to kill fucking humans?
Fuck up.
Bye. Okay, I'm gonna post an observation because we both kind of got to the point where we're like, hey, we can look at the Earth. So I'm just gonna post something. This is a pretty standard observation that we post. Probably gets posted about 9,000 times a day. If it is a ball with the claim radius and the dimensions and everything that have been claimed in order to make orbital mechanics work and all of this, right? Given those dimensions, we should have a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in the picture I just posted. We have known distance markers in that image. The oil rigs there, and the distances are given for each. The furthest one is at 9.4 miles. I'm not even going to bother asking you the gotcha question. The horizon is clearly beyond the furthest oil rig at 9.4 miles. We're not observing the geometry that you said we could go up with a drone and take a look at.
Yeah.
What say you?
Well, a lot of people seem to think that the fact that you can see things so far is because of atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, they do say that.
Because the Earth is curved and its gravity is curved, therefore, yeah.
The gravity
Well,
is curved.
but at this point though, that's becoming a bit of a bare assertion because what I'm hearing is, well, it is curved, even though we look at it and don't observe that. But since we know that it's curved, there must be this refraction going on that makes it look like it does instead. You hear me?
Well, as long as you know that it's curved, that's good enough for me.
Well, I didn't say that I do know that. I'm saying that you're making the bare assertion that it is, but that's not what we observe, and then you have an ad hoc hypothesis about why that is. That's what I said. Did he leave? Yeah, he left. Okay, well, you guys go ahead. I got to do something else. Plus, I drank a few cans, and I should probably not be talking anyway.
So, can you explain gravity causes the effect? I don't understand.
Yeah, what did he say there? Yeah, I think he actually did
He
leave,
said
but
gravity. He said gravity bends.
Right. Okay. I understand.
AI,
Well, I
you
don't
still
understand,
there?
but
You hot micing, man. You hot micing big.
Too bad.
All right, we'll just have to deal.
All right. Sorry.
No worries.
Oh, were you going to ask me a question or just wanted to say I was hot micing?
Yeah, no, it was just that. Just want to let you know that. You doing grout still?
No, I finished that.
Ah, good
Finally.
to know. Good,
Fuck
good.
for that.
Just trying to piece together whether that was what I was hearing.
Just put my
I work in
table
satellite.
No, he didn't say he works on satellites. He said he pointed something at a satellite and got data from the satellite. But what he really said was I pointed something in a direction and got data.
True.
Well, where were you when I was taking them down the Black Swan path?
Where was who? Timbo?
Nah, no, you. What you just said now would have been good, but it's all good.
Time is it over yonder?
Which yonder?
Oh, you've unmuted me. How you doing? It's
More
midday. How
more
you doing?
interested in AI because I think he doesn't sleep.
Ah, yeah.
Sleep is for mortals.
No, what's up,
Goddamn
Joe?
machines.
What's up on the couch?
That Sunshine. How is it? How did you say it was? Did you just say it was midnight in New Zealand? Midday in New
I
Zealand?
said midday in Western Australia.
Oh, you in WA?
Really quick, Britt, you still here? I was kind of wondering about the gravity comment that he made. Do you want to pick up with what you had to say about that? Okay, he's not here. Go ahead, dudes. It's all good.
Do you want to see the stats on this RuneScape account?
What?
Well, I've got it's a pure, it's a PKing account. I'm going to make the attack 50, make it an obby or a granite mauler.
What does that have to do with anything?
Wait, I thought you had a pure skiller on before. Zero
No,
combat stats.
that was someone I was just looking up.
This Jambus character, is this Rhinoceros?
The range has to be up in the 90s. I'm going to get the range.
God's sake. Could Ryan or Jambus answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. When did you guys migrate over to here?
I don't know. It's just like a little impromptu thing that me and Spake set up, and it just
What
grew
happened
and
to the
grew and
server?
grew, and now it's this, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, 24/7 is still there. People still hang out. We still do events.
Just getting different customers.
Yeah, I mean, we just put our fishing line out here. We're like, oh, let's park in the politics server and see if we can catch some Globers. And we're still here, and it's like this. Yeah.
To a net.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly.
you
Now
guys,
we're casting a net now. Yeah.
nice. So you guys still hang out in the 24/7?
Oh yeah, every day. But I mean, we're taking care of most of the business here lately.
Nice. Yeah, you get a lot more people in here, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're all around already, so it's pretty easy to get customers.
Nice, nice.
Yep.
Well, hey, it's good to see you guys here. Honestly.
Yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by. And stop by the home base too.
Oh, I'm still there. I
Good.
mean, I haven't been around in quite a while. I mean, it's been a minute since I've even came into this server. So
Yeah, fair.
yeah.
We can't all
Do you
do
still
Discord all
believe
the
you live
time.
on a? Do you still believe you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Oh yeah, big guy. Yes, but and during that time that I've been away, I've thought about, kind of, the discussions we've had in the past. And I've forgotten all of them, and I've kind of moved
Oh
on
my god.
with a little bit. And so
That's over 6 hours of content you forgot.
I know.
Go from WA.
Man, you guys talk about so much. I mean, I literally, I have to give you guys props because you guys know a lot about, certain aspects of everything. And especially about, like, you guys know the exact radius of the Earth. Somebody say it right now. I'm sure one
Oh,
of you.
dude, that's just a 4-digit number,
No,
man.
hold on. No, everybody stop. I'm the only one here who has the correct answer. Please ask me.
Average.
AI, what is the radius of the
In
spherical
miles
Earth?
or kilometers?
0. There is no spherical Earth.
Okay, but I call bullshit on you're the only one who knows the correct answer. I've been saying that for years.
I'm sorry, I should have specified. What is the proclaimed value of the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, you did learn something from being on our server for a while.
Yes, I did.
I thought AI was going to say 1 radial unit.
No, but AI,
That's
you
also a good
should know.
answer.
100% you should know.
All right, ask me again. I'll tell you the right answer this time.
AI, what is the proclaimed value of the radius of the Earth? Proclaimed by...
5979 miles, something like that.
No, the correct answer is 1R.
No, dude, give me it in miles.
2R.
In miles?
Wait, does nobody
Oh,
know
in
it?
miles. Well, you weren't specific enough. You say if you want the alleged radius of the globe Earth concept in the globe Earth
2R, you're
conception
doing
in the
Earth
globe Earth
radius, right? So you do
heliocentric
2R,
model,
half
right?
the
Then you
distance,
get
and you get a triangle. Well, 1R, half the distance. Makes it easier.
yes,
And you
it's 3,959 miles.
know the 8 inches per square mile? Just half the distance. So over a 6 mile distance, right? Go to the
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't need to
Very
say
good.
all that. I'm sorry, Sunshine. I just muted you again, but it's just, I mean, you just start and you just go, and who knows where we end up. Just try to focus, on the matter at hand.
Well, that's also a proclaimed. I
Sorry.
can't even say that.
No. 3 squared. 3 squared is 9. Sorry. So 9.
Oh, he never fucking stopped.
Trying
Sorry,
to.
my boy Sunshine
Is
is
he?
grinding hard on RuneScape right now, so give him some slack.
But I think he was trying to derive the radius from the 8 inches per mile squared, back, like reverse engineer it.
Oh my god. That's way more than what was asked for. Please. We already have one get beget.
What if we get them 2 guys together?
Yeah, sorry.
Listen
The
to what I
only
was saying,
point I was
right?
trying to get
Listen
to is
to
that.
what I was
sorry. The only
I
point.
just have to keep him muted, I guess. He doesn't stop.
The only point I was trying to get to is that you guys know your shit, and I respect that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Old squad. Ooh, my old squad. Sorry.
How dare you?
Good morning, everyone.
Uh-oh.
Good evening.
Hello. Get me. Sorry, I was just doing a really bad impersonation of you.
Yeah, no problem.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good whatever. Or noon. Noon?
Hey,
Afternoon?
Flatty.
Hey, get me good.
It's afternoon here. 4 p.m. We've got
Wow.
Friday afternoon in the future.
7 a.m. Friday for me.
Almost 0 o'clock.
It's almost Friday for me. It's 2 minutes away.
It's a chill morning with a dense mist. You barely can see the street lights.
No,
Oh,
no,
man.
that's not mist. That's the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, there must be a lot of space
Yeah,
time.
refraction.
Must be a lot of space time curvature out there where you're at.
Yes, yes.
And because the air's more dense, you might get a bit of a gravity well there too. So be careful.
Yeah, it's pushing me down. Where are the globers? The globalists?
They're
hiding.
The song "Pressure"
Well,
pushing down on me.
we destroyed gravity, so they floated away.
They ran them all out. They don't play well with others. They got rid of them quick. They didn't bring their toys, not real toys anyway. They brought theoretical toys.
Theoretical toys.
Like theodolites that show curvature.
Yeah, we're like, if it's gonna be story time, you gotta at least tell us what book you're reading from.
I have that meme with the theodolites, with the globies.
Hey,
The guy looking through
hold
the
on, Debbie Cat.
theodolite says, "Go left," and the other one, "The other left."
Is
Yeah,
AI
go ahead.
still in here? AI, you still here?
Yeah, what
Man,
up?
you thoroughly walked that kid around the block. That was smooth.
Wait, which kid? I hope you're not talking about me.
Well, keep hoping.
Beta Veritas. Who was talking about? That one, Battle Mod? The English guy, yeah?
The guy that said he was in the satellite industry.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about
He's
him
gone.
already.
Yeah, well, I've been listening. I don't want you guys to listen to my fans, so I'm listening. I don't want to interrupt, but I enjoyed that. The
Can't
kid,
hear your fan now.
he couldn't go as deep into his own supposed career as AI could. It was beautiful.
Dude, is eczema contagious?
Definitely not.
No.
No.
He
Yeah,
said,
my sister had that all the time
eczema.
when we were like 3, and nothing ever happened to me. So no.
Listen, not eczema, but herpes is. Don't kiss him. Don't let him lie to you. It's eczema. look around and see if they got
Maximize.
that Veltrex in their bathroom. You always check the medicine cabinet. If you see
Nah, bro, it's
Veltrex,
all,
The
if you
it's all
see
over my
Veltrex,
knees.
I've seen the commercials. Don't lie to me. It's all about remission. You got to use Veltrex. If you see Veltrex in the damn medicine cabinet, get the hell on.
I just
You
got a
don't see.
bad rash on my knees. And I think I was kneeling in some dirt and weeds and stuff at one job
There's
site.
a
I
joke
think
for
that
that.
got something.
I used to do it to my brothers at
Oh,
the bar. I'd come up,
AI.
hey man, your girlfriend's boyfriend called and said, don't worry about that rash. It'll go away in a week or two.
No, don't leave it like that. Actually, go and do parasite test, parasite infestation. E- Everything that shows up on the skin is actually
Jimsy, you're always on the
a
parasite.
matter of the intestines.
But you're right, man. People don't worry about that now. When you said that to me as a farmer, I was like, "Holy shit! I do treat my animals for parasites." So I started looking into
Yeah,
it. But I found that a lot of my diet helps to fight against parasitic organisms, like garlic. I
yes.
like to eat raw garlic. So
Garlic is good, but not for all of them. There are many that are very resistant
How
here.
listen,
does
dude.
garlic prove the shape of the earth?
Listen, it doesn't. I just wanted to tell you, you got me sold on that. So I've been looking into the parasite.
Garlic will not protect you from AIDS, just so you know.
Do I have to make Brit a mod for fuck's sake?
AIDS is not a disease.
Possibly.
It doesn't
It's a
even
virus.
exist. It doesn't even exist. Virus theory is
Yeah,
not a scientific
we can't
theory
get
in
out there.
medicine.
We can't
Yeah,
get out there.
but
Come on, bro. Let me get the wheel.
they don't know.
You're drifting onto the
Yeah,
side of the
yeah,
road.
really.
Don't make AI take the wheel.
And
Yeah.
okay, listen, I told you yesterday that we're getting shut down. Other servers
Just
just
a
got
little bit.
down to the
Just
very
you're
top.
back in
I'm not
between the yellow
arguing
line.
with you on it, but we can't fucking talk about it, dude.
Right,
Oh,
right.
It's Discord problem.
The parasites
Yeah,
thing, though.
sure.
That was.
I retract my words.
Yeah.
I've seen people in my life that people said, yeah, that person's a crackhead. But when I looked at them, I seen a dog that was riddled with tapeworm. And I was like, no, I think she got worms. Her food just ain't making it nowhere because the parasites eating it.
Yeah.
Dude, didn't
Are you
homeboy
talking
just say
about a
stop
dog or
talking
a
about this
lady?
topic?
You talking about a dog or
Hey,
a lady
yo,
right now?
yo.
What?
Didn't
Let's go
homeboy
back to the
no,
earth.
not? Yo. Didn't homeboy
Heretic.
just say stop talking about this topic?
Let's talk
Yes.
about the earth.
Oh, I thought he said don't
Yeah.
cover viruses, dude. I didn't know he was. That's why I took it back to parasites because it drifted into viral theory.
No, dude, I said medical so-called
Oh,
disinformation. That means that entire fucking genre. Let's just stick to
I'm
the
with you.
genre that
I've read
that's
TOS.
totally
It just,
named after.
yeah, I've read TOS. It just says medical. It's not. It's general.
Well, they can do whatever they want for whatever reason they make up. So
Yeah, I
let's
know
just
they
stay in
can.
our lane, boys. That's all it
It's in
is.
the TOS. I just thought you were talking about the viral stuff.
I have
got
a question.
Where's the curve?
I have a question.
It better be about something flat earthy.
How do we get a text chat channel in this server?
Oh, you tired of clicking on that little box?
Yeah, but I want us to have one for this live stream.
Yeah, listen, I thought you guys were pretty popular. I was wondering why you hadn't earned your
Yeah.
own text lobby yet.
Ged, don't lie to us, man. You're no ex-hacker. You were the voice on Sesame Street for the count, and you're just chilling.
Hey, Glad, long
Hey,
time
buddy.
no
How are ya?
see. Nice to
One,
see you.
Listen,
Good,
listen,
good.
friends, for goodness sakes. Okay,
What?
how it works here is you use the embedded live chat that's associated with the stream or the voice chat. That's the only one you can use, and it deletes automatically periodically. That's just the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the reason I ask is because every time I log into this in Discord, um, it gets me into some pumpkin channels, memes channels, all this
Yeah.
nonsense stuff, which I don't want to see. Yeah.
I mean, it's just the way it's set up here. I mean, so yeah, it might be a little extra step, but it's just what we got to deal with.
Just add this channel as a favorite.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you haven't structured the politics server to favorites and follow the ones you want, then you need to do that, because then all your channels will be right on the top.
But are any flat earthers admins or of this server?
Sort of.
I see.
What's your point?
Well, I thought we were some sort of guests in this server, and they don't give
We
us
are
yet
guests.
the whole channel.
No,
Yeah.
no. All the channels work the same way. That are the guest chats.
Yeah.
We have a chat associated with the live chat audio, and it deletes itself periodically. So we don't get a log, we
Yeah.
don't get a history, you know, which actually keeps
Oh,
things a little more
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and clean, and yeah, I get it now. Understood. I was just curious, asking, because
Yeah, fair. That's just how they do things here. It's basically a routine purge of the messages. You know, just
yeah,
it does keep history of cleanliness. You know what I mean?
yeah. Safety
Now,
first.
now speaking of that, who's got a flat Earth related question?
I don't know what I don't know about flat Earth.
So, what the panel is saying is that all its flat Earth questions have been answered.
Is the change of rate in slope of the horizon.
I like that centrifugal force cope that happened earlier today. There was a guy who said that you can contain gas with centrifugal force.
Oh, with the bucket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, is that the new claim now? That there's gas adhering to the surface because of centrifugal force? That's why it doesn't fuck off into space. He did say no to that. So his whole demonstration was completely irrelevant to what he was trying to prove. But if they did claim that, it would be like, okay, so the gas is rotating then. Okay, so it's rotating with the Earth. Okay, so you debunked the reference frames that you needed to prove rotation in the first place. Thanks.
Yeah, this this magical invisible glue, free state glue, like you know. Gravity, the way it glues the air to the ground, but in a free state, so that the gas is still free to move in all directions. It's so weird.
Incredible, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
That's just what.
It acts as a centripetal force. Also,
I still can't get a globe to describe to me like the voyage of a gas particle or a molecule. Like, just like describe its journey. They can't.
oh, when it's effing off into space in the vacuum. and it takes trillions of Googles, light years to reach to another star system or nebula and form a whole galaxy there and start it all over. But it's funny because I've seen documentaries where they claim that those supernovas,
Yeah.
star systems that have exploded, are a gas giant, and
How do you know that?
they will form again a star system there. So it's like they reborn, like the phoenix bird, uh, rebirth from its own ash.
And how do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know? I was saying what they say.
Okay.
I didn't claim I know.
You're just speaking too slow, man. Learn how to speak faster.
Yeah, well, that's not my problem.
You're gonna make people fall asleep.
Actually, that's the state
So
of
how did you come to
vagueness.
be a flat earther? How did you discover flat earth?
It was around 2010. 2007, I began to see videos popping up on YouTube with flat earth subject. I was already knowing about a lot of things going on. The big lie, but not about flat earth, but the governmental deception and lie. 9/11, etc. And when I saw those videos showing on YouTube, I was like, no, this cannot be. This is actually a conspiracy theory. So these guys are like, I was perceiving them something like those crazies with the UFOs, but I never looked into it, you know. The UFOs are actually deception program from the military complex. So I was thinking it's some sort of psyop or what's the name for it. But then when I only looked when Eric Dubay published that 200 proofs, and it made me question stuff. But 2011, 2012, I already saw on YouTube channels where there were flat earthers, and I was joining and having arguments with them. And they told me, like, if you go from the north in a straight line towards the equator, yeah, and when you reach at the equator, you take a 90 degrees turn and then walk like a quarter of the diameter of the earth, and take another 90-degree turn, then you should be getting back to the North Pole in describing some sort of a triangle with three angles of 90 degrees, which is impossible, you know. But and yeah, I was arguing with them that you cannot have a triangle on the surface of a globe on the world, you know. It didn't make sense to me what they were actually trying to tell me. It took me a little while, but then I understood what they meant, and they were right, what they were about.
Okay. So we're gonna talk about the fact that they are lying to us, and we don't care about the fact that they're lying to us. We want to get down to who is lying to us. Here's the elites. These are people of the top 1%. 1% of the 1%. These are the Roman Catholic Church, who also control
Oh, you mean
a
the
minority
elite?
of
Yeah,
Jews.
yeah. They are wicked ones, yeah.
All right, listen up.
If
But
you
This
think
isn't
about
the
it,
topic of
you
the
don't
room,
have
dude.
to mention their
If you
names.
think about it, you joined a channel called Flat Earth. So what do you think the subject is here?
yeah, if you look at the heliocentric model, it was created by Nicholas Copernicus, who was a Catholic. And if you look at the
Okay.
Big Bang Theory, it was created by George Lemaitre, another Catholic priest.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
Very good. Yeah. Very good points.
you have to look at the patterns. Even
Well,
evolution.
listen, we get trolled a lot around here, and we have a lot of derailers and a lot of people who make TOS offenses just to get us pulled down and stuff. So we're kind of on guard, but if you're speaking within the topic, you're golden.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And be a little careful, picky with the words, you know. We are not allowed to say their names and stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yes,
for the
sir.
good of the channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy
server.
crap.
Yeah.
Move on. And
Yeah,
also,
how
Now,
many
don't
people
push
do
the
you
red
think
button.
that everyone would have to fool? You know, how many people are in the know, and how many
you
people
don't
are
have to
not?
be in on it to be a part of it.
I know you don't have to be in on it. How many people know? Is what I'm asking.
How would
I have
we
the
know
answer.
that? How would we know?
How
I
many
know the
people
answer.
know the Earth is flat, but they're keeping it from everyone else?
I know the answer. The exact amount of people. There you go.
Yeah.
Did you say a number? I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
lost
the
it.
exact amount, the exact number of the amount of people that need to know that are doing it. No, there you go.
That's a fantastic answer. But no, I mean AI, give me a real answer. Like give me a number. How many people? Every single world government, every single person at the top of world government, you know,
No,
every person in any space industry at the top
no,
of the space
How many
industry.
of
I
them?
think
Okay.
all pilots know. I think all the pilots
nope.
No,
know.
I'll
no,
just
not
re-ask
many.
Hey, hey, hey,
look,
hey.
dude, he put a
If you look at the
hey.
logo of the United Nations, what is it?
He put a question to AI. AI is gonna answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What was the question again?
How many people, you know, in the world, give or take,
Sure.
you know, it doesn't have to be exact. How many people know the Earth is flat? Because I know there's a lot of pawns that are just doing their job in this, and you know, and don't know the Earth is flat. Who knows? How many people? Give me a number.
Well, let's see. There's 180 countries, right? Only 30% of them are even relevant. So what's that? 60. So 60 countries that actually matter, right? And out of them, less than probably 100 people each. So
In each
what's that?
country?
60. Yeah, so less than 1,000 people. There you go.
Less than 1,000 people in 60 countries.
Yep.
Okay. The president of the United States couldn't even get his dick sucked without everyone finding out.
Yep. Cool story.
How would this flat Earth secret be kept a secret by now?
It's not a secret though. That's the problem.
Yeah, we're here. And the president thing, that was televised. How about flat Earth? It was, but in a negative light.
Dude, you do realize that they literally talk about flat Earth at the high echelons constantly. For example, not that long ago, social media people were in Congress being told, what are you going to do about flat Earth? Right? That's them telling you that it's serious, that it matters.
People
That's them pointing
Congress?
a finger. Yes, you didn't know about that?
I have no idea about this. No.
Okay, so you know social media, right? You know that people get their panties in a bunch about the fact that people can freely communicate, and they don't like that, so they want to control what people say. So they get together and they lobby the government to try to restrict other people's speech, right? And they did this with the flat Earth. They had a bunch of these social media peeps come before Congress, and they had a little powwow about what they're going to do about restricting or censoring or cutting off the flow of flat Earth information. That's literally the government putting a big red sign, nothing to see here, move along.
Really? Interesting. Can you send me like a link on that? It's got to be on YouTube, right?
Not at the moment, no, but it's just it's congressional hearings. They're live broadcast.
This was a congressional hearing that wasn't publicized?
No, it's live broadcast. So it was publicized.
Nobody has a recording of it or anything?
Well, dude, I'm putting away my tools. I got a recording, butt crack. You know what I'm saying?
Can you send it to me like whenever you have a chance? It doesn't have to be now. I want to go ahead
I
and
mean,
believe
yes.
you.
I mean, I could find it for you, sure. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is known. It's out there. It's not even hard to find. It's like me. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm literally not gonna waste my calories looking for it for you. Now, if it was something specific, right, and nuanced and niche, then I would look for it for you. But this is literally wasting my life to look for it for you, bro.
Wouldn't this be
This
a
is something
huge
that
piece
like
of
a lot of people have
evidence?
seen on TV, dude. This is a really common video.
Sorry, one sec. Wouldn't this be a huge piece of evidence? A congressional hearing saying like, "Hey, don't talk about the flat Earth." Wouldn't that be
Wow,
a
are you late
massive?
to the
It
party?
is huge. It is huge. That's why I said to you, "Wow, you didn't hear of that, bro."
No, I didn't.
Good.
And you're not gonna
Well, that's
expend the energy to like send me a link?
no,
Like if
dude.
this was so
Dude, I'm not.
huge, dude,
I
wouldn't it be
listen,
on
friend.
YouTube?
Listen, friend. I am not literally going to go across my truck, get my phone, and waste my finger energy to do something that you yourself could do in less than 3 seconds. Okay? And you're not going to make an argument about it, me not doing it means anything other than I'm not wasting my energy on you because I've literally been working for 14 hours and I'm picking up. Okay? You can literally go find this stuff so easy. It's not even hard to find. It's not niche. It's not hidden. It's plain as day.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I put in a YouTube congressional hearing flat Earth, like the first result would be what you're talking about, probably.
Maybe you may have to word it a little bit differently.
Well, see,
I'd
man,
say
that's
try
why I
on
want.
Google.
Can one of your friends send it to me? Can some other
It's in the
flat Earth?
chat. It's in the chat.
Dude. See, you whine so hard that you basically Tom Sawyered somebody else to do your legwork for you. Good job.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to whine. I'm just asking questions.
Oh.
That's
No,
all.
I'm just saying. I'm just being proud of you for your Tom Sawyer maneuver.
Yeah, he also Tom Sawyered me. I
Hold
posted the YouTube video for you.
on, dude. Dude, you just interrupted him. I think he was about to say, "Who's Tom Sawyer?"
Better question.
Can you send me a link on that, bro? Oh,
I
so
mean, I
anyway,
like the Rush song. It's not bad.
for those who don't know, Tom Sawyer is a book by Mark Twain. It's about a boy and his adventures. And in this book, he always tricks people into doing his chores and jobs for him by, like, getting
Your
them to
for
help,
he.
and then he asks them for like advice on how to do it, and then they show him, and then by the time they show him, it's done already. He's like, "Oh, thanks for showing me." And then he collects the money.
I read that.
Okay, this is a congressional hearing about social media filtering. Interesting. I'll listen to this and
Yeah.
Very quickly, the relevant search results used to be published by YouTube for different subjects, and you could look them up, and you'd see the amount of numbers. And flat Earth was in the tens of thousands, and the hundreds of thousands, and the millions. And then it went up to 10 million, 15 million, 25 million. And then it surpassed Justin Bieber. And when it surpassed Justin Bieber for the amount of relevant search hit results, then it surpassed Trump. And in the combination of the relevance of Bieber and Trump, the government was like, holy crap, bro. We can't let the flat earth be more popular than Justin Bieber or Trump. So we got to put a kibosh on this. And then they immediately, YouTube stopped publishing those results. And then shortly thereafter, you had this congressional mumbo jumbo. And now we have these stupid gay things under flat earth content, which says flat earth is scientifically disproven, yada, yada, yada. And they skewed the algorithm to where now you can't find all the juicy flat earth content of those 25 million extra results. And now when you search for a lot of flat earth stuff, all you get is Glovers talking about it. You don't get flat earthers talking about it. You have to scroll to like the 1500th page, when before it was everywhere.
The popularity thing, there's some deja vu in that with this channel here in this server.
fellas, I gotta be honest with you. I think most people, your average citizen of whatever country you come from, don't give a shit if the Earth is flat or round. I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, it's only us that really actually, care about this.
Yeah. Here you are, Rhinoceros.
Yes, sir. Here I am.
Yeah, and here the top channel is in the politics server, more popular.
Yeah,
than all the political channels.
you listen,
this
friend.
the top
You
channel?
just completely hold on, dude. You just blew over all that data I gave you. I'm telling you that over the past decade, in a period within 3 years within that decade, the flat Earth subject escalated to popularity among social media beyond all other popular subjects. So it's not the case that nobody cares. They actually care more about it than all these other subjects. And as soon as that happened, hold on, as soon as that data point happened, that is when, quote unquote, powers that be, whoever they are, started to step in and do something about it, when they realized just how popular it actually is.
Yeah, it's more popular than politics in a politics server.
Okay. I have no way to verify this. I have no way you guys are telling the truth, but I will believe you for the for the moment. And I have like a few
Well, dude,
theories.
it's recorded.
Why that?
It's
Can
recorded.
I finish real quick?
Go
Only
ahead.
like 2 seconds. I have like a few ideas on why that would be, and all of them are uninteresting. But even if that is the case, that still doesn't prove the Earth is flat. I mean, just
Dude,
because
what kind of
no one
listen,
said
friend,
it did.
dude? Holy fuck, dude! I let you interrupt me for that nonsense. Think about this, dude.
Yeah.
What moron would hold on? What moron would posit the idea that a lot of people are talking about flat Earth and it's super popular on social media, therefore the Earth is flat? What idiot would make that argument?
So if something is super popular on social media, that automatically makes it true?
What
kind
the
of
fuck?
fucked up logic
Holy
is
crap,
that?
dude! Exactly,
on.
but you just sounded like you were trying to make the argument that somebody was making that argument.
Oh no, I'm sorry. If that's what you guys thought I was trying to make an argument of, I was not. So
Right. So nobody is trying to make that argument. Okay, the Earth is demonstrably flat because it's covered in 70% water, and water is flat and level, and horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, and everywhere you go, down is down and up is up. So we're clearly living on a horizontal plane.
Okay.
Okay, nothing, dude. Why don't you prove to me that down isn't down and up isn't up and that level isn't perpendicular to plumb? How about that? And that water at rest is flat and level. How about that?
Earth is flat and level only due to gravity. And I mean, that's the only thing
Cool
I can
story.
say. And I know we're going to get into a whole thing about this, about
Okay,
gravity.
let's say that's
And how
true.
you don't give a fuck about
Okay,
gravity.
let's
Gravity
say that's
destroys the
true.
whole flat Earth.
No, it
Sorry, go ahead.
doesn't, dude. You just said Earth is flat and level because of gravity. So if Earth is flat and level because of gravity, then it's flat and level. Duh.
No, I'm sorry. I probably misspoke. I said that water seems flat and level due to gravity.
No, water is flat and level.
How do you know that?
It's simple, dude.
We
It's
measure.
demonstrable human experience, and you can measure it with lasers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So transversely, Mr. It's obviously gravity is somehow relevant to this conversation. So why don't you enlighten us how gravity is salient point in this conversation at all? What does gravity do for anybody?
Can you say that? How is gravity salient to this point?
Yeah. Yeah, how is it, bro?
Can you define salient? I'm sorry, salient.
Crucially, intrinsic, necessary.
Okay. So if gravity is a true thing in our reality, then having a flat Earth would be impossible due to gravity trying to push everything. So mass attracting mass would push everything together.
False.
Okay, go ahead.
Debunked and superseded theory.
It doesn't matter, okay? You can have mass attracts mass on a flat Earth. You're assuming a creation event or a structure which isn't possible in reality. Example, a flat disk that would quote unquote be crushed by gravitational forces. However, if you have forces all radial to the center, it wouldn't crush because it'd be at homeostasis, just like a bicycle wheel or countertension in a disk, right? So either way, the Earth isn't a flat disk with no dimensions, right? It has length, width, and depth. So various distributions of the substrata, right, would cause the same exact field lines experiences gravity if mass attracts mass with the same exact mathematics. Okay, so mass attracts mass
Sorry,
doesn't
hold on. You're saying a whole lot of things.
exclude.
Can you
Go ahead.
back to the beginning? Sorry, can you
Yes,
repeat what you said
I'll
from the
make it
beginning?
very simple. I'll make it very
Yes.
simple. Gravity works just fine if the Earth is flat.
How
It's
so?
not exclusive to globes.
So if mass
Alright,
attracts
well,
mass, it would not form everything into the smallest volume it can. It can.
there's your problem. There's your problem. You just said it would not form. You are positing a creation story, sir, and I'm not interested in your religion.
I'm sorry, I'm not positing a religion. I'm asking you.
You are,
A
dude. You are
fundamental
trying
fact.
to peddle. No, you are trying to peddle onto me your creation story of how the Earth got here, how it was formed in the past, and I'm not interested in your religion.
No, I'm sorry. I am asking you, if mass attracts mass, how would it not form into the least volume possible?
Okay, you're assuming it's formed by these processes. That's your problem.
I think you're still
So
understanding what I'm saying. Mass attracts mass. If things are trying to get, if mass is trying to get as close as possible to each other, why would it not form into the shape that it has the least
oh,
volume
perfect.
possible?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. So I have a light that I'm using to light my work that I'm doing right now. It's called a Ryobi light, and it's maintaining its structure. It's not collapsing into a ball. Why?
You're saying the light coming out of your Ryobi
No, my
light is
lamp,
not.
my Ryobi light. It's made of plastic and metal. right? And it's not spontaneously collapsing in on itself. Why?
Oh, I see the trick here. Because the mass is not
There's no
big
trick,
enough.
dude.
This is a trick. Because the
No, it
mass
isn't, dude.
of your
The only
Ryobi
person
light.
tricking anybody is you tricking yourself.
No, reality is the trick.
Okay,
sorry.
Listen, friend. The correct answer is that the force, right? Any force on it is not sufficient to damage it, break it, move it, alter it. Correct?
The gravitational force? No. On a
Any force.
on something that is made of plastic and was formed? No, the gravity is not going to be enough to
Okay, so here's the
crush
problem,
that.
friend. You're trying to tell me that the Earth itself is going to be crushed into a ball under its own gravitational force, but technically, the Ryobi is experiencing the same force because
You're breaking up, AI.
gravity's
I don't know if it's just for me.
pulling against it, the entire gravity of the Earth. So what I'm saying is that the entire gravity of the Earth is pulling on my Ryobi light, and my Ryobi light is not being crushed. Why?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I'm sorry, you're breaking up for me. I don't know
Holy
if it happened
fuck,
for
dude.
anybody else. I'm very
Yeah,
sorry.
you were cutting out.
All right. Okay, let's try one more time. The entire gravity, quote unquote, allegedly of the Earth is pulling on my light, but my light is not being crushed. Why?
Because gravity is fundamentally a very weak force. I mean, there are three other fundamental forces that overpower it. The strong
Right.
magnetic
So
force, the
your claim,
electromagnetic force, the weak
yeah, sure,
nuclear force.
absolutely. Right. So your claim that everything is going to be crushed into a ball is false.
That is, why is that true?
Look, I don't know if you realize it or not, but I just demonstrated it and you conceded.
Yeah, the greater the
Oh,
gravity force,
if
the
I
weaker
have
it
to
is.
spend more of my calories explaining it to you, dude, I
No,
don't know what to tell you.
no, you don't. I think you've explained enough. Thank you guys very much.
No problem. So, long story short, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay, good job.
How come you believe in gravity?
Hold on, I'm
Mass
sorry. I
mass.
think my original question was density had nothing to do with things falling to the ground. I think it was my original question. We got into gravity. My bad, obviously. But density, I've explained this so many times. Density has nothing to do with gravity with things falling to the ground, because density is not a vector. Density is a scalar value. It has no notion of direction.
What?
Density is not a vector. So that means
Okay.
it has no idea of direction.
Yeah, but
Density is a
who
scalar
said
value.
density is a vector?
Can I just talk with
Me.
AI real quick?
I said
Okay.
it is, but I don't mean density of
Ah, I see.
physical objects. I mean an energy density.
Say that again.
Well, you may not be the same dude that we talked to earlier.
I am the
So,
same person.
oh, so we
I don't
said
know
that
who you're
before.
talking about, but
So, the other homeboy said that there's an energy distribution, right? He was trying to do it with electricity, right? Like volts per meter increase as you raise in altitude. And he was positing the idea that all things are pushed in the opposite direction, right? Essentially, being forced out by this presence of this electrical concentration
I
or
have no
directionality.
idea what that means. I don't think that has any scientific basis. So
Well,
let's
that may not,
disregard that.
but so
Why does
supposedly,
density have anything to do with why things fall to the ground?
okay, so if I forego what I just was talking about, then I can't get to the conclusion.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so much like if you have concentric magnets, right, and you stack them, an object's going to be passed from one magnet to the next, right? and let's say that each magnet is successively stronger than the last, then it's going to continue along that direction, right? Towards the more powerful magnet each time. It's not going to go backwards. And so that homeboy was positing the idea that that's what the electrical distribution does. And so I wasn't positing that idea. I was just positing a similar density distribution where there's an energy similar to the increasing magnets. But it's not actually. But it's.
I don't
Go
care
ahead.
about what that guy thinks. I want to know what you think. Why does density
I know.
make things
You're right.
look like
So what I did is I said what he said, and I said how it was relevant to what I said, and then I said I don't believe that, but this is what I believe. Right when I said that, that's when you interrupted me to say I don't care what he says. So what I said was just like things are displaced, right, with gradiated densities, right? So for example, you let a ball full of air at the bottom of a pool, it goes up, right? Or at the bottom of the ocean, it goes up. But if you have a helium balloon, you can fill it up in just the right amount, and it'll float, right? It won't rise or fall. But if you take a little out, it'll fall, and if you put a little more, it'll rise. But then it'll stop again once it reaches that, homeostasis again. So all is I posited the idea that there's an inverse relationship, that instead of a gradiated density of physical stuff, that there's an inverse gradiated density of energetic stuff, which would be sufficient to displace the matter downwards the same way that it's displaced upwards.
So
now, keep in mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, keep in mind, this depends on what you think mass is, which all began asking somebody what's mass.
So I was about to get to. It sounded like you were giving a roundabout way of gravity. You're saying correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying a more dense stuff. Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
Okay, well, just imagine a density tower, right?
A density tower.
So a density tower is, you fill it like with milk, water, oil, soap, and they all striate themselves, right?
Sure.
In different. Right, and then if you put a certain object in them, you'll see it float through all the densities till it reaches the top, right? Or you put it on the top and you'll see it sink all the way down. Right.
I guess depending on the object, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So depending on the object you introduce, it'll do that. Now, if you have a similar density tower, but it's an energy state rather than a physical substance, right? And it's striated in a similar manner, it would do the same thing to mass. And if mass is ubiquitous in relation to this energy, then it will be moved in the same amount, in the same rate, in the same direction, regardless, except for resistance, obviously, like viscosity, air resistance, all of that. So it would look to us the same way, quote unquote, gravity looks. Now, of course, it wouldn't be radial to the center of a giant ball. It would just be up. It would just be down, just a literal down, plumb, perpendicular to horizontal.
I mean, man, it's like we're describing the same thing. I feel like.
No, we're not, dude. Not even close.
I'm trying to describe the same thing back to you. You claimed density, but you have no concept over mass. Like you don't give a shit about mass.
No, I did say mass. I said if mass is ubiquitous to this energy. So this energy regards all mass equal except in amount. So it would function just like gravity, where there's more
energy
mass.
is equal. Can you explain that more to me? So the
Well,
energy
think
of
about it. Think about it, dude. If you have quote unquote any idea of quote unquote gravity, right? You're going to say generally things fall at, if they're falling, all things being equal, approximately 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
Yes.
Whether it's 1 unit mass or 10 unit masses, right? So if it's something is 10 times as massive, it's not going to fall faster. It's going to fall the same. So whatever is causing it to fall is treating it equal. If mass is present, it treats it a certain way. If not, it treats it another way.
We could say it's a constant value. Yes.
Yes, however, the more massive the object is, the more force it's going to exert, right?
Sure. Yeah, the more inertia it has.
Yes.
Right.
So
So
this
you
energy state that
agree
I'm
to the
speaking about would act the exact
concept
same
of
way.
inertia. So you agree to the concept of inertia, right? So the more
Well, I
massive
mean,
something is, the more inertia it has at a given velocity.
yeah, and the more energy it takes to get into motion in the first instance.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Almost the more energy it takes to get it into motion in the first instance.
Okay, you were literally describing the definition of mass. Do you agree with that?
Dude, so you're saying mass is the ability of something to require energy to get it to move. That's mass.
No, I'm saying mass is the there's a good definition of this. Mass is the opposition to a change in inertia. A change in inertia.
What? What are you talking about?
I mean, let's Google this.
Well, keep in mind there's multiple definitions of mass depending on what field you're speaking about. Yes, one specific definition is the resistance to acceleration, which is how you measure it. It's the only way to measure it. You apply a force with an expected acceleration, you see the resistance. Right? For example, a scale.
Right.
Now, keep in mind, people will say, oh, what you're talking about sounds a lot like quote unquote gravity. But what does that even mean? Are we talking about the cause or are we talking about the effect? Because everybody sees the same thing. We all see things fall. We all see things rise. We all see heavy things make a scale read more than lighter things. We all see the same thing.
True. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all see the same thing. It's just you can't use density as a way to describe this phenomena. Maybe and maybe you don't believe in gravity either to describe this phenomenon.
Well, dude,
Like I'm
let me ask you this
sick
question.
and tired. I'm sick and tired of people trying to use density as a way to describe things falling to the ground because density is not a vector. It has no direction to it.
Oh,
So
what things go down?
what things go down? Can you be more specific?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, we just already agreed that some things go up, some things go down. So which of the things go down?
Sure. What things go down to the center of the earth? Anything that has
No.
mass.
See what you just did there, dude? You were being so honest, and then you just threw to the center of the earth in there for shits and giggles.
I'm sorry. Let me restate. What things go to the ground? Anything that has mass. Is that better for you?
Well, I mean, that's not true, though, because if I have a helium balloon, it doesn't go to the ground. It'll go up, depending on how much I fill it, right? So it's not true that things just always go to the ground, right?
Okay, fair enough. You got me there.
Now, you could say, well, what about a vacuum chamber? Then I would say, okay, so if something is more dense than the surrounding medium, it will go to the ground. That's true. If you put it in a vacuum chamber, you'll just prove what I said true. Again, which is if it's more dense, it's going to go to the ground.
Like I said, density has no vector. Density is not a vector. It has no relation to direction.
I mean, that's great, but the problem is that every time I say that something that's more dense than its surrounding medium will head to the ground, I mean, that's just true. So it does seem that there is some ubiquitous downness there.
I mean, you have to have gravity to be able to say that things that are more dense fall to the ground. I mean, that's just
Well,
a true fact.
what if I just call things that are more dense falling to the ground gravity, and then I just have it as a tautology, and I don't need anything else? Because you just said I need gravity, but what's gravity? Is it the
I'm
cause
sorry.
or the effect?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, you were cutting out.
Is you said I have to have gravity. What is gravity? Is it the thing I'm seeing happen, or is it something you're claiming is happening in the background that I'm not seeing happen?
So gravity is what makes density work. It's what makes more
No,
dense things fall to the ground. I mean, it has to be because density,
no.
again, is not a vector. It has no sense of direction.
Well, I'm telling you, it is a vector.
How so?
Because you're just thinking about the density of the structure of the object. I'm talking about the relationship to the environment. And the environment has an encoded density gradient of energy.
You're saying the environment has an encoded sense of density?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the environment, like the ether, or what are we talking about here?
No, nothing.
When you say environment, what do you mean by that?
Well, the world in which we live.
Well,
The world in which we live in, that is very ambiguous. Do you have like a more rigorous definition?
Yeah, I'll put it to like this. There's one assumption that's posited sometimes, that the world is essentially materialistic or fundamentally physical, and that energy states are ultimately physical things themselves or physical things in motion, whatever. But if you just remove that bias and just understand that the supernatural most definitely exists and the higher dimensional states are necessary for the lower dimensional states to express themselves, then all of these things function on higher dimensions that we don't have access to, right? So they can't be science in principle.
So if the I heard supernatural state. I mean, this is pseudoscience. You have no scientific basis
oh
to
my
to
god.
make any sort of prediction off of
Fractals?
this.
I don't need it, dude.
Fractal symmetry?
You do need it.
This is
What are you
not
talking about fractal
pseudoscience?
symmetry, dude?
Yeah.
What the?
Hold on,
And
Bro,
he's
you can get,
ignoring.
try to be on point, for goodness sakes. What does fractal
Yeah.
symmetry have to do with anything, dude? We're not talking about nothing that has to do with any of that right now.
So you just said the supernatural. I mean, when I hear the supernatural put into any scientific discussion, I kind of close off. You have no
Well, that's
basis
great, dude. Maybe
for
you ought to
why
stop being so.
density.
Hey, bro, why didn't you stop being so myopic in your vision and realize that the world isn't determined by science alone? Okay, science isn't a tool that fixes every broken thing. Science isn't the truism that fixes all falsehoods. Science isn't the arbiter of the truth.
Boom, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
AI.
Yeah, bro, there it is.
I'll step out right now.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you
bro.
go ahead and step out, bro. If you think
Well,
science is the only arbiter of truth claims, then you're dumb as a rock, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, if that's the best possible win that
AI.
you can frame, if that's the best possible win that you can frame for yourself, go for it, man. I support it.
Yeah. AI, he was saying that gravity is the cause for density, and actually, it's the atomic bonds of the atoms that form molecules. They form certain structures, and
Yeah.
yeah, symmetric, certain shapes, and they are at a certain distance, these atoms in these molecules that they form, uh, they all have different sizes, distances between them, those atoms. So yeah, there is a thing of symmetry in there.
I know,
So
brother. I
the
know, but
more,
the thing is, bro, you have some interesting things to say, but your segues are horrible. So we have no idea what you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, sorry. I just wanted to actually remind him about the superfluid liquid helium, which is flowing upwards, climbing the walls of the
You don't
container.
say.
How will
Dude,
he
if you
explain
tell
that?
if you ever tell us that you want to tell anybody something and we just guess superfood alien, we'll probably be right.
Yeah, but
But yeah, bro, do you notice that though? Is this homeboy think he got me on
yeah,
science isn't the only arbiter of truth claims. It's like, does this
yeah,
moron think that I can determine the length of a 2x4 with science? It's like, dude, I get my tape
yeah,
measure, I measure that thing, it's 8 feet long. Oh, you didn't science it, bro. You
exactly.
can't possibly know how long it is.
How do
No,
you determine
this
length without science, bro?
this
Are you
guy
kidding
is
me, dude?
like AI.
How
If
do you
you ask
determine
him to
any
measure,
measurement without science?
Okay, transversely. Why don't you explain to me how measuring an object is science? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, science is uh, I mean, when we talk
it's
about
what?
science, bro, we're talking about a certain method to discover truth. And whenever we do measurements, all the systems of measurements that we have, they have to be objective, right? And that's what science is about. It's about
Science,
It's about
science
finding
is not
objective truth in things.
discovering truth.
Yeah. Well, it's
No,
through
it's not
experimentation,
about
right?
no, it's not about discovering truth. So you're wrong.
Isn't
Why?
science a way to like discover a measurable way of
No,
doing things or understanding
no,
something?
no.
Well, then how would you define it?
Science is a way to determine cause and effect of a phenomena, observed phenomena.
Right, like length or weight.
Yeah, cause and effect.
Right.
Yeah, I see water boiling. So what makes the water boiling? I think heat or low pressure. Yeah. So then I test this. I add heat to the water. I see it boils. I take the heat away. It stops boiling. Boom. Science. That's simple. It's
Yeah.
not about
All right.
truth.
Yeah. So let's analyze this. So you basically committed two fallacies, which the composition fallacy is one, and the other one I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, so you're basically saying that one thing has a part of a thing that another thing also has a part. Therefore, they're the same thing. Okay. So for example, my truck has tires. A tricycle has tires. Therefore, if I'm riding a tricycle, I'm riding in a truck. Just because science is objective and measuring a 2x4 is objective does not make measuring a 2x4 science. Okay,
So
look, friend. I know why this happens. It's because we were all taught when we were kids that science is the granddaddy of all truthiness, right? That's what we were all taught, and it's ingrained in our psyche. And that's why when anybody says that science isn't the only arbiter of truth, for some reason people get all bent out of shape and try to make everything into science. Hey, how much milk should I put in this cake? Oh, that's science. Hey, should I buy blue shoes or red shoes? Oh, that's science. Hey, I put 2 gallons of gas in my tank. Oh, that's science. It's
yeah,
like,
they
dude,
conflate the word.
So you don't. So if something was determined using the scientific method, you just immediately dismiss it, or you just dismissing certain things? I don't
oh,
understand your point.
What?
okay,
No.
dude, pay attention. If I want to measure a 2x4, am I
Uh-huh.
going to use, just listen, am I going to use a measuring cup or a tape measure? Which one?
A tape measure.
Correct. And a measuring cup I would use to find out how much flour I need to put in my cake. So certain tools are used for certain things. Science is used for certain things, and direct measurements are used for certain things. Mathematics is used for certain things.
Yeah.
So if somebody's doing science and they're coming to a scientific conclusion, right? If they're validating cause and effect through systematic experimentation, right? And they're doing all their I's and crossing all their T's, right? Then yes, I will accept it. Okay. But if they're trying to pull some shenanigans along the way and they just stamp science on it with a big sticker, I'm not going to accept it. I'm going to scrutinize it.
Right, but people have used the scientific method to explain why we have gravity, and it's rational. It's observable.
When does that happen?
What do you mean? Like we've had somebody go to the very top of the atmosphere, drop something, and it fell down.
Oh, what, dude? That's not. Holy crap! Holy crap!
Yeah, so
Now
I
I
mean,
understand. Now listen, Fred. Now I understand why you couldn't comprehend why measuring a 2x4 isn't science. I understand now. You're a
well,
parent.
are you saying that gravity isn't real? I don't understand what your point is.
Dude,
What's your claim?
My point is, all as you've done is reiterate the phenomena. Dropping something is dropping something. We all know dropping something is dropping something. If you're going to call dropping something gravity, then it's self-evident that when you drop something, it drops. Unless, of course, it floats. So you've done no science. You've just said when you drop something, it drops. That's like saying when I drive to the store, I'm at the store. It's a tautology. You haven't said anything.
No, I'm saying that it's an observable, repeatable phenomenon that we can apply in different places and different
But
situations, and we still get the same result.
how do you verify the cause?
Yes,
What do you mean?
You haven't done that.
Well, I mean, we've gone to space, right? And
No,
we know
no,
that
no.
the farther we are
Slow down,
from
son.
the planet.
Slow down.
Well, we've been to space before, right? And in space, things don't drop because we're very far from from the planet's mass. The closer
That
we are
was
to the
true.
mass,
That's still not validating the cause.
Oh,
well, no, I mean
he doesn't
the
understand.
closer
You need
the
to
closer we are to
stop
the
gravity.
well,
So
okay,
when
the
you
closer
drop
we are to
something, it won't fall when you stop gravity. Now, when you turn gravity back on and you drop something, it will fall. If you do that, then yes, gravity is a scientific theory. It's just like with electricity, yeah? I see a light bulb illuminating in my house, and I theorize that there is an electric current running in a circuit through those wires, and if I disconnect this switch, yeah, push on the switch, it will disconnect the electric circuit and the light bulb will turn off. Yeah.
Do you copy?
yes, but
So when I
Yes,
switch it,
yes, but
switch
no.
the switch, the light goes off. Therefore, I disrupted the electric current circuit.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
right,
Get
but
So there's, yeah.
but my
Yeah,
question
this
is
is
that doesn't invalidate like explanation of of what
Well,
like
you don't
electricity
have
is because
you
electricity is like charged particles, right?
listen.
Regardless of whether I
You took that something, yeah,
uh-huh,
and you drop it, and
uh-huh,
you see it's falling.
okay,
right.
but
It dropped.
get right now
Yeah.
he's trying to get off of that, right? He's trying to run away
Oh,
from
I
his
see.
science claims and he's trying to go somewhere else. So make sure that you've cleared up this science thing with him, that he gets it before he runs away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
run away from anything. I'm trying to understand your point.
Well, you said that gravity
Uh-huh.
causes things to fall.
Right.
And you said gravity is a scientific theory. So, to be a
Right.
scientific theory, you have to test it, verify that
Right.
it really is the cause of
Right.
things falling. Now, you have to take that something in your hand, you switch gravity off, turn it off, completely. And then you let go that thing and it must not fall. Now, when you turn back gravity on, that thing will have to fall because you have released it.
It,
You
it
get me?
depends if you're but it depends though, right? Like it will only fall if it's being pulled by something of enormous mass. That's what creates gravity. The closer
Yeah,
we are to
well,
the large mass, the more gravity is going to
so
be applied on the object. So in space,
okay,
there is no gravity. So you could turn off gravity by going into space, which is you separating yourself from the thing that's creating the gravitational force, which is the large piece of mass. So my
no,
point is
that's
that
not
like
true. Listen,
okay,
that's
well,
not true. That is
okay.
not true that in space is not gravity, yeah?
There's very little gravity. You're
Even,
right. Very
listen,
little.
no,
Yeah.
it's not zero gravity.
No, I didn't say zero. I said very little. You're right.
Not even very little. It's
Well,
not that.
very
It's
little
not what
compared to
you're
what we would
saying.
feel. Like
No,
it's less than
you are wrong.
well, it's less than if you were to
Listen,
be like the gravitational
stop
pull of you
rambling.
being. Uh,
Stop, dude, stop. Hold your horses.
okay.
Let me explain. You
Wow.
said there is zero gravity
I said very
or
little.
there is very little. Yes, I
Right.
know. You said these two things.
Oh, if I said
Now,
zero,
I
then I
told
meant very
you,
little.
when you said these two things, I told you that you are wrong. Do you know why?
Because there's more gravity closer to the thing that is creating the gravity than there is
No,
farther from the thing
no,
that's creating the gravity. So the
no.
farther you are from the thing that's creating the
Bullshit,
gravity, the less gravity is going to be applied
bullshit.
to.
Listen, stop, because you are speaking bullshit.
Okay.
So, in those videos with the astronauts on ISS, in space, free walking, whatever, you name it, yeah?
Right.
In those videos, NASA is saying that their velocity
Like
is
400 miles per hour or something.
almost equal to escape velocity. So they are constantly being in the gravitational pull or push. Yeah.
like
Right.
falling.
Right.
But
Right.
they are moving forward so fast that they are equalizing the rate of fall. So they
Mm,
are falling forward actually
right.
around the globe Earth. This is
Right.
what your model is saying. So that is not a zero gravity.
They
All
call
of
it a
that
zero
said,
G environment, but it's not actually a zero G
Yeah. No.
environment.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
corrected
if it was
myself.
zero, yeah,
I
if
did
because if
correct
it
myself.
was, they wouldn't be falling, right?
does
Right.
he realize though that all he's done is speak from a standpoint of imagination this entire time, while he's tried to put forth a scientific
Yeah.
so-called experiment?
Wait. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about homeboy or me?
You.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to understand what the point is. Are you guys are against like
Well, the
science or
point
something? I don't
is
understand what the
that
point is.
you had no clue. You said that if you go in space, there is zero gravity, and that is
I corrected
false.
myself. Uh,
You didn't correct it yourself. I had to correct you.
No, yeah, well, I did correct myself. You're
Yeah,
right. There's no situation that we can experience where there's zero gravity. We're surrounded by mass.
exactly.
Right.
There is no
Zero
place
gravity
where you
doesn't
can
exist. Yeah.
experience zero gravity
Right.
because there is no such thing.
Right.
If
We're surrounded
gravity
by mass.
doesn't exist, then
Hey,
zero
Joe,
gravity also
turn off your
cannot.
cam, dude. Turn off your cam.
What, bro? What, bro?
Turn it off.
Are you mad? Are you mad?
Kate, you're banned.
Ooh, band.
Yeah.
That was so strange.
Just like
Yeah,
that.
that was really weird. Hey, bro, you did the right thing, homie.
What happened?
Never
It's not
mind. Carry
important.
on, guys.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, bro. Do you think that the world is flat or do you think that the world is round?
It's not. I don't think much. I think only when I need it.
Okay,
And
fair enough.
Those terms
I
are
I
mutually
don't
exclusive.
like to believe things, you know, just like that, stories because they are told. So I'm not a religious person.
Fair enough. But from
I
what you've been
don't
able to observe,
follow belief systems.
but from what you've been able to observe, like in your life, do you, in your in your view, is the world flat or is it round?
Everybody
It is
experiences it as flat.
observable and measurable flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Like that's what you experience too, mate.
No, no, no. I've been in an airplane.
So what?
So have I.
Economy class?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it does matter. 'Cause you
Well,
have different kind of windows, you know.
but we're on the same plane, and the plane is
Duh,
not. It's no longer than 100 feet
we are on
long.
the same plane, but listen, you don't have the same room, you don't have the same comfort, yeah.
I mean, sure, maybe for
So
2 hours,
obviously,
I'm less
at the
comfortable
business
than.
class and the first class, the materials and everything is a lot better, and the service also is a lot better than economy class. In economy class, they
What?
treat you like
Oh,
cattle, yeah, like a truck driving with cows, transporting cows to the farm, whatever.
well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's how they
Maybe
transport.
you fly
You know.
Spirit.
Yeah, you had the front seat in your knees, right?
Again, it depends. I would imagine it would depend on the airline you
Yeah,
use.
yeah, yeah. And those windows that you had, they are made to not see through them. They are actually designed to be resistant, you know, not to offer you a good visibility.
Despite the like the comforts and lack thereof of of economy versus first class.
Yeah,
So
there
your
is a
own
huge difference.
so like Get was saying, like
Even the way the stewards speak with you.
Yeah, I
yeah,
would
but
assume
there
so. If
is.
you're paying multiple times more, you're gonna get better service. Yeah.
But to get back to the topic, like Epicat was saying, there's convexity to some of the windows on airplanes, right? And plus, your own science communicators have gone on record and publicly announced that you won't even see curvature from far above the average height of a commercial aircraft.
You won't, because you're like you visibly can't see it because of like obviously you're limited by your viewing distance. But I've been from, how would I explain it? I've been from one place in the planet to another place in the planet, and there were different times. You know what I mean? Like the sun was in a different location, the time of day was different, literally. So if I mean, you would have to explain to me why that is and how it's able. Either the planet is flat and the sun does a circular
Why
motion
do we have
counterclockwise.
time zones? Seriously? Are you asking
Well,
me why do
well,
we have time
yeah, yeah.
zones day
I'm
and
trying to
night? Do
hold
you
on, bro.
think like look
I know
now
the way it's been scientifically explained to me
right
as
now
the planet
it's
being
almost
round.
8 a.m. in Germany, so
Right.
it must be 8 a.m. in India too?
Okay, look, you got to start over with him. You belabored the point about the scientific method for so long about how it's
Yeah,
about testing cause and effect. He's back to labeling the Earth a geometric shape, calling it a celestial object, flying around the sun, and calling all of that science. So he hasn't
airplanes.
really
Yeah.
updated in this conversation, and you need to help him out.
Yeah,
He
I'm trying. Yeah,
hasn't.
help me out, bro.
So,
I'm genuinely interested.
so how are you going to switch off gravity to
You can't.
prove that object, the cause, yeah, for the object's falling is gravity? How do you switch it off?
You can't.
Then it's not a scientific theory. This is what
Okay,
science
but
says.
what you got, he's confused about what science is. He doesn't realize it's cause and effect. You're testing cause and
Yeah.
effect relationships, right? Because you're talking about the Earth
Yes.
being a geometric shape in space, and you're calling that science, right, guy?
Well,
Sorry, I
no,
don't see
I'm
your name.
saying that it's been explained to me to be that way through the scientific
No,
method, bro.
no, no. That was
Yeah,
not
I have.
put through the scientific method. That is a pseudoscience claim. It
Yeah.
was not. It's not possible to put that through the scientific method.
They told you a story and a lie, and you believed it. You swallowed it.
Okay, but explain to me how it can be like flat. I don't understand that.
No, dude, the sun just changes position through the day and throughout the year. That's literally all there is to it. Then the people
But
who
is
think
the
that they
sun
live on a
flat?
ball and listen, the
Is the
people who think that hold on, don't go there yet. I'm not done giving the answer. The people who think that they live on a ball, they give you their interpretation of how that works. How the sun changes its position while you're on a ball that's moving around the sun. That's all they did. But at the end of the day, all you have is the observations of what the sun is doing in the sky. That's it.
well, we can do experiments that are on a smaller scale that can repeat like the that can prove
Those aren't
the theory
experiments.
of gravity. Like
No,
if you
okay.
were like if you were to grab a balloon, right, and you would put a like a ball bearing in it, and you spin it, the ball bearing will rotate around in a straight line circular motion, kind of like a planet does, right? So that's like a
Okay,
small
listen. You
version.
said
That's a
straight
micro
line.
version of what
Listen.
what
You
we're
said
doing.
you said straight line, circular motion.
Yeah.
Contradicted yourself one word to the literal next. So I can't follow you.
Well, it's not wobbling as it's doing the circular motion. It's consistent in its travel. You
Well,
know what I
that's
mean?
not analogous to what you say the Earth is doing because you say it's wobbling. That's your
No, I'm
seasons.
saying it's not wobbling. I'm saying that it's going on a true course. If it was like if it like that's what our planet does. Our planet does not
Oh my
like
goodness, man.
wobble wildly. You
Oh
know what I
my
mean?
goodness,
It,
dude.
it, it
The
goes around in
explanation of
circles
listen,
around the
dude,
sun.
this is nonsense. The explanation of seasons in the globe paradigm is that it wobbles. Ball wobbles as it completes its orbit.
Well, yeah, it does, but like it's not. It's true though, bro. It's like a consistent motion. Whereas if you know what I mean, like if it, I mean that's the way it works. We can repeat that, right? How do you explain flat Earth? Is the sun flat?
I told you, dude. It's just the position of the sun relative to the Earth. That's it. That's
Right,
all you
but
have.
it's the sun flat.
But it says
What?
nothing about whether the sun is flat or what it is. It's just a matter of where the sun is in the sky. That's it. That's how
Okay.
you get your day and night cycle. That's how you get your seasons. And then if you think you're on a ball, you're going to come up with all these mathematics and inferences about how that happens with a ball. But at the end of the day, like I already told you, what you're left with is what the sun is seen to do in the sky.
Meanwhile, the surface of Earth
So
isn't curving in all directions.
how do you see the sun in the sky?
What do you mean? I mean,
What shape?
it's a circle.
A circle. Okay.
Right.
So it's not a ball.
Well, if I look at a ball, like I have, there's a ball right in front of me. If I look at it from a distance with my
Yeah.
eyes, I see a circle, but I know it's a ball because if I look around the entirety of its act,
Yeah.
if I could spit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
How do you know it's a ball?
But okay. So the sun is not a ball. It's just a disc, a circle.
Okay, so the sun is a disc.
Well, that's not a positive claim.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
just appears as it
Yeah,
appears as that, right? It just
right.
appears as a
This
surface.
Look,
is
bro, I'm
true.
not trying to be a dick. I'm really genuinely trying to like puzzle it
Yeah,
together, bro. Because like
this
you're
is
making it
Yeah.
true.
sound like
I'm
you know
glad
what you're
Well,
you
talking
are
about.
honest.
yeah.
I'm glad you
I
are
give you
honest.
I give you
Yeah.
credit there. Actually, I mean, I've
Yeah,
talked to a lot of people from your side of the fence, and you're not.
yeah.
You know, you're far from being the worst of them, is what I'm saying. Yeah. So great.
Nah, bro. I stopped
He's
believing
pretty
everything
chill.
I heard too, bro. But like at some point there is an objective truth, bro, and like I'm trying to get closer to that. So if you guys know something I don't, it behooves me to figure it out. You know?
Yeah, we know a lot of things, and if you really are into learning, you will find a lot of stuff to learn here, and actually scientific stuff. And
Okay. Well, but let's
first
keep
of
on
all,
exploring this, bro.
yeah,
Is the sun a disk?
we don't know. We
Okay.
observe it as a disk of light, yeah,
Right.
bright.
Right.
But nobody went up there and took it in his hands and turned it on all sides to see if it has sides and how many sides, you know. Nobody
Right.
had it physically in his hands or been close to it
But we've done that with
to
the moon.
tell.
We've definitely done that with the moon.
Well, they say they've
No.
done it, but it shows that they could also do that kind of video footage in a Hollywood studio, in a basement.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
they
could
could.
fake it. Yeah.
They could, but
Now,
like we
and
could take it.
in 1969, actually, uh, that kind of visual effects, and trickery, it was possible. But when you investigate to see if we were technologically close to actually being able to go that far up in the sky, I have serious doubts.
Mm,
You see, when they launched the Saturn V rocket, yeah, the biggest rocket in the world, the one that took them to the moon, the engine of that rocket generated a sound of 220 decibels. Do you know what that sound power output means?
wasn't like
Loudness.
160 decibels like that of an airplane turbine
Sorry?
or something? Isn't like 160 decibels a turbine engine?
No, no, no. Airplane turbines are 120, 140.
Yeah.
At 80, 90 decibels, um, some hypersensitive people which are suffering like ill, so they are weak, their bodies are weak, they can go deaf to that loudness. Now, at 120 decibels, uh, all men go deaf for life.
Yeah, but you could wear PPE.
Uh, listen,
You could wear headphones to reduce the
listen.
amount of decibels.
140 and 160 decibels, yeah, it becomes painful. It hurts. At 200 decibels, it is so loud that your organism starts to boil from the inside out, just like as if you were inside the microwave. So at that launch of the rocket Saturn V, there was a public spectators that watched the launch, but they had to be at 20 miles far away.
from the rocket. That's how far they were. And that was the safety distance, 20 miles. So no human being was closer to that rocket in that moment when it took off.
Bro, with all due respect, what's your point?
My point is that
That
to
means
isolate
as somebody
to isolate
that is
yourself from
mechanically
a
well, so
listen to listen.
I'm somebody that's mechanically inclined, bro. I understand how things work, and essentially what PPE is a piece of foam that's preventing sound from crossing to your eardrums, bro.
Piece of
It
foam? Are you
yeah,
kidding
that's
me?
like
Listen,
that's all
my
PPE is
friend,
used
my
and that's to
friend,
reduce decibels to
my
like
friend,
like tremendously.
you are confusing things.
So
To
like I would
isolate
imagine you
yourself,
know,
stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. To isolate yourself from a sound loudness of 220 decibels, you need 1 meter concrete walls, yeah, a
right,
room with 1 meter thickness concrete walls, reinforced with iron, and all this room must be suspended on special springs. If it's fixed in the ground, it will be obliterated, disintegrated.
okay, let's step back a little bit.
Now,
We
that
do it now.
sound
We
is
we do
as
it we do it
loud.
we do it
Listen,
now, right? We do it
listen,
now, right?
that
Like
sound,
we have
220
rockets that
decibels, is as loud as almost as a nuclear bomb detonation. But that
well okay,
sound lasts for minutes.
but we do it now, right?
What do you do now? How do you do it?
We launch into space. We launch
I
people
mean,
into space.
you are going to use sponge, yeah,
Oh man. Well, why don't we just ask
to
him how he pulls the old
deafen
Houdini here?
yourself.
Why don't we just ask him how he pulls the old
Yeah,
Houdini here? How rockets get out of a container that gas doesn't get out of.
yeah.
How about explain that?
Okay, well, look, what I know is that there's things that we projected into space, bro. Well, there's satellites up there. There's fucking like there's stations
No,
up there. I know there's for
you
sure
got some
satellites.
problems.
No,
No, mate,
Listen,
you got some problems.
where I'm going is that where you think those things are being sent does not and cannot exist. Twad or Get, if either one of you want to address that for him, let's go.
Yeah, I don't. How is that possible, bro? Are you explaining to me that GPS satellites don't exist?
No, it's the location that they claim that they're
there are
sending these
no
things to.
satellites in space.
There
Yeah.
are no
Um,
satellites in space.
There's no
I am
outer
an
space for
ex-hacker.
them to
I
be in.
wanted to hack satellites,
Get
so
just
I
let
tried
Twad
a lot.
have a second here. He wants to jump
Yeah.
in. Just let you've been going a
Okay.
bit. Just let him take this for a bit. Just
Yeah, go on.
yeah,
I
go on.
have to do some stuff also.
All
Be
right,
right
thank you,
back.
man.
No problem.
So what's in contention is the place you're saying those satellites are, which would be outer space, right?
Right.
So that's the thing in contention.
Well, no, but the thing in contention is so I so I guess we're having a conversation on whether like we actually been able to go to space and travel into space, and my argument is that well we have things in space currently, and now
No,
they're telling me that we don't.
yeah, no, not only that, we're telling you that the place where they're claiming satellites are cannot exist because of natural law.
What do you mean?
So the medium of the vacuum of outer space is a impossibility, a natural impossibility because of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. So you know how high pressure moves to low pressure. Well, we live
Yeah.
in a high pressure gas environment, right?
Right.
And what we observe gas doing is gas expanding into the available volume. Now, that the air we're breathing is a pressurized gas system sitting adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum and going against entropic law. If that was the case, all the air we breathe would just disperse into that available volume. It literally cannot exist.
that English?
Well, the argument against that would be that like the reason it exists is because we have an atmosphere, and the reason we have an atmosphere is because we have biology that creates like like the it just so happens to be happenstance that our planet bio biology creates an atmosphere that contains oxygen. So
What
like
is
you
the
would be right.
atmosphere? What's the atmosphere?
You would be right. You would be right in the moon or in another
What is the
planet that the
yeah, but
yeah.
what is the atmosphere made of? What is the atmosphere made of?
Well, that I don't know, bro. That's a good question. I don't know.
I thought the atmosphere was just the gas that we're breathing. It was just the
No,
air.
no, no. It's layers of gases, but they're
Right.
not
So
this.
the
They're
atmosphere.
not the gases that we breathe. The gases that we breathe are the ones that are heavy enough for them to be in the, low enough for us to breathe them. But the gases that are up there are lighter gases.
Are you telling me that gases contain gases?
Uh, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
No. You would have to define it.
It's defined as the force that the gas molecules exert on the walls of their container.
Right. If there's no walls because your wall is a gas, then you would just infinitely disperse.
All right. So you're saying
Right.
that gas, which behaves in a manner that we observe as expanding into its available volume, you're claiming the
Right.
other gas is containing more gas
No, no, no,
and
no.
stopping.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm using epistemology in my head, and I would argue that gas has weight, and because of the gravitational pull of the planet, is pulling everything, the lighter gases are going to be creating the atmosphere. And it's not that the gases are holding them up. It's just like whenever you grab more viscous liquids and then put less and less viscous liquids on top of them, they layer on top with the same idea would be the same thing. This is that because the gases that are closer to the planet are heavier and denser, they're going to be closer to the planet.
Well, that's not actually true.
Well,
There is claim
I
to.
no, maybe it's not. Maybe I just fucking thought about that shit. I'm just using epistemology just to try to figure out a response to your question, but it makes sense. So
Okay, so there is
okay,
claim
go
to be heavier gases than the air we breathe above the air we breathe. Okay, that's one thing. But you got a couple of problems here. One, you haven't demonstrated or given any scientific evidence that gravity is the cause of anything, let alone gas pressure. All right.
Mm.
And
Well,
two,
I'm not a
where do
scientist.
okay, that's fair enough. But two, we don't observe gravity. We don't observe gases behaving in the manner that you're saying that they would, where all we can demonstrate and observe, right, here on at the surface, right, to produce gas pressure, we can only do that with a physical container. And when let's say we have a vacuum chamber, right? We've taken as much matter out of it as we can, right? And then we insert some gas into it. We don't observe it going down and falling, right? It
Right, right. But
fills the
whenever we
available
exert
volume.
whenever we exert gravitational pull, like smoke rises to the air, like to the air, right? Like, but if in gravity, it would just go everywhere. It would just it would just disperse. You know what I mean? But like that's actually more for the point of gravity being like the reason why we have layers of gases. Because again, you're right. Like in a vacuum, the gases don't have any pull, so they just disperse evenly. Whereas if you grab a gas right now, it will rise because of gravity, because it's very light.
Saying it'll rise because of gravity?
Yes,
Thought that
depending on
gravity was
depending on
supposed
what
to
type
be
of gas it is. It will-
gravity was supposed to be pulling things down. I thought that's what you were saying.
Right,
Pulling
but
the air down.
like if you go to the moon, like let's say you weigh 100 pounds in the moon, like or over here, if you go to the moon, you'll weigh less. So what will happen is when you jump, you will rise like really really high. Well,
Can you prove
that's
that?
because you have less the amount of like of energy it requires to push you up is very little because you weigh very little, right? And there's not that much room to create a lot of gravitational pull, so you go up very slowly and you go up very high. Well,
Can you show me a demonstration of that?
well, yeah, like a gas, right? Like a gas, if you were to like to grab a piece of paper, right, and catch it on fire, the smoke will continue to rise until the gravitational pull that is being exerted on it is not enough for it to not allow it to rise. And you could do that right now. You could do that with your own body. You could jump and you will go down. But if you weighed 100 pounds less instant,
Wait a
like if
second.
you were to like, okay, no, this is how you could do it. Grab 50 pounds, hold it up to your chest, and then jump. And you will see that you measure the amount of distance that you jumped, right? And jump as high as you can, but then drop the 50 pounds and do the experiment again where you jump as high as you can. You're gonna
So we
jump
go down,
higher.
right?
You know what I mean?
Not an
What you're saying is
experiment.
Because
we
you're
go
Like
lighter.
down.
understand,
What's
right?
that?
But the thing is, weren't you
Yeah.
describing earlier that how gravity is weaker as you get higher?
Yes. So yeah,
So
yeah.
it's where
Eventually, the
at the
gases will
surface.
stop.
So at the surface where it's the strongest, right? You got gases
Yeah.
going up, right? Going up. And then you're saying that it gets to a certain height and the gravity won't let it go any further, where
Or
it's the weakest?
its density won't allow it to go. Its weight, its density doesn't allow it to go any further.
Why is it going up at the surface where this gravity is the strongest?
Because it's very light.
Right. So you're saying its weight, it
Right.
is, it, its weight would be getting less and less as it gets higher if the gravity is getting weaker as it gets higher.
No. Its weight is the same. The gravitational pull is less.
Oh, it's
Like
the gravitational pull is less.
yeah,
All right. So
yeah.
why is it
Because
being
they're
allowed to
farther away
go
from the mass.
higher? Why is it being allowed to go higher at the surface where the gravitational pull should be the strongest, right? And not at higher altitudes where it's weakest.
That's a good question. Let's find out. I don't know, bro. That's a good question.
Well,
If I were
I would posit to
let's
you.
see, let's use the old good old fucking epistemology. Why would it stop? Why wouldn't it just go into space? I guess I would say that a percentage of it does, but since it's a continually being created, then it levels out. You know what I mean? That would be my
So
explanation.
what what are, so like with the vacuum chamber, right?
Right.
What are we observing gas do when we insert gas into a vacuum? What do we see it? What does it do?
Let's see. I don't know. Well, no, we don't. Gas in a vacuum just it 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 flows freely, but it's because like I understand CFCs because I have the certification. Under pressure, the gases travel to the places travel based on heat, right?
It's
So
temperature dependent. Yeah, the
right.
temperature is a factor which is involved, but it's essentially the higher pressure moving towards the lower pressure system, right? If there's available volume for a gas to fill, it will fill it.
It will fill it completely. But
Right.
but to create a vacuum you would have that thing has to
Need
be
a
under
container.
pressure. Yeah, it has to be in a container under pressure.
Right.
So there is gravitational pull. It's just
Excuse me?
I'm trying to think about it, man. I don't know. I don't know the answer to your questions.
You
Those are
won't
good
find an
questions.
example. You won't find an example where you can demonstrate gas pressure being created without a container and using gravity by just pointing at the sky and begging the question using circular reasoning and say, well, that's what I think's happening.
Well, it's because there is gravity in a vacuum.
Can you define
There
what
is,
gravity is for me?
like um like when we speak about in a vacuum, we mean anything, everything free of like gases and everything other than the one thing that we're putting in there, right? And gravity is a force. You know
Force
what I
of
mean?
nature.
It's not a gas. It's a force.
A force of what?
It's I don't know, bro. I don't know how to explain it. I'm
How
not
can we
that smart.
demonstrate gravity?
Well, we can see its effects.
So we can see the effect. So we see something, we assume it's gravity.
Well, we know that like we know that force, right? It's real, right? Like we can
What do you mean by
exert
force?
energy. We can exert energy into things,
Like
right?
explain, demonstrate.
like like if I kick a ball, it will move from one
The
place
ball
to
moves
another.
because you kicked it. Yeah, sure.
Right. I'm exerting force.
Yeah, you kicked the ball moved. What's your point?
Right. Right. So in the same way that we know that I can exert force and create make something go from one place to another through you know what I mean? I know that I can do that. Now is how did I do that? Well, I did that because I'm a piece of mass and I made contact with another piece of mass. So now I know that two pieces of mass is interacting with each other. Like it is something, right? It creates something, right?
I'm
So like
sorry
now
to
I have to
I'm afraid to tell you.
now I just look at it at a mic. I just do that on a macro scale, and I just think to myself, well, how does the planet how does the planet react to me imposing my weight onto it, and does it react to me imposing my weight onto it? Well,
I'm afraid to tell you.
I know that if I
I'm
grab
sorry, mate.
I know that if I grab a big rock and I drop it onto sand, it'll move all the fucking sand and the water and shit that's
Yes.
around it. So that means that like
So
there is an interaction that's going on between me and the planet. It's a force that's drawing me into the planet.
But you're making that interpretation from what you've observed, right? You haven't demonstrated that yet. But I'm afraid to
No, I
tell
can.
you, no, you haven't, and you can't. And but I'm afraid to tell you, mate, that that is the wrong pseudoscience, right? It is the wrong. It's not. It's also pseudoscience, but it's been replaced by another pseudoscience in modern theoretical physics, and that would be the bending and warping of space time. So what you're describing would be Newtonian physics, which has been replaced and superseded by Einsteinian physics. The bending and warping of space-time due to the disproportional distribution of mass.
Explain how that explain how that works, bro, and how that results in what I see.
Well, in
Because what I see is,
Einsteinian
yeah, go ahead.
general relativity. Okay, so a mass of a disproportional body of mass, right, is going to bend and warp and affect the time and space around it, right? Space time around it, so that when a smaller um, um, mass that isn't disturbing space time as significantly comes into that area of the warped space time, it will follow a path, follow the curved space time towards the larger mass, right? It's not a physical, it's not an interaction between the two masses. It's a result of the space around the mass being warped and curved, so that the smaller mass will follow a geodetic path.
Dude, that is so fucking complicated, bro. I need to see that in like visually, bro, because that doesn't make any sense to me, bro.
So usually in school when they want to give you a
It's
because
time,
this is fourth dimensional geometry, right? It's an
right?
abstract concept,
I
right?
only know
So
three dimensions.
right. So
I don't
when
think
they want to
I don't know
in
elucidated
schools
geometry, to be honest.
in school, yeah, shut up for a minute. In schools when they want to represent this in a three-dimensional form, right, they'll show you a sheet spread out, right, or a trampoline, and they'll sit a a heavy bowling ball in the center so that it
Right,
sinks and it causes a curve, right?
right, and that's gravity.
They'll get and then they'll get smaller balls, right? They'll get smaller
Right,
balls, and you can spin them around on the trampoline, and it'll orbit the larger ball in the middle, and slowly, it'll decrease in
no, you don't want
its
no, no, no.
its radial, right,
Amen, brother.
distance, and get closer and closer to the bigger ball in the center, which is pulled down. So the trampoline is representing space time, right? The large mass is caused the trampoline to sink. That's representative of the large mass warping space time around it, right? And then you put a smaller object on there, and it will roll in towards the larger mass.
Right,
That's how
correct.
they'll represent it to you in schools, right?
Right,
So that's not mass attracting mass. That's the smaller mass going towards the larger mass because
right,
the fabric of space time around it is curved and curving in toward the larger mass.
right. So how is that different from your belief or your view?
I'm not making it. I'm just stating to you what they're
No,
teaching
I
me,
know,
right?
I know, but what? How is that different than your view of how everything works?
I'm not making a claim about how things work at the moment. I'm just reiterating to you how you're being told. Well, they're supposed to be told.
Right. No. Well,
That's what they're supposed
that's
to
the
be
way.
teaching you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying because again, like, just to be clear, that's my view. My view is what you just said, that a giant piece of mass is going to exert force, and that curb is gravity. That energy, you know what I mean? That's that curve that's going through space time is gravity, and that's how that's how everything works, right?
Right.
That's your
No,
view.
but it's
Wow.
just a story.
Okay, yeah,
It's
but
not
okay, but
something that
like,
you.
It's observable though, bro. It's totally observable.
Where?
Everywhere with
It's
everything. Like you
observable, but you're reaching. Dude, reaching for the moon. I can literally just tell you, we exist as humans, therefore God is real. That's how far you're reaching, bro.
No. I'm not reaching. Okay. Well, my claim is that there's a giant mass, right? That's the planet. And my claim, if I were to make a claim, is that the planet is round, and the reason I know it's round is because first we've seen it from orbit. Secondly, we know how like if something spins, it creates a force, and we
Wait,
have
hold on. Let me
gravity.
go back to.
That's
Can we go
the
back
We
to
know,
this? Can we go back to this?
and using
Hold
our
on, hold on, hold
and
on.
the
Let's go back
explanation
to
that's
this
been given to me,
simplistic.
that's how I've obtained
let's
my
do
understanding.
one thing at a time. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
go back
Want
to
to
your
go to
Yeah,
the
no
first
gish
one?
galloping, dudes. If you got a point, bring it up. Let's take it to its conclusion. Don't gish gallop.
Can we go back to your first point and we've observed the curve? Show me, please.
Right. So having this baseline understanding, if I were to grab a ball and hold it up, and if it falls, right, and I grab a different ball of different weight and it falls differently, I know that these forces are. I know that there's a force going on that is like constant.
You know,
Circular
or you've been
reasoning.
told.
I know there is. I know there is, bro,
One
because in a
one sec
vacuum,
though. No, one sec though. You just said that they're different weights.
yeah, they're different
Yeah. So
weights.
how do you know? How do you know that that is because the Earth is a ball?
Because I know that it has to be a ball for there to be gravity, bro. It has to be.
So
Because that's how
okay,
gravity works.
gravity. So
Like like for something
therefore,
to roll, it
so
needs to be
ball.
round.
Hang on, man. So you go gravity, therefore ball,
No.
therefore gravity.
Uh no, I go gravity. How does gravity exist? Well, gravity has to be a ball. Have we observed that the planet is a
That's
ball?
what I just
Yes.
said.
Therefore, planet is ball and gravity.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, T-Dub was
Yeah.
100% right. Circular reasoning.
No, it's not circular reason. It's there's
It
check
is.
boxes. No. There's two check boxes, right? One check box is the okay. So how do things work? Gravity. We can explain gravity, right? Well, there needs to be check boxes checked
Explain it
for
without gravity
gravity to
as
be
well.
able to be up to work, right? We know that for
Yeah.
gravity to work, we need to be a sphere. Can we check the
Okay,
box
so
that we've been able to
I'll,
observe the planet being a sphere?
I'll change it.
Yes.
I'll change it for
Therefore,
you. I'll change it for
gravity.
you. All right. So I have a flat
Yeah.
surface. There's an up and down. Things go down. Therefore, it's a flat surface.
No, it has to have
So it's not all right for me to do it.
no. Hold it. You have a flat surface. There's an up and down, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Is if your first checkbox is you have a flat surface, then you could.
Yep.
Well, you go to your second checkbox. Can you observe it
Yep.
being a flat surface?
Yep.
Yes.
You
Okay, then it's a
Every
flat
time.
surface. Then it's a flat surface.
Cool.
There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Like if you look at something, right, and and like let's say you look at a rock, right, and you need to determine
Yeah.
whether it's a rock. Well, you need to define what a rock is. Well, a rock is something that is a hard mineral, right? And you look at it and you
And
observe that it is
sometimes,
indeed a hard mineral. You touch it, you look at it, you smell it.
yeah.
It's
Are
there.
you touching and measure? Are you touching and looking at the Earth like you are with a rock, or what?
Well, no, I mean I could observe it. I could touch it.
Where from?
What do you mean?
You're gonna observe it.
You cut out there, bro. Hello?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
You cut
So
out there for a second, but
are you observing Earth from the ground or Earth from space?
I could do both.
How? You can do one. I'll give you one. You can do one 100%. The other one you
Right.
can't do.
Well, okay, maybe I personally can't, but I mean I personally can skydive. So like I
Yeah,
can
but you
fly
can't see the curvature
in an
from that height
airplane or a
anyway.
helicopter. Yeah, because that's a
Yeah.
couple $100. That's super affordable. I can go up
Okay.
into the air as high as possible, as scientifically possible for me to survive. Jump and I will fall.
Going up in the air is not scientific, but anyway.
Well, no, it proves that there's an up and a down, right? And that we can go up and down.
Yeah, but I just said before, I have a flat surface. There is an up and
Uh-huh.
down. There is an up and down, so I have a flat surface. Same thing, man.
Well, yeah, you can have a flat surface and live in a 3-dimensional world. You can
No,
have that.
it's all three-dimensional. Just because it's flat and level doesn't mean we live in a two-dimensional world. Like you got to think about reality, yeah. Like we live
Right.
in reality, yeah. So
Right.
the reality is that the only reason you need gravity is because, like for me, I'm apparently me, T-Dub, and I am. Fuck, I always forget your name. We're all living upside down on a ball, apparently. So the only reason you need gravity is so that things are possible to live upside down on a ball. If you just live on a flat surface, then you don't need that. So when you say I'm going to go skydiving, yeah, like how high? When you go skydiving, I don't even think you go as high as a commercial flight. I think you only go about
No.
15,000. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's as far as it
Yeah,
goes.
15,000 feet. Now the Paul Larson, the planetarium director, he says you need to go about 1,000 miles away from the Earth to see curvature. So I don't know how you guys think that it's possible that you can see curvature from planes. It's
Well,
just weird, man.
have you seen the video of the Red Bull guy that jumped out of the fucking hot air balloon?
Yes, we have.
He
Yes.
Yeah,
thought
man.
you could clearly see curvature in that
It's a
video.
camera. Just a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in
You know,
one shot
GoPros,
it's
wide angle.
in one shot it's flat, and then the other shot it's curved, and you can actually see
Yeah.
it when he takes, because he's got a balloon, yeah, he's got a hot air balloon or whatever, maybe a helium balloon or something like that, and if you look at the whole video of him when he takes off, when he's on the ground, the land is curved before he even leaves the ground.
Okay, so like the ultimate experiment then, right, would be if there was two guys on opposite ends of the planet, I quote unquote for you, right? Quote unquote opposite ends of the planet
Yeah.
going into orbit the way that guy did, and
He
if
didn't
the
go into
planet was
orbit.
flat, if the planet
No,
was
yeah,
flat,
no.
they should be able to
To
use a
stop you there,
super
mate.
powerful. They should use
You're gonna
they
have to
would be
stop you there.
theoretically.
No, son. No, listen, mate. Listen. Stop for a minute.
Hold up, son.
It wasn't even
I don't know if
claimed.
you're older
It
than me,
wasn't.
bro. You might not be.
Wait a second. It wasn't even claimed that he went into space. He only went
No,
to
but
about 128,000 feet. He didn't go into orbit. They used a balloon. It was a balloon that took him up. He wasn't
okay,
going
but
in a
it.
rocket or anything like that. Listen.
Yeah.
They've admitted that they used wide angle or fisheye lens to distort horizontal lines. What you saw in that video was an over exaggeration of a horizontal line, like the horizon. It will appear flat from that altitude, right? And the camera distortion causes it to look like he's like over the top of a ball. If you look in the video, you're seeing New Mexico underneath him, which is taking up probably most of the surface area that you can see,
So it's not
right?
even
So
that
that
high,
would
bro.
right. He's not even that high, right? And
Okay, but
science communicate.
that it's regardless, bro. My point is regardless of whether how high they are. My point was gonna be that if two people go into space or go up into the same distance rather that this guy did, right? They should theoretically, if the planet was flat, would be able to use a powerful enough telescope to see each other from one end to the other if they get high enough in
Okay,
elevation.
but who's done that?
Okay, well, I think that the reason it's never been done is because it's impossible.
No, it's not.
No,
How
it
far
is.
apart are you? far apart are you going to put these people?
No. It is because when
How far apart are you going to put these people?
on one side of the again, quote unquote, on your end, not on my end, but on one side of the planet to the other. So like in fucking New Jersey on one side, and in fucking Wuhan, China on the other.
What do you think you're going to see?
If the planet was flat, they would be able to see each other with a powerful enough telescope if they're high enough in elevation.
Have you got a powerful enough telescope? Like, what do you mean? The angular size of a human in a balloon, when he's how far away are we talking? Like, you know?
Well, okay, let's not even say that. Let's say New Jersey and fucking in Spain, right? If we were
Jersey,
to do it from there to there, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to use a powerful enough telescope to see the other person on the other side.
Yeah, you just said it. You wouldn't be able to get a powerful enough telescope.
No, because you would have to have a telescope that could curve somehow an image.
No, you're assuming the Earth's curved again.
Yeah, because the other person would be out of view to you because they'd be in another. You know what I mean? Like you know how
so
like
what
if you
you're
were to
doing,
grab
right?
like if you were to grab a ball, they would be on one side of the ball and you would be on the other side of the ball, and you wouldn't
Do you
be able to
understand the
fucking see each
geometry
other.
claims? Do you understand the geometry claims?
What's the geometry claims?
You understand the claimed geometry of the sphere Earth? You understand the dimensions, the sizes, the distances?
Oh, do I know the dimensions of the planet? No, I don't. I could look it up. Want me to look it up?
That's something you'd have to know if you wanted to perform a test like that.
Right. But like
You'd want to know how far you can see, right? Before the curvature starts getting in the way, right?
yeah.
Because that would be a factor, right?
Right, but like I could tell you, like for example, what the distance is from here to China, right? And I
If you
could
want.
well, I could, right? And regardless of whether I did or not, it's still
Not really.
that it's irrelevant to how would you be able to see that person if
No,
you know.
you'd need to know not only the distance, you'd need to know the curvature rate and which would be, and also how far you can see according to that curvature rate would also depend on your elevation.
Right. If the planet was flat, it wouldn't matter. There would be no curvature rate because it would be flat. So it would it's just be a matter of elevation and whether you have a powerful enough fucking telescope to see the other person. I mean, we have a telescope powerful
You
enough to
watch
see the
the
moon.
Do you ever watch the
So
news or the Weather Channel?
yeah, I do sometimes.
Yeah. You know when they say today's visibility 30 kilometers, or I don't know if you're in miles or kilometers, but
Miles.
they might say today's visibility 20 miles. Do you know why that is?
I maybe they do over there. I don't recall them saying that here.
No, they do it everywhere. It's they do it for people who boat and stuff like that, but it's also on land. But it's
I
not
live in
only
Texas, bro.
You live in Texas, they'll still have a visibility rating.
Do they? I don't know.
Yeah, of course they do. They have it on every weather app. So they'll say, let's say Texas, 30 miles visibility. They say that because that's how far you can see through the atmosphere that day. So whether you got a telescope or not, it doesn't matter. You're only going to see 30 miles.
Yeah, okay. So my view is that we have rocket propulsion systems that are able to get things
Can
into
you
space.
can you answer my statement? Like,
No.
do you
Yeah,
agree?
I'm answering
Do
you.
you
I'm
agree?
answering your statement.
Do you
I'm
agree that we can only see a limited amount whether we have a telescope or not?
You're right, but if we have a telescope and you're high enough from like you're elevated enough so that you are not able to see any of the clouds because you're above what the clouds are. Theoretically, if
Okay.
the planet was flat, you would be
Yeah.
able to use a powerful enough telescope to see
See what?
somebody from one end of the quote unquote planet to the other.
You've got to see. You've got to understand.
Because like
and
unless you deny
and
distance, like because
graph,
like I
man. You
can prove like
just
my
growth.
my claim would be that based on my ability to prove to you the distance of one place to another and it being consistent and true, right?
What are you
So
talking about?
if I could prove to you that like from here to China it's a certain distance, right? And
Yeah.
right? And we know that this distance is true,
Well,
right?
it's an
And
estimated
if
distance
the
anyway.
plan, no, 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 it would, it has to be damn near very accurate, right?
No, it's an
If we
estimated
can
distance.
verify a distance and get up high enough directly in the atmosphere, and then use a telescope that is able to see this
Okay.
distance that we've been able to decide what is the distance between here
Cool.
and China, we
Do
should
it.
be able to see each other.
Do it.
Well, it's impossible, bro, because we have we have telescope or we have what is it called, satellites, right? And for them to make contact with a satellite on the other side of the
Jumping
planet,
around a lot, man.
no,
Jumping around a
this is
lot.
the experiment done actively to prove to you
You've
that the
gone
planet
from
isn't flat.
two guys in a balloon looking at each other with telescopes to
Right.
because we have satellites. I'm
No,
confused.
no. Hold up. Just follow with what I'm saying. The
I'm
the
trying,
experiment that
man.
okay, right. The experiment that we're talking about can
Not
be done
experiment, but
today.
anyway.
It's being done today, and the planet is not round because a satellite,
We're
as
talking
opposed to
about
a person.
hypotheticals. Can we talk about things
No,
that have
no,
been
this
done?
is not hypothetical. This is reality, right? That
Okay,
we've
where's it
gotten,
been done in reality? If this is reality,
we we have gotten satellites up into space. I can prove to
No,
you
we haven't.
without a measure of a doubt, bro. I can
How?
prove it
How?
to you.
How?
So I'm from
How?
Texas. They have a space station here in Texas. You know that, right?
yeah, Houston. Yeah, we know all about it. Yeah.
Right. They launch shit from there all the time.
All right. So what do you see?
Okay, so what I see is what I see is that they have satellites up there. So they have
No.
something,
You don't. Hang on.
right?
Oh man.
Hang on.
And the way
So
they
you've
communicate with
gone
each
from
other is through
Houston has a
communicating.
space station. Wait, stop. You've gone from Houston has a space station to I see satellites up there.
No, I'm saying that I've seen satellites get launched.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I said, what do you see? What do you witness?
What do you mean? Like, what, I'm telling you what I witnessed. I witnessed
Okay.
fucking
Tell me
shit get
exactly
launched.
from stage to stage what you see.
I've
When you
seen
see this satellite get launched, like
a
what do you see?
fucking a ship or something fucking
Rocket.
shooting
Yeah,
up
we'll call
a
it a
rocket,
rocket.
right? Shooting
Yep.
up into the air,
Yep.
past the atmosphere.
Do you
Where,
see it go past the atmosphere?
well, I can't see that far.
Ah. Why
Right,
can't you
my
see that
eyes can't
far?
see that far. Right, my eyes can't. So you're saying that they go high enough and that they just disappear, or that they somehow turn invisible and return
I'm
back
not
into the
saying
earth?
anything.
Go
I
sideways,
didn't
man.
say anything. I just
I don't
asked you what
understand what
Go
you're
you.
saying then.
sideways. Go
Yeah, I just asked you
sideways
what
and
you
then go out
witnessed.
of view.
They go sideways and they go out of view, right? But in space.
No,
That's
you've
your
made a jump.
imagination.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
jumped to space.
they launch into space and then they just
No,
they
they tell you that.
they
You don't
drop
see that.
anything that they need that if it's like a satellite, it just stays in an orbit.
That's the story that you're told that you don't see happen.
You're saying that like I've never seen a satellite get launched into space, bro?
Yes, 100%.
No, you
Yeah,
haven't.
I'm saying you haven't seen that a satellite be launched into space.
Wait,
Prove me
so we
wrong.
should probably let them know it's possible to see a rocket go up in the air, but just because you
Yeah.
saw a rocket go up in the air doesn't mean it went to a place that doesn't exist.
Hey, Ryan.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
space does exist.
Do you know that there's something that they rely on that they claim to rely on, right, to get things into orbit, right? It's called orbital mechanics, which involves using the distance between two masses, right? So for that, you'd need to know the radius of the Earth. If they're claiming to do that, then they must have measured that somehow to know the distance between the two masses.
Well, that's super easy
In
to
the
do, bro.
between the center of two masses, right? So between the distance between the center of two masses. So they need to know the distance between the center of the Earth to the thing that they're putting into orbit, right? So how did they get the distance to the center of the Earth? How did they measure that?
They get the orbit. They orbited the planet in different directions.
No. You need the measurement of the distance between to the center of the Earth before you can put something into orbit.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If the planet is flat, right, and an individual would travel true west, right, physically, not into
Are you
space,
going to skip to another subject now? Are you?
not into space. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, bro, because it's very difficult. Because your claims,
Just ask you a direct question.
your counter claims to all my claims are, well, you've never seen it before, have you? You can't
I
prove
just
it's
asked you
true.
how it was measured.
Right, but when I ask you for an explanation, you really can't give me one either. Your
You're the one
explanation is
telling the
doubt.
story, though.
Or
You're
what? But
telling us a story.
your claim is doubt. I'm not telling you a story. I can. So like I can tell you again, right? Like if somebody were to travel from one place, right, and travel west around the planet, right, they won't fall into. They don't go into space. They travel around the planet to the original point.
Fuck, what have you been smoking?
Well,
That dude sounds all whacked out.
if something's flat, bro, think about it. If something's flat, right, when you travel in one direction, you don't end up in the back of where you started off.
What
You
kind of
You don't
direction
do
are
that
you
on the
talking
ball
about? What
either,
kind of
so
direction?
you haven't done
Are
it.
you talking? What sort of direction? Left, right, north, south, east, west? Like diagonally? What are you
Well,
talking about? What direction?
okay, like let's say you're looking at yourself from on top, right? Like you're a sim, right? If you were to go straight in any direction, depending on the
In a
direction,
straight line?
obviously, you would end up behind yourself in the original location on the planet Earth. Yeah, yeah. Like if you were to fly an airplane from here to China, you could you could fly in an airplane going the opposite direction of where you came from, and still arrive in the same point.
Do you know that if you go on a straight line over a ball, you're going to slowly gain altitude?
Right.
And you're
You
not
know what I
going
meant.
to end up.
You know
You're
what
not going to
I
end up.
meant, bro. You know
Wait
what
a
I
sec.
meant, bro.
I wasn't finished, mate. I'm finished. And you also will not end up back where you started.
Well, yeah. You will. Look. For example, right? I'll grab a ball. I have a ball right here, right? And I'm gonna wrap a piece of string around it, right? And if you wrap the piece of string around it, you notice that you can meet both ends, right? But if you grab it, if you grab
He's
that
laughing.
same piece of
He knows
string,
how stupid he sounds. He's
no, bro,
laughing.
if you grab that piece of string and you put it on a flat plane, unless you curve it yourself, like you
Hey,
actually move the
get
curve,
this right. Hey, listen to this. What way does a compass point? What direction?
the compass points north, west, south, and east. Or yeah,
No, but okay. Well, I understand what you mean by that, but the compass
right,
always points north. Yeah?
right,
That's your direction. That's where it
right,
points. Now,
right.
I'm just going to do this for you on a globe. All right.
All
So
right.
if you're on a globe, if you go west and you want to come all the way around to back to where you started, do you know you have to keep on correcting to north to actually get back to the place where you went, unless you're on the equator? Do you know that?
It depends because since we live in 3 dimensions.
What do you mean it depends?
Well, we
What do you
live
mean
in
if we
three.
live in 3 dimensions?
Well, yeah, we live
What
in
are you
3
talking
dimensions.
about?
So if
No
you're
shit, man.
okay, right. So like if you grab a ball, right, and you put your finger on the ball,
No.
right,
I just
and you
explained
wrap it,
something to you,
and
yeah?
you
So,
go around the
so the
ball.
north is. I just explained something to you. Do you agree? The north is the center point at the top of the ball. Yeah.
Right.
If you're on, let's call it 35 latitude, 35 north.
Okay. So like
if you
3
want to
quarters into the ball.
maintain 35, yeah, if you want to maintain 35 north, you have to keep on correcting to stay on that easterly or westerly direction. So you're flying around in a circle.
You're heading
You
west, you'd be
understand that?
banking right continuously.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, that you're making you're going in a circle,
You're turning.
but
Yeah, you're turning.
it's different than if you were to be on a flat plane.
And that's exactly what
the
you
same.
do. That's exactly what you'd have to do on a flat plane. You'd have to keep
No, I
turning.
know you would, but it would
Correct.
look different, right?
What do you mean it
Would
would
it
look
look
different?
different?
How would it look?
Well, okay. Like if you're walking, I'm just trying to like, im- if you're walking in a
You can't
circle on
walk
a
in
flat
straight lines.
plane. No. Like let's say you're on a
Can't
flat
walk in-
plane,
You
right?
can't walk
And
in
you're
straight lines.
right. If you walk straight line on a flat plane, you won't turn. You'll keep on going
You
straight.
can't walk in straight lines. You can't walk in straight lines. It's impossible.
That's what we're trying to tell you, right? That anywhere apart from the equator in the globe model, right? Anywhere apart from the equator, if you are following a west or eastern heading, you will have to continuously bank right or left. You will be turning in a circle. And that's exactly, if you had a north center point on a flat plane and you were following a west or easterly direction, you'd have to be also continuously turning left or right, banking left or right, and going around in a circle, and you would come back to the place where you started.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying,
I mean,
bro.
you
But
just go
like,
in a
I
straight
know you're.
line. You don't have to
No.
bank. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say,
You
bro.
can't,
Like,
because how do you go? One sec. How do you go in straight lines? Because the only thing you're going to follow
you guys
is a
tripping me
compass
out because
heading,
it's
is
so
it
long.
not? Yeah. The only thing. So the only way that you're going to get a direction
Just like right in
where
front
you're
of where your
heading.
face is looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're going to walk straight, and then what happens if you kind of go on a hill and then you got to walk around a hill? Do you know what direction you're going then?
Yeah, of course I do.
No, but this is totally different.
Why?
Well, I'm not going up a hill. I'm flying through the air.
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay,
saying.
so
We're
you're
on a
flying.
plane.
Okay,
Like
so
if you're on a
so we're
plane.
flying through the air. Hey, dude, stop. So we're flying through the air. All right. You've got no discernible, noticeable things that you can stay on track.
There's up and
In a
down.
direct heading. I haven't finished yet.
I mean,
So
just don't
what you're
crash
going to
into the
use
ground,
is,
like, and then you'll be
so what
okay.
you're going to use is you're going to
Thank
use
you,
a
bro.
compass, aren't you?
Yo, Timbo.
You're going to use a compass. Yeah.
Timbo. Yo, I'm sorry about everyone interrupting you, but I just gotta ask you one thing. So, like, do you actually believe the Earth is flat?
Of course, man.
He believes it, bro. Yeah, he believes it, bro.
Oh, so you're a fucking retard.
Nah,
Okay,
bro.
thanks.
That's his opinion, bro.
It's a
That's
yes
his
or no.
opinion,
Thank
bro.
you, man.
No,
That's the
I
smartest
know.
thing you come up with.
Now,
But
well,
Dude,
in here you can't just disagree. You actually have to like
I
say
don't
why
care.
you disagree.
I don't care.
Globe evidence I've ever
that's
heard.
neither do we.
Yeah, but
that's
I've
funny,
already
man.
explained to you that there's like I could use science. I could use the scientific method to prove to you
Wait.
that gravity
Let's just
exists.
go back. hang on, man.
Well,
Let's just go back to the aeroplane because you wanted to talk about the aeroplane.
no,
All
no,
right.
no, no, no. I said
So,
that we are on a plane, like on a plane, like in terms of height. So like if you were
what the
to like
fuck, man?
be in an
All right,
angle,
fair enough.
you know what I mean?
I'm.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm
No,
supposed
no,
to be muted.
no. You're good, bro.
No,
It's
you're
because
all right.
I've
If
been.
you've got something good to say, you don't have to stay muted. But if you're the one that called me a retard, then
No, I,
maybe we should
I
kick
was
you out.
talking. I was talking to somebody else. That isn't in the Discord. Like they're. All right, give me. I'll be right back.
No
It doesn't
bullshit.
matter, bro. Let's keep on talking about this shit right here,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
My view. Okay, so like if you're on a plane, right? Like on not like inside of a vehicle, the plane. I'm talking about like in a plane of height, right? And you travel on a constant direction, you'll get to the same point regardless of what point or in the what area of the planet you are, bro.
Nigga,
That's
we
wrong,
on
man.
Earth.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what direction you go to either, bro. Like if you could go
I'm struggling to understand what
this
you're
wise.
saying because it. So you're saying if we walk in a straight line, then you'll end up back where you started. Is
Nah,
that what
we
you're
finna
saying?
fall off the map, bro. We finna fall off the map for real.
Nah, bro.
You're gonna.
That's what happens if you're on a flat Earth, bro. But it's never
Is
been observed to happen.
No. Hey,
Exactly.
listen. Stay on track, man. Don't worry about these. Don't worry about
What
these
are you?
guys
So
who
what
are
are you
getting
yapping
excited.
about? I'm saying, bro. We gonna fall off the map.
Who is that?
I know,
Can
but
someone
That's
tell
Who
me?
is
Because
me.
I
that,
Me
can't
right
see
here.
T-Dub?
him.
I
Me right
can't
here.
find
Me
him,
right
man.
here, bro.
I don't know. What's your name?
Me. You see me talking? You see it? You see it light up green?
No, I don't. It's
Yeah,
not
I
lighting
got him.
up. Who?
Oh
I
my
got him.
god, that's
Look,
good.
Cool.
look.
See
I
you
have to
later.
agree with him. All right, if you're
All
gonna
right.
keep walking in a straight line and the Earth is flat, you're eventually gonna fall off the side, and nobody's ever
No.
recorded that
Sorry.
happening
We're
throughout
gonna get
history.
back
Yeah.
to. You guys aren't listening, all right? So the only way that you know what direction you're heading
Thank
is
you,
with a
though.
compass. Yeah. Just let me finish. So if your compass points north and you're even on a globe,
You're in
when
the
you
southern
are walking
hemisphere.
in a straight line, you need to correct to north. If you don't understand this, then you don't even understand about the geometry of a globe or a ball. Because this is
Well,
true
It's
in
not a.
every case, apart
well, look,
from the equator.
we're
It's not a
talking about
straight line.
the fact that the Earth is spinning, and there's metal inside of the Earth. While it's spinning, it creates a magnetic force, and that's why compasses work. So yeah, when
Yeah.
you're walking towards north, and you don't look at your compass for a while, and you notice that you're not walking north anymore, you adjust to walk north. This
No
goes
shit.
towards the northern hemisphere.
What if you're walking
We'll get
east
back
and
to
west?
you.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's finish with what's his
Mm.
name?
No, no.
Who?
He brought up what I would have brought up eventually.
Okay, cool. So if we want to go back to him, okay, what if you're walking east and west then?
Then
If you're
it would
walking
be the same thing.
east,
Yeah.
if you're walking east, north would point left. If you're
Okay.
walking
Now,
west, then north would point right.
okay, now you do understand that if you're walking east or west, that you need to correct to stay in east or west. Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't. If you
Yes,
go
yes, you
westward,
do.
Fucking
you
hell,
will.
man.
No, you don't. You only need to adjust
Someone
your
came in and called me a retard, and you guys don't even understand about latitude lines on a ball.
No, I was about to tell you the only thing you need to adjust is your latitude. But I mean, you need to like you're
Well,
going.
then you're
If
not
you're
going
going
east. You're
around,
going to end up
if
going
you're
south.
going around the planet, that means you're at a static. You're at a static height because you're walking on a hard surface, bro. Unless you're gonna go under where you're gonna be at. I mean, at some points you're gonna go up and down because we have, our planet is shaped. But
This is the thing.
like
Shut up for a minute. Shut
you will
up for a
if
minute.
you
Right?
continue to
No,
go
shut up
west.
for a minute. Shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute. You are you're confusing dead reckoning for cardinal directions.
Huh?
You need to learn the difference. If you dead reckoned, okay, on a globe, yes. If you dead reckoned from any point, right, and just went in that one straight line, it's not a straight line, but if you went in that one direction, right, which is not a cardinal direction, it's dead reckoning, right, and you could actually somehow figure out that, you know, without deviating away from that line, you would eventually come back around in a circle to the other side. That's what happens, that they claim happens at the equator, right? The only place where you won't have to correct left or right if going east or west, that one direction. Anywhere else, if you're following a cardinal direction, you will have to adjust.
No, because you could go from if we could
Oh my
survive it,
God.
if we could survive it, we could go north to south and then back to north and be in the same position without going in the
Yeah,
opposite
who's done
direction.
that? Who's done that?
It's impossible because we would die, but it is possible. Because we could do it. We could do it in every other degree other than fucking up and down, bro. I mean, for obvious reasons. But we've done it like so many times from every damn year, you know what I mean? Like,
You haven't. Just stop making up stories, please.
well, no, we have done it, bro. People have flown airplanes across the planet. We have recorded instances of things happening.
All right. So, one thing that I do want to say is if the earth is flat, then it's also artificial.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he's spiraling out. If it's not a globe, it's got to be a simulation. That's what happens to these guys.
Right. It's artificial. It's not real.
nah, I think that they just tripping, bro. I think that they refuse to just accept but you know what, bro? I don't blame them, bro. I mean, we were told that fucking there was no pedophile islands with billionaires on them. Fucking.
Okay, goodbye.
No,
Yeah.
no, actually,
No,
hold on a second.
actually, hold on a second.
I totally get what
I
you're
totally
saying.
get what you're saying. Next.
Oh shit, I'm hearing my
Yeah,
voice.
I'm hearing my
That's
voice.
why I
That's
thought
why
I
I
was hearing
thought
someone
I was
else.
hearing
I
someone
thought
else.
someone else
I thought
was
so.
like interrupting me, but it's just me interrupting myself.
This
Okay, thank
guy
you.
that's talking right now, he invoked rotation, motion of the earth. So I was wondering if he has any idea of anybody in history that's ever measured that correctly. Hello, is he dipped or something?
No, I'm still here. I'm not really sure what
It's
you're
okay. You
trying
can
to say.
consult the Google. He's asking if anyone's ever directly measured the alleged rotation of the Earth. They say the Earth is spinning, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. How did they come up with that 1,000 miles per hour?
Oh, they
Did
came
they
up with that.
measure anything?
They came up with that before they even knew what miles per hour were. Yeah, they looked at the stars.
So they just looked at the stars and said, "Oh, the stars are moving, so the Earth must be spinning." Is that
Oh,
what
by the
they?
way, you
How they
guys,
figured it out?
I came down here to tell you it's early, like 3 a.m. or 3:30, and I opened my front door and I saw the moon, so the Earth must be a ball. Speaking of looking in the sky,
All right, well, I'm glad that you noticed that.
isn't that proof, according to you, if you look up and see something, you live on a ball?
No.
Clouds.
Wow.
I look at the clouds and they're moving. Does that mean I'm actually the one moving and not the clouds?
No. That's ridiculous.
Why isn't it ridiculous to look at the stars moving and conclude that you're the one moving and not the
No,
stars?
it's not ridiculous to look up at the stars, see where they are one night, see where they are the next night, see where they are the night after that, and then be able to come up with the determination that that you're moving, you're spinning, not them. Unless you think that the stars are just spinning around us for no fucking reason.
For no reason. Who said that?
So he said,
If there
if you
is a
look up and you
reason, why
see
would they be
something
spinning
moving,
around us?
yeah, if you look up, so the moon, if I go out in about an hour, it's going to move from where it was at. Does that mean we're spinning?
Oh, the moon's also moving.
How do you know? How do you know what's
Well,
going on? You
because
said we're moving
we've
and
been able
it's
to look
moving.
up at the sky every fucking night and be able to say what the moon is doing. Take
So
take
are we
note of
moving
what
or
the
is the
moon
moon
is doing
moving?
and understand that we and the moon are both moving at the same time.
Well, you got a lot to prove, don't you?
Not really. Are you able to talk?
No.
You understand language? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you looked up in the sky and said the ground below you is moving.
No.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You just said, I looked up at the sky. I determined that the ground below me is moving.
Okay, yes, I did say that.
Okay, so I go to drive to work every day and I look out the window at all the trees. So I'm moving, right? And the trees are standing still. But when I stop and the trees stop, then I determine I'm stopped. But if I look in the sky and the stars moving, I'm moving. That's how you equate everything. You don't feel it
Dude,
moving,
think about
but
what
you
you
look
just
up.
said.
You
Think for
look
just a
up, you don't
tiny
feel
second what you
I'm in a
just said.
car and I can feel myself moving, so I know I'm moving. But
All
I'm
right,
on the
but then when
ground
you
looking at
stop
the
the
same
car,
trees. I'm looking at
and now the car's not moving, you assume when you get out of the car that the earth is
Mhm.
moving because when you look up, you see that the
No, I
stars
don't
are
assume
still
it's
passing
moving.
by.
I assume I'm standing still because I can balance rocks on top of rocks in very high
All right,
stacks and they
well,
never
which one's
fall
moving
over.
then? Which one's moving then?
Earth is not anything in space. We're not moving. It's flat, stationary, and enclosed.
No. Kind of weird that
So
The stars
stars
are
change
moving.
every night.
they don't change. It's the same
Yeah,
stars
that's because they're
year
moving.
after
The
year. They
stars
just
are
go in a
moving.
circle overhead, just year after year, the same ones.
All right, so they're moving then. You agree?
Yep,
All right,
stars are
so
moving.
you're
We're
saying the Earth
stationary. We
isn't
are
We
moving, but
observe
the
stationary.
them.
stars are.
Yeah, everything overhead moves. We don't move. Do you feel yourself moving?
Well, if I move, I do.
When you're sitting down in a building, do you feel
Well,
yourself moving? Do you feel the earth moving?
well, let's just say that you have some sort of mental issue. Do you feel yourself having that mental issue until somebody tells you about it? This is
I
something
don't
we're
go through
used to.
that crisis like you've
We're
probably been
used
through
to it.
that
We're
before, where
born
somebody had
into
to
it.
tell.
We're
You've probably
100%
been through
completely
that,
used to it.
where people have told you that you're going through some mental disabilities because you didn't know about it. That's something you've experienced.
So thank you for proving my
Yeah, I
point.
don't have to worry about that. I don't have any issues.
All right, well, continue to have your issues.
So let me ask you this:
I don't
do you
worry
feel
about things
the
like
earth is
rocks hitting me
spinning?
from outer space and Martians coming to get me and nuclear bombs blowing up in my backyard because I don't watch TV anymore and look at space on TV. It's all
So,
bullshit. That's all your
so
brainwashing that you
if
guys
there
like.
was a nuclear bomb that was going to hit your backyard, you wouldn't know about it. Is basically all you're saying.
So your imagination doesn't scare me.
Yeah, well, my imagination doesn't scare me either.
But it is overactive.
No.
Well, yeah, because you're imagining the earth spinning when in fact it's not. So you do have an overactive imagination. unless you can demonstrate it to be
It
spinning.
is
Can you
100%
demonstrate the
spinning,
Earth to
and
be
I've
spinning?
demonstrated it through my words several times. It's just that you don't care because you think what you think, and so you're not willing to have an actual conversation or find out that you might possibly be wrong.
Can I
So
say
the picture
something?
I posted at 31 minutes after the hour, does that prove that the ground is moving?
I suppose that the only thing it could prove is that the stars are.
You see stars in there?
So explain, why do the stars move?
You're not even looking at the picture. That's how I know. Because you're talking about stars, and that's not what
Why
I
would I look at
posted.
the picture? You didn't even send it to me.
It's in the chat, like normal.
Well, I'm not like normal.
Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to say, there are two ways of knowing things, right? And the one way of knowing things through mental representation is totally overestimated. And there's
There's
another
only
way
one
of
way
knowing
of
things.
knowing things, and the only way to do it is to
Just a minute,
understand that
just
you
a
know
minute, just a minute,
nothing.
just a minute, just a
You're
minute.
gonna
There's
let
two
him
ways of
talk.
knowing
1
things.
minute. Time's not even real. Fuck.
There's two ways of knowing things. One way is through a mental representation. You create it in your mind and you project it into the reality. That way of knowing things is not a true way of knowing things. You're just using a mental representation. That's what the Globers do. The other way of knowing things is through intuition and direct knowing. So as you're stood on the ground, what do you know about the ground? What do you know
He
about the ground
disappeared.
just through your feeling?
You know how big the
Yeah,
Earth is?
he disappeared.
Do you expect to see the curvature from ground level?
Do you expect to see it from an airplane?
No. You're not
Where do you
flying high
expect to see it at?
space.
Do you expect to see a boat going over the horizon?
I have actually.
But you don't see it in the sky.
Do I see a boat going over the horizon in the
Dig any
sky?
lower?
You think I can see a boat from the fucking sky, dude?
What the fuck?
No, I don't see boats going over the horizon from space.
Hey, listen, do you know if you take a drone up as high as it can go and you focus on a fucking star with your camera, the star will move. And you're not attached to the Earth.
I'll tell you why. See? Oh, I can't turn on my video in here. Interesting. I actually designed a little Earth model for this chat.
You have to learn how to share
Sure,
your
they'd all love to
screen.
hear it.
No, I don't have camera privileges in this room.
No, you need to learn how to share your screen, not open your camera.
Oh, like share my screen and then go on the camera?
I don't know how you would do
That's
it.
a
I know my
brilliant idea.
secrets.
That's a
But
fucking
that's how you
brilliant
do it if
idea.
you want
Holy shit,
stuff.
dude. I could use that all over the place in Discord. You're a fucking genius, dude. You know what?
That's
How about I just
yeah, we
become a
are
flat earther?
geniuses. We are the geniuses. You guys are just trying to catch up or pissed off
But
at us
you
for
do
it.
like you do have a little culty thing about it. Let's be honest. Like you all get together and
Culty,
protect.
because water is flat and level, that's a cult. You better look up a new definition or make up something different
Well,
because
no,
that's the wrong
the way
definition of a cult.
just your whole group thing when you're so adamant about like, you know.
Have you ever heard what globers sound like? This guy said he looks up and that means the ground is moving. That's fucking cultish.
No, that's
Hey,
not what he said.
you can record star trails from a stationary hot air balloon.
He said that he looks up and what he sees is moving and everything that he sees is moving. So that leads you believe that if you're on one thing and everything is moving, then You're not stationary. They are. You're the one that's moving.
Yeah.
If the Earth was moving, you wouldn't be able
He
to
was
get
the
star trails
star.
from a hot air balloon.
Okay, so listen, check it out. Now at 41 minutes after the hour, you're going to look in the chat and you're going to see things moving in the sky. Does that mean the ground is moving? Look at the picture.
Dude, what the fuck?
The stars move from high altitude video recordings, not attached to the Earth. What do you not understand?
Damn, bro, chill out. Are you good? Should calm down.
Well, when we talk to people that are deeply brainwashed in a cult, we sometimes have to yell at them and shock them into reality.
I've seen an overwhelming amount of like you guys defending each other. Seems like you're like heavily attacked or something.
So you're talking about
Instead
us.
of spewing like whatever nonsense that you're spewing, let me just ask you, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
There we go.
All the science and research that we've done to point otherwise. Literally from
You
1,000
can't
years
name
ago.
any. You can't name anything.
Yeah. NASA. You're gonna say it's all CGI.
NASA
Right?
That's an
is not a
organization, not a
science.
specific thing.
Appealing to authority.
Dummy.
It's all
NASA
CGI. Right?
has said
It's
can't
all,
name any science. Any
it's all cartoon.
experiment or science, and he says
To be
NASA.
fair, look, right.
We have a
One it's
massive
not going
archive.
one on the one side for the globe Earthers, it's not going to be convincing, right? Obviously,
Hold
to
on,
just say,
hang on.
well, listen to the scientists. I mean, do you think that these people haven't at all investigated this? Of course they have. To the other
No,
side, though,
like
to the other side, though, it's not an appeal to authority because an
Let me
appeal to
tell you.
authority implies the authority is not a valid authority, right? Or one that we would
There's
trust.
thousands of hours of International Space Station footage. Literally thousands of hours. And it displays
It's
like
90
all the
minutes
weather
on a
events.
So
loop.
I have.
It's 90 minutes
Wait,
on a loop.
hold on. I can link all the thousands of hours, but before I do, right? You're trying to tell me that all of that was faked and CG. You know what kind of level of CGI you'd need to make thousands of
Yeah,
hours?
I'm gonna post it for
We got
you.
it, dude.
I'm going to
We
post
hear the
it for you.
speech.
So
We already got
so
it, dude.
yeah.
Wait,
So here we
let me
go.
post my source. Let
Here.
me post my source.
This is
You
what
said
it
there's
looks
only
like when
90.
you turn your camera sideways and they accidentally film you doing what you're really doing is this.
You said
So
there's only
this is the
90.
fun part. This is the fun part. What's really
Hold on,
happening
hold
is
on.
you're in an airplane and you hit
Can I respond to you,
turbulence
or are
and
you
you
just gonna take
slam
the word
into
for
the
it?
bottom like that.
Can I? Listen, I'm gonna post the thousands of hours that I'm talking about, and I want you to just be good faith and
I
take a
don't
look at it.
watch NASA footage.
'Cause
Here, I'm going to show you some more.
there's only.
Let's watch
You're just
teleportation
in
on the
denial.
ISS.
Why are you not? Why are you not entertaining what I'm saying?
I'm showing you stuff and you're not even looking at it.
Okay, bro. A few videos. It does not refute thousands of hours of NASA footage.
That's a good point, man.
Thousands of hours of
So
movies.
wait.
If it's
Way to
thousands
go.
of
Question.
hours
Yeah.
versus 3 seconds.
Yeah. It doesn't read it. So wait, quick question. I gotta ask this guy a quick question. So if you're saying that this, if you're saying that this NASA footage that Radwin is showing is, is something, it's not authentic
No.
or something.
What
If
I'm
you're saying
saying
that
is,
they're showing us footage that is authentic,
although NASA
how do we discern? My question is simple. How do we discern between the authentic and unauthentic? Is there a way? Do we need a code ring out of a cereal
question was
box?
ignored. I'm not answering any questions until you answer mine. That's how it works, bro. Especially when there's 8 people talking to me like every time I get in here. Like you guys just tag team. There's one of me. Like relax, dude. Just answer my question.
Oh, I got your back, buddy.
I have a
No. But
I have a
seriously,
non-rhetorical question.
You said that there's 90 hours. I said that there's thousands of hours, and I can prove it.
So there's 90 minutes live. ISS is on a loop.
Dude, I'm telling you, you can see Hurricane Harvey in it. You can see different weather events. You can see the California fires. You can see stuff happening Dude, you know what kind of continuity you would need and what kind of like fucking technology?
Watch this water drop in space come out when they're taking a shower. Here goes water drop to the ground.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. No matter how many videos you provide, that's not how you disprove what I'm saying. You'd have to prove that
I'm
it's
just
fake.
showing you it's done in a studio. That's all.
Okay.
You
There's
can
a lot of
believe
fake-
whatever you want. You
Sir,
like Star
there's a
Wars.
lot of
You like
fake
all
shit by
those.
NASA.
You like all those TV shows. I'm sure.
There is
Here, let's
lot
drop.
of fake.
Let's drop an
You're
Earth.
just bad faith, buddy.
Oh my god.
Can
dude.
I
Are you-
interject?
There is a lot of fake videos by NASA. Let me show you my source, and disproving it is not by showing me
You
more
acknowledge
fake
they have a bunch of fake videos, but you still put them up as a source. Classic.
because you have to look at every single example. You're not going to be like, oh, these 3-4 things are fake, so everything they've ever made.
Okay, so how about this? Every single time they show me an
moon
image of
landing
a
happened.
curved-looking Earth, right? I go to the beach and I check and I see that water is definitely not curving the way that they're showing that it is in those videos. Are you going to ignore what I'm saying to you right now as you talk through it to say that I'm ignoring you?
Having like a temper tantrum?
What are you
Is
talking
this
about?
the one guy? Oh yeah,
What are you
it is.
talking
Of
about?
course,
He
it's
doesn't
you,
know how to
bro.
read.
You have a vendetta, bro. You have a vendetta.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's
So
you.
somebody
Like
puts up a
you're the
video of
issue,
the
bro.
Earth. If somebody puts up a
Look
video of
at
the
the
Earth where
link
they're
that I
showing it,
provided.
listen, you fucking retard. If somebody puts up a video
You're
of the
so
Earth where
angry,
they're
bro.
showing it
Look at how
with
emotional
a
you are.
curved horizon, right? And I go down to the beach and I check for that curved horizon there, and it's nowhere to be seen, and the geometry that they're showing in these videos is not anywhere to be seen down on the ground, then what?
Dude, you don't respond to a question with another one. You still haven't answered mine. It
I
shows
did. I did. We're not seeing the geometry that you're claiming the ISS videos are showing us of the Earth. When we actually go out and check it directly at the beach, at the ocean, at the lake, at the seaside, we don't see that geometry that you're using these videos to try to prove of the Earth. So that's it for the videos. Comprende?
Dude, you're so weak. You have to mute me all the time to cope.
I didn't
It's
mute you.
hilarious.
Somebody else did because you
I
are
don't
so
give
weak.
a-
Be
dude, I don't
talking
care, dude.
through
Listen,
people.
someone else muted you because you are so piss weak that every time somebody is giving you your rebuttal, you talk the whole way through it because you can't take it. Okay, so someone else muted you for that reason. So try again.
Dude, there's always an army of y'all and one of me, and you
Okay,
keep behaving the same
so
way.
you're talking, listen.
Like, it's pathetic.
So there's an army of us, and you're going to waste your energy talking about us instead of responding to what I
Dude,
actually
I'll
said
be
to
here
you.
every night, dude. Every night. I'm telling you. Until you ban me from this room, I will be here
I
every
don't
night.
care. I love that you're here so that we can make a fucking demonstration
a
out of
point.
you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm proving the same thing every time that y'all are impatient and you power trip and you
No.
like you displayed everything
Listen.
you've told me not to do. Like you've talked over me.
You
had
are.
multiple people. Dude, you're doing it right now.
Yeah, but
can't
you're not
stand me
talking about anything. You're talking about
doesn't-
me.
dude, okay,
You're listen. Listen. This is why you keep getting muted. I don't give a fuck about your feelings or what you think about us. It's completely irrelevant to the discourse of this room. I just don't care. As soon as you start with that, I'm just going to mute you because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. I don't care. Take it to your therapist. All right? If you want to respond to what I actually said, then great. I'll yield the floor to you all night. If you want to whine about how mean we are and how you get muted, go fuck yourself, you pussy.
Dude, you do the same shit. It's actually hilarious.
All right, fuck you.
Okay, so who is next?
Crit's next.
Ken,
Put me in. Unmute
you're
me.
in.
Let's go.
That's it?
We're all here for that, buddy. Oh, wait, I got unmuted. Oh, excellent. I'm over here in chat. Sorry. Hello. How you doing? I'm somebody who wants to challenge the flat earth idea and its ideals tonight. Okay, I come, and I listen for the last couple of weeks to all your propaganda talk. And I love to just get a few questions answered. Is that okay?
Go
All
for
right.
it.
Only.
Thank you. Number one. Okay. Number one. Okay. Number
Wow.
one.
Number one. Number one.
You can only ask them one at a time.
Yeah, and then we get to ask you.
Oh, he's gone. I know he isn't gone. No, he is. He is gone.
Guys.
I think he was
When
here
it
in good
comes
faith.
to NASA and the idea of NASA and what they're trying to do, they're always constantly talking about, oh, we're putting billions of dollars into making spaceships so that we can fly up, just infinitely up. You know, anybody who's gone skydiving understands that you can pull back from the game. We can see a little further
Hey,
back
what's the
than anything else.
question?
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm making it
No,
clear,
just
though, the
I don't want to
context.
hear a
No,
long,
let's just
colorful
get the
story
context out the
though.
way. No, please, please. It's not going to be too long. It'll be just a few more minutes of your listening skills. Not too crazy. Not too crazy, I swear. Listen, a few more moments. Moments,
Just make
not
it
minutes,
concise,
moments.
Time is running out
All
for
right, all right,
you.
all right. Fair enough, fair enough. Why is it that flat earth people can't ever feel the need to argue or try to put their actual influence, your energy, into actually trying to get yourselves into NASA, yourselves into actually getting into a spaceship of any kind to figure out if it's really true? Hey, if we pull back far enough, the
Okay,
land
you
is
ready?
clearly not circular. Why do you
Okay, you
guys
ready
not
for
want to
your
do that?
answer? Are you ready for your answer?
Yeah.
Earth is flat, stationary, and we're enclosed. You can't go. Space is fake.
Wait, I said, why did you? That didn't answer anything. I said, why won't you get in a spaceship yourself? Try to actually get to that
Space is fake,
position.
son. I just answered you.
No. If it's fake, then prove
If you want to
it's
get in a
fake. Why
spaceship
not
and
go?
blow yourself
Why
up,
not go on
feel
the
free.
mission? Why not
Wait.
go?
Can I ask this guy a quick
Prove
question?
it's
Wait,
fake.
hold on, buddy. I can
Prove
answer your
it.
question with a question. Chill.
Oh wow, yeah,
Listen
that's
to me
helpful.
carefully. Let me
Yeah,
ask you a
that's
cool
helpful.
question.
Okay.
Yeah, can you go? Listen, can you travel to a place that does not exist? Yes or no?
Yes, by trying.
Well,
Maybe.
hold on. You just said
Preferably,
you
quite
can travel
frankly.
to a place that doesn't exist?
You failed the test.
Try to do it. That's what you do. You take your body, you go get into an actual machine that we all create because we're humans. That's what we do. You get in one of those and try your best to figure out if the unknown can be possible. Am I mistaken?
Go to Narnia.
Well, you just said that you can travel to a place that doesn't exist, and I just want a
Possible,
clarification.
quite
You're going to
frankly.
stand by that?
What do you mean doesn't exist though? When you say doesn't exist
hold
in your
on.
mind, that means it's unknown to you because that's just human nature. Don't try to
That doesn't
broaden
mean
it.
that.
You don't
That
know
doesn't
what
mean
doesn't
that.
exist. Your body
It
didn't go
doesn't.
anywhere.
Dude, it doesn't exist simply means it does not exist. So I'm just
You
saying,
don't
like
know
take for
that. You
instance.
don't know 100% of that. You don't know that, sir.
I do.
Well, yeah, we kind of do. Yeah, we do.
You talk about it and you listen. That's called listening to someone else. That's not at all you saying you figured it out. You going
Yeah,
on
but
your
hold on,
feet.
buddy. If you were inquisitive, you would ask us, how do we know it doesn't exist? Why don't you ask us, how do we know that the vacuum of space does not exist? Why don't you ask us that? Go
Very
ahead.
good question.
Now we're going to another question. I thought we were going one at a
He
time.
doesn't
I
want
just
to
so
know.
said that.
He doesn't
Okay.
want to know.
No, we can do it. No. Okay, that was bad faith. But I'll say, you said for one question at a time. I wanted one thing addressed at a time.
Okay, I
But
have
go
a
on,
question.
tell me why you know it doesn't exist. Go right ahead.
Can I ask
Because
you
we're
a question?
breathing. No, hold on to that for a second. Hold on. I'll answer his question. It's because we are breathing. Listen carefully now. We are breathing consistent X value of gas pressure. So the 14.7 psi at sea level, that is the X value of the world that we live in. All right, that's the
Okay.
X value of gas pressure. So the
Repeat
thing
that
is,
number again. Repeat it again. Repeat it again.
Okay,
How serious are you?
slow it
How serious are you?
down.
Micaiah,
14.7 psi at sea level. Write
And I
that
have a-
down.
I
We're
have a
going to go
citation.
slower. The faster.
I have a citation about that from NASA. How can you have a gas pressure without a container? This is from NASA. You see the
Oh, we
link
didn't
there?
get there yet.
No, go ahead. Now, I'm sorry, I had to pull up my
what I'm
notes
trying to
there.
say is,
Can you repeat that number one more time? Let me just get up my notes here.
yeah, it's 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level.
14.7 pounds per square inch.
At sea level, yes.
At
That is the
sea
X
level.
value form.
There it is. Is the X value form? Okay. All right.
Yeah, and
All right.
So every square inch of surface of water gets pushed down by 14.7 pounds of air.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And so
Now,
another thing
what
about
is
this,
it
so
about? How does it stop machines, though? Tell me how this stops innovation, machines that can handle stuff like this.
wait, what are you talking about? I thought we were talking about the vacuum of space not existing and how we know it doesn't
Right.
exist. Are we still on that
We are.
topic?
We are. You said that it doesn't
Okay.
exist.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Now,
Go ahead.
So
That's all I'm
now
asking.
Orion's going to take you for a ride around Orion's belt.
Whatever you're talking about. Continue, sir. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the thing is that the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So by definition, we are inside a container. But it's not just by definition. That's an important thing to keep in mind. But it also is by practical demonstration, by actual real-life demonstration. Gas pressure requires a container, meaning that every example we have in reality, in real life, every example we have of gas pressure in the consistent X value form exists only inside a container with a fixed volume, an unchanging volume. So, to the best of our knowledge, we're inside a container. It's just that simple.
So does that mean that there's a top to the container?
Well, yes, it would have to be
Is that what you're implying
enclosed
as well?
entirely. Well, yeah, just like how a balloon, like you've seen a balloon before, or a car tire. If you pop a hole in the tire, the gas pressure equalizes. The car tire deflates. If you pop a hole in the balloon pops. So yes, it would have to be enclosed by every direction. Yes.
All right. All right. I like that. And you know what? I'm so open-minded. I'll even agree and say, fine. Let's say that it's that simple. Okay. So if that's the case, sir, and we're all flat earthers now, we all decided by a culture, all society, that is the capable truth. Let's go and play with it. Number one, does Mars exist? Or is that a story that we just made up?
So Mars is a light in the sky. It is a planet, which is, they used to be called, keep in mind, stars, planets used to be referred to or defined as wandering stars. So it is a light in the sky, kind of like the stars, kind of like the moon or the sun. But Mars is real. It's a real light in the sky, but it's not necessarily a spherical object residing in the vacuum of space. That story is just a story.
Okay, here's this. I like that answer. Thank you, sir, for your honest answer. When it comes down to that analogy, though, are you then contending that we are maybe a cup, right? And then Mars is also a cup that we're just on looking from afar?
He just got done telling you space is fake.
If we have a top and space doesn't exist,
Space is right.
is
So that
Mars
means there's no space. So you're just looking up at a light, and then after that, you made a story up.
Did we send cameras there? Those are lies then. Cameras didn't go out there.
No, because
robots
we
and all
can't send
rovers
cameras to a place that doesn't.
Yes, there are
So I
no
guess we should
fucking
say,
rover
like,
robots running around on some place, light in the sky. We can't even talk to people down the street if it's raining with bad internet.
Can the rover do that though down the road in the rain where that? You're funny with that one, buddy. But I'd rather just listen to the other guy. He sounds just more intelligent. Thank you. So when it comes down to the Mars theory, though, I'm just asking you a question. Is Mars another capped thing? Like, is it not, again, the story as we know it, the circular, spherical rock that we read, dusty?
I think you're on reset, my dude. You just talking about Mars again, and I told you, yeah, go ahead, answer it for him.
Go ahead, please.
So again, Mars is a real thing. It's a thing. Let's start with there. All right.
Is it
so Mars,
too?
what is it? No, hold on. Let's just start slowly here. All right. So you stand on the surface of the Earth. You stand on the surface of the Earth. I stand on the surface of the Earth. We look up and we see Mars, this red light in the sky. All right. Now the thing is, we can observe it as a light in the sky. We definitely know it exists because it's a light in the sky. It's a luminary in the sky. But as far as going to it and identifying what it is, the composition of it, what it's actually physically made out of, you know, that's one thing. Figuring out how far away it is, that's another thing. Figuring out the dimensions of it, the actual shape and size of it, those are other things. The thing is, all of those things are unknown. So but if you're asking my personal belief, I do not believe that Mars is another world. I don't believe it to be anything in particular, but I don't believe it's another world. No.
What do you think it is?
I actually don't have any guess. I wonder myself what it is, but I don't really have any actual solid guess. I just wonder what
I got
it
a
is.
good guess.
So, what's your job?
My guess.
Hold on. Please stop.
My
Please
guess
stop.
is
Go
that it's
away.
a
No,
light
stop.
in the
Just
sky.
one. Go away. No one needs.
But
You
when I
have
say
that
guess,
effect
I'm just
on
talking
them,
about the
Radley.
composition.
Mars, and you say that you don't even care to look.
He was talking right through you.
I knew it.
Yeah, you got one of those
my
voices that
question
just
is-
makes them have a seizure, you know.
Actually known one day what
He
Mars
just talks right through everybody.
Dude, maybe you should slow down and just chill a little bit, you know.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but look, let me just say it clearly. Is it possible to figure out what Mars is one day, or is it out of the human nature's capability?
Well,
No,
actually,
you can't
I think that's a good
float in
question.
the air.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, as far as this moment, yeah, it's impossible.
It's impossible in this moment. So you say that there's hope. You think there's hope for us?
No, well, no. What I'm saying is, remember what I said. Pay attention carefully to what I said. So again, we're standing on the surface of the Earth. We're looking upwards and we see a light. Okay, we call this light Mars. Now the thing is, if this light is whatever the composition is, whatever the distance it is from us, if it's inside the container that we live inside of, the container that's required in order to have gas pressure, then through some method or another, you know, there could be in the future a way to figure out what the composition is. But the thing is, until we get to that point, it's just all guesswork. Like it's not, like it's just guesswork. It's just a light in the sky. That's it.
Isn't theory a little bit more on the head about it though? Because you can only put so much intellect into something, right? Wouldn't it be theoretical as opposed to just whatever you just said, sir? I mean, theories require thought, all that scientific method shit, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. So I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to say that if it's possible or it isn't possible, like, do you at your heart of hearts, man, do you think it's possible that moment can come? That's really that's all it comes down to for flat earthers. Can it come?
No.
I doubt it. I would just simply say I doubt it.
Wow.
I'll be honest. I'll tell you why.
It can't be done. Fuck it.
I'll tell you
now
why.
we're flat. What?
Well, no, I'll tell you why though.
Why do you got to go up in the sky so bad, son?
It does sound like a loop though, as opposed to figuring out an actual truth of anything before you die.
Why do you care what that light is?
The truth is I don't know what it is. Isn't that the truth though? Isn't the truth is that I don't know what Mars is? So
today, but you already just hit no, but you're right to say that today. But how do you project for tomorrow that it can be possible if you don't have any kind of thoughts of how you're going to move tomorrow in a better way? If you can't do that, sir, then you're okay and complacent in an unknown. Unknown. That's just the truth of it. You're complacent
I think you're talking out your ass now. So I'm okay with acknowledging. So hold on, buddy. I'm okay with acknowledging knowns and unknowns, but you can't know unknowns that are achievable. So if you want to know something, but the knowledge on that particular subject, that particular detail on any particular subject, if it's unachievable, then you're just going to spend the rest of your life wanting to know what it is while not knowing what it is. Can you comprehend what I just said?
Yes, I can. And then that's where you have to turn to NASA, and then they'll have to sell you like straight up, not on OBS, like I know them. I'm just saying in terms of what they would bring to the table as an argument is that they'd have no choice but to say, oh, well, we got these billions of dollars and we got these drones out. and then we have to attach cameras to them. I mean, we're at this level now. You know, I'm
Wait, slow down,
projecting
slow down, slow down, slow down. What are you saying, dude?
I'm trying to
We
say
don't
that
have to
NASA
trust
needs to be
NASA.
tested. We have to test NASA's true resolve here. I
We
mean, at the
have.
end of the day, we're funding them and we're not putting cameras on them to prove
So
what's
what? We
going on.
already proved
We
they're
don't have
fake
flat earthers.
bullshitters.
Now, let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. We're not seeing flat earthers being put into spaceships under actual case studies.
There's no such thing as space, fool.
Oh man, what is?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
how
think
is
he's
that a relevant
understanding
answer,
that.
sir?
So,
It's
do you
nothing.
understand
You're
what we mean
nothing
when
for
we
that
say
answer,
there's
boy.
no vacuum of space?
Anyway.
Like, there's no vacuum of space. Are you hearing us when we say that?
Like I said, to put yourself in a ship that a guy who believes in the vacuum of space, right, funded, put your body in it because they are now testing your resolve. You know what a resolve
There's
is?
no such
what?
thing as that.
Like you
know,
didn't,
such
you
thing
mean?
as a
Just
human,
like
put
you,
me in
just
a
like,
box and throw me in space.
just like you didn't, you mean?
That's why we got to do
Just
it.
simply say,
That's why we
I
got
don't
to
think
do it.
this
We got
is
to throw
a
all
good
the
way to
answers and
resolve
spaceship
anything.
into the sky. Let's see if your theory's right.
There's no such thing. You want to be put into a box and thrown into the air. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Oh man, come on. That doesn't make sense to you, man. You got to be honest. Let's just switch gears. Let's go to you since you want to be in this so bad. We're just having a one-on-one trying to get some clarity. But how about you, sir, whoever keeps interjecting? Tell me what your idea
One of the
is about
mods
flat
keeps
Earth.
interjecting.
How do you know it's true, buddy? Go ahead. Go ahead. How do you know flat Earth is so true, buddy? Go ahead.
Water is flat and level in all directions.
Water's flat in all directions.
Huh?
Yeah, for very long distances, by the way.
Because of osmosis.
All distances.
They said osmosis. Uh-oh. Osmosis thrown in the
All
mix. What do you gotta say?
distances.
Water is always horizontal.
Yeah, he's right. All distances. Do you have a demonstration to the contrary? Do you have a demonstration of the surface of water being anything other than level over a certain distance?
Then
If you
what
do, let
about
us know.
gravity
We'll leave
holding
this.
everything in place and all that jazz? Gravity and the sense of having weight. You can't jump off a building. Can't
Well,
fly.
hold
Can't
on, buddy.
float.
Hold on, buddy. Let's clarify this.
Water can't either.
So there's two different kinds of gravity that we're talking about in a certain sense. There's the practical sense. So just listen now. So like when I drop an apple in the medium of air, when I let go of an apple or a rock in the medium of air, obviously we observe the rock or the apple falling down and hitting the ground and coming at rest in the medium of air. So
water
if you're
as well.
referring, yeah. So are you listening to me? Paying attention? All right. So,
yes, sir.
So what we're saying is, or what I'm saying is, it's not like any of us are in denial about the fact that an apple falls down in the medium of air. It obviously does. But just because an apple falls down in the medium of air doesn't mean that the gas pressure that we're breathing exists due to gravity. See, what we're asking a demonstration of is not an apple falling down. Obviously, apples fall down. What we're asking a demonstration of is gas pressure without a container due to gravity. That's the particular part that we're in contention with. We have no demonstration of that, and we have no logical reason to assume that gas pressure can exist due to gravity. There's no demonstration of it. It's just an extraordinary claim with no demonstration.
Huh. With no demonstration. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. A demonstration would be if you could demonstrate 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity. Can you do that? Yes or no?
What? You got to repeat that question though. What do you mean by that? Can I demonstrate 36 pounds?
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you. I'll clarify it. So the consistent X value form of gas pressure around the rim of your car, if it's an average sized American car, is about 36 psi. All right. So this is the consistent X value form, and it stays consistent because your
the weight
tire
of a car,
is
36 psi.
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, we're just focused on the tire. The tire is sealed. All right. The tire is sealed. That's an important part. The tire is sealed, and it has a consistent X value form of 36 psi. So what I'm saying to you is, if you could somehow, some way, make the 36 psi stay around the rim of the car without the tire, and use gravity to do that, to use gravity to actually cause gas pressure in the consistent X value form, then
Yes.
if you could do that, that Harry Potter magic bullshit that I'm describing, then I would have a logical reason to assume that the gas pressure I'm breathing right now may be caused due to gravity. I would have a logical reason to assume that that could be the case. But without that demonstration, it would only be a mere blind belief on my part, or anybody's part, that gas pressure can be caused by gravity.
Well, all right. So you're saying that gravity is not actually it's like a theory then? I mean, everything in life is a theory, isn't it? But I mean, is that what you're saying though?
I'm just saying that
Because it has no example yet. Because it needs an example
saying that
to exist.
it doesn't cause gas pressure. I'm just simply saying that gravity may be whatever the hell it is or whatever. Maybe, do one thing or another thing. But what I'm saying is gravity does not do one thing. It does not cause gas pressure. And they claim, the people in school that taught me about the Earth being a globe and this, 3,959 mile radius, whatever. I was taught in school, and I'm always taught by the TV all the time, that gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity, exists due to gravity. But I have no demonstration of that. I have no actual real life evidence of that. Just their empty words.
Okay. And then I hear you say the empty words part, right? So they need a physical example, correct?
Yes, affirmative.
Are they okay. So is it possible to get that example? Possibly here or there, blah, blah, blah. But today they don't have an example to you guys. So when you say that there is a vacuum seal into our game here, there's no space, the vacuum space, it doesn't exist. That also would mean that there's a ceiling to our game, right? Is it ceiling to the Earth?
Yes, there's a ceiling to the world we live in.
Alrighty. So here's my thing. Simple as day. If we all lived in a blip in the sky and we decided to go about figuring out the actual ceiling of the game, what would happen? Are we going to implode? Do we die? How do you guys figure it out that we just have a top? There's a top.
Well,
do we implode? Do we have a capability to figure out the top? Maybe live there, thrive there. I mean, that's not impossible. I mean, if you look at Russia, what that guy do? I mean, he doesn't have much of anything but power. And what did he do with that power and manpower? He used it to make a blip or a plane or something like that, where he's able to live up there with, other little planes, his little army men come up there and gas it up. Okay, keep it going. All right, I heard that at some point or another. Somebody could source that. Russia could go up in the sky if the World War III starts like everyone thinks, and they're gonna go. He's gonna live up there. Him and his probably monarchs, top 1% of Russia, gonna be up there living in a plane, right? And if they decided to then figure out how to make that mainstream, I don't know, because they have no other choice. Because Earth, World War III, we all know. Okay, it's an open secret. If he figured that out, or China figured that out, or we figured that out, if we're all at the flying in life and Earth now, all we do is fly. Can we now start debating this real idea? Would we want to figure out if there's a top at the top, a real top?
Oh,
Is that
hold on, buddy.
possible?
Hold on. I
mean,
think I can.
That's as real as
I
it
think I
gets for
can
you.
make yours. I think I can summarize what you're saying. What you're
Alrighty.
asking is, if we can learn the details of the world we live in and how far it extends outward and the dimensions of the
There you
container we're
go.
living in. Yes, all right.
Detail. Good word.
Now, you understand. I have the same level of curiosity as you. I wonder these things all the time, but I also know that there's a bunch of different factors that go into this. So first of all, there's the law itself. Do you know of the Antarctic Treaty? Do you know what that is?
No, I do not.
All right, it started in the 1950s. It's an international treaty that started with 14 countries. Since then, I think it's expanded to about 50 or 60 countries. I'm not sure, but it's an unbroken treaty, and it's an unbroken treaty where the militaries of these various countries, the United States included, have worked together to make it so that there is no independent exploration beyond the 60th parallel south, which is a few hundred miles to the north of the Antarctic shoreline. So from 60 parallel south, that's 60 degrees latitude and south, you're not allowed to independently explore. Now that covers that angle, but also I'm not exactly sure what the altitude is, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to independently explore above a certain altitude either. But that's it's an aeronautics thing. I don't know too much about that.
Are you okay? Because you can't stop talking through him. You're going, ow, ow,
no, that's
ow.
devastating.
What is going
That's
on with
devastating
you?
news right there. That's devastating news that they let
Well,
that happen.
let him finish before all the color commentary. Thank you.
Okay,
so
thank
just
you,
keep in
White
mind that
Red.
there's multiple factors in this. So what I'm trying to say is the law ultimately will stop you from knowing what you're asking us about, the details you're asking about. What I'm trying to say to you is, first of all, the law itself will stop you. Okay, now
Yes, it
second
does.
of all, there's two other things to this. There's budget and technology. Now, the technology may be there, may not be there, we don't know, but the budget certainly isn't. So what I'm saying is the law will stop you. So even if you have the technology and the budget, the law will stop you. So what I'm saying is if you want to change these things, you need to become politically active.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is there's multiple reasons why it's a challenge.
How do you hear people when
And
they're
you said
talking
budget.
to you
What was
when
that
you're
third one?
talking at the same
Before
time?
it goes that way, what was the third one? You said budget, and then you also said law, and then what was that third one?
But I said technology. So what I'm saying is, as far as
There it
going very far south into cold regions, and as far as going really far
Budget,
upward,
technology, and
it's a
law.
little hard to know exactly how far we can go up and how far we can go into cold regions. It's just, we don't know what these areas will entail, and we don't know what technology we have that will withstand.
One day will
have
come.
with those
I do agree with that. I think that was the original point that allowed me to keep listening to you, sir, because you're very right. Again, the curiosity, we meet
Can you
there,
shut the
and
fuck up, please?
as long as
God.
you stay
God,
there,
please.
you'll never lose. You'll
Oh my
never
God.
lose.
Shut up.
But thank you.
Can I ask
Thank
a question about this Antarctic Treaty? First thing is, can you state the line in the treaty which precludes any voyage south of the? Is it 60th parallel? I can't remember which one it is. And the second question is,
why are you British?
For law to be enforceable, you need someone there to enforce it, right? And
No.
Very true. Very true.
Wait,
very true. Very true.
Just stop, right? So, if someone has to be there to enforce the law, and we know exactly how many battleships, how many boats, aircraft a state has, and usually we know exactly where they are.
Oh my God!
Right?
Get to the
Oh,
point.
he's doing it.
The point
Terminal
is,
mastermind.
that stop interrupting me. The point is that who's going to stop you in practice from actually going that far south?
When they radio you and ask you what you're doing, you should stop
battleships,
or we're going to board your ship.
Yeah, don't get shot. Don't get shot. But if they're not there, I get what you're saying. If it's empty waters, what can they do?
So you don't think they don't have radar?
Radar.
Well,
What, they going to send planes out? They send planes out.
We'd know there would be a radar station or some sort of radar that could detect you in that sort of area, right?
Yes.
All right, you just be quiet. I'm trying to work this through because first of all, I want the line in the Antarctic Treaty cited if someone can do that because I'm still waiting for that. But
just pull it up. Just go to the website and read it.
Yeah, I'm asking just for someone to, because I'm not the one making I'm not going to search for something that I don't believe is there. So someone else can find it for me.
So just go to their website and look it up. Read the whole thing.
Well, guys, you're the ones claiming it. Just pull it up for me.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it. You pull it up.
You'll
be embarrassed just like everybody else that does
it.
it.
Could be a globe earther for all I care. If a globe earther wants to pull it up for me, do it. But I'd prefer the person who I think is.
You don't want to do your own work, then
I think it's I think it's President.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? The last part.
I'm gonna actually off myself. President, can you pull up the line in the treaty that precludes anyone going from south of the 60th parallel? Hello.
And right, we're not even talking about the northern side yet, though. We got to get on that.
No, we don't even need to go there. Like, I don't even look. It could be true, right? I'm just waiting to see if it is, right? Because I'm gonna spend my time reading treaties all day, but I know a thing or two about international relations, so I'm curious if where the line is.
And who's to say you can't go
Yeah,
out there?
I'll type it into DuckDuckGo for
figure
you.
it out.
Yeah, please.
I gotta say though, I do think it's a little silly even looking this up because I knew about this Antarctic treaty before I knew the Earth is flat. I just didn't, I
Well,
didn't
you
know the
knew
Earth
that
is
it
flat. I just knew.
existed, but I just want this line of the treaty, right? Like, obviously, everyone knows
I'm
that the
just saying,
Antarctic Treaty existed.
It was
I know. I'm just
also
pointing out. I
established a
thought it
year
was
before.
suspicious.
It was
I like how he
established
said
a year
before he
before
knew.
NASA.
Yeah. That no one's denying the treaty exists. By the way, I don't know if that was your impression.
I'm just saying it's kind of common knowledge, like among a lot of people. Like it's not
Yeah,
exactly
but I need the
uncommon knowledge.
line that says you can't go south of the 60th parallel in the treaty, right? I mean, you could say that
Nothing
there's
like Google Maps.
everyone
It's
knows
not
there's an Antarctic treaty which divides the territory up between several powers, right? Everyone knows that. But to say that nobody can go south of the 60th parallel, that's not common knowledge.
No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. What I said was there is no independent exploration beyond the 60th parallel. I didn't say no one's allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel south. No independent exploration.
What
Gotta go
qualifies as
through international ambassadors and shit.
Okay, pull up that line first, and then secondly, I want to know what qualifies as an independent exploration.
Me picking up my bag and going down there right now because I decided on my feet that's all I'm going to do with the rest of my life. That's independent exploration, right?
I think he wants like the exact quote from like the legality of the treaty, not just like your stupid ass opinion.
Right. And it's so stupid that it's going to be nowhere near accurate at all to what the treaty is going to say, right?
I could probably infer that.
Yeah, you're so
Well,
smart.
we can't infer
Yeah,
anything
you're
until we've read it, right?
You're
I don't
intelligent.
want to make guesses.
I don't think
You're
it's
so
gonna say
funny.
me
And you're
getting
so
my
witty,
backpack
and you're
and
so
hiking down to the
smart.
64th.
And you're so witty, and you're so smart and kind. You're probably a real sweetheart in person, aren't you? A real great guy, aren't you?
Who are you talking to?
Well, that guy, obviously, the dude who's talking, not you. That other dude.
I don't even think he's disagreeing with me.
You muted
No,
me.
he's doing no, he's talking to me.
I don't even think the flat earthers disagree. Well, he's made a claim. I just want to see it. I just want to see it pointed out for me.
It's
so I
not
can look
flat,
into
it's hollow.
it. So where are we with that quote, President? Got it?
I just like I'm so curious, so curious about so many things.
Because this isn't even like just to be clear, this isn't a disproving flat earthism, right, or whatever. It's just a curiosity I have because if it's true and we can't genuinely go down the 60th parallel to do independent exploration, I'd like to know what they mean by independent exploration.
Well, they don't let independent people use vehicles there, and they say it's because to keep the nature preserved. But we obviously know that's bullshit, right? So there's no way to trick all of Antarctica without a fucking vehicle.
Doesn't like everyone in like Greenland live above the 64th parallel on the north at least?
What are you talking
Well,
about?
that's a different place, right? Like if
That's
you
the- that's
imagine
just the
if
northern
you imagine a
parallel,
map
right?
of the
But
world, right? Imagine the Arctic is in the middle, right? So there's no question that you could go through the Arctic, right? Because, in fact, that's what's going to happen, in the near future, right? So you could travel through the Arctic whenever you so please, right? But the question is, what's on the outside, right? And that's where the Antarctic is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so what I'm curious about is, if I go so far south, or or in any direction, which leads me to
Yeah,
this.
you mean the 64th parallel south? Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. I want to
People
see
have been there. Yeah.
I want to see. I want to see what's like, because in theory, I think I should be able to pass there, right? So I just want to
But
know.
you can. There are people. There's a marathon that happens every year that you can do down there. My cousin's father did that once.
Yeah. I mean, like that might be the case, but I'm going to keep an open mind. I just want to see the words in the treaty. Professor, have you got it yet?
There's actually flights you can take there if you go on. You
So,
have to, like, go up to
Beta,
tourist.
is that you asking for the
Yeah.
citation?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, I know you've been in and out, so I just want to clear something up. You keep saying that President Orion claimed it. He was having a conversation that turned into a hypothetical where this guy he was demanding answers. What ifs? What ifs? So he wasn't making a claim about Antarctica. It kind of got pressed on him, and now we're going off onto this red herring. Because nobody in here makes claims about Antarctica. I know you're in here a lot, so I know that you know that. But he was entertaining a hypothetical. You know what about the ends of the world? What about going to the dome? Like all these kind of straw men that we avoid. And again, I know you're in here a lot, so I don't know if you caught the beginning of the conversation, but he definitely didn't make that claim. He was just entertaining again and trying to give the guy an answer that was sufficient to him.
Yeah, okay,
So,
I understand. If he's just trying to satisfy a hypothetical, I don't mind. Is that
yeah,
true, Professor President? Is that what was happening? Were you
I
just
was a
satisfying a
troll.
hypothetical?
Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's what I want to do too. I mean, I'll be honest, man. Like, this is why I'm always talking shit to other flat earthers when they say voting doesn't matter. I'm like, well, gee whiz, motherfucker. Like, think about this for a second. You want the Antarctic Treaty to be overturned, and then through the other side of your mouth, you're saying voting doesn't matter. Seems to me like you better get politically active and start voting the right direction if you're gonna get a politician to overturn that. That's what you want, right? I'm just saying, like, yeah, you got to think these things through, but it's an uphill battle, and it's a big hill, is what I'm saying.
Are you a flat earther? Because I don't know if you refer to flat earthers as other people there.
Well, yeah. I'm a flat earther, yeah.
All right, okay. So yeah, if it's just the case that you know you're not making a claim about the Antarctic Treaty claiming anything specific, then that far be it from me to complain. Yeah, continue.
yeah, that's like an Eric Dubé proof. I just wanted to clear that up because, like I said, I know you've been in and out tonight, so I'm gonna uh, assume maybe you didn't hear the beginning of it, but this guy was really pressing him on, going off into these hypotheticals, which for this reason we don't like to get into in here.
No.
And he was entertaining. He was being cool. It was a nice, back and forth.
Okay.
I just got here. Never really talking about flat earth. Try me. I'm retired.
Are you eating?
Not anymore.
So you guys think like you could just break the treaty and just like trek Antarctica willy nilly? I don't get it.
Well, no, that's exactly the opposite of what I think most of us, including myself, believe. That's why it's fruitless to even try. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, let's not break the law. Let's change the law. If the law is bad, you change the law. You don't
You
just
can go there. Oh, no, you can go to Antarctica. You just have to go with the tourist guide. It happens like there's thousands of people go there every year.
Yes, of course you could do that. You go to the tip, you see some penguins, shake their hand, get back on the boat, and get searched.
Well, no, like my cousin's father did the marathon they did down there every year, so he had a pretty
They
good
don't
time.
do a marathon down there.
They do a marathon. It's a half marathon, but they do half marathon down there.
Actually, we've already mapped it out. They don't do shit as far as going around Antarctica anywhere.
So
yeah,
where did my?
I mean, look, you could
where do-
easily say Og. I don't know how to say your name. So you could easily say, for instance, that you're only really allowed to go to a portion, usually the bit that sticks out of Antarctica. You don't really ever go that deep into Antarctica.
Oh yeah, of
right?
course not. Yeah.
So in theory, there could be something, either there could be an edge or not an edge, and just some sort of
And
further
that
expanse
portion,
or whatever.
can I ask
But
where is that
just to be
portion?
clear,
They should just
be
let a
very
nigga fly over it.
careful
I don't understand. Let
about
fly over it.
positing the idea that this is anything to do with law, right? Because
Yeah, I think you should fly
don't
over it.
think there's any. I mean, there's no law that
Like,
I'm aware
make
of,
you guys a
right?
deal. Listen.
And where is that portion?
I'll buy you guys a plane.
Well,
We
it's
won't
not.
tell
It's
the
just,
government. We'll sail right over it, guys.
Do you know where is that portion?
No, of course they don't. I mean, like, who? Like,
No,
the idea. Yeah, go on.
we know where is that portion. If you want to go to Antarctica, where you go? To Australia or to South Africa?
You're on about okay.
Dude, I don't know if you've been in government, but there's
Argentina,
no way
Argentina to the boat, to the part that sticks out.
There's
Which
no
is
way the world leaders
British.
will be like.
Every
complaining.
time or sometimes?
Who are you arguing with?
No, I'm not arguing. I'm only asking a question. When you want to go to Antarctica, are you going to Argentina every time or sometimes, or are you going?
It's Chile.
From,
I mean, at least we went to Chile.
okay, are you going every time from Chile, Argentina, or are you going also 1,000 times from South Africa and 1,000 times from Australia?
I don't know what that means. They just go to Chile, then Antarctica.
Oh, that means we are going to Antarctica only from one point of the Earth.
Well, I just know where my cousin's grandfather went and my other friends
Okay,
went. They
I
went
don't know
to
if you
Chile.
think that means anything, right? But it could just be the case that well, both sides could have a merit there, where one side could say, well, yeah, the reason why they go there is because they're cordoning off the rest of Antarctica. But the other side could say, well, it's because it's the closest part of Antarctica to the next landmass, right? Which would be Chile. Right. So just to be clear,
Yeah.
like I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't necessarily imply.
Only to be clear, another question: if you are from Australia, are you going to Chile to go to Antarctica, or you are going directly from Australia?
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that's probably due. I mean, like you could easily just say the reason why you'd go to Chile to the point of, say you go to Australia to Chile, right? Obviously, it would be closer to just go south, right? If you go to Chile, maybe there's some sort of market there that does not exist in Australia to go to that place, right? That's maybe it's not an infrastructure that says we're going to take you to Antarctica, do you a round trip, walk you around, or whatever.
Can you imagine the globe now?
Yeah, but now we're just talking about proximity, right?
Yeah, and now put your boat in Australia, and now don't go to Australia, don't go to Antarctica, go to Chile, and then go to Antarctica.
Yeah, but that's because there might just be infrastructure there that doesn't exist in Australia to go to Antarctica. Well, let's not overthink it, guys. Right? Like it doesn't. There's no one way or another about that, right?
Yeah, it's only Argentina. Oh, nothing suspicious about that, but it's all right. And that portion could be, if everything because everything is.
I'll put it
let's
this way, right?
imagine.
Let's say you go back 400 years, right, in Africa. There's only two ways you can walk from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa. There's two basically belts, right, that are traversed. There's routes, that people use. Now you're not going to sit there and say, well, there's nothing north of that, right? Or you're not going to say, oh, you can't go there or whatever, just because they're guiding you through that specific pathway. You would say, well, that's where the infrastructure is built. There's wells all the way through there. There are people there will guide you through it. There's lots of reasons for why you would have that the way it is, right?
But
just don't overthink it too much, right? Like
yeah, but people thinking about Antarctica, it's like one point, and you can say left or right. Put it, I don't know, 300, 400 miles, whatever you want. In that imagination that Earth is around, it's a world. Only imagination, that could be 70, 80,000 kilometers. Or you were speaking about 60 degrees parallel. Can you now draw that 30 degrees up to that?
I can't understand your accent, sorry.
Can you imagine that 30 degrees up to that 60?
Again, can you say that again?
Can you imagine that circle of 30 degrees up that 60 degrees, what we say that we cannot go?
Okay, yeah.
Do you know that 30 degrees, it's bigger maybe than that circle, that surface of that circle, it's bigger than that circle inside.
Okay.
That means to the edge of that, let's say edge, it's more surface than inside.
Inside, I don't know. Maybe I'm just got poor spatial awareness. But I don't know what you're saying.
Antarctica is not on 60 degrees. Do you know?
Of course not.
They are somewhere on 80, 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That 20 degrees between, it's big around. If we imagine if it's around, it's fucking big. That means we don't know the what is between Antarctica and that 60 degrees.
Right. Okay. Let's not be silly. Right. Look, if I sailed across that parallel and because the Earth is flat and I can see quite far across, right, over a body of water, it's not like I wouldn't be able to see what's between me and perhaps. Well, I wouldn't be able to see the ice from there, but I could definitely see quite far down, right?
But you're still saying only a point about Argentina because nobody else was going any other points.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I just think it might be an infrastructure question, not really something that's like interesting or has anything to do with flat Earth.
I'm only asking you to imagine that circle in your head, and that you can imagine that could be very, very big, and that you cannot know even what is behind Australia, what is behind New Zealand, what is behind Siberia, what is behind Norway, what is behind Alaska, what is behind. Do you understand me?
Well, yeah, well, minus the last two because the last two are involved in North Pole. In which case,
yeah,
I don't think there's a flat earther in here that says that you can't go to the North Pole, right? Because ships get quite close.
Really?
Go to the North Pole, you fool.
Nobody can go there.
All right, okay, so that's a new one. I thought, okay, look, I don't know, like in my head, in my spatial awareness brain, right? The North Pole would be situated in the middle of the map, right? And it's not going to be outside of our lifetimes when we can sail through it. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking that nobody was there.
Nobody was there. You're gonna sail through snow and ice and rock.
People live
mountains.
quite far north, right? Like not even just that. Go to Svalbard, which is quite close, right? All things considered.
It is not close, like you think.
Well, first of all, it is right. It's the
But
northernmost. I think the northernmost capital cities in Svalbard, isn't it?
But nobody was there. How you can say it's near?
It is the northernmost capital cities in Svalbard. But not only that,
On
right?
north.
Not only
We are
that,
speaking about North Pole.
I'll put that one to bed and say we'll give it a few decades. If ships start sailing across the Arctic, then I can take that concession. Then I'm not eager to take the concession right now, but as far as I'm aware, a lot of states are gearing up competitively to take advantage of the Arctic, right? And you can't do that without people going there, right? Because it's a geostrategic area, right? For
you know what is interesting? There are flags there. There should be flags or something. The people were like going there. But if you go to Google now, there is no land there. There is water.
Okay. Either way, you have a better case with the Antarctic than you do with the Arctic. I usually see people put the Arctic in the middle of the map, typically, right? Which is why I think a lot of flat earthers don't actually make much of a fuss about the Arctic, particularly.
You can look into that story and find for yourself if you want. North Pole, who was there, how many people was there, what we are doing now, today, in these days there, and blah, blah, blah.
Is there any flat earther in here that thinks you can go to the North Pole? Or
is there any flat earther in here?
Because I think, depends on how you can spatially conceptualize the world in your mind, which obviously is going to be different from each individual. But like again, I don't know that many flat earthers that suggest that you can't go to the Arctic. I know that they say you can't go to the Antarctic. But that's
both are locked down by treaty.
Find one expedition in last 20
the Arctic Treaty. There's a DEW line as well, DEW, that they put in during the Cold War, which they said was for the detection of missiles coming from Russia over the north. So they closed it down from, I think, the 60th parallel north as well.
So you'd say that there is a treaty with a quote along.
Well, you can look up the Arctic Treaty. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, of course. But what's the quote that you'd be wanting to refer to?
Quote. What quote?
Like the quote that would preclude, for instance, myself from going down there or up there.
Go to Russia and try.
Well, yeah.
I'm asking for the treaty.
Read the treaty.
Okay,
yeah,
what are you referring to in the treaty?
It restricts travel beyond 60th north.
Okay.
As far as I remember.
Could you pull up the quote?
No, I couldn't. You can look into it.
Well,
we can't go north or south. We can't go far north or far south legally.
I mean, I'm not going to read a whole treaty to find a quote that you're suggesting exists, right?
That's okay. If you're too lazy to look into it, that's your problem.
It's just unreasonable to posit something and then say, well, not my problem.
Well, if your claim is we can go to the north, then that would be on you to show.
You've just already asserted you can't burden of proof shifting like you asserted it.
No, because we're not claiming you can go.
Maybe
You're
we
claiming
can't go
you
to
can.
Antarctic, right? I don't care. Even if it's not written down in law.
You can't go to either. You can't go to either.
I don't mind if it's not written down in law or whatever. Like it could be. You could
There's
say,
a
I don't know,
Northern
it's not written
Treaty
down in
as
law, but
well
it's
as a
enforced
Southern
outside of the law, right?
Treaty.
I don't care. You could say that if you wanted to.
It's
not about whether or
international.
not you can go there. It's about you saying in the treaty that stipulated.
Well, yeah,
right?
you said there'd be no flat earther who said you can't go to the north.
Well, I said
like
some flat earthers think you can.
Who's,
I'm asking
who's
about the
to
treaty.
The north? Yeah, you can look up the treaty.
Yeah, tell me
if
what
you
it
want to know about it.
line, where?
Okay,
I'm not even saying it's
when
not there. I
someone
just don't know where it
says-
is.
Yeah, and of course you haven't looked
Yeah,
into it. You
when
didn't even know
someone-
about it until I just told you about it. So of course you're not.
Well,
gonna
I
know.
did
It's
know.
called
I
the-
do know the. I do know
called
the
the
idea that you say, but I don't
No,
think
it's
it.
well,
I'm
yeah, the
doubting it.
idea.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
called what?
doubting it
What?
exists.
Someone said its name.
Well, see, if
Someone
you
has
put
said its name?
Arctic
Well, the
Treaty into
Arctic-
Google, you can quickly find out that it does
Treaty.
exist.
I've heard.
Arctic Treaty, okay,
so
thank
far,
you.
I've heard competing
Arctic
ideas.
Treaty.
One group of people saying it's not in there, and you're saying it is. Just show me where it is.
Well, who's saying it's not in there? You just now.
Well, a lot of people who are on the globe side.
Who?
Oh.
Some people in here. People, if you
Who?
Google it, people
Okay.
say it's not
Hey,
stipulated
Britnet.
at all.
Hey, Britnet.
Okay.
Are you saying
Just
there
trusting
isn't
their word
an
and you haven't even looked it
Arctic-
up yourself.
Well, I'll be
Are you
trusting
saying
his.
there isn't?
Look, it's not.
Britnet, are you saying there is no
Right.
Arctic Treaty?
Okay, no one's saying that. Obviously, there's an Arctic treaty that was drafted that split the Arctic into basically occupation
Yeah,
zones that are
between
enforced, right?
who?
Everyone knows
Between
that,
who?
right?
Do you know who?
Between the major powers and the powers that have a relative stake in that area, right? So not even the major powers.
Yeah.
Some of them
Why
are
are you
not.
acting
Norway,
surprised?
Denmark,
So
those countries. Yeah, they.
So
yeah.
we just to be clear, nobody's disagreeing an Antarctic treaty exists. I'm
No,
only
Arctic-
asking
how about
for
this?
I'm not talking
the
about the
line
Antarctic.
in that treaty that says you can't go that far south.
How about this, Better Veritas? Okay, how about this? You're right. Okay, there's no restrictions for anything.
I'm not
and you
saying
can get
that.
into no,
Could be.
listen. You can get into whatever vehicle you want and just go wherever you want.
I don't
with
believe that.
no questions asked, no consequences, right?
No, that's the straw man. But what I am, because
Okay.
obviously,
Straw manning him.
obviously,
It's not a straw man.
Not a
just
straw man.
just pause, right? Because I agree that it could be the
Maybe you
case
pause.
outside of the law, right? So like maybe not written down, maybe it's an agreement between states that's not got a document behind it that they might shoot you down the minute you go down there. But I wasn't asking about that,
Not
right?
shoot you
I
down.
know there's places that you can't go to on the earth, right? Nobody's denying that either. But there was a claim about a line in a treaty that I just want to.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
you
had
want to know about
mute
the
you.
treaty?
There is
Read
a
the treaty.
claim. Yeah, in the treaty you can't go below the 60th parallel. Now there's three, or maybe four. There's four positions on Earth where you can leave to go to the Antarctic. You got New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and Argentina. Now, anytime you leave a port in a boat, you have to tell them where you're going. You are not allowed to leave port until you tell them where you're going and when you're going to arrive there. Now, if you don't, you will not be allowed to leave port. Now, if you can tell me any different, then that would be great. Go ahead.
You tried. They'll call
okay.
the frickin' Navy on you.
I've not okay. Just to be clear, and I think I made that clear just a second ago. So, listen to what I'm saying. I don't deny that might be the case, right? Maybe that in practice,
it is the case.
Maybe in practice that is true. But I wasn't asking about what happens in practice. I was asking about the line in the treaty. Where is it? I'm an international relations guy, right? This is my stuff. I want to know.
I just posted in chat.
Right.
Well,
oh, you got
go
it?
read
Someone
it.
got it?
Right, let me look at this.
Let me look at this. You should already know this. He's an international
I
relations
am an
guy.
international relations guy. Yeah, this is interesting to me. It's my stuff. This is my background.
You know, there's also another one where you can put in an application. I actually went through this maybe 2 years ago.
Read that quote.
Sorry, I was actually talking.
Sorry.
I went through. I thought about it and I thought, how do you do this? So when I had to go on the Australian government website and apply for a permit. Yeah. And then the permit was that before you go, you have to do it's an environmental impact statement.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is you have to send someone there to do an environmental impact statement and then pass on the report. And what it would cost to do an environmental impact statement was to send someone there. So it was already up to about $100,000. But once I wanted to apply to send someone there to do an environmental impact statement, I had to do an environmental impact statement to send someone there. So the person that was going there to do the environmental impact statement had to do an environmental impact statement.
Okay. Now I want you to read
this
that quote.
was already up to about $200,000, but you couldn't actually do it because to get the person there to do the environmental impact statement.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this.
You had to do an environmental impact statement for. So how do you do that?
I don't want to belabor the point because this has nothing to do with flat Earth. This is really just to do with where you can and can't go in the world, right? But that quote, right?
Yeah, but
that
you got to
quote
think about
there, that was posted
2 years ago. 2 years ago, were you allowed to go to the local store or not?
That's fine. Look, did I say you can go anywhere you want in the world? Did I say that at any stage? Did anyone hear me say that or anything akin to that? Stop putting words into my mouth and fighting against me.
It's easy to go to these places.
Nobody said that. I'm just disputing words in a treaty, right? I said it's
did
possible.
Did you read what someone posted?
Sir, I said I'm about to get to that, but you keep talking, right? So first of all, I did say that it's possible in practice that you can't go there, but I'm just talking about the treaty itself. Now let's talk about that quote, right? Taking a harmful interference with Antarctic wildlife is prohibited except in accordance with a permit issued by national authority. Do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife, either at sea or on land. Now,
yeah, you need to apply for a permit.
Riddle me this, right? In what sense is that those two quotes equate to you can't go there?
You need a permit.
Okay, so how are you gonna
Wait,
navigate?
I'm sorry. Can I?
Permission.
I knew you were gonna do this. You wait and you beg for a little line, and then we give. It's obviously it's two little lines out of a big ass treaty, right? But it shows you right there how you're supposed to. You know how big they're telling us Antarctica is, and we know it's bigger than that. So they're automatically taking vehicles away from you, bro. Like it's pretty.
Hey,
what are we gonna do?
Point out this guy. Wait, Beta, I got to answer your question, Beta. Listen carefully.
Yeah, go
so
on.
you just said disturbing wildlife, etc., X, Y, Z. Let's just call it X. You're doing X to the animals there. So let's now you need to define that carefully, and you need them to define that, and you need them to be very careful with their definition of that, because the way that word, the way that you said that to me, the way that I heard you say that, it sounded like to me driving a car on the ice next to a penguin disturbs the penguin and you must be stopped. That's what that sounded like to me. So I'm just saying, like, just being in the area is enough to disturb the wildlife. That's what that sounded like to me. And the reason why I say that is because I've seen enough BS bills come here through Oregon, BS bills that are put on the ballot with a lot of cryptic nonsense put in the fine print. I've seen enough of this bullshit. I've seen enough of this bullshit to smell a fucking rat.
Okay,
I smell a rat in that shit.
That might be, but let's be clear on what. Let's
be
clear.
In the wording in the treaty that they use actually is flora and fauna, meaning any animals and any plant life, right? Fungus could fall under flora.
Okay,
and
so,
they're saying if you disturb that, then they can reject your application.
Okay, so first of all, there's two sides to this, right? Either we're going to play we're going to do a bit of mental gymnastic word games with the words in there, right? Or two, we're going to have to accept one fundamental truth
I found it. I found it for you. I found it for you.
Each country signed to the treaty has an area of responsibility, and security policies promulgated, but more specifically by each country. Sorry, was that you?
Yeah, I found it for you. Okay, antarcticaguide.com. All right, it says private expedition permits. The Antarctic Treaty and the Environmental Protocol have established certain criteria for parties wishing to operate expeditions into the Antarctic Treaty area. This area is designated as the area south of the 60th degree south latitude. This includes all of the surrounding ice shelves. Article 7(5)(a) of the Antarctica Treaty states that each party must give advanced warning as to any expeditions to and within the specified territory. While cruise ships will usually do this for you, if you are planning a private expedition, you will need to obtain a permit yourself.
That's fine, right? I don't mind permits. The issue here is that I wasn't talking about whether or not you need permission to go, like a permit, right? I was told that you can't go, right? And I was told it was stipulated in the
That's the part we're
treaty.
going to get to. Beta. Listen, that's another thing I was going to say that's similar to what I just said. So he just said you can get a permit, or if they say, oh, you can get a permit. Now go and try and get a permit and see if you can get a permit. Guess what? You can't get a permit.
Okay, right. So
What
that'll
are
be
you talking about? Do you have any evidence for that?
So we'll just
Yes,
yeah.
I did it 2 years ago.
Okay, that's fine. Right, we'll just
Oh,
pause
my
that for a second because I want to get to the meat of the wording in the treaty. First of all, the treaty doesn't stipulate anything along those lines, right? That you said that it's stipulated. Now, any organization that offers a permit, right, outside of those lines that were mentioned there in the treaty, which obviously weren't saying what you said they said, if they have their own rules for what qualifies a permit or not, that's fine. That's not related to the treaty, though. If that's an organization that will give you a permit to go there.
Not
right?
one organisation, sorry, it's country per country.
Yeah,
The
of course. Oh, yeah,
Antarctic
relative
region is
organizations.
divided into countries, and you have to apply for each section. You have to apply to each country to get a permit.
That's fine. What I'm telling you is that in the wording of the treaty, which is what I was told, right, was that it stipulates you can't go there. Now it doesn't stipulate that. What you might find is there's restrictions on top of the treaty. On top of the treaty that are meant to be in accordance with, but they might even have an excess of, right? So there might be more restrictions than what the Antarctic Treaty suggests there is, right? In which case that's nothing to do with the Antarctic Treaty. In which case, when you cited the Antarctic Treaty, that was silly, right? It was basically silly.
No, because it says the 60th parallel, doesn't it?
That's basically prohibition. It's prohibition of free, independent exploration beyond the 60th south parallel.
No, what
you can't just get in a boat and just tell no one and just go there.
What the other guy cited. Can you tell me what you cited that from?
From antarcticaguide.com. It goes on to say, depending on what country you belong, you will have to contact your embassy to begin discussions. For US citizens, you will need to complete blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then submit to the Department of State's Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs. You will need to do this at least 3 months in advance of your intended visit. The department will then have to determine if your expedition comes under US jurisdiction and or your country's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appropriate country.
So,
please note that no country operates embassies on the Antarctica.
Yeah, I agree. Right. So, as for that line, that's not in the Antarctic Treaty. We're talking about the Antarctic Treaty. I was told that in the treaty it says, and it was agreed upon between states, that these are the rules of engagement with Antarctica.
Have you looked at the treaty?
We've just pulled up the quote. It's in there, the one that you were all pointing to.
The 60th parallel.
Must give advance warning as to any expeditions to and within the specified territory. It's there, right there. Article 7.
Oh my lord.
5A states that each party must give advanced warning as to any expeditions to and within the specified territory. You can't just freely cross the 60th south parallel and do what the fuck you like.
Okay, that's fine. Well, first of all, I did say that it has to be within the treaty and it has to be something along the lines of restricting access to the point where you can't go there. The second thing is you're talking about a practice. You're talking about a practice, right?
Hang on. The treaty's a guide, and then any country who owns a part of that so-called continent at the bottom of the ball has jurisdiction over that section of that part that they own.
Okay, so I understand that, and that's been said about 5 times. The issue that I'm having isn't the issue. Okay, the issue I'm having is not the idea of the practice and how you acquire a permit. The issue I'm having with here, right, is that it was stated that you can't go there as stipulated in the Antarctic Treaty.
No,
If that
try
is in
it.
practice true,
Try it.
if that's in
Try it.
practice true in the virtue of trying to get a permit, right, that's fine. But that wasn't what was said, right? I'm asking
Okay,
about
but
this
now
particular claim.
now you just so the difference that you're saying is someone said you can't go there, and the treaty says that you need a permit, and you can't
Funnily
go
enough,
below the 60th parallel.
funnily
Yeah?
enough, I said earlier,
So,
right?
if the treaty says you can't go below the 60th parallel without approval of the government that you are applying to, then does that mean that you can go or you can't go?
So, listen to what did I say 30 minutes ago about practice
Just
and going to
answer
the
my
Antarctic?
question. Answer the
Well,
question.
the question was answered 30 minutes ago. I just want to see if you recall it.
Answer it. I wasn't here 30 minutes ago.
Okay, 30 minutes ago, I said it may be the case, right, that in practice you can't go there, right? Maybe you get shot up when you're there. Maybe you get denied permits. I don't care, right? But that wasn't, and I said that a long time ago, so you wouldn't get stuck on it, right? And here we are, right, where I'm asking for
Stuck
something
on
specific
you
in a treaty.
determining different translations of the words. Yeah.
No, it's how a law is basically enforced, right? You can write
Okay.
something down, but how it's enforced will differ, right?
Okay, what if the law is vague?
Well, all legislation is going to be vague because it has to be enforced in a flexible way, right?
Yeah, but a treaty is enforced by multiple people, right? Multiple governments.
No,
and the reason
no, it's not.
that there's no,
You're missing.
there's
You're missing the
the
point.
reason there's no goes in Antarctica is they're
Fucking hell, who's this guy?
They're protecting ecological zones.
So there's two sides to this, right?
Right.
On the first side,
Can we mute the drunk guy?
Yeah, I just want to wrap it up because I think this doesn't really have much to do with flat Earth. But on the one side, if you're going to be more accurate, you're going to say this: it's not stipulated in the Antarctic Treaty that you can't go there, but in practice you can't. And the second part of that argument is whether or not, but the second part of it is whether or not the second part is true. That would be a different debate, right? Whether or not in practice you can't go.
Okay.
Maybe I'm a stickler for the law, right? But I don't think that was stipulated in the treaty. That's all.
We agree that even if you could go there, it's very difficult or impossible to go there.
It could be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about that. I mean, some people say that they've been there. Some people say that their friends go there. I don't know.
Well, but it's stated in there that you can't take petrol, you can't take anything. You got to take your feces out of there, everything. So you can't even take dogs there for a dog sled. So how are you supposed to get around when you're down there? So even if you could get there, they make it impossible to travel around. So you have to go with someone who has approval to do these things. Yeah. So you end up going to a peninsula. I haven't stated a question yet.
Oh, I think you were asking a rhetorical question. Can you do the rhetorical question again?
You don't know what I was talking about?
No, I misheard you when you were doing the rhetorical question.
You misheard me?
Yes, I couldn't hear what you said when you did the rhetorical. Just say what you said again. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Nah, don't worry about it.
But yeah, I guess the only issue I have is that the ambiguity of the question of whether or not the permits will be granted and you can actually go down there. That's a fine debate, probably one I don't have resources for. But in terms of the treaty itself, if any of you are still belaboring under the delusion that it says somewhere in the treaty that you can't go, then now you know. Okay.
I think the issue is that it does say that you cannot go below the 60th parallel without approval. I think that's where we're kind of getting hung up on whether you can go or you can't. Yeah. So it's just it's a thing where if it says you can't go below the 60th parallel without approval, it's kind of saying you can't go unless you get approved.
No,
Now,
you can go
the
there.
process
We know you
of
can
getting Yeah, the process of getting approved then makes it really difficult after that. Yeah.
Yeah, under the
So,
assumption, well, like, look, I don't think that's
think we're on
inferred.
the same. I think we're actually agreeing on the same thing. Yeah.
Well, we sort of are, because we both agree you can go in law, but in practice, maybe not, right? But I mean, we
Yeah.
don't necessarily agree on the
Yeah,
last
fair
part. But
enough.
we could, but I could give you that just for the sake of argument and say that's
Yeah.
what's the dispute is about. But just to be clear, like, look, I don't know much about how many people go there, how often they go there, or where exactly they go. But I could say that if you're just basing it on the assumption that there are permit requirements that need to be fulfilled, well, buddy, you need in some countries you need a permit to get a gun, right? Doesn't mean you can't get one, right? It doesn't like permits aren't the be all and end all of restrictions, right?
Yeah, it's not really a good analogy, but yeah.
If someone just blatantly outright said, you can't go there, no one can ever go to Antarctica ever, then they're obviously idiots because you can get on a cruise and go over there, right?
Well, they have races every year around Antarctica. Like I don't understand. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, they got races.
I even put up in the side chat. I tagged you their beta.
Can someone Google how many Antarctic permits are granted per year or something?
Yeah, yeah, but how do you know that this is just not what they put up? And like they could put up that they have 100 permits that they issue a year. How do you know that?
Yeah,
That's
they
what they
could
issue?
play with the numbers, obviously. But if they,
Yeah.
but I think at that stage, I think you might have lost me because whilst I don't think governments always tell the truth, I don't necessarily, I don't necessarily see the point of it really.
All right,
It's your interest. You should research it.
Because then we're, because I mean, I avoid conspiracy
look at
theories
what I
where
gave you.
possible.
1969, 71, the 15th Soviet Antarctic expedition, led by Pavel Circle and Vladislav Gorbich.
Hey, Paulie, can you get closer to your mic or take the
I'm just
beer
saying,
out
if
of
it's
your
your
mouth?
interest, you should do the research. Why are you asking us to Google stuff for you?
Yeah. Like I literally linked everything for you. Operating.
Sure, man. Sounds like a cool story.
That's referring to Beta Veritas.
Apocryphon with the no visa is required. Imagine, like, you find with the exception to the EU, almost in every country, right? You require permits, right, to go to another country, right? Now, if you have a vast expanse, you could come up with a much more, I guess, palatable reason, right, for why they might require you to get a permit to go there, and that might be something to do with the idea that they don't just want people going in there and trashing the wildlife or building settlements or messing around with the place, right? It's like how you go for a visa when you leave the country.
No, they don't want people shitting
It's
on the
already
beach.
a desolate wasteland. It's already a desolate wasteland.
Look, it's just think about what I said, right? Well, it's not a wasteland; it's a desert, obviously. But it's when I say, I mean, there are habitats there, right?
It is a desert.
Yes, it is a desert.
It's the driest place on the planet. Apparently.
Yeah,
the planet.
There are habitats there, obviously, that people want to take in consideration of, right? But but I'm not saying that is the reason. But like, if we're going to balance out and say, look, either they're doing it because it is a territory and it is there are things that they want to protect in the sense of like wildlife and they come to some sort of agreement on it. That's one side, or maybe
the only thing that lives down
or maybe
there.
on the other side, you could say, well, there's a vast expanse and we've yet to discover, or there's an edge, right? I think I'd probably go with the other one just because it's simpler, right? It's probably more plausible.
Who said that?
I said,
Who said
or
an
a
edge?
vast expanse. Or a vast expanse, I said. So it could be either or. I'm sure you'd agree with that as a true dichotomy.
Fair enough.
But the argument though, it still stands. You can't just go down there. And the theory, goddamn. But the theory though, but the theory behind it is just like you're saying, like, well, why can't you just go down there all willy nilly? The argument would be, well, because they're either hiding something or protecting something that they don't want someone, even with the money, because even if you have the money, you're still not able to just freely explore the entirety of the the area, because even with your permit, even if you were granted a permit, you still there is still rules you have to follow, a long list of rules. There's a thick form you have to fill out to even submit. Once, if you got the approval, which is a big if, because not every people get declined, people get denied, but if you did get it, you still just can't go down there and say, okay, I'm going to bring all this equipment because I want to, go all the way across from one side to the other. You can't do that. And that's kind of the argument, that's why we say what we say. I don't know why this
understand.
Because
Like,
see,
obviously,
you're
the
literally
reason
giving
why I'm
yourself
kind of
a chance of death.
the reason why I'm having an
It's
issue with
minus.
it is
Okay,
because
hold
there
on.
are
It's
places in the
minus
world
67
that you
degrees
require permits to
Celsius.
go to where we're not particularly hiding anything there, right? So,
So,
going
like, okay,
so just to be clear, like, you know that you're speculating, and I know that I'd be speculating the other way around because I haven't been there either, right? So on either end, we're in speculation land. Like, until one of us go there or both of us go there together holding hands, we're not going to, right? So let's put it
100%.
that way, right?
Yeah.
okay, but so like put it this way, right? So put it this way. Let's say you are from another country, right? Let's say you're from Japan and you're like, I want to travel to America. Okay, great. Yeah, you can do that, right? But you have to have, let's say, a passport, right? Or you say, I want
And
to
a
go live
visa.
there. I want to go stay there. Okay, well, you have to have a visa, or whatever. All these different ways you can get into the country. Now, let's say they go, okay, you're allowed to go. Then you go to California, okay? But then what if the system is set up to where you can't just go from California and go all the way across to New York? See, you can do that in America, right? Once you get that permission, you're free to go anywhere you want to within the country. But it's not the same thing with Antarctica. You
Well, they're
can't go
separately
to the
governed
edge of
territories, right? They're
you
not. It's
you
Can
it's
I
not the
hop
same.
in here for?
you
So,
Can I
so
can't
hop
for
in here
you
instance,
for
can
a sec?
let me just finish real quick.
before you hop in, I just want to say that,
Let him
like,
finish.
obviously the
Let me
difference
just
here is
let
that
me
they're
just
separate
finish real quick.
territories.
Let me
Okay.
hold on. Let me just finish real quick, because there's my point. When you land on California, you can go wherever you want to across the states with your passport, with your visa, whatever, because you took the proper channels and now you're here legally, right? Permission, whatever,
Yeah.
permit, however you want to word that. But what we're arguing is that you can't do that in Antarctica, even with the permission. Imagine you come from Japan and then we say you could only go along the west coast. You can't
Yeah,
go
this is
to
analogous for a reason, apart from that I'm going to explain, right? And
right,
obviously, you know this from the Antarctic Treaty, that it
right.
is technically divided up between. It's technically not a part of any country, but it's technically also in spheres of responsibility, right? So one's British
Yeah.
territory, U.S. territory, Norwegian territory, and as a result of that, if you're going to go there, just like if I was going to go, let's say, from UK to France, I'd need to give a permit over the border, right? I'd need to have
Mhm.
permission to get into France, right? In the
Right.
same sort of way, because they're separately, separate regions of responsibility, you'd expect that you'd want all permission from all parties before you go there. That
Right.
seems natural to me, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because if you
yeah,
didn't, imagine you went to the U.S. territory, right, in Antarctica, which is their responsibility, and then you move over to the British Antarctic territory, and then
yeah.
you do a bunch of horrible shit there, right? I mean, the the British government wouldn't be too happy about that, right?
Right.
So you do need, so it makes sense, right? If you're going to be traversing
So
the
like
field, right?
there's this dude that he actually worked down there. He does ice core samples and stuff, and I got to talking to him through social media. I was messaging him, and I straight up asked him, "Hey, so with your permit that you had that you went under like science and research, he's with this, like, he works for a firm that has that permission. Now, I asked him, how can you just go wherever you want in with that permit? He's like, no, like, we have restrictions. You can't just we're only like they're only like permitted to be like in one section, like one base. And then he says there are times when we travel to certain points, but we can't go beyond that. So that's just more evidence and proof. Even guys that do have the permission because they're down there for doing, like they dig those big ass ice, cores, and they take samples and they study it. Like they themselves cannot just willy nilly it and just fucking go wherever they want. There is restrictions, and that's what we're trying to tell you guys. There is restrictions, and you can't just fucking go do what you guys claim. But here's why I think this is why you guys say this, because somebody on
Don't
YouTube.
put words into my mouth. I've
Well,
not said
well, no,
anything
no,
of the
no,
sort.
not you, but majority of you guys. Somebody on YouTube has said, "Oh, those flat earthers, they think it's conspiracy theory, and they think you can't just go across, but you can go, you can do it, but no, you can't do it." And that's why we always argue with you guys, because our argument is, no, you can't. No, just because you say you can doesn't mean you can, and that's all we do. That's all we're saying.
Okay,
All right,
the thing
can
you
I
did
get
say.
in here now? Hold on,
Okay, just let me. I'll make one more response. It's a very quick one. It's a very quick one. It's a very quick one.
Just let him. He's been trying to.
Okay,
he's been
I'll let
trying
you
to
go.
get in for a long time, man. Just let him get in.
Yeah, I'll let him go.
So
Go, Paulie.
The average temperature in Antarctica, man, is minus 90, anywhere from minus 90 to minus 57 degrees Celsius. You know what that means, right?
It's cold.
Cold as
Yeah,
fuck.
you
So
die.
if we were allowing you guys, you could have billions of dollars behind you. You could have all the technology behind you. And it's literally a death sentence if you don't make it out the other side. That's why they don't.
Yeah, you die. Yeah.
Well,
But
here's
that's not.
but that's not even part of the argument, because guess what? When you come to America, because when you come to America, let's say you go to a certain state where they literally have a place called Death Valley. Nobody's stopping you from crossing that. You'll die if you try to go out there, but not necessarily. You can have all the right equipment. You can take a little air conditioner with you, whatever the
No,
fuck
you
you want
would
to do.
die. I don't think you
But
could. I don't think you could.
Wicked story. So let me give you this.
but the point
Hey,
though,
Paulie, hang on, man. Just
but the
let.
but the
You
point
gotta
though,
let
Paulie.
people speak.
He's gonna repeat himself.
But no, but Paulie, but the point is you're bringing up, well, they want to protect you from dying because it's really cold. That's not even, no, that's not the reason why. The reason why they're restricting you is not because they care for you and they really love you and they don't want you to die. It's because you don't have the ability, even if you have the ability, you don't have the permission to just go out and cross the entirety of it. Even if you have all the resources to do so, they will not let you do that, and that's the point.
I don't think it. I think it's fair to say that it's probably not in the goodness of their heart. I agree with that. But just to be clear, that it's not. It's
Yeah,
not
they don't want
evidence to
your
say that
dead
just
corpse
because they're
there with all
restricting
your
you.
fuel. They don't want your fuel there. They don't want your corpse.
Well, they don't let you take fuel. They don't let you take fuel.
Well,
Or
there
only
you go.
they
So
only take so much.
you're not going to do it with dogs, right?
Well, you can't take dogs. That's the thing.
No, let's
That's
take
the
'em.
thing.
That's the point,
You
though.
have to march across your ass across it, and it's been done before.
Hey,
Right?
Paulie, can we just let these two talk for a bit, and then you can jump in a bit later? Yeah.
Well,
Give
I'm
you
almost
time,
done. Don't
man.
worry.
Yeah.
I'm almost done. I just want to say, with respect to the what you said earlier about like, oh, it's proof, right? Obviously, I think you use the word proof maybe colloquially because it isn't actually proof of anything. More so that you speculate beyond that to say, well, look, they're not letting us go here. They're restricting us even when we're there, right? Therefore, they probably have something to hide in your mind, right? I don't necessarily take that view. I think there's plenty of reasons for why you'd want to monitor where these people are, right? Might not be the main reason that the goodness of their heart, they don't want you to die. That could be one of them, right? It could also be the case that they don't want you wandering off and doing whatever you bloody well feel like doing at any point because it is a natural habitat, right? So it's there's loads of reasons why I could posit for they just don't involve an edge or an expanse that we don't know about until we find it, right? Like it's just I don't want to play like the game of a speculation zone, right? Because it's we'll never get anywhere with it.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Imagine if you can get a permit and go down there, and then you go, look, I just want to take a voyage, and I want to go all the way around it. That's it. That's all I want to do. I don't need to go on the ice. I have a boat. They're gonna deny that because that's not what part of their permissions to go down, their reasons. You can't go down there for that purpose. And that's something that it would be preventing anybody from trying to find out the truth if it truly is a continent around the size of America, which if you were to go all the way around it, or maybe a little bit larger, but you can, if you have the resources, you can hug the edge of the border, and you can go measure the distance that it would be all around 48 states, of
Yeah.
in North America, but you can't do that in Antarctica, and that's kind of the reason why we bring it up. Like, why can't we do that?
There is one thing that I will say, right? Which I don't know about sailing around it. I don't know who would want to do that, but I'm sure you can fly over it, right? In an airplane, and I know that you can see the ground from an airplane because I saw Greenland. I was flying to the US like a month ago, and I saw the glaciers of Greenland as we were flying over it, right? So I'm sure you could fly over it, right? In much the same way I flew quite far north over Greenland, right? And if that's the case, and I'm pretty sure that is the case because I
You
remember a
can't.
pilot saying, no, I remember a pilot saying that he was going to invite a bunch of flat earthers to just fly over it and go to, I think it was Australia. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah,
He was inviting.
and you know what
but
happened
like,
with that? You know what happened
do
with
you know
that?
which pilot I'm
Or
talking about?
Greenland to the United
Everyone
States.
said.
It's like
Everyone said.
Canada is
Hang
in between,
on.
right? You know,
God.
Can I
Canada
say
is
the
in
N word?
between. Yeah, go ahead.
If you say that,
You'll love
if
it.
you say the N
Nigger.
word, you're gone, mate.
Negative polarity.
Negative polarity.
So you know what? Right.
That was
So
good.
I'll give you something, Britnett. All right. So there is a flight that flies from. There's a flight that flies from Australia and goes to Antarctica and then flies back. It's a day trip.
No,
It's
it's
like
not.
14 hours or something.
But it's not though.
Did
Who
I finish
cares?
speaking?
Shut up, absolute Chad, man. All right, continue.
Yeah.
But
So
it's false.
they
Why are
do
you? Wait, hold
this.
up. Pause. Why are we providing false information?
Let him freaking finish.
No, I'm just asking. Why are we providing?
Right, you're muted. All right. So there is a flight that flies from Australia to Antarctica and then flies back. But this doesn't prove anything. It just flies there and then flies back. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, I was
like
talking
there's
about,
nothing that goes over and then comes up the other side. Nothing does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
it's
agree.
actually
I don't know.
it's
I don't
actually
know what the
prohibited.
exact. I don't know
Right.
what the flight maps are of Antarctica. But there was a guy, right, who said
Pilot?
he was a pilot, right? I can't remember
Yeah,
his name.
it was
I'll
going
have to look it
around.
up.
It wasn't going over. It was going to go
No.
around.
He had charted a flight map, right? I remember it was years ago I saw
Yeah,
this.
wasn't going to go
and he
over
invited
the
a bunch of
ice.
flight earthers to go on him. But even if that was true, like the point I was trying to say was that you can fly over it. Maybe I don't know if there's any reason to go all the way over it unless you're trying to go to the actual opposite location on the other side of the world at the bottom. Then maybe, right? I think if I was trying to go from where would be opposite to Chile? Help me out, guys. Like on the opposite side of the world.
That would be Australia. So
Okay,
Tasmania
Australia, right?
would be the closest. Yeah, Tasmania.
Yeah,
Would
theoretically.
be opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want, I mean, I think theoretically you could in an
Or
airplane
New
where you're nowhere near the
Zealand,
ground.
or the bottom of New Zealand. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I hazarded
Pick a
that guess,
point.
but I was imagining a flat map in my head, right? But yeah, and I'd hazard a guess, right? Because you're not really interfering with anything much at all in Antarctica if you're at 35,000 feet in the air, that you might be able to, if not go right through the center, at least enough across Antarctica.
No, you're not allowed.
To...
No.
The Earth is flat.
I don't know.
Why do we
That's
keep
just a guess
getting
of mine,
these?
but I don't know.
The Earth is round. Why do you guys think it's flat?
You just said you're confused.
About curvature.
No. I changed my mind. The Earth is round. The Earth is
Where's
round.
this guy? Where is he?
But it
There's
also
no
is flat. It's flat. It's flat in the middle.
No observable or
It's fully
measurable
round.
curvature, mate. That's why.
by the way,
There's no observable.
Hey, Kratos.
No, listen.
Kratos.
It's round, but
Can you just
right in the middle, it's flat.
I want to ask the Australian guy a question because I am curious about this.
You
Because
got muted.
Which Australian guy?
there's been
Which one,
the
Brit
one I
now?
was
Me,
talking to.
me.
I can't. Like, there's two Australian guys. I don't know which one's talking to me.
No, there's
So,
three or four of us. Like,
all right, okay. The guy who's talking to me about airplanes, right? So
Oh,
I
yep.
want to ask you.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
I
that'd be
mean, I'm
me.
just
Yeah, that's
okay.
Timbo.
Yeah, it will be you,
If you,
right?
yeah.
All right.
Me.
So there was a bit of an issue I had earlier on, right? Because in my head, right, flat earthers, some of them say that you can go to Antarctica because it's in the middle of the map. Like, why couldn't you? And then now a lot of them, at least in here, like Cyclone and Co, were saying that you can't. Do you think you can go to the Arctic? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you think you can go to the Arctic
Yeah.
or the Antarctic?
The Arctic. Yeah.
The Arctic. I
That's
think they
probably
fly
similar.
over the Arctic. Yeah.
Okay, because I just heard from Cyclone that you can't, right, and a few others. So I don't know. I feel like there's a 50-50 flip on the Arctic here.
Yeah, but you can't go. You can't just take a boat and go to the Arctic.
No, you can't, obviously. But you can.
Yeah.
You can
You
fly
can
over
fly.
it, one. And
Well,
two,
they do
people
fly
live quite
from.
far close. Yeah.
They do fly from England to Russia, like the top of, like or they fly to they go from England to Greenland and stuff like that. So
Yeah, yeah.
like,
I mean, I flew over
what do you
Greenland, so
mean?
I definitely know that. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I was told. I mean, also Svalbard. I was saying it's quite far north, and it's the most northern capital. Notwithstanding places like Nunavut, which is quite close to the North Pole, things considered, right? But there was a lot of the flat earthers here seem to believe that you actually can't go to the Arctic, right? I don't know why that would be, because in my head the
Yeah,
Arctic's
but
in the middle
what do
of
you
the map.
mean by go to the Arctic? Because
Well, like even
you
just go
can
through
go
it,
on
right?
a
Just go
plane and
through it.
fly
Yeah.
across it, but you can't jump in a boat and go there.
Yeah, like go through it. I'm not talking about like anything too complicated, right? Like just
Yeah, but
it doesn't
on a
have to be a
boat
boat.
or on a
Could be an
plane?
airplane. Could be an airplane. Doesn't matter because you can see the ground from an
What about a
airplane, right?
boat?
It doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant if it's a
What do you
boat or
mean
a
it
plane.
doesn't matter? Because if you
So,
go on a plane, you're not physically there. You're just flying over it. But if you go on a boat, then you're physically there.
but like I said, you can see
Yeah.
the ground from an air. I saw the glaciers of Greenland when I was flying over it a month
Yeah,
ago.
of course.
Right? So I'm sure you could still.
Greenland's not the is not the Arctic though.
Yeah, but the point is you can see the ground, right? Is what I'm saying is you can see the ground, right? So there's nothing
Yeah,
really
but
to hide, right?
but the North Pole's apparently over the ocean anyway. So
Yeah, quite close in Russia, right? Isn't it?
I don't know. Apparently, it keeps on moving.
Yeah, so I guess what you'd actually have to say is you can go to the North Pole because it's actually in the middle of the fucking ocean north of
Yeah,
Greenland.
but you
north of
can't
Russia.
because you need a permit from all those countries that have
No,
signed
no.
the Arctic Treaty to go there.
Yeah, I'm differentiating North Pole from the ice sheet that is in the north, right? Like you can obviously go to the North Pole because it's quite close to Russia. At least it's moving that way. And obviously that is water, and ships do go across that water regularly.
When?
But with respect to the ice sheet,
in what
right?
season though? It can only go in the
What do you
summer.
mean? Well, yeah,
You
if
can't
you're
go
in
in the
northern
winter.
Russia, yeah. Of course, because of the
Why?
ice there, right? How could you, right?
Why
Yeah,
is
of
it
course,
that we're allowed to go to the North, but not the South Pole? Why is the South Pole why is the South? Fuck, I got a list. Why is the South Pole like forbidden? A lot of countries signed like a treaty where we
No,
can't
we're not doing this
claim it.
again, man. We've just been doing this for 3 hours.
What don't you
By the
get,
way, the
Beta?
Antarctic Treaty
Like,
doesn't say you can't go there. I'm saying.
it's top security, man. Like, why do you keep going back and like? It's
sorry.
You're just saying like on paper it's possible, but really it's impossible. So, but it's a big cope, bro. It's not possible.
I just
Who's
popped in
saying
here,
it's not
so
possible?
my bad.
It's
with
on
with
paper
the
it's
Antarctic, I mean, the
possible,
only thing
but it's AIDS, dude. No one's gonna do it, right? It's not happening. Like you're coping about it, just thinking about it. We all know that it's fucking strict, highly regulated, top
You're so
security,
late to this
fucking.
conversation. You're so
No,
late
you're
to this
just 3
conversation.
hours in and you're looping, dog.
We're
We
talking about
got
the
it.
Arctic.
Like
We're not even. How is the Antarctic looping if we're talking about the Arctic now?
we're talking about the treaty, right?
That was hours ago. Did a flat earther even told you to shut up? What are you talking about?
I never said anything about shutting up.
Well, close to. The idea that we had already been over it.
Oh
So,
no,
so
that
what do
wasn't
you?
him though. He didn't ask that. That was someone
But
else asked
you're still like, oh,
the
it's
question.
lax security. Like everybody can do everything. Like the whole world is navigatable. It's like it's
Okay,
retarded,
yeah,
bro.
Fidget. Look, if you're just gonna say that I said that, then either you haven't been paying attention or you're retarded because I never said that.
Come on,
was me.
no one needs. Let's stop. Yeah. Who's me?
Little Earth. I just popped into the conversation.
Oh, okay. Did you have a question?
That was my question, but it seems like you guys have been touching on it, so I don't want to just keep the conversation going.
No, that's all
No
right.
loops.
Oh,
So.
your question was why can't we go south?
Yeah. I'm talking about the treaty thing because that's what somebody brought
Oh.
up the fact like we can go north, but we can't go south.
Yeah, because no one's ever been from north under south and then popped back up over the other side. That was the whole kind of argument as well. You just can't do it.
Admiral
No,
Byrd,
he
right?
never came back up the other side. He flew out to a section and then flew back to the army base. So.
Yeah, but he said there was land as big as America, right over there. We don't fucking know what's over there,
He
man.
did, yeah, exactly. He did, but
That's
are
the
we
whole
to
thing.
believe?
He's missing. Like,
are we to believe an admiral from the U.S.?
I'm not gonna like take 100% on that. But like, am I gonna believe there's fucking no land there? Am I gonna believe the size that they're telling me? I mean, it's all
No,
speculative.
definitely not. I'm not arguing with you on that, man. Yeah.
You can't take a man's word.
No, I agree.
I mean, you should be able to, but
You shouldn't take Bird for law for sure. But I mean, to say
Sure.
like there's nothing going on there is oblivious.
Oh yeah.
But the weird thing with the weird thing with the Bird is his instruments, the black box, recorded that he was in like very low temperature, and then all of a sudden it just rose up to like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Have you got access to the black box?
No, I don't. This is all from like stuff I've heard. So physically, no, I haven't. But it's speculation from like videos and I guess you call it a theory. But theoretically, from what I've heard, is yes, when the black box came back and also the journal that he wrote down,
the journal was the journal's a funny one because the journal was released by his nephew after he died. So yeah, it's funny. We don't actually know where it came from. So
it is weird.
What's a black? Yeah, it is weird. Yeah. What's that?
It's a black box. It was his brother
black box
leaked it, didn't
it? Is a black box is a like a recorder in a airplane. So it records altitude.
It records flight logs, altitudes, temperatures.
Speed.
It records
airspeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything. It basically records everything that you're doing on an airplane, just in case it crash lands.
If you change direction.
Yeah, it's in a very, very contained box. So if
who
crash
had this?
landing is found,
no one.
No one has it. This is all speculation. But like I said, the black box is, if it crash lands and they find the black box, it's supposed to survive a very atrocious crash. It's got so much armor on it, and they could plug it into a hard drive, and they can see logs, they can see everything, and they can kind of speculate how the plane crashed based on the data that comes out of the plane.
Why are people saying that there's a race in the South Pole around the Antarctic?
Oh.
I mean, look at the side chat. There's a guy who's popping off, Rupert Cow. He's not very pleased about you saying you can't sail around it.
But I'm on an Xbox, so can't see him. Fuck him. I guess to answer your question, it's kind of it's nice to think that there's other shit beyond.
Oh yeah, I mean, I want to be the next Columbus and discover the new continent. You know.
That would be sick.
Do you really want to be Columbus?
Yeah, I'm going to do
well,
horrible
not Columbus,
things.
Magellan.
I'll be doing horrible things to those natives. I'm telling you. No, Magellan circumnavigated. He's a different guy. Columbus discovered the continent. Well, you can actually. You can see the Viking. What's his something Forkbeard discovered North America.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his name was.
No, he didn't find North America. He found
Eric
it was
Leaf
like
Redbeard.
part of
I don't know
Mexico
what
or
his
some
name
shit.
was.
Yeah, I don't know his name. Yeah.
Are you talking about Amerigo
yeah, Columbus.
Vespucci or something like that?
No, I'm talking about the Viking that discovered it 300 years earlier, 400 years earlier.
Yeah, he found
Leif
it was like up
Erikson.
Canada north. Leif Erikson, bro, that's funny.
That's it, Leif Erikson.
SpongeBob. SpongeBob. That's how I
no,
know him.
yeah, I
Leif
was about to say
Erikson Day,
Leif
baby.
Erikson literally found America though. Like, it's not a meme.
So what's America named after?
Amerigo Vespucci.
There you go. Who?
Yeah, Amerigo.
So who discovered? Why is it named after him?
Because we didn't.
He's the one that legitimately found it. Columbus never actually legitimately found it. I think he found
he
the
went around the
southern,
Caribbean.
Mexico region.
I'm just talking about Amerigo Vespucci or whatever his name is. Why is it named after him?
Because he found North America proper.
He found it.
Proper? What
That's
do you
not
mean
it.
by proper?
It's a pub quiz question. You weren't ready for it. Yeah, I wasn't, unironically. I don't give a shit about Amerigo Vespucci, but like, I thought that was why. Why then? If you know the answer.
No,
You know
I
the
don't know
container
the
thing.
answer. I was actually asking I was asking the question
I don't know.
genuinely. Yeah.
You know the container thing. I want to ask about the container. I want to get onto the container
Oh,
stuff.
have you formalized it? Have you?
I'm ready for the container. Can I ask you? Well, actually, I'm not actually going to deliver my argument because you and I would probably agree you can have gas pressure without a container, as long as there's a force compressing gas to give that effect. We're not going to use the G word here. We're just going to skip past it. Just as an idea, just a conceptual idea that we can both agree to that's feasible. I've got a question though. What is causing the pressure gradient? Because I heard someone before talk about electromagnetism, and I'm not sure that you need a container with electromagnetism.
Did you just go from inside to outside?
I'm outside, yeah.
Yeah. I can kind of answer it. In theory, electromagnetism, it depends on positive and negative. It's like a magnet, right? So if positive and positive are next to each other, they repel. But if you have positive and negative, they kind of attract. So
Yeah, but why would that require a container? Wouldn't that be unnecessary?
not requiring a container.
Well, no,
it would
because
require
if you
a
think
negative base attracting a positive.
Yeah, but if you think if you posit, I don't know if you do because like different flat earthers will get different responses. But if you do say like, oh, electromagnetism,
So Brit, now
then
you're asking about a pressure gradient, yeah?
yeah. Well,
So
I'm asking.
how do you have a pressure gradient without pressure?
Well, you do have pressure, right?
Yeah.
My bad. What would be
So
the definition of pressure?
What's the how do you have pressure? Yeah.
Well, you can have compression, force compression, and collisions, right? That's all you need.
Yeah, but to have a pressure gradient, you need a container because you need pressure in the first place.
Well, not necessarily, and this is why, right? Imagine.
Can you show me where you don't need a container to have pressure?
Well, I'm about
Are you saying that
explain it, right?
Are you saying there is a gas pressure gradients and then you get the gas pressure after gas pressure gradients?
Yeah, I think he's saying that, Sasha.
I'm not saying that. Anyway, the point is that.
Can I ask you something about gradients? How are you imagining that? This is good because always you're speaking about containers. I want to ask you a question. How are you imagining gas pressure gradients in heliocentric model?
Gas pressure gradients. How am I imagining it?
In heliocentric model, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of talking to somebody, and I was trying to get his understanding.
He's all right. Sasha can take over.
I'm listening, but it's always about container. But I want to ask you a question: how are you imagining that gas pressure gradient in this open moving system?
So, for instance, if you have, because what the question really is that like, look, gas pressure without a container, how could you have it? To have a gradient. Well, what is pressure effectively, right? It's a volume density, and then obviously collisions and kinetic energy, right? Well, on the surface. So
how do you have volume without
obviously
container?
you have.
You
So
need,
obviously, in my
need
mind,
volume,
you have yeah. I said volume first. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
But
how do you have volume without?
doesn't work.
Just
It doesn't work
pause
that
for
way
a
too.
second.
It could be
Pause
synced.
for a second.
I'm asking you how your gas pressure gradient works in heliocentric models.
So, imagining there's a force that's pulling molecules down. As you start to pile them on, right?
Yeah.
You'll go, and the compression will be less and less as the force gets weaker and weaker in pulling them down, right? And so and as a result, the pressure will gradually fade upwards, right? Away from the center of whatever, away from the main attracting object, right?
Where is weaker?
Up at the top. There'll be less pressure up at the top.
Up to the top where? Up to the top of the
So you would just call this like the upper atmosphere to space, right?
Okay, and there is that gradient you're saying.
Molecules.
Sorry, what did you say?
And you're saying there are the gradients are there, in that up there.
Well, the gradient is continual, right, all the way through.
Yeah, and are they static or they are moving?
The gradients, I mean, they're relatively stable.
They are stable. Why they are not moving?
Also,
why they are not moving?
I can also explain too. There's also density levels too. There's molecules have certain different densities. So I don't know if you ever put water and olive oil together, but if you do, you'll know that olive oil floats on water. So that's kind of how what he's explaining is if an atmosphere works that way, that something can float on other things. I've seen a legit picture of smog below clouds because smog is heavier than the atmosphere above it. So once it reaches that heavier atmosphere, it stays below because it can't go any higher. Just like helium. Helium always goes up.
Smog's got carbon
it's not
particles
about density.
in it, though.
You could just say that gravity compresses the air at the bottom.
I didn't want to bring
so
that
there's
up.
less.
I said no G word.
And then without saying the G word, but there's a force that compresses the air at the bottom, and as air piles on top of each other, effectively,
where is that gravity compressing in vacuum?
What are you saying?
Again, your gradients are in atmosphere. You are saying
Little Earth. Can you just wait
they
a
are
bit
continual
and just let
all the way
Sasha
into space, right? So space is
also
also
always in space.
Jump in later.
No, you just listen to what I'm saying, right? It's a continual gradient, and it will continue all the way into space, right? It's not like it stops in space. It's not a perfect vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm. And what Earth is doing meanwhile that it's happening?
Bro, I would have much preferred to have the conversation with the Australian guy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Can I ask you a question? Does Earth it's doing some kind of a movement like axial rotation 1,000 miles per
How
hour?
is this
And
like, why are you moving on to this?
Okay, great. What I will ask you another question. Do you? Okay, can I ask a question? What is orbital? What is orbital speed of the Earth?
Right, Little Love, can you take this?
What is orbital speed of the Earth?
Little Love, you take this. I want to speak to T-Bob afterwards. I want to speak to T-Bob.
Because I want to understand that gradient. It means orbital speed of the Earth is 66,000 miles per hour. And that means that all that gradients are moving in 1 hour, 66,000 miles per hour, but they are static in your, in your explanation. It's always static. But no, they need to move through that vacuum all the time. Every hour, 66,000 miles per hour, but you're explaining all the time they are there, static, they are, no, the Earth is moving all the time through that vacuum together with the atmosphere, together with the gradients.
All right, Dano. You pass it to me. I can explain it to you. What he was kind of talking about is it's the same situation. I don't know if you have a Walmart around your area, if you ever go in there, they have a donation center, and there's a little game for little kids, right? Drop a coin, and it spirals around, and then it drops into a cylinder to collect the change. It's a little game for kids. It's nice to see the little coin. It's kind of how the fabric of space works, right? It's like a fabric.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
This is what
because it doesn't. No,
I'm explaining the way that he's
down the
explaining it,
hole,
right?
So everything would be attracted to everything else, and then It wouldn't be orbits, yeah.
It's well,
Well,
true. Yes.
your analogy's weird because you spin the coin
it's
around
irrelevant
the
for just
circle and the circle goes down the hole because it ends
yeah,
up
no,
not having enough energy to stay in a rotation. Yeah.
jumped in too early because it's not. There's a hole at the bottom of everything. So if you put, I don't know if you've ever seen the experiment.
The
You put
hole at the
a
bottom of
heavy
everything.
object.
Where?
No. Hold on. If you put a heavy
Where?
object in the middle of a trampoline, a very heavy object in the middle of a trampoline, and you drop a ball,
Yeah,
it
everything's
will
attracted
roll
to the
around it in
object.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's attracted to it. So that's kind
Yeah.
of what
So
he was.
why don't they all accumulate together then?
Because space is vast. There's millions and millions of miles. Everything
Have you
plays
got
off of each
evidence
other,
that
obviously.
space is vast and there's millions and
I
millions
don't.
of kilometers?
That's why
You
Yeah,
don't.
I'll tell you.
and
This is why I'm
pressure
here. I'm here to
and
learn.
pressure it's
But
10 to and pressure is 10 to minus 17 torr, and earth is going together with atmosphere with incredible speed, you know, and gravity, all arranging all that stuff with gradients. Everything is static, but everything is moving through that vacuum of the space together with the atmosphere. But you don't have that. You don't have that in your mind.
No, like I explained,
No,
right?
of course.
If you have
Let's
that,
take a
hold
ball.
on, Nano, 1 second, because like I said, I explained it. If you put that ball in the center of a trampoline, a heavy ball in the center of a trampoline, you put another ball around it, it's going to spin until it reaches Earth.
Yeah.
And then when
Can
it
you
touches
put
Earth,
around?
it's
Can you
going to be
put
stuck there.
around
It's
the
going to be
gas
stuck there.
around
So
that
that's how
ball?
we are sitting there.
You put the gas around that ball, then you spin that ball 66,000 miles per hour, and that gas, all with gradients, is going together with that ball. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, of
Gas,
course.
gas has a,
Yeah,
gas
of course. In a
it
mine,
has a mass, right?
yeah, of course. Then we can say that, but we cannot demonstrate that
If you
in
put
any case. You know,
if you put a mass around another mass, it's going to
we
attract it.
can
In theory,
think about that.
all
Well,
I'm
it's
saying
nice.
is, all I'm
Right.
saying is,
So let's
Nice story.
bouncing
everyone
off of
step
what he's
back a
saying.
bit
I
because
can see what he's saying.
everyone's
We can step
talking.
back, 'cause-
One sec. Everyone's talking over the top of each other. So let's have a. If you want to have a go, sorry, what's your name? Little Earth. Just
Yeah.
you state your premise, and then Sasha will go. All right. So Sasha, you just let him go, and then yeah.
Oh no, he can demonstrate.
wasn't-
Don't speak.
hold on.
Yeah,
Can you
demonstrate.
It wasn't my premise.
Show us a
It
demonstration.
wasn't my premise. I was passed over from somebody, but I can see where he was going. But he just didn't know how to explain it, so I'm explaining it to him. Yeah.
You
So
don't
it's
need to
the
explain anymore.
premise
You
of-
can demonstrate now. You can demonstrate now. You don't need to explain anymore.
Well, I don't have.
Yeah, we do
I don't have a
understand.
trend.
We do understand this, Little Earth. It's
Yeah, I know you guys understand it.
What we're asking for is a demonstration of what you're proposing. Yeah.
Well, he was asking about how like atmosphere stays grounded onto an Earth if it's spherical, and I was just talking about how the aspect of that trampoline thing, mass always attracts to the heavier
No, not
mass.
trampoline. Not trampoline. A
Well, yeah,
gas that now you now demonstrate that
example.
like in any example what you want, but demonstrate. Demonstration. Look, this is this, and gas is going together. There is gradients around the ball, and no problem, man.
I wouldn't be able to demonstrate it to you because it's.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't.
Like I said,
There's no
the
demonstration.
guy that passed on to me, like I said, because I'm just arguing for him because
Yeah,
I know where he's going.
I'm able to pick up the conversation, but I really don't. I'm not really interested in making a demonstration case. I was asking about flat Earth, not
Because
globe
you
Earth.
know why you're not interested in making a demonstration, don't you?
Well,
because you cannot make demonstration. That's the answer.
Well,
you cannot
the
make the
idea-
demonstration
well, no,
because of that.
I'll
You will
explain.
not make demonstration. Is that true?
Okay, well, there's a lot. No, it's because what you're asking.
It is
for
not true. That means that you will
requires a lot
present the
of-
demonstration.
Okay.
You keep talking over everybody too, so let him talk.
What you're asking for, what you're asking for requires a lot of
it's hard to
scaffolding, which is
listen
why
to.
I started the conversation talking about containers, right? Because if it's the case that you don't need gas pressure for a container, and if it's the case that there is no observable, or if it's the case that there is no observable or interactable container, right? Because it's going to be physical, right? So you should be able to interact with it. Light should be able to interact with it, or at least, right?
So you're saying
then
there must
gas
gas pressure. So when we say gas pressure needs a container, you're saying, well, until you show me the container, then I don't believe
No,
that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we could posit, right? Because so far this container is just an anathema, right? And it's not necessary at all for why you see a pressure gradient at the surface of the Earth going upwards, right? Well, because
Can you explain that? Because it,
yeah, I'm about to.
in my
right?
understanding, if you have a pressure gradient, you need pressure, and pressure needs a container.
Yeah, so I was about to say that
Yeah.
what is the point of the container really? It's to measure the pressure based on the force exerted on the gas
The
molecule
walls of the
on the
container.
surface of the
Yeah.
container, right? But
Yeah.
the issue here is that it doesn't have to be the case that you're talking about a collision with a physical surface like a container. It could just be a physical surface, right? And in this physical surface, you have three possible options, right? You have gas colliding with each other, gas colliding with the surface of the Earth.
How do you measure
and
gas colliding with each other?
A force that's compressing. Well, I don't. I look like there's. Do you know what a control volume is?
Elaborate.
Yes, no, maybe so.
It's one G,
Well, a
G,
control
right?
volume is like is imagining you take a box full of air, right? You just get a box of air in the atmosphere, and then you basically look. I'm not very good at science, but like you're basically just measuring
Me
that
neither, man. So
hypothetical
join the
box
club.
control volume,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Either way, the idea is that so you need collisions. You need something to compress, just like in the same way if you take a syringe to your finger and you press the syringe, you're creating air pressure. So some
With a
force can be
container.
applied. Well, the point of the experiment would be that the force is being applied because all pressure is doing is pushing against the force that you're pushing towards, right? It's like two different forces.
Yeah, but with a
together,
syringe, the pressure is being pressed against the walls of the syringe and then coming out where it's where the pressure can release. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point of pressure is that pressure is trying to push outwards, and then the low pressure is trying to push outwards, and high pressure is pushing downwards, right? So I think it's the other way around. I can't remember which way. The idea is that it's is as long as you've got collisions taking place, and as long as you have a force to compress, then the idea that you need a container is no longer has any sort of effect, right?
Okay.
And you would
Please
agree that
explain
that
then.
force could exist, right?
Explain how you're getting that.
I can real quick. Ready?
For instance, if we have this, if we look up in the sky, right, we try and find this container, we can't find any of it, right? So far, all we know is that look, I can't see a container. There's no interactable container. Light's not even interacting with it or whatever, right? Now,
we don't know any of that. What you just said.
Well, look, you know, how am I going to prove that something's not there, right? Like, I mean, I can look and still try to find it, but at some point you need to posit an alternative explanation, right? And that alternative explanation would require some force, let's say, right, and that's compressing pressure, which is pushing the opposite way. That force has to be greater than the pressure that's going upwards to create the effect of a gradient, right?
Yeah, but you're missing one point though. Like you're saying, because we can't see a container, then there must be this force called gravity pushing it down, and
not necessarily.
To
I'm not going to win it like that. It's more like because I don't think science is a case where you could make that jump, right? I don't even think that's a logical jump, right? But what it is a workable jump to the point where, look, it seems to be explicable this way because obviously you and I would agree that you don't actually need a container. You could just posit this force, and it does all the explaining for you, right?
Well, the force is gravity, yeah, and you only need gravity if you live on a ball.
Well,
we don't see curvature,
right?
so we don't see.
We don't want to use the D word. It's just a force, right, for now, right? A force that compresses,
yeah, but you're
down,
missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point of the only reason you need gravity is because I live on the bottom of a ball and I have to be sucked in towards the center of a ball. If you don't have a ball, then you don't need gravity.
Pushed, not sucked. But
what does nitrous oxide do compared to helium?
It doesn't matter.
Either way,
nitrous oxide is It's
the point I was trying
density.
to say is
There's a
the point I'm
big
illustrating is
thing.
that
So
the point I'm
density
illustrating-
now,
okay.
not gravity.
Yeah, I'm just illustrating that like
it
at
has a
least at the very
planet.
least, right? At the very least, I'm not trying to illustrate that it must be this force that exists, because you can look for your
Why?
you know
Why
your
must there be a force that exists? Okay, there is
Yeah.
a universal up and down. We can agree a universal up and down.
I see it.
Yeah. Okay. Up meaning up in the sky, or up as a cross up.
Up and down.
Observably.
Things
Yeah,
go
observably,
down.
yes.
Things. Yeah, there is an up direction and there is a down direction. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So the only thing that you're inserting in there is that it's a ball and everything goes towards the center of the ball.
Not. Yeah. I mean, technically, yes, but I'm just using the word. I'm not. I don't want to get too hung up on the.
So then we need
properties
to
of this.
establish if there's a ball or not.
I'm not. I don't want to. Well, no. It doesn't matter. Like, put that to one side, right? Because that's
But
getting
you
into
can't put
this
it
is
to
what,
the side. Earlier
we
on,
just need to
you
agree on this
spoke about
first thing,
things
because I don't want to
being
jump onto the next
combined.
thing too quickly. Right.
No, one sec. Earlier on, you spoke about things being flat earthers don't look at things being combined. You said there's things that go into each other. So this is
Yes,
one
of
of those
course, but
things that goes
I want
into
to
each other.
establish an agreement on the
If
first
you have
point before we-
gravity and it goes to the center of a ball, you need a ball, correct?
Yes, but I just don't want. I don't want to skip past before we've come to an agreement on where we are now.
Guys, I have a
right?
conclusion. Guys, I have a
So the
question,
idea
though.
that I'm saying, is just that
Yeah.
as far as we are right now, don't even need to discuss the properties of the force. All we know is whatever it is pushing, right? Pushing
down.
gas down,
No,
right? So
we can agree there's an up and down. Yeah, correct.
And what I'm saying is that could be true. It's explicable, right? And as far as the other thing is true with the container, it is explicable with a container to some degree, but so far we don't have a container. So the best working theory would be the one that doesn't require a container, right?
Yeah, but
Working
the theory that you're coming across requires a ball.
How about this?
Yes,
right?
of course.
Which,
Yeah, it does, obviously.
Here's another thing. Which
So
theory?
that's
which
where we're
theory's
at a
been
stalemate.
proven?
I want to agree. I want to make sure we're
Here's another
understanding
thing.
so far, right?
You say we need a container, but inherently gas pressure needs a container.
You don't
but
need a container.
The
for
theory
flat
that
Earth.
you're coming up
Dude,
with needs a
you
ball.
are gas pressure.
You don't need a container for flat Earth either. I don't believe that at all. But what I'm trying to make
No,
sure that
we're
we're on
just
an
talking about
agreement
gas
with-
pressure. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth. It's debunking
Yeah,
the
I'm just-
open system. It's debunking the open system of the globe.
Yeah, I'm just.
It's got nothing
I'm
to
just
do with
saying.
flat Earth.
All right, let's just be clear,
Yeah?
right? So you agree that either it's the case that we have a container that's unobservable and uninteractable so far, or we could
So far,
or we could
yeah.
not have a container, have a force that creates the effect that we're seeing, right? Effectively, those are the two options, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So far, that's without even going to the board, because the board's going to change
Yeah.
the game, right? And I don't want to
Yeah,
skip
okay.
too far ahead, right?
Of course, it's going to
So
change the game
if
because that's the killer.
if this force has the properties of gravity, right? So now we're going to go into the ball question, right? Then I think that would have to be a demonstrable. Well, it doesn't have to be demonstrable. I think it doesn't have to be deductive, because I think so far
it has
so
to be
good.
demonstrable. Has to be.
Well, I think that so far we've already done a slight inductive argument for gravity already existing, right? So far we've already kind of given a point. Right?
No, we've just agreed on an up and down. That's all we've agreed on, not gravity.
Well, not gravity per se, but at least some sort of element of like some sort of property of that force, right?
Well,
if there is no container,
you're
right?
conflating gravity with things falling on the ground.
No,
that's all you're doing.
We're
You
just going
are.
to like we're just tackling the main macro phenomena. I don't even want to talk about the actual
Okay.
nuances.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, I'll be quiet. Okay.
There's also conflation where it's like mine is right and yours isn't. There's that situation going on right now. I can see it as
No,
listening in.
I know. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not
but
doing that.
What
No,
the
no.
only thing that okay, the only thing we observe is that things go down. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Well, obviously. Yeah,
apart from
sure.
gas. Yeah. Gas
well,
doesn't.
I mean, yeah, well, it doesn't, but obviously it's a complicated answer because obviously you are seeing gas virtually stick to the ground and sort of gradient upwards, right? Like in the same way that, like, if you were going to zoom out of Earth, the atmosphere is sticking to Earth, right? That's like in relative
Who's
terms.
zooming
right?
out? Where are you zooming out to?
Just hypothetically, pull your eyes out of Earth and then just
I'm
like
not
imagine
keen
it was
on
a ball, it would be
hypotheticals,
sticking,
but
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
guys, I have a
so
question.
in that sense, that would be explicable that way, right?
Hypothetical.
Sorry, was someone trying to get in there? Or...
Yeah. Hi guys, I just want to ask you, like, is it either under flat Earth or like globe Earth? Like, where is it that my dick will be bigger? Because I support that one.
Never,
Very
buddy.
wise.
Never.
It's still small, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you'll have to go and see the doctor for that one, mate.
Is the shape Earth just like a biggest dickest?
I'm gonna find you and fucking ban you, mate. So
the best the thing is when we move into the globe, see, I think the reason why I think we probably won't be able to go any further is because the leaning into the globe part, because if we're saying this force is gravity, and then we have to then therefore have a globe, right? Then what the issue is that I'm going to have is that then I'm going to give you a series of inductive sort of supporting claims, right? Observations, and we're going to tackle those one by one, and you will be able to respond to each one and explain them all, right? The only difference is that because we're not zooming out the conversation, we're just watching them go by slowly, like, one by one. I'll give my explanation, you give yours, and so on. What we won't notice is whether or not our arguments are connecting together and are in sync with each other, right?
yeah, I can agree with you there. Yeah.
I agree too. As a perspective listening.
The problem we have here is that there is an up and down, and my up and down is on a flat surface, which makes a lot of sense. Your up and down is in towards a ball, and in order to prove that, you have to prove curvature of the place where we live.
Yeah.
What I brought up
Yeah.
too is, I want to interrupt.
I think it follows. I think that
conversation.
follows. Like, it would have to be. Well, no. Okay. When I say yeah, I don't mean prove. I just think you should have reason to believe it's a ball, right? And that's all I think my job requires at that point, right? Good reason.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
fair
Better
enough,
reason. More reason
but
to
it
believe
is
it's a
an
globe than it is a
extraordinary
flat, right?
claim because it's
Yeah.
an extraordinary claim because we all experience a flat surface, yeah? Always. Correct?
Of course. Well, yeah, basically, yeah.
It's a lot of it is
so
it's
why,
perspective based.
So when you go to, okay, well, it must be a ball because we've got gravity. Therefore, gravity, it must be a ball. Like, it's
Well, I
a
wouldn't say that,
circular
but-
argument. So in order for you to have this thing that you call gravity, you need a ball. All as
Well,
I
I
need
would
is
say-
we're on
need
a
a lot of
flat
proof.
surface, and I observe up and down, and that's it.
Yeah, well, in a weird sort of way, like if so far like we're on the same sort of wavelength with the, you don't necessarily need a container, right? And it could be some force doing the work for you, and then we add on
It's
to
an
this force.
antecedent. Antecedent to gas pressure is you need a container. Yeah.
Yeah, just imagine you add on all the properties of gravity onto it, like, with all the different observations you could have. It doesn't necessarily say, well, therefore globe, but it would strongly imply a globe, right? Because then all the relationships that thus far been observed can now fit into that puzzle again, right? It wouldn't be something I would say you could demonstrate, like, or anything along those lines. I think that would be a bit too far for me to go.
That's the problem, though. So you guys say we know that the Earth is a globe for over 2,000 years, but yet in this conversation you can't prove that it's a globe.
Well, I think they might be
That's
using
a problem,
no in a
man.
colloquial sense. Well, I think that might be no in a colloquial sense, because I do think that you can
They go back to
think.
the Greeks,
I do think you
of course,
can think that the
boats
Earth is a
sail
globe.
over the horizon, and then they knew that the Earth was a globe. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I think that
pretty.
might.
Yeah, and then they, like it's an extraordinary claim because we all agreed that we experienced the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. So you would
Yeah,
need
I.
extraordinary evidence to convince yourself that the Earth is a globe, and yet you don't have
Right.
any.
Well,
But
yeah,
what
you
you're
can.
talking about
Well,
too.
just let me
It's
make it quick.
one thing,
Let
Veritas.
me,
It's
if you don't
what
mind,
he
can I
just
just make
said.
a quick final point? Sorry, what?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
was just saying
that's
it's
what
what
do you
it's
need to
what he
go
just said.
for it, Nat, or do
You need
Okay.
extraordinary evidence, so it's kind of
Yeah.
hard on both sides because it's hard to gather evidence on both sides, no matter what. If you're a glober
Yeah,
or a flat earther.
I was just about to say that, like, yes, well, it's true. I mean, look, I don't think you can prove flat or globe, but what I do think you can do, and I think this oftentimes gets missed a little bit, I think, in this call, is that, yes, okay, maybe you can't deductively prove the Earth is a sphere or flat, but what I do think you can do, which is, a lot of times what science does anyway,
You're going to look to the sky again,
is
aren't you?
is get no, not even sky. Although the sky
Yeah.
could be helpful in that sort of regard, but like is get a series of observations or tests and develop an inductive sort of argument to lean one way or the other, and then operate from there. Right? I don't think you require the absolute knowledge, but you do. But you can have a rational belief in something, right? And the second thing is what you said. When people say that they know the Earth is a globe, I don't think they mean it in the philosophical sense, right? The epistemic sense. I think they're just saying,
I don't
"Oh,
know.
I know my cat's black. Maybe my cat's slightly grey. I don't know, but I know it's black, right?"
From NASA, you know what I mean? That's what it is. We've been taught this shit for years. That's what he means by, like, people say, "Oh, we know it's a globe." It's like some
Yeah.
shit that's been taught for years for us. That's why, like, you guys. That's why I'm very interested in learning about you guys. It's like legitimately, I was taught as a glober, but I'd
Learning
like to
about
hear
us or learning about the argument that we put forward?
Yeah, I like
Because
hearing the
learning
side
about
because
us is yeah.
it's
Yeah, no,
speculation
I
and
understand what you're
I'm open
saying.
minded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I hear
I
you,
don't
man.
come in here
I
to
hear you.
shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
I hear
you're
you
all right, man.
sides. Some of the shit's fucking weird. What you guys bring up, I've heard a lot of weird things in the past like 3 4 weeks that I've been in here.
Weird as in interesting, or weird as in not
Interesting.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
I've noticed that a lot of people, a lot of globers that come in, I think they're under they have a big ego, right? Because obviously they obviously know it's a globe, right?
Yeah, they
And
know it is.
I think that I think that when they
Obviously,
deploy their arguments, what they're missing is that they underestimate the people they're talking to. The people they're talking to,
yeah.
they have a very well long-term thought out argument, right? That they've been deploying for years at this point, right? And so the best thing if you're a glober and you want to be able to ask a meaningful question to the flat earthers is more, and I don't think they'll like this because usually they like people jumping in and being crazy a little bit, but it's better to listen to know what they're going to say and expect what they're going to say, so you could actually offer something a bit more robust in response. Because talking about Aristophanes for 1,000th time is not going to get you anywhere, and it can get quite boring after a while.
Don't just listen. If you're gonna come in here and have an argument, at least have an argument where you understand their side of the point of view. Because when I came in here originally, like the first time I actually popped in here, because I was like, "Oh shit, there's a 24/7 Earth flat." I was like, "Fuck yeah," because I was learning about that shit in Florida on vacation. Watched a shit ton of videos. I learned a lot about it. Theories on theories. I popped in. I understood everybody because I watched a lot and I learned a lot about it. So I knew where everybody's coming from. Don't just jump in here and just be like, "Well, yeah, the Earth's flat because the Earth's it's a ball because gravity pulls everything in." No, that doesn't. Everybody's gonna have a rebuttal for it. That's what Veritas is talking about. The same shit. Like what you're gonna say, there's gonna be somebody in here that's gonna have a, and it's gonna make sense to you, and it's gonna trip you out. You're gonna be stumbled up, and you're gonna probably end up leaving because you sound like an idiot. Listen.
Yeah, look, we're all open to having a good conversation. Yeah, it's when people
Love it.
come in, call us stupid. Retard gets thrown around a lot. Like, like
You guys aren't retarded.
we're all people that have careers as well. Like, I've got an engineering degree. I've got a builder's license. I run a construction company. Like, I'm not a retard. I'm a
That's the craziest thing
successful
is
person, you know.
these
And
people
every
think
day,
flat earthers are
every
retarded and they
day
don't
I
have any
deal with,
IQ.
yeah, every day I deal with flat and level. This is what
Yeah.
makes me a flat earther. Every
I think
single instrument I use. I know you're going to say it's locally level and this and that. It doesn't account for this and this and that. But every single instrument I use determines flat and level.
yeah, I think that
And it's not just
yeah,
that. It's observations as well. Like, I'm a photographer too. So
yeah.
I take long distance photography shots all the time over the bay. And depending on what the weather's like, it totally changes. The horizon is not where it's supposed to be. I know you're going to say, oh, you know, that's refraction and this and that. But how much can refraction cause for you to see the whole city and then hardly any of the city? Like,
I have an
you
account
know,
for you to follow on Instagram, Timbo.
what's that?
I said I have an account for you to follow on Instagram if you're a photographer.
Your voice is very familiar, man.
I was in here last week. If you were in here last week.
You sound like Kosho.
No, I'm not. I'm Little Earth.
All right.
Name's not
Well,
ironic at all, too. I don't put my
pleasure
name
to
on
meet
here.
you,
Just
man.
Little Earth is the worst globe
pleasure to meet
earther
you.
in the world. Just saying.
But it's good, like, you know, like both of you.
I'm open.
Britnat's been in here for ages now. You know, like since we started the channel, he came in as a little bit of a troll, and then he kind of backed off a bit. And now he's probably the from what I've listened to, he's the best thought out glober I've ever spoken to.
Oh gosh, you're making me blush.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be nice to you, mate, but you know,
Timbo,
take it as a compliment, you know.
Pull up Instagram, Timbo, and look up Simon 2940.
No,
If you
I
don't
don't
want
have
to, you don't
social
have to.
media, man. No,
Oh,
I
you
don't have
don't?
social
Oh
media.
man,
Yeah, any of it.
this is from like a global globe theorist perspective. But this guy actually he has like solar lenses on telescopic telescope or whatever, like this like massive thing he owns. It's like a couple $100,000 type shit. And
Like looking at
the
the moon
videos
and
and
stuff like
pictures,
that, or what?
yeah, it's crazy, and it literally like it legitimately looks like
Has he got
CGI.
a
That's how
website?
good these pictures are. I think he no, he doesn't actually.
I'll look
He
it up.
doesn't.
I'll
Fuck.
look it up on my wife's Instagram. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
Just wait.
he
I'll
calls himself the
save. What
stupid
did you put in?
astronomer.
Did you put it in the chat?
I can
Or did you send me a
save
message?
it. Yeah,
Send
I
me
can
a.
send it to you.
Yeah, send me a
He's
message,
interesting.
man.
His account is interesting because he took videos of like the eclipse recently that just happened, and it's kind of interesting. Like I said, a lot of it looks like CGI, so that's where I come in here and I kind of like agree with you guys. Some of the shit looks so fucking. It looks so
Of
fake.
course, yeah.
It doesn't
But
look
like
believable, but
now
yeah,
that we got on to eclipses, like do you guys know much about the Selenelian eclipse or?
No.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I've
So what's the
listened
explanation
in a
of
little
that?
bit. So the explanation I have for it is, uh, it's been so long since I've watched the video. It has.
I'll explain it if anyone in the chat doesn't know. The Selenelian eclipse it's called the impossible eclipse, and it's when the moon and the sun are above the horizon at the
Yeah.
same time, and the Earth that you're standing on is supposed to be blocking the sun and creating a shadow on the moon, but both are above the horizon. And we say, how is this possible? And even that's why it's called the impossible eclipse, you know?
Not only that, you have examples of the Selenelian where the shadow is top down on the moon.
Yeah, it's the opposite way. It's like the sun is the sun's rays, when it's above the horizon, are going underneath the Earth and then coming up on the bottom of the moon. It's weird. There's no explanation for it. I know you guys are going to say refraction. The light's getting refracted around the Earth and the light's coming up underneath the moon. But why would the sun not be shining on the top of the moon if they're both above the horizon? That's the question. And why is the shadow of the Earth being created on the moon when both bodies are above the horizon?
No. It's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon. It's the blockage of the moon to the sun. That's what the eclipse is. So the moon moves in front of the sun. So it's not the Earth.
No, I'm talking about a lunar eclipse.
In a sense.
Yeah,
it's
a lunar eclipse. Yeah.
Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, that one's a hard one to describe, but from I'll say it from globe perspective is because you know how on globe perspective the moon constantly faces because it has a similar rotation, so when it spins around the Earth, we're seeing that one side consistently. It never rotates faster or slower.
No, I think you're mentioning the point though. So is anyone putting it in the chat?
What I'm saying is, as it rotates in front of the sun, but it's not specifically at certain areas on the Earth. You're not going to see the eclipse because it doesn't hit it at that right angle. But
no, it's different. So the lunar eclipse is when the Earth is blocking the light from the sun and casting a shadow on the moon. Apparently, that's what it is.
Oh, you're talking about like a new moon then, like no moon.
Yeah, well, it only no. That's when it's a solar eclipse. It only happens on a new moon. But hey, one big pond in the man.
Oh my gosh!
It's hard for me to describe.
All right, so here we go. See Kiko.
Yeah, I'm loading my.
See that? Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So this is what you saw. So the light on the moon. So if you're behind that moon, 180 degrees behind that is the sun, above the horizon. Think about that for a second. The shadow that's being created on the moon is supposed to be the Earth. This is a lunar eclipse. They call it the Selenalian, which is also called the impossible eclipse.
Oh yeah. That's the lunar eclipse when the moon blocks the sun. That's what you're talking about.
No,
you're talking about blocking the moon.
No.
I thought you were talking about Earth blocking the moon.
No, the Earth. So the sun, in a normal eclipse, in a normal lunar eclipse, the sun is being blocked by the Earth and creating a shadow on the moon. You understand that, yeah?
No. You have it reversed. A lunar eclipse is when the sun is being blocked by the moon.
No, that's a solar eclipse.
Oh yeah, solar. My bad. I have it back.
No, not moon. Moon.
Yeah.
Someone's mumbling in the background.
Knows, man. But yeah, no. So lunar eclipse is when the Earth is blocking the light to the moon, so the moon does not exist in there.
Yeah. So if you scroll back up to Kiko's post at 12 minutes past the hour, yeah. So this. So that shadow is supposed to be created by the Earth, but the sun is 180 degrees behind where this image has been taken, and is above the horizon. So both the moon and the sun are above the horizon at the same time, so the Earth cannot be blocking the light. But the light is also coming from underneath the Earth. That doesn't make sense.
For me, that's
why it's called the impossible eclipse.
Yeah, for me that GIF that he posted up, it almost looks like a semi-solar eclipse because there's instances where that does happen.
Yeah,
where it doesn't pass fully through it. That almost looks
Yeah,
like
of course, but
one.
you got to think about this. If you're on a globe, you're standing on top of the ball. Yeah, we can agree to that.
Yeah, I understand.
Where this picture's taken from, this person taking this picture is on top of the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. In certain areas in the globe,
Yeah.
like we just had a solar eclipse over
No, this
most of
is a
North
lunar
America. You
eclipse.
can see it. No, this one looks like a solar. That's what I'm saying. This one looks more like a solar because that's the sun, and that looks more like a
Can't be.
mass kind of semi in
That's
front of
not the
it.
sun. That's the moon. That's the
Maybe
moon.
I'm miss. It may be the image itself because it looks yellowish and bright.
That's the moon.
All right then, yeah. If it's the moon, then
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, like
maybe, yeah.
I wish I could draw a picture right now, but I'm not any. I'm on my mobile. I'm not going upstairs to go and jump on the computer.
I'm on an Xbox. That's why I had to pull my phone. But here's something to rebuttal it slightly. You know how there's different versions of the moon when you look up. You got like the waning, the waxing, the crescent, and then you got like the weird toenail one. This might be that. It
No,
may or
it's
may not
not.
be one
This
of
is
those
an
things.
eclipse. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's not.
I'm not commenting.
Have you
You
got?
know, I'm not trying to
Are
disprove.
you on
But
your? Did you just say you were on your phone or are you on your computer?
yeah, I got a phone.
Yeah. Do you want to Google? Just let's do an exercise. Yeah. Just
I gave
Google
him 2 videos, and I think one
Alanelli.
of them gift came from.
Yeah, go ahead. You go. Yeah.
I'll look at him real quick. I just found him. I'm honestly interested. I like hearing about this shit. Damn.
Yeah.
Crazy music.
It's so interesting that I've been interested for the last 8 years.
Like I said, when I was in Florida last time, I was up for like probably 8 hours on Instagram. I got into a rabbit hole, flat Earth shit, and I got into like 7 or 8 accounts that were posting shit, and it was weird the shit they were posting. I was like, this is fucking. It's strange. It's intriguing, and it kept getting me fucking trapped into this hole.
See, like,
and eventually on YouTube,
Yeah.
I got those videos and shit, and I started watching them. And I was like, holy fuck, it's insane.
Oh, what year was this?
The one thing I did. Oh, that was like last year. The one thing I didn't like, that was the
Yeah, no,
Instagram
you
videos
won't
talking
get
about how
any real
planes fly
videos.
above the
So,
sun.
yeah, you won't get any real information off YouTube at the moment because since I'd say maybe 2015 they started shadow banning all the channels, and every
know,
time you
yeah.
search for flat Earth, they bring up
I'm a big
Professor
YouTube head.
Dave, and yeah.
I'm a
I love
YouTube head. I know
I've
all
noticed
about
a
it.
big difference, man.
I know all about like the algorithms, what changes, because I'm up to date with everything, and I know since like it's not even 2015, it's been about probably like 2013 that they've been shadow banning all the fucking flat Earth shit and the anti going to the moon shit. They've been putting that shit down hard for a long time.
But see, that's
You
what
have to
that's what
you
I'm
have to look
interested
that up
in.
on the internet.
It's like I'm interested in, like, you sound like you've got it all together, but like what makes you believe that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Well, like I said, it's how it's brought up. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, I know that, but there has to be,
I
like,
guess you could say
if you're go ahead.
I guess you could say I'm transitioning. I'm trying to
Don't
What are
say
you, a
that.
fucking gay cunt?
I'm trying to transition. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get that top and bottom surgery. I want to learn.
No, we're not
No,
talking.
I'm not.
We're gonna stay off that
Not talking about that. It's a
subject.
joke, but you
Yeah,
understand.
I know, man. It's funny too, but yeah.
As an FYI,
So what?
this the chat
ahead,
it
Chico.
deletes
Sorry, mate.
messages over time. So if you want those links, you need to save them now before it deletes them.
Watch the first
If you
one.
haven't
That one's
already.
actually kind of sick, Kiko. That one's kind of sick.
So I'm gonna ask you the question again. If you believe that you live on a spinning baseball in the vacuum of space. Like, what is the convincing argument that keeps you there?
I don't want to pull back to what we were talking about earlier before, but like I said, it's the whole
gravity,
fabric of
yeah?
space aspect. No, it's not just gravity. Well, it it touches with gravity, but it's like that. I said the whole fabric of space thing where you put a ball on like a trampoline, like a heavy mass, and
But that doesn't relate.
go
It
around it.
doesn't relate to
It
anything in reality, though. Yeah.
it's a theory. That's what they call it. It's theoretically
Yeah, I
this is how
know,
gravity
but
works.
where?
Is you drop that heavy mass and that mass spins around it, right? And when you guys were bringing up like the whole
Yeah, but where do you
canister
see
aspect, is
this
like
though?
you
Where do
can't
you
see
see?
gravity, man. It's
No, I know, but where do you see like
yeah.
the trampoline thing? Oh, let's talk about the trampoline. So you've got a heavy mass in the middle of the trampoline, and then you're going to throw these marbles around the outside, and they're all going to spin towards the mass. Yeah, that's what you're talking about, the fabric of space. Where in reality do you actually see this?
I guess I never really seen it in reality, but it's going off of what like NASA's probes in outer space have seen, and I guess it's just like judgmenting and like I guess agreeing with what they've seen.
So
Like I said,
I'm
it's
not
something
going to be
I've
insulting
never seen.
towards you, but
I know
because you
I know what
saw
you're
it
gonna
on
say.
TV, then you
I know.
believe it. Yeah.
It's the same shit with Alex Jones. Everybody fucking's like, "Oh, Alex Jones is a weirdo. He doesn't understand this. He's fucking crazy." But then all of a sudden, oh, one of his theories is correct, and it's like, who was
Yeah, they're
wrong?
gay
But
frogs, and they came true.
Bohemian Grove.
yeah, it's the same shit. It's like you can't trust everything you see on the internet. Some shit Alex Jones talks about is 100% wrong, but
Yeah,
some
but you
shit he
can
talks
look.
about
The,
is right.
the thing about this subject is that you can look for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I guess the
Yeah.
moral of what I want to say is like with like what what is it? Started with a V. It was like Vistra or
what?
Visceral fat.
no. Fuck. It was
Let
close
me
to that
ask you
fucking
something.
news article. Uh,
Hey,
whatever his name
T-Dub's
was.
Can I
back.
But
ask you
yeah,
a
no.
question?
What we were talking about
Just for a
is
second.
I
Just
was
for a
trying to move
second.
with
Just
him,
really
right?
quickly. Just really
One
quickly.
sec,
Chill,
one
Just
sec,
man.
I just
one
want to
sec,
ask
one
you.
sec, one
Let
sec,
T-Dub jump
And
in,
sec.
man, because I'm going to mute for a second so you guys can talk. T-Dub is not me, and I am not T-Dub, so he's a different person. So
I
he's
see it,
going to
Deb.
talk to you now, all right?
Just go into the conversation knowing that I'm not anti flat Earth and I'm not anti
Now we
globe.
know that,
I
man.
know.
You
I know.
sound pretty cool, man. Yeah.
I'm autistic.
I'm
I
I'm
going
just
to
on
wanted
mute.
to
spectrum.
ask, right? I just wanted to quickly ask you, what takes
Yeah.
precedence, um, in your mind? What takes precedence? What you can observe and experience and measure in reality, or things that you can only experience on TV that a
It's what you
stranger's
said.
told you?
It's essentially what you said. I'm not sitting there watching Ghost Hunters on TBS and believing everything they say. That's not true at all. I'm not sitting there watching CNN. Whatever they spew at me, I'm 100% believe. What I believe
Yeah, but
is what I
what takes
see.
precedence?
It's seeing.
What
It's
takes
seeing is believing.
precedence?
No, it's perception. It's what I see.
What you can directly observe and experience
Yeah,
in reality, right?
what I can observe. And I know where you're going
None of
towards
that
too,
stuff
because
they show you on
I had the
TV, you will ever experience it.
yeah no, and I know where you're going to because I also had this conversation. I think it was the first time there was a guy trying to explain to me for about an hour and a half about perception. He said, "So, what is it that you can see? What would you call that word?" And I would be like, "Perception." He'd be like, "No. A little bit deeper. What would be a better explanation for that word?" And I'm like, "Bro, you're literally just talking to me about perspective." I understood immediately off the bat when I got in here. A lot of it is about perspective. So I do understand the flat earth side of it. It's all about seeing is believing type shit. But that's why I come in here because I want other people's sides of points of views and shit because I don't like just basing shit off of what I hear on the internet. I want other opinions, like to like build off of it. I actually hate watching bullshit to me. I'd rather hear it from word of mouth like the olden days, how the Bible was written.
more about what we can actually verify in reality, right? But yeah, I've got to jump back off so someone else can join in.
But
See
you
ya.
understood. Word of mouth. Word of mouth is better than hearing it on TV. It's like bullshit hearing shit on TV.
Yeah, I've spoken
Never
to a lot
believe
of
that shit.
people in real life. Been visiting the beach a lot
Lula, do
lately.
you have measurements for your Earth?
No, I don't. Like I said, a lot of it's based off of what I was taught. That's it. Taught in school. But Space Goat, you can go on.
Go Space Goat. You're up, man.
I'm just packing a smoke. Thought I'd put a comment in while I'm doing it.
Not a green
I got
one,
a,
is
I got,
it?
Yeah,
I
of
got a
course.
Zinchino. I got a little zinny in my mouth right now because the jewel ain't doing it right now for me.
So, what I can gather from that is that you kind of don't have anything that's keeping you to the ball cementally. Yeah.
Yeah. I would be liberal in this issue. That's what I would call it. Like an actual liberal, not like the lefty leaning liberal or the righty leaning liberal. I would be like legitimately in the middle. I like learning. I like hearing from every side. Nothing's wrong in my opinion.
So
I
you
guess I would
understand
take.
why we're flat earthers, yeah?
Yeah. No, I 100%. Like I said, I've done research before I've even popped in here, so I know kind of some of the theories.
You've seen
Actually, it was last week
laser
I was in
tests,
here.
you've seen the black swan,
Yeah.
we see
Well,
too far, everything. Yeah.
I know the laser test one. You guys in the video proved yourself wrong because it was just some weird bullshit. But I don't believe like it was proving yourself wrong. I think there was some like
No,
errors
you're
or some
talking
shit
about the
happened.
wrong one. I'm
I
talking
ignore
about
all
the
that anyway.
Epicor. Yeah, you're talking about the Netflix series.
I
Yeah, that
I've
wasn't a
actually
laser test.
I have another one too, Timbo. If you know about this guy, the guy that tried to shoot himself in the atmosphere and then ended up killing himself because he was a flat earther trying to prove it. I heard a lot of people talking about previously before he did it. He was a renowned like flat earther, big in the community. Everybody was like rooting for him. He talked about doing this test. He like did some countdowns, live streamed this shit, shot himself in, and then there was no like parachute, and it ended up like the rocket. It was like a homemade rocket. Went up and kind of just dipped back down, hit the ground, and exploded, killing him. And then a lot
Yeah,
of flat earth
he wasn't a
they
flat
disavowed him,
earther.
right?
So
A
what
lot.
happened
That's what I'm
was
saying. A lot of people disavowed him, saying that he wasn't a
no,
legitimate flat earther.
he was just a crazy man that wanted to shoot himself into space, but it was never going to happen. So what they did was that a couple of guys went and they said if we put this sticker on your rocket and we pay you $1,000 or whatever it was, yeah, can we put your sticker on your rocket? He goes, yeah, all right, no worries. But that's it, man. There's no. He wasn't a flat earther. Crazy Mike or something, wasn't it? I can't even remember his name, but he was not a flat earther. But they made a news article about the guy just to make flat earthers look crazy. They do it all the time.
No, the news article I didn't see was it wasn't making him out to be crazy. It was flat earthers disavowing him from the community. They were saying he's not one
Of course they're going to do
of
that,
saying
though.
it.
They're going
But
to
that's
make
that
it
was
look
my
like
one
this
thing.
crazy guy wanted to throw himself into space to prove the Earth was flat, and then when it failed, the flat earthers wanted to disavow it. Yeah?
And then the Globers are like,
It's not
see?
that hard to believe.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one always confused me because that was legitimately the most craziest shit I've ever seen to try to prove like flat
Yeah,
Earth.
that's dumb.
Minus the fact
Yeah,
of when his name
especially when you're not even
Eddie Bravo, whenever Eddie Bravo was on Joe Rogan with Alex Jones, and Alex Jones
Yeah, that was a
legitimately
funny one.
offered
I like
to
that one.
pay. Yeah, when he legitimately offered to pay for Eddie Bravo to go into like a rocket in suborbit atmosphere to like prove
Yeah, but
it.
he's not going to be
Alex
able to
Jones.
do that though.
Well, what? Here's this.
He doesn't have the
If
power to
Eddie
do
Bravo,
that.
you fuck with Eddie Bravo, right?
I like Eddie Bravo. I think he talks. I think he talks some shit that he doesn't know anything about. But I
Right.
like his rhetoric. But I don't think he's a
he's
full
a
blown
flat
flat earther. That, yeah.
Oh, he is. He is 100%. He's a full blown flat
He
earther.
is, but he doesn't know what he's talking about a lot of the time.
He's skewed. Yes, he is 100%. But he's a pretty prominent one. So if he did get shot into the earth, because I think this is around the time that he was like a full blown flat earther. Would you believe it if he said, "Guys, I just came back from orbit. The Earth is not flat"? Would it be
No,
like a
because I
believable
think he
thing
would
to, like,
be doing a Joe Rogan where Joe Rogan said he doesn't believe the moon landings, and then all of a sudden he believed the moon landings, and then he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show, and then all of a sudden, so I wouldn't believe it because it's celebrity status.
No.
So what our
Even on
community does is we don't believe
Joe doesn't do what
we
you're
don't
talking
believe
about. He doesn't.
people who go out there and who are celebrities that are trying to make a name for themselves. That's what we don't do.
Joe
We
doesn't
believe
do.
things that are measurable. Yeah, we measure
Yeah.
measurable and confirmable.
Grimbo,
What we do.
Joe doesn't do what you're talking about, where he jumps stances left and right, left, right, left, right. What Joe does is Joe Rogan is a very intellectual man, and he understands the world as there's two sides, and he sits there in the middle of two sides. And when he has people on his podcast, he will have, for instance, I'll give an example. It's not real. So if he had Trump on his podcast, right, and he's talking about right leaning shit or whatever, he'll sit there, he'll agree, and he'll ask questions and prod and poke and do his thing. The next podcast, if you had Joe Biden, he would do the same. Joe is not sitting there like taking sides. He's not on this, on that. Joe is the most liberal person you can ever think of in your life, and I kind of see myself in the sense
Don't you
like
think
him.
it's weird that he was having a conversation about the moon landings, saying they're fake as fuck, man. They're fake as fuck. If anyone believes they went to the moon, they're retarded, And then the next episode, or not the next episode, but a month down the track, he's going, "Oh yeah, it's explainable. It's explainable."
That's what I said. Is he's so like middle grounded that he'll hear something, he'll believe it for a little bit, and then he'll sit back and do his own research, and then realize, hey man, the shit that you told me on the podcast, you don't say it to the person, but the shit that you were explaining to me on the podcast, where the moon landing is fake, this is that. I did my own research, and it turns out that the stuff that you're talking about isn't 100% true. So I can't really back what you're talking about, even though in the moment when we were having the conversation and we uploaded it onto Spotify, I had a specific. It looks like I had a specific side on it, being moon landing is fake. That's how it is. It's Joe Rogan being middle grounded, also wanting to relate to his host or co-host at the time. He doesn't want to sit there and be like, you're fucking retarded. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to sit there and be like, you're fucking this, that. He wants to prod and poke. He wants to learn. That's all about his podcast. It's not about an interview with somebody. It's about poking and prodding and learning about the person that he has on. Because he has a wide variety of people. He had legitimately Edward Snowden on his podcast. He's had Alex Jones. He's had Elon Musk. Like there's no way you can describe him as an interviewer. He sits there and just pokes and prods questions that a lot of times people want to ask him.
What about when people so he was supposed to have a like a flat Earth debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson and who's that guy?
Debate, think of the toilet.
Yeah,
Eddie
Eric
Bravo.
Debate. No, Eric Debate and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out, and then next week Neil deGrasse Tyson was on his show by himself, and then all of a sudden, he was a moon landing believer.
Timbo.
That's bullshit, man.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the biggest. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the biggest pussy I've ever seen in my life.
Okay,
I absolutely despise that man.
I'll ask you a question. I'll ask you a question. What
I've
has
been
Neil
trying to get it.
deGrasse Tyson said wrong?
Nothing in theory, right? As a glober and growing up learning the globe, from what he said, nothing is wrong. But the way he says shit and the way he contradicts people and the way he like goes at a question, it's like, bro, you don't need to like act like you're the smartest man on the earth. You definitely aren't. You're not gonna be the next fucking Einstein or the next fucking Stephen Hawking. You need to chill the fuck out. All Neil deGrasse Tyson's good for is, telling the director of the Titanic where the stars are correctly. That's all he's good for. He just needs to shut the fuck up. He's honestly just really annoying. I can't stand that man. It annoys me when he sits there talking about like theories and this and that. And he's like, "Oh, I've had a conversation with Stephen Hawking where I was actually correct." Shut the fuck up, Neil. Nobody cares. You're a Twitter. Literally, I would call him a Twitter troll. He's on Twitter trying to troll the fuck out of people, and he gets millions of fucking views.
But you guys throw him under the bus all the time, yeah. And like,
I don't. I always have.
So he hasn't said anything wrong. You know what I mean? Like you guys say
theoretically, from a
everything
global
he
perspective,
said is correct. So why does everyone like hate him?
Like I said, he's just annoying. That's literally it. The way he speaks to people. He acts like he's better than everybody. That's really what it breaks down to.
Yeah, I get that.
You can't stand those people. If I sat here and I told you, I was like, Timbo, I'm better than you. This is why I'm better. That would annoy you.
Yeah, I'd start screaming at you and probably mute you, but
and that's what
because
that's what Neil
difference.
does. It pisses me off. I don't know. That man angers me.
Do you every time we bring up something that Neil deGrasse Tyson has said, everyone goes, "Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a fucking idiot," and you go, "Okay, what's he said that's wrong?" And they can't answer the question. So what? So
it's not that he said anything wrong.
Yeah, I know, but so when we use him as a topic of conversation where he said something and we use what he said, then they go, "Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking idiot," and you go, "Okay, what's he said that's wrong?" And they go, "I don't know." So what is everyone arguing about Neil deGrasse Tyson being a fucking idiot? Like he does have a degree in I don't know, astronomy or whatever. Astrophysics? He's got a degree in astrophysics.
Yeah, astrology, astrophysics. Yeah, it's not about him being an idiot per se, as in like the sense of like intellectually an idiot. It's him being an idiot as in the sense of like nobody wants to listen to the way he speaks to people.
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't want to sit here. I don't want to have a.
I don't
want to have a
agree
conversation
that it's about the information. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, about the information per se, yes. So like I said, I brought up the fact of like the director for Titanic, Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually before the movie was released, I think he saw like a screening beforehand, and he noticed the sky was not the right sky, and he talked to the director about it, and he said, "Hey, the sky is not the actual sky on the direct date of the direct year, whatever, yada yada yada. I can get you it." And the director of what is the director of the Titanic?
Was it Neil Cameron or?
You have it right with the last half. It's Cameron.
James
It's
Cameron.
James Cameron. That's it.
Yeah, James Cameron. Yeah, James Cameron.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah,
Neil Cameron.
Yeah, it was James Cameron. He talked to James Cameron about it, and James Cameron's like, "Oh, it's such a minuscule. Like nobody's gonna notice it." Later on, when they released the extended version, he actually fixed it, and then he went back and thanked Neil deGrasse Tyson because he's like, actually, this does add a little bit of like realism to the movie, and it makes it like 10 times deeper. People are gonna dig deeper.
But how many people would actually care about what that?
No one.
Like no one.
Yeah.
Zero.
No one would. Only him. That's what I'm talking about. It's the arrogance of like the fact of like him sitting there saying, "You need to do this because this is not real." It's like this is what it would really be like. Neil, nobody gives a shit. It's a goddamn movie. Who the fuck's gonna look at the sky and be like, "The sky is not real"? That would have been different at this specific time. Only like an autist would sit there and believe in that type of shit. It's his arrogance of like trying to prove that he's like so smart. Really, in my opinion, if you understand it, like he sits there and tries to prove how smart. It's like we know you're smart, Neil, but you don't need to sit there and like shove it in our face. Just be quiet. That's
Yeah.
it. I
So
don't want to. I don't want to listen
Neil
to him.
deGrasse Tyson says, you know, oh, you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from this height. You know, like the who did that Red
I've heard
Bull
that. Yeah.
jump? Yeah. So he says you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from this height, and then globers come in and they say, look, we saw the curvature of the Earth from this jump, the edge of a space jump, but he was only up 140,000 feet or 120,000 feet, I think. You know,
no, Neil was
this
right.
is their proof of the globe. Like it's retarded, yeah.
Yeah, no, Neil was 100% right. At the height, still, if you're believing in the globe Earth, at the height that the guy jumped from, you still wouldn't be able to like visibly, because it's. I'm not talking about the cameras that recorded it, because the cameras were definitely like fisheye lensed, so it's obviously distorting the way that you see it. But physically, when you look at the Earth at that height with your own two eyes, personally, you're not going to notice the curvature.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but
he was 100%
also,
right with that.
so
But
also,
like I said,
also Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see the curvature from the ISS as well. So what do you guys say to the footage from the ISS?
the ISS still has the same type of camera lens. It's the I guess the whatever you call it, the aperture of like the lens of the camera is fisheye, so it can put more in the lens view of what you're seeing. So it's broadening the scope of it. Kind of like if you've ever watched like a skateboarding video where they had that fisheye lens where it looks like you're on like a globe sort of. Everything's kind of curved around everything. Yeah, that's kind of like the camera. It's a 180-degree camera.
So when people bring up curvature from the ISS, it's not an argument, is it?
You can't sit there and say, "Oh, I saw it on the ISS." No, because you're seeing it through a camera's lens. The camera is definitely distorting it 100%.
Thank you.
That's right. I can 100% agree with you guys on that point because you're not seeing it physically. If you actually went up there 100%, like you, Timbo, if I just sent you up to the ISS tomorrow, right? You got up there within
I wouldn't
12
go.
hours. Well,
No.
I'm saying, hypothetically, if you did go up there and you saw it from like first perspective point of view, it would still be hard to see the perspective of like the curvature of the Earth because it's still the ISS isn't actually in outer space. It's in the orbit of Earth, still in like the stratosphere. It's in a constant free fall, so you're still
Okay, so
technically
let's
in
go.
that.
I'm going to ask you another question. What's the temperature of the stratosphere?
Thermos, temperature. Thermos.
Oh, it's
cold,
in the
not-
thermosphere, yeah? It's the thermosphere.
Is it the thermosphere that it's in?
Yeah, I think the stratosphere is lower. So.
All right, so I know
What's the
space.
temperature of the stratosphere? The thermosphere, sorry. What is the temperature of the thermosphere?
I'll break it down live for you because I know that space and I know nothing from what I've learned. Nothing can be absolute zero because absolute zero is like it's like a breaking point for shit.
That's
So I
worse
know
than
nothing
that.
can
It's
be absolute
opposite.
zero.
So it's
So I know it would be
4,500 degrees.
Yeah, on the sun side. If you're talking about on the opposite side, if it's on the dark side, it would be like the moon. Like that moon, like I said earlier,
Yeah,
how
but
the
do you
moon
know what
rotates with us.
do you know what the ISS is made out of?
Yeah, like fucking cardboard type shit. I've seen the videos.
Yeah, it's an aluminium with a melting point of 1,200 degrees.
And I agree with you too with the whole aspect of the fucking the Van Allen belt, right?
Yeah, but they're not even out there though. They're not even out.
I know
that
they're not out
far.
there.
Yeah.
But
So
still, the
this kind
radiation
of puts
should still kill them.
the ISS in contention, yeah. So the
It does.
ISS is in the thermosphere, which is 4,500 degrees. The melting point of what the ISS is supposed to be made of It's 1200 degrees.
Yeah. Who put Joe Rogan putting his hands on his head in the chat?
What's wrong with Joe Rogan?
Dr. Breathe.
Free my boy Joe Rogan.
I love Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
no, go back to you.
Doesn't all this stuff from the ISS come into contention then?
What's the ISS?
It does. There's another contention too. I just watched a video. I'm not saying because it's YouTube, right? But there was a video on YouTube where there's a guy who photographs.
That's fine. YouTube's
It's
fine.
pretty. It's pretty reliable. Yeah, it's pretty reliable. There's a video where a guy was was recording the moon, and then there was a guy in the comments.
I want you to tell me how you feel about this.
Are you putting it in the chat or sending it to me?
No, I'm putting it in the chat. I want everyone to give me their opinions on the truth. Where's my messages with freaking Lulu? Where is she?
Hey, keep going, Little Earth.
Yeah, Timbo. So I watched this video, right? And he's like a photographer. He's like a astrological like photographer. Like he photographs the moon. He photographs Saturn.
Astronomical.
Astronomical. Yes, you got the word. And there's a guy in his comments at one point that said, I will bet you like $100 or something that you can't photograph the ISS, yada yada yada. The dude looked at the comments,
like an
saw it,
excavator.
and
Looks like
he challenged
excavator
him.
tracks.
Well, he challenged him to that contest, and
First
first off,
bro.
the problem is the ISS. Like I said, if you're talking about spherical Earth, the ISS, it's not going to be in specific areas at specific times. You're going to have to catch it at a specific area, and they do have a website where you can actually track it, so you can see where it's going to land or see where you're going to be able to see it. And it's not just about like it's going to be above you. You have to see it with a backdrop, so you need to see it in front of the moon or in front of the sun type shit.
Of course.
Yeah. So he
Yeah.
went on the tracker. He waited about I think 2 or 3 weeks for it to pass above him. He recorded the camera that took a picture, and then also took the picture, and then proved it to the guy. And the guy said, "All right, I guess I'll concede. I guess what you're proving to me is kind of correct because you did do all the aspects of what I said." He said basically I want to see. He photographed the ISS.
What are you proving though?
He photographed the ISS and also recorded the camera that photographed it. So there's no like Photoshop type shit. And he also said,
I know,
I did bring it. He said I did
that-
bring it into Photoshop to reduce grain. That's about it. Because at that distance, there's going to be a lot of grain.
Photo of something going past the moon.
Yeah. All I was saying is there isn't.
Yeah,
it is. It was the ISS.
What do you have to say about the temperature difference? About what I said? Though?
Oh, the temperature difference.
Yeah.
There's definitely thermals up there.
Yeah, so you got 4,500 degrees, and then the melting point of what it's made out of is 1,200 degrees, and then it's supposed to be existing in this thermosphere for how long has it been up there? Like 8 years or longer?
Yeah, it's been up there for a long time. They're actually going to shoot it back in the atmosphere soon and kill it.
So what do you have to say
within
about
a year.
that, though?
It's still,
I know you're not a
still
full glober, but like,
yeah,
isn't this interesting?
It's still in the atmosphere, so there is still a little bit of blockage. Also, if you want to talk about like the globe thing, there's the radiation belt that the Earth has, so it does block a lot of the radiation. So you're not getting like the full blast of the sun. You're getting obviously the heat wave.
But how do they?
Like all this
so how do they measure? So how do they measure that the thermosphere is 4,500 degrees?
You can do it.
How do you
a lot
do
of fucking
that?
cooling. A lot of engineering that I wouldn't be able to describe right now, but it does take a lot of engineering, and you can create a spacesuit where you can, in my global mind, theoretically, spacewalk, even in those temperatures. Because if you just cooled the suit, I don't know if you've seen how the suits are made, but before you put the suit on, you got like the. No, I'm not trying to cope sitting here. I'm just saying before you put the suit on, there's actually a pre-suit that you put on that has fluid around it.
Can we skip this talk, bro? This is useless.
Yeah. What do you want to bring up?
Look at my screen, Timbo. How do you explain this, mister? Yeah, checkmate, bro.
It looks like an excavator track,
Yeah, checkmate, bro.
mate. Yeah,
So
Breathe, put in
dude.
the put in the
Man,
chat,
what's that?
dude.
Checkmate, brother. Thanks for your time.
Why are they driving an excavator in space?
An excavator. Yeah, this is called the Starlink Satellite 23, bro.
Oh, really?
Apparently.
Why is it an excavator? Why does it need tracks?
They're not tracks, bro. They're if they might be tracks. I don't know what they are.
Treads?
look like-
No, they're actually not treads. They're solar panels.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Here we
Is
go.
it solar in space? I thought the vacuum of space sucks all solar. What happened?
I wish it did. I'd be in
Yeah,
space
so
24/7.
how do you get
It
like
seems pretty dark
so
there. Where's
these
all the light?
readings? Yeah, you get like 4,500 degrees. How do you have solar panels out in these temperatures as well?
What do you mean?
What? Like, how do you have
how do you-
anything out surviving in these temperatures that they say they are?
Yeah, like
Hey,
fucking
you know
solar
what? I'm
panel
going to
melts
ask you a
out in
question.
Texas. You got to change the
Oh.
fucking pads every fucking time it gets over 110.
I
Because
swear
shit
to God,
flies
the
because it
conditions in
overheats.
the
But
conditions in
the way
Texas can't withstand them.
the thermosphere, and those last forever, apparently. And then you got submarines. You got to do all your work from the inside, but they decide to go outside and do all their work.
Hey, Little Earth, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
You up for it?
I'll answer to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah. So, they say that the Earth is curved. Yeah, it's a ball in outer space. It has a radius.
I've heard.
So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of Earth?
No, there's been speculations. I think that's what you're talking about is the 8 inches
per mile squared. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
It's not the correct maths equation, but it works up
Yeah.
to what we need it to. Yeah.
Well, I'm no scientist, but what
Has
do we call
anyone?
something that lacks a curve?
What? Go ahead, mate.
I'm no scientist, but if we can't measure a curve, what do we call something that does not have a curve?
Flat.
Oh,
It'd be plain.
that's interesting. Is that
So,
it? So we cannot measure curve, therefore
has
no
anyone
curve?
ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
The weird thing too, also Timbo, is like I said the first time I ever the guy about, and in his argument about perspective, he was talking about what do you call the point where the sky meets the ground?
Yeah, the horizon.
And I was like, oh yeah, the horizon. So I'm not trying to like sit here and shit on a point for you, but like he almost disproved it in a sense. Yeah, it's an apparent thing. That's what he's talking about. It's appearance in this, but how would a horizon be there if the Earth is theoretically flat? There's got to be some sort.
Okay.
I know that there are inconsistencies in the Earth, right? There obviously are dips and there's mountains and.
All right, but
that,
can you answer these questions first, and then we'll go into it?
Yeah.
It won't take long, man, because if you're intellectually honest, you'll just answer them honestly. Yeah. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, no one has. Other than
What's your
like I said, the
reasoning?
people that
Cool.
the people
Has
that tried
anyone
doing it on the.
They say the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour at
Think
the
it's faster
equator.
than that.
Has anyone ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
Yes, but
when?
I would say, well, I don't know when specifically, but it was a scientist for sure. He definitely recorded it.
You can say you don't know. Yeah, like it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna shit on you.
I wasn't there to.
You say you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't physically there to prove that he was talking the right shit, and I don't know the equations 100%.
Are you saying someone has done it? Like, can you bring it up or?
Well,
Because we can talk
Like I
about
said,
it if you want. Like, yeah.
somebody claims they have, right?
Cool.
I'll say that much. Somebody is claimed, but like we were talking about before, is like you can't trust what people
I'm
say.
just gonna. I just want to get through these 3 quick questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone who has measured the axial rotation of Earth?
Yeah, like I said,
Just say no,
a
bro.
scientist when
Okay,
they've done
who?
all this stuff.
Who?
You can say you don't know, man. It's a lot easier.
Who?
Say you don't know.
Who was the scientist that measured it?
It's the same thing. Like I said, I'm not sitting here
Who
saying
was
I'm the
the
smartest motherfucker.
scientist?
Just let him ask the
Correct.
3 questions and shut up in the
I'm
background.
literally answering it.
Oh,
I don't know the scientist. There supposedly was one in the past that has measured what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure
Do you
all
know
3
what?
questions that he's asking are going to be answered by the same thing. It's going to be a scientist
all
that
right,
I have
but-
no idea who it is. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I'm not sitting here
so you
saying I'm a
don't know.
fucking genius. I'm not sitting here saying I'm a fucking globus either. You know,
No, it's not a
Timbo
gotcha
knows it. I'm
question,
not
man.
sitting here.
It's
Yeah.
not a gotcha question, man. It's not. Yeah, and then so you'll say you don't know anyone
Yeah, I
who's
don't know.
measured. Yeah, okay. So, and then the next question is, the Earth is supposed to be a sphere with an open system. Now we have gas pressure in this system. Has anyone ever been able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
This one I can't explain. There are certain gas. I'll bring it back to what we're
You'd
talking about.
ask for a demonstration, though. As well.
I can't bring a demonstration up right now. I'm sorry. I don't have night right now, and I don't have a container to put it all in. But you
That's all
can, if you dig deep enough. There are certain gases where if you dig deep enough, kind of like Minecraft, right? You dig to bedrock type shit. Dig down deep enough, you're gonna get a gas that is gonna be sitting in the bottom of a
I'm
cave.
42
You're
years
not gonna
old,
be able to
mate. I
breathe.
don't play Minecraft.
Well, you can get the gist of it. If you dig deep enough, there are going to be some gases in cave systems that you can harvest that are denser than air, so they will,
Yeah,
be
but
below
what
air.
happens to them? What happens to them eventually, though? Do they
They
disperse
fade
into
away.
the atmosphere, or?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
like everything
So
else.
they don't
I mean,
stick
when I die,
there, and
I'm going to disperse. Yeah, no, 100%.
If
I'll
you
agree
die,
with
they
you on
won't
that
like,
point.
can you have gas pressure without a container? Because you guys say that it's an open system, like things
It is.
leave freely
Maybe.
to the outer space, like gas goes into the outer space, and it's
It's
yeah.
not gas going to the outer
So,
space. There's
why not?
almost like a bubble. It's like a bubble around.
Oh, almost the firmament.
It's hard to describe. Kind of like the firmament. You got it correct.
Amen,
It's
brother.
hard to describe. It's weird, and I know it's like almost contradicting
So,
like your
I'm
point of views.
I'm just going to sum this up just so I can finish these questions because, so I just asked you 3 questions that are they need to be so that you can believe in a ball, and you actually don't have an answer for any 3 of these questions. So, can you admit that you have a belief that you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
From my
In the
knowledge,
vacuum of
but
outer
also
space.
Timbo, ready?
No, I'm not.
Timbo,
I'm
those
not.
3
I'm not.
questions that you asked me.
Yeah. They
Ready?
have
If
no
I ask
answer,
them back to
do they?
you, what would you respond?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it,
So
man.
me and you are in the same situation.
Yeah.
It would be a fair observation to say that we're in the same situation where I don't know.
Cool.
It's hard. That's
Ask
why
them
I'm in
back.
here. I want to learn. Yeah.
Can you ask those 3 questions back?
I don't remember.
Has anyone ever
exactly
measured
what you
the
said?
curvature of the Earth? I'll do it for you. Has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth? I'll say no. Has anyone ever measured axial rotation? I'll say no. Can you have gas pressure without a container? I'll say no.
Well, with the first two.
That's all I
The
said when I
first two
came in
you
here.
asked me, you said, "Is there anyone you know of, Timbo?" So what
Yeah.
would you say? Is
Yeah.
there anyone you know of? So your answer would be still no, right? So no one that you know is me.
No one that I know
So we're
of.
in the same boat.
Yeah.
Still didn't know
In-
anyone.
Yeah.
All right, Timbo, I'm gonna dab you up virtually.
Cool.
We good.
Can you dap me up as well?
No, you're all right, man. Hey, I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to like get to the point when most blobers come
Yeah,
into this
correct.
conversation
Yeah.
like they say, I
I'm not
know
one of
that
them.
the Earth is a sphere. You know, like I know that, but this is an exercise to see that it's a belief,
I'm not
and it's
trying.
nothing more.
I'm not trying to
Yeah,
sit here and fool you guys.
No,
All right, correct,
you're all right,
correct.
man.
Ready?
Go.
Oh shit, you didn't hear it. Correct. Ready?
Yeah, what's up?
Shit, maybe. I dabbed you up
Well, you
virtually.
having a shit or something?
Yeah, Timbo.
I wish. Yeah.
Why you constipated?
Like I said, I like learning.
Did you learn
Well, it's
anything?
good, yeah. So you can take these, you can take those questions and ask yourself these questions, and then actually look
Yeah,
into the questions and actually find out if anyone's ever done this, and you'll find out that no one's ever done it.
Yeah, Timbo, between
And for
me and you,
you,
but
like
if
I
you
said,
actually believe the Earth is flat,
I've sat
Go ahead,
here
mate.
multiple times in this Discord, and I've listened to people talk, and I've heard the global people come in here and try to like argue shut down by flat earthers, and what the flat earthers are talking about. It's like I sit here and
Cut out, man.
the global guys coming from. So, so like I said, I'll sit here and I'll listen to like the conversation. I've heard globals come in here and like flat earthers debate them. The globalist comes in here and he's like, "Oh, I have this point of view," and he thinks he's 100% right. But then the flat earthers will put him down immediately. But it's like I know where the flat earthers come from because I've researched all this type of shit. And it's like you like I said, you can't come in here as a globalist and just be like this, and this. You need to come in here with proof. You need to know what you're talking about. You need to know perspectives. Like I'm here. You can't come in here just arguing just to argue. You need to come in here to
you know what it is,
learn.
bro? I think the issue is there isn't like a set Bible or anything regarding flatness or curvature. The issue is, right, there's only one source of knowledge. It's like saying the winner of a fight is the guy that tells the story, right? Whoever wins the war has the spoils. So what we've experienced for the past however long the government's been around is the government feeding us information that we have to believe because we don't have any other source saying otherwise, right? It's just a simple matter of the victors write the story.
Right. 112%.
It's his
a lot
story.
of the majority of people. Yeah, a lot of the shit that people believe, a majority of people believe, is what people are told, and a lot of people are
because there's no one telling us otherwise. If you look into it, I think there was a statistic I read. Don't quote me. Don't know if it's true or not. 90% of history has been distorted in some way.
Oh
Hello,
yeah,
guys.
100%.
Yep.
Hello.
Like the fucking, I'll bring it up, and I don't know if you guys are like religious or anything, but like I saw some shit where
Yeah, we can hear you,
hello.
brother.
Hey, Jason.
But
Hey,
but
how
the
are you,
Bible
mate?
is like
Long time no
You're
see.
right,
written by
guys.
like the Bible's been
How are
written
you,
by
buddy?
like 50 authors in like
I'm
1500
all right, mate.
years,
Thank you.
passed down. So it's like, how are you to trust what that is, right? Off of 50 authors, word of mouth.
One
It is
sec,
there's
Jason.
so much.
Jason, one
There's
sec,
so
mate.
much like
Just let them
there's
finish
so
their
much like
conversation, and then you can jump in.
Okay, I will. Sorry.
I don't know if
No,
you ever
you're
played it,
right.
but like the whisper game, there's so much
That's
shit.
like
Like
the
if you play a
country.
whisper game with your friend, yeah, it's like you say something in one person's ear, you go around a circle, and then it comes back to you. It's nothing
Yeah, we have to
because
keep in mind
people just
also
mishear.
history changes according to the victor. So if a guy wins a war, he literally can write any story he wants because there's no one left to say otherwise, bro. That's how
But I
gods are
just got to
created,
say
bro.
something about the history
Well,
thing.
that's how conquerors are made. It's the winner, but who's to say that he actually won, and who's to say he won like victory? one like
Now we're getting
bullshit
into a
elite like
philosophical conversation.
it is.
here,
It's
talking about-
philosophical.
Yeah.
It's philosophical, but
You
you
know
know where
how I've been-
I'm coming from.
You know how
You
I've
can't
been
trust
Jason,
what people say.
Jace,
with
your
this
mic,
situation, guys.
Jason, your mic's horrible, man.
What, my mic's horrible?
Nah, bro, you
Yeah.
sound amazing. You know
Sounds
this
like
guy. He's a hater.
Sounds like
I
it's being
just thought
watered by.
you-
Sounds like it's being watered by cat piss.
Yo, you guys are rude.
you
Free the
might.
boy, Jason.
So
Yeah,
is my
Jason.
mic-
All right.
Yeah,
Wait, go
alright,
ahead,
guys,
Jason.
sorry.
Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, is my mic bad, yeah?
You sound
No,
fine, brother.
it's better now. And now that everyone's shut up, it's all right. Go ahead, mate.
Well, I only just jumped in here, guys, but you going on about history and stuff, and what I've done
Yeah, mate.
recently, I've ignored all the history that I don't know about, and
Oh, yeah?
I've just been concentrating on the like Second World War, because we still have people around today who can actually tell us that that was actually a reality that was going on.
Oh, really?
Well, anything further than that away, like we don't have anything to go on, do we?
Correct.
Well, even
Yeah.
the World War II, right? There's still disputes about what actually happened, though.
And we're not going to talk about. We're not going to talk about World War II. We're on a flat Earth channel, so let's
That's what I'm saying.
stick it
What
to the
he
subject.
What he
No,
explained is fuck. What he
I was just talking more about how history's been like distorted.
Yeah, no one
Always.
cares.
Jason, what you
Yeah.
talked about. What you talked about is talking about like the future of not knowing, because you don't know what's in the future. What you're talking about is like people in the past that have been around for shit have
Yeah.
nothing
And
of the future.
look-
So how are we supposed to know
luckily-
what's going to go on in the future? Because
But
nobody's been in the future.
realistically speaking, all the
All we-
information
all
we
we
have
know is
available
the
to
present.
us has been spoon-fed. For example, you go on Google and write something, the first search you see is whatever the person that wants you to see will show you. For example, if you search cat, right? The first post or first search that will come up for you will be the person that paid the most to push their narrative. Everything is optimized for you to see exactly what the narrative wants you to see. It's so
Who's that?
screwed, you have no
100%
idea,
correct.
bro.
Who's that actually talking?
You're
at the
100%
moment?
correct.
Moist,
Because
bro.
correct. Have you ever
The
tested
Australian-
out Chat? Hold on, Jason.
No, there's-
have you ever tested out Chat?
Jace, there's two
ChatGPT?
Australians. There's one sec,
What was
mate.
that?
There's two Australians. There's
The guy.
I
the
am
guy
correct.
The guy who
Yeah,
just
I am
mentioned
correct.
I'm
over the Australian accent,
I'm,
man. Do you know about the whole concept of the Potemkin village?
No, bro, I'm thinking nah, don't speak English, man.
I'm not sure.
I do.
Jace,
But it's inconsequential what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about, or
Yeah.
I was just going on about
It's like
the-
it's a non
Hey guys,
it's a
Jace
non
is old
sequitur.
school. All right, just one sec.
it doesn't-
Jace
it
is
doesn't
old school.
go
He's
anywhere.
been around for a long time, so if you want to just
I
give him a
respect him.
minute, then yeah, just give him a minute to talk. Yeah.
Oh, you guys have fucked me off already. You lot can get fucked, man. You were
I
stalking
just
like
gave him. I
arseholes,
just
you
gave
lot.
him the platform,
What
and
the
he
fuck
told me
is
to
wrong
get
with you
fucked.
guys?
Fucking hell.
What the fuck is wrong with you lot?
Nah, don't blame me. It was Simba. It was Simba. Not
Mentally
me, pal.
stable, all of you.
Barely hear you
Jason.
talk.
Sorry, man. I'm
Mental.
gonna fucking mute you, mate. Sorry. I
I
gave
love that guy.
I gave you the fucking platform, and I said Jace has been around for a long time. He's an old school, and you fucking threw
Brother,
it back in
you
my
gave him
face,
the
man.
mic,
So
you gave him the mic and
you
you
know,
shoved it up your ass.
whatever, man.
I want to go back to my point though with correct, right? Correct. Like
Go
I
for
said,
it,
with
man.
ChatGPT. Have you ever spit into like something spit into ChatGPT something and you get like a response, right? And it's not what you want. I know I've played around with it a little bit. I've done, the 13% of 50% of the population question, which we don't need to get
Oh,
into,
not
but
that, bro.
I'm pretty sure most people know what that means. It's a racial question, but ChatGPT will not spit it up because kind
It's
of
the
what
truth.
Jason's talking about. Yeah, no, what Jason's talking about is it's a truth that people don't want you to know, and a lot of the shit is being manipulated with certain aspect where you're not going to get an actual truth in the internet. You almost have to do your own
Well,
digging.
the reason that people don't want you to know that statistic is because they don't want to help the people that need help. They want everyone to be sheep, right? They feed us knowledge
Yeah.
that they want us to know. Just like
And
the
they want.
situation where the government is infallible, we believe what we're told. Earth is circle because we said so.
That's it. That's what I'm bringing it to. It's like the government literally tells you something, and if you don't believe it, you're a traitor.
Man, the government has killed their
You
own
know,
people. They've assassinated presidents,
I
politicians,
know.
dictators, and more. You're telling me it's
All right.
You know what
unreal
America?
to
No, we're getting
assume
off the
that's
Yeah, you know what?
subject
theological?
now. We're getting way off the subject.
We are
We
getting
need
off
to
the
keep
subject,
the
but
yeah.
it's similar to the subject of the fact of what we're talking about, where there's higher powers in the
Matter, it's
world that don't
TOS.
want you to see shit,
Just,
right?
just change the subject.
Yeah.
The Earth
Back
is
to flat
flat
Earth, man.
because truth,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah, go back to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, Earth is
Cool.
flat. Anyone
They don't
anything
want
out
you
of
to
them?
know. They don't want you to know, man. It's fucked, man. I don't know what the fuck to believe because
So
there's
do
so
you believe
much
Earth is
fucking
flat now or
disinformation
what?
in this world.
Do what you should do. Buy a camera. Go find out yourself.
Yeah, bro. I'm sure
That's
they're
the
gonna
best
literally fly a
advice I've
drone that
heard
high.
all night. That's the
You do
best
realize you
advice I've
fly a
heard all
drone that high, they're freaking shooting it down. Yeah, good luck, bro.
There's an argument to, yeah, but
Bro,
shit,
there's new
man.
regulation coming through. You can't even fly drones or balloons that high anymore.
Yeah, my
Bro,
friend
I hear
just
it. I
bought a
hear it.
drone and he got it shut down within 10 minutes.
Dude, I tried to
I
fly
hear
my drone out. I received a warning at 60 meters. I received a warning at 100. As soon as I got to 120, I got an notification, you bring it down or repercussions. Literally, I got a freaking stern warning.
You need a real estate license, mate.
You still can't fly that high, bro. I've got my real estate license. The drone I have is it's a residential one, right? But if you fly over 120, you're getting either shot down, police called to your freaking house, and they share your GPS now, by the way. DJI is required by law to provide your
Yeah.
information to local authorities. And
Of course.
if you do not do
Let's get
that, your
back
drone is
to.
not insured.
But yeah, Timbo, I have a question too. Have you ever heard about the theory about like balloons in the atmosphere? 'Cause I just heard about that.
Yeah, of
I think it
course.
was
Yeah.
literally
Have you seen
yesterday where they
well,
don't
there's
actually float.
Googleoon, there's
Yeah, it's like
NASA
buoyancy.
balloon. Yeah.
It's buoyancy where they're buoyant up in the atmosphere, and all the satellites that we're seeing are actually just on balloons that are buoyant, like
Yeah,
buoyant,
but
floating.
the funny thing is that NASA actually admit to this as well. So
Yeah,
if you go
I've heard
on
that. Yeah.
NASA's if you go on NASA's website, they'll direct you to like
Studies and shit. Yeah.
yeah, but they say it's the gold standard. This is what we do. So they
I'm gonna give
send
you
devices up on these balloons, and what they do is they can increase the pressure in the balloon, and they can raise them up to where they have the what are those
did that-
currents that the airplanes fly around on? What are they
Air
called?
current. It's literally air currents.
Jet streams.
Jet streams. Yeah. So they can raise these balloons up into a jet stream and put them in pretty much any position that they want. So
That's what fucking
this
David
gives
Blaine
the
did.
answer. This gives the answer for a geostationary balloons as well, because they can just keep on lowering them, raising them, keeping them in a geostationary position. Yeah.
Little Earth
You
Massive,
guys
one more
see what
question, bro.
you saw what David Blaine did on one of his most recent stunts with the balloon?
I don't know who David Blaine is.
That magician.
The magician, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
He's a
listen, Little
genius.
Earth. How many
Look, man, I've
satellites
got
are
a
in space?
family, mate. I don't watch TV that much, man.
He's pretty sick.
How many satellites do you think are roughly in space?
I'll show you a
I'm
picture.
sorry, I didn't understand.
How many satellites are we told are roughly in space?
Oh fuck.
Is it like
I wouldn't be able to say
200,000 or something?
Not
yeah, it's like
200,000. No,
no, it's like tens of thousands.
Yeah, according to Google's AI tracker that tracks the satellites, they also have a nice illustrated 3D map. Apparently, it's like 25,000 satellites up in there, right? Another
more.
question.
Bullshit, man.
Look, let's say there's
Elon wants to
25,000.
put 10 times more.
Yeah, okay, so what's the distance between each satellite?
Well, if it's 10,000,
The
you've got to
distance between
divide
satellite and
that
what?
by a radius of
The distance between satellite and Earth?
24,000 miles.
No, the distance between each satellite. Like, how far are they spread out?
Not that far.
Fuck.
Not that far, right? We'll say 10
Not
to
that
20
far.
kilometers. Even
Well,
let's just give them
Yeah,
generosity.
space
they
30
can
to 40
send whatever
kilometers.
signals they
space-wise,
want to each other's satellite.
space,
Yeah.
space-wise, space-wise, not that far, but if you're talking about like perspective from Earth, they're like thousands of miles away from.
No, not from us. Between each other, between satellite to satellite. Because there's so many up there, right? But they have to be somewhat close in circumference. So they should be between
Yeah.
20 to 30 kilometers between each
Yeah,
other, right?
because you got geostationary, and then you got the
not
ones that spin around the Earth as well. So, like,
yeah.
what's going on there?
They're also not the same. They're also not the same altitude. Some of them are higher, some of them are lower. Some of them are also
So they're
like
pretty spread out,
it's like
right?
what
We'd say
Elon Musk is trying to do. Yeah. What Elon Musk wants to do theoretically with the fucking Starlink shit, if he did what he's talking about doing, like you would have satellites with, I don't know,
Okay,
maybe
so
500,
let me
600
follow
miles
up.
of each other, which is
Let's
very close in space wise.
I don't think they're 500. I think they're
Hey
less than
guys,
that, bro.
guys, you know it's
Oh,
not just balloons,
he's
right?
back.
You know it's not just
What?
balloons.
Hold on, let me get back
It's
to my
not just
point.
balloons.
If they're so
You know
close
that
to
there's
each other,
such
Go
right?
T Dub. No, hey, go T Dub.
It's really.
this,
Oh,
well, this could tie into his point. There's not just balloons. There's such a thing called pseudo satellites or atmosats, as they're called, and they've made of gliders, and there's blimps and all sorts of shit up there. Right?
yeah.
So it's not
My
just
point's a
balloons.
little bit off that, right? My point was if there's so many of them
Look.
up there and they're spread out by such minuscule distance, 30 to 40 kilometers, and they're up, down, side to side, right? Different altitudes, different elevations, different distances. How come not a single satellite has been hit by a meteor? Especially during showers between like rock falls. I mean, there's a lot of showers. I think there's 2 major showers every year or something. Not a single satellite has been hit. He's like,
They have.
oh, sorry,
They have. They
where?
no, they
Sorry.
have.
When?
It's not something you know of. It's the same information as do you
Not
know that
something
there's
you know of.
about
So it's happened, but we don't hear about
no.
it. I got much of answers.
Listen. There's 3 cargo freighters that go disappeared on the Earth every week
Yeah, bro. People
or every
disappear,
month.
cars disappear,
That's not
aliens
true, man.
disappear, everything
My wife
disappears.
works in
It
international
is.
shipping. That's not true, man.
Oh,
Okay,
it's like
so
it might not be a
you're
month,
asking
Cargo
like a
me.
does
week, maybe a
not
month.
get lost like that, man.
It's not. It's internationally, like it's globally. It's not just like
I understand that,
U.S.,
man.
Australia.
What's your
I can
definition for truth?
understand that she has never. I say, does any
Yeah.
shipping containers ever get lost? And she says, no, never. So no boats ever get lost.
Bro, you know how much those containers are worth with the goods inside? They're not getting freaking lost, man.
They're not getting lost, man.
So they've been hit, but we don't know about them?
Not
There's not a
the
single,
normal
because
public.
I researched it for a while, right? I didn't find a single news article indicating that a satellite has been hit. I found nothing ever. So it's like through the past 100 years, man.
I'll grab my phone, but there's something on it right now. But
The only thing I did find was that NASA sent a little
I
dart
do
missile to
think
intercept the rock.
I don't think meteors are rocks.
Sorry?
they're not rocks. They're like mini fucking planets. If you're talking about global shit, they're like
No,
fucking the
yeah,
size of New
no.
York type shit.
Their
Rock,
electrical
nothing.
discharges measurably.
hmm Also, meteors can. Some shit I just learned recently. They can actually speed up and slow down depending on how heated they're.
The why satellites
There's
not being
a
destroyed by
discharge
these
of heat
freaking
in coldness.
charges.
Satellites are still in our atmosphere, kind of. So we have kind of
And
control of them. There's a lot of space junk. I have heard of stories of satellites that have been destroyed that have fallen to Earth, but it's never like a
so we have,
catastrophe where you're not gonna see some satellite falling down on some
you're telling me
hut in
a
Africa or
satellite being
something.
destroyed isn't going to be on
You
the
do.
front page of every news
You do,
station?
man. And they're on balloons every time. Crash on land.
They're gonna do it with the space station. They're gonna crash that bitch in the ocean. I think
Is it
next
not
year,
going to
right?
be on the news though, bro? If a Kardashian says hello the wrong way, it's going to be on the news as satellite crashing. It's not going to be on the news.
You are correct. You are correct.
Like realistically.
Yeah, no, it's shit that the news type shit. You're gonna get the news based off of what's relevant. You're not gonna hear about
The news is
small
based off whatever is popular. A freaking satellite hit by a rock? Wow, popular, bro.
Look what happened recently with China, right? The balloon. Right?
Yeah, bro, that
Do you
was
think
everywhere.
even if that's just like a cover story or whatever, right? And it wasn't really a Chinese balloon. Let's say it was a Chinese balloon.
How big did
Do
it
you know
go?
how advanced? Do you know how advanced they are in tech? The US said a few years ago that they because a couple of ambassadors went over there and they put on a big military show for them and they showed them some of their aircraft and they were shocked. They said they surpass us in military prowess by magnitudes.
Have you seen the subway stations, the airports? What
And you're
the
telling
things
me
that
that
China
and you're
possesses
telling
unrealistic.
and you're telling me that they're going to use a balloon to spy? If they had fucking satellites, China would fucking have them. They have they allegedly have their own space station.
Have you seen
satellites.
the
They're not going to use
Like I said,
balloons.
from a global perspective, we have satellites that literally can zoom into your house, your
Yeah,
window,
sure we do,
up in
bro.
space.
I'm sure we do, bro.
But it's
Can you
also
show
the
me
same
one
shit like he was
satellite
talking
photo?
about too. What Dub was talking about. I remember like legitimately when I was 12, the first time I ever witnessed, because I went to an air show in America, witnessing the fucking stealth bomber, the one that can literally hover in air. That shit blew my fucking mind. I pulled up to an air show, fucking plane floating, and I was
You know
like,
what's even
"What the fuck
crazier?
is this?" That shit was a UFO 20 years before that I saw it. That was a UFO. That's what they were spotting.
Have you
There's so
seen
much advanced shit
the
that
new
we don't
sprink?
even know of.
Have you seen the new sprinkler system China's using?
What is it?
It's a sprinkler system that China uses in the airports and shit now.
What kind of sprinkler?
The AI automated machine guns that shoot water as soon as it detects smoke or anything. It's literally a freaking machine gun, bro, that shoots at incredible rates. That has AI and detection, right? So it has a camera that looks for smoke, fires, or anything. It automatically points the gun at the smoke or fire, and it shoots at unreal velocity. It's insane, bro.
You know what they do in Dubai?
What was that?
You know what they do in Dubai? Do you know what cloud seeding is?
Yes. Cloud seeding has been done for so long.
They do it in Dubai
Yeah, they
because it
did it
doesn't
in
rain.
China during
Yeah,
the Olympics
it's been
as
a
well.
it's been a thing that it's every government's denied having the access of manipulating the weather, but Dubai
That thing
literally
has
just
been a thing
proved
for
it
like 100
they
years,
make it
man.
rain once a week. They
Yeah,
make it
but they
rain once a
haven't
week.
publicized. They tell everyone they do it.
The problem is there's so much shit that we know and we hear of. You can't actually believe in anything.
All I'm saying
So
is
fucking
we
hard.
are freaking
I
pawns. We
know
don't know shit.
we are. Yeah, no, I agree with you with that. We are definitely fucking pawns. We are the
Yeah, but I'm happy, bro. I got
if
food,
you
I got
ever
shelter, I got a nice house, I got nice
if
cars. Who
you
gives a shit?
me too. I'm happy where I'm at. I got a car, I got a house where I live at, I got a stable job, I make enough
Yeah,
income that I
bro.
can support myself, that's all I can ask for.
That's what I'm
But
talking
there's
about. Who
so
gives a
much
shit
more
beyond that?
beyond us where that's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit, but there's so much more beyond us that it's like we can't even comprehend that type of shit. That
I
type of
think our
money type shit, bro.
responsibility is just to learn what we can learn, help people learn what they can learn. If they don't want to, it's okay. And beyond that, that's all we can do.
We're the I don't want to be fucking racial with it, but we're the cotton pickers of the world, bro. We're just the slaves of the world. We grunt and grind and do all this hard work for live at the level of that they're at.
The purpose
It's
of this
fucked.
channel is to spread awareness, right? To teach people about something that we think to believe a very big conspiracy the government's been hiding from us.
And that's
I mean,
bring it back,
personally, if the
bring it back,
government can hide
bring it
something
back.
like this,
We can bring it back to it. The majority of the chat was talking about is like I said, there's no fucking way I can sit here and say government, which knowingly that I know is deceiving me, is going to sit here and say, oh yeah, believe in NASA, our governmental funded agency that's telling you that the Earth is flat, or not Earth is flat, the Earth is a globe. Sit here and believe in, also believe in a bunch of history, which they can manipulate because
Yeah,
they're
but
the ones that
NASA
are
like gets
digging up
$100 million a day. SpaceX like gets $100 million a day to do
Yeah.
freaking nothing.
So what the fuck am I supposed to believe in? I think honestly, having an open mind to flat Earth is honestly being the most fucking liberal person you can be because you don't sit there and judge people based off the bullshit that comes out of their mouth. You sit there and you listen to it and you actually, you know, you put it in your brain. You make your own opinion based. I'm sitting here. I'm fine. I like flat Earth. Sounds
Flat Earth
nice in
isn't
theory.
a
Fuck.
movement. It's
I
true.
wish.
It isn't
I
a
wish that
movement.
I wish that shit was fucking a Gartha type beat, bro. I wish we had fucking multiple land masses. Shit would be sick as fuck, bro.
What is wrong with you, man?
Oh, we're
What do
back
you
on
What do you
flat
mean when you
Earth.
say I like flat Earth? Like, what do you mean by
It's not
that?
like there's multiple versions of flat Earth, Timbo.
It's
You
not a
know that,
candy,
right?
man. It's not something. It's
Yeah,
not
I
food.
know
You don't
that,
like
but
it.
what's
Flat
the
Earth's a
real
I
one?
wish
conspiracy theory.
I wish it was the type where the ice wall, if you go beyond it, there's multiple land masses. I
Who
would
knows? There might
love.
be.
Who knows?
Have you
Like
looked
I
up the
said, who knows?
Antarctic
We don't
Treaty,
know.
bro?
What's
I
beyond the
pray
ice
that that
wall?
is because
You
nobody
know what the
knows.
Antarctic Treaty
But
entails?
theories.
The Antarctic Treaty
Not
is so
even convinced there's an
restricted
ice wall.
up the freaking ass.
We talked about it like 2 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it basically nobody can own the North and South Pole, but if it's at the top and bottom,
No, it's
like
a
it.
bit more than
You can't
that. You
travel
can't
there.
go to certain areas. You can't be unsupervised to certain areas. You can't access certain areas without government approval. And you bet your ass you're not getting that approval.
You're not getting government approval by your own government. You need multiple government.
No, you don't need multiple governments. You just need the governments on the land that you are entailing. So if you're crossing over 3 different governments, you need 3 governments. If you're only crossing one, you need one. And hey, good luck, bro. Trying to talk to the government. You send a letter to any government agency saying, "I would like to travel here." You best believe you are not getting a response. You're gonna get laughed at through the door, bro. They're gonna accept the letter, rip it up before they even open it, and dump it. It's never happened.
So too, when I popped in here, my first question was, why are we allowed to go to the north? Question answered. It's weird. It's weird. We can go to the north
You
all we
sign
want.
up
We
for
can go fucking.
this.
We can go visit. We can go visit Santa all we want, right? We can't go to the fucking south.
I
Why
signed
can't we
up
go
for
to the
this.
South Pole?
Who knows, bro? You ask the
It's
government.
it's the whole like all the continents on the earth have signed a treaty where you literally, if you're caught on there, it's like you're done for.
Bro,
It's
you're never
weird.
going back. You
It's
don't
fucking
exist anymore.
yeah.
There's this company called, God knows what they called, but they do space exploration missions and they allow people to sign up for them. I think I signed up 2 years ago for $500,000. If you get accepted, you pay $500,000, they send you to space. I don't think they've had a single trip though.
So
Well,
if you
they
go
they
out,
say
I would love.
if you go outer space and see that it's round, what is your reaction?
then it's round, bro. Like, you know, shit. Cool.
Well,
It just
like what we were talking
changed
about
my entire
beforehand
life,
too.
man.
From the perspective of where they would send you, correct? It wouldn't be completely outer space. It would be still in the atmosphere of Earth. You
Who knows,
still
man? According to
technically,
multiple
with
scientists,
your physical eyes, you still wouldn't be able to determine if it's flat or round.
dude, apparently,
It's such a big mass if it is a globe.
according to multiple scientists, I don't know if you consider Neil deGrasse Tyson a scientist is a flop, but I mean, he has some respect. According to him, if you go to space and look at Earth, you will see it flat because you cannot possibly go high enough to see a curve. He refers to
That's what
any
we're talking.
imagery, any calculations, or anything we have to as fisheye lenses and immersed images. So apparently, no matter how high you go, you will not see a curve. So
But you can.
according to science,
That's what we
you
talked about.
cannot see curve, you cannot measure curve, you cannot touch curve, but curve exists.
No, that's wrong. You can see
We
curve. You
talked
can
about
see
Neil.
curve at 35,000 feet.
How do you get
No,
35,000 feet? How do you get there?
You can use. I mean,
at a
the range
plane.
of anything. If you take a camera and put a balloon on the camera and then float it up to 35,000 feet, you'll start seeing a curve.
Can you show me?
What does the camera?
What do
What
you?
does the
What do you?
camera have in common with everything else? It's got a fisheye lens that has an
No, no,
exported
no,
view.
no. If you take a
It
normal
does. It does.
camera, if you take a normal camera and do it, you can see
You
it.
know how high 33,000 feet is, bro?
35,000
what?
feet.
A freaking Boeing
You
787 can go that high, you clown.
Yeah, they
you can't
normally
take a
stay at like
normal camera up there.
300,000 or not 300,000, 30,000 feet.
So you can see the curve from a Boeing 737 or 787.
Probably, to be honest.
Yes or probably. Can you see a curve from a Boeing
Yes,
787?
yes.
All right, I'm gonna pull a video up from a Boeing 787 real quick. Let's see if
Johnny,
this is the curve.
Johnny, ready?
What's up, man?
I'm coming in as a globalist, right? And I'm listening to these people, right? A lot of them have fucking good points. So what
are
you're
good?
talking about, right? You put a camera, you put a camera on there. A lot of the times, the camera it has an differential from like an actual point of view. So if you physically went up there, like that did the Red Bull stunt, right? Went up there.
Yeah. Yes.
Still, even at that height, that I think it was like 120,000 feet up.
It
At
was
that
more.
height, him physically still wouldn't be able to witness the curvature of the Earth. The
Says who?
cameras that you're witnessing and you're looking at, right? The cameras you're looking at, they all have fisheye.
Yeah,
It's
I
all
don't
going
see
to be
this
distorted.
curve.
All that footage that comes back and that we're witnessing, it's not realistic. You're not going to see it for what it actually is. It's all distorted because they want a bigger point of view and a bigger angle to get the shot going on, right? Same thing with a camera. If you put a camera up there, even if it has a zero point of view, there's still it's still a camera. It's not an actual perspective.
Yo, I'm
That's
looking at
but
the.
that, see
It's
that's
not
that's
camera.
that's such a
young Donny,
cop out.
mate. I'm
It's
looking
not a
at these.
cop out.
It
Yeah,
it
It's
okay,
not
it
a
doesn't
cop out.
matter. This is not important. Who gives a shit? I'm looking at videos at 35, 40,000 feet. I don't see a curve. What's going on?
Show me what videos you're looking at.
Sure, I'll send you this
Cause look,
one. I'll send you this one. How many of you want to see? They're just short clips of people.
here I can put this one right here. This hold on, let me see.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
Literally.
I'll put this one in shit.
You
I don't
think that's
a fisheye-
35,000 feet? You freaking clown!
No, hold on, but I don't think that's a fisheye lens.
Correct can sit here and say that I've been here trying to disprove it for a long time. I'm basically a legitimate globist. I don't have
Hold on,
any
let me see
opinion
this
on
video.
anything,
This
but
Bob sent
like
me.
I said, it's a lot of it's aperture. You're not going to get the fucking same perspective as a real eye as like a camera lens.
Bro,
Camera lens is
listen.
not going to be the same.
Listen, there's nothing that
What's
there's nothing you can
really
convince me that
quickly,
there.
young
Hold
Donny,
on, give me a
mate?
second.
Kick back for a
What's up?
second. What's the altitude of this video? Hold on one second.
What's the what of the video? What's the
Let's
what
have a
of
look.
it? I'm very happy that none of us are getting muted and we can actually have like a debate. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no
go
one's
on.
gonna meet you, Flop. Let me see this
Like
video.
that too.
Where the
Used to get muted in
balloon?
here all the time.
Oh, if you want to start seeing the curve, just look at like
Wait, what's
2
the curve?
hours. Like 2
Donnie,
hours
even at the flight that
48
satellites
minutes.
fly, it's still
2
impossible to
hours,
find the
40
curvature.
minutes.
No,
You think
that's
this is
not
curve,
true.
bro?
Yeah,
No, it
is
is.
that is a curve.
2 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours,
I read
40
it.
minutes. Or 2 hours,
I'll find
50
this.
minutes, my bad. Like
You
somewhere
think this is a
around,
curve?
yeah, because, I mean, look at it. You can literally see the horizon and it going, like, over. Yeah.
Bro, the camera's shaking left and right. There's no curve, you flop. It's just the
Oh,
angle.
my God, bro.
Yeah, we watch this with the entire room, apparently. I'm blind. I need glasses. Yeah, where's the curve, bro? I don't see it.
It's such a cop-out.
I don't see it, bro. Show me.
It's right there.
Donnie.
4K.
Donnie, is it the one you posted? The link?
Where? Fuck. Just look at my stream real quick.
Hold on, give me a
Where's the
second.
curve?
Give me 1 second. I gotta get my food.
Where's the curve, bro? Seems flat to me,
What
G.
hour? You said
Just
2
look at
hours
my
something?
just look at my screen, Earth, if you can do that.
I'm on Xbox right now, but I'm on my phone looking at the chat.
2 hours 41 I'm watching now. I don't see no curve. It looks pretty flat to me, bro.
I'm just panning through it quick. Like I said, bro, it's crazy because like I said, I'm a global
It's a beautiful video, though.
motherfucker right here, right? I'm a global guy right here coming into the fucking chat, trying to prove him wrong. And from what I've witnessed, no, you can't see
The
a curvature, bro.
horizon rises to eye level would not happen on a ball.
I'm at 2 hours and 32 minutes. It's flat.
Bro, you can watch this entire 3-hour video. You don't see a curve anywhere.
Oh wait. It's curving as the camera moves.
It's
Or
shaking,
improving.
not curving, bro. God's sake. The camera going left
No,
and
no, no.
right does not mean there's a curve.
The
When you
camera's
stabilize
bobbing
Okay,
it, you can
but
left.
see it.
It's bobbing left to right, and as it's bobbing left to right, the aperture of the horizon, where the middle point
Oh
of the
yeah,
camera
now
is,
it's curved, bro. Look.
you see it? It's so minuscule, but you can see it kind of bubbles up
When he
slightly. That's what
shakes,
he's talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. When he shakes at 242, oh yeah. What a clown, bro.
Bro, it's literally, like I said, it's literally just a fucking fisheye lens.
Yeah, and if you get a paper and bend it, bro, and then straighten it, is it still curved? God's sake.
If you
I'm
take a
back.
paper, if you take
Yeah,
a
bro, is
paper
this
and you put
what you're talking
dot,
about?
No,
if
no,
you
I
put
didn't
one
hear
dot in the
anything.
Alright, yeah, your
yo,
video's
correct,
there's no curve in your
correct,
video.
ready?
I guess so, man.
Correct, ready? If you put one dot on the end of one side of paper, right? One sheet of paper, put one dot on the ends of one piece of paper, right? Another dot in the end. Fold them together so the dots meet, right? Punch a fucking hole through it. What is that?
Are
If you
you
look at
demonstrating like space time or something?
It's a
So-
Young Donny, if you
We
look
don't
at
know.
every single comment on this
We don't
video,
know.
it says no curvature.
Nobody knows
So
what.
apparently you're the only one that sees the curve here, bro.
Wait, what you said every
Got it.
comment says that?
Yes, not literally every single comment, but majority of them, right? So if I haven't seen a single comment that says curve, right? If we keep scrolling down, it says one thing I really like is there's no fisheye lens. It looks pretty flat to me. The horizon always rises to eye level. Would not happen on a ball. Thank you very much for
Ready?
hanging on to this
See,
beautiful
no,
world.
no. You said
Scotty,
no
like I said,
fisheye lens.
I'm
The camera's just spinning.
No
Listen, bro.
fish eye lens, no curvature.
I'm
Love it. I mean,
It
look at all
is
the
though.
comments, bro.
It is though. I can see it. I can literally see it. What I
Bro,
fucking
you
get
have
gaslit?
issues.
I may be able to
Look at the
I may be able to
comments.
change
The
that.
majority of people
I
that looked and watched this video said there's no curve.
The comments aren't facts. That's the thing. I don't
Okay,
care.
if I
I'm looking
can't
at
see
it.
the curve, if I can't see the curve, and this other guy can't see the curve, and every other person I watch the video can't see the curve, but you can see the
didn't
curve.
bother
You know what we
watching it.
call that?
I can literally see it.
Scotty,
We call it
I'm
delusion, bro.
I'm in here as a globe believer. You still
Listen.
can't see a curve with it.
I can.
Because you're freaking retarded.
If you see a
no one
curve,
can see.
your vision is so skewed because it is
It's not,
100% clear.
unfortunately.
Yeah, bro, your vision
If you
is
see a
not only
slight curve,
skewed, you have an extra chromosome that you need to get checked out.
I guess so, bro.
all right, ready? The vision, no, all right, ready? I'll tell you this, right? There's a slight curve, but it is what I said. It's literally a fucking camera you sent up there. There's a different aperture from what you're actually witnessing. You're not witnessing this actual vision. You're not seeing this personally. If you went up there personally, you're gonna see a whole different side of the point of view, bro. And that's like I said, Donnie. This is me as a global person. I believe the globe, right? I believe the globe, right? I'm saying this
I'm
video
telling you what
doesn't
I
prove
see,
anything.
and I guess not, bro. But look. I see the curve, right? There's probably other people, if I show the video, that are very unbiased to circumstances, will go, I see the curve.
You know what I see? I see aperture in it in work right now.
And that's
you
fine.
can witness it
But
as it pans left to right. Tell me not.
Wait, what'd you say? As it pans left to right?
I'm at 234, 235. As it's panning like left to right, because obviously it looks like it's on a balloon, right, being sent to space. As it's panning like left to right, you can see that there's obviously a middle point at the aspect of the camera that looks like it's more bulged up compared to the left and right side. And that's what I'm telling you. It's an aperture. It's not what you're physically seeing. This is the camera doing a trick that you're watching on a screen. That's not actually what you're seeing in real life. If you went up there in real life, it'd be a complete different story.
Nah.
It's hard to describe. No, it really is. 100%. That's how cameras work.
I understand, but
I challenge you.
Agree. I don't agree.
I challenge you to look up different camera lenses and see what
they
produce.
I understand what different camera lenses do. I study videography.
So you definitely should know. So that means that you may not.
It's a wide lens, bro.
Will...
It's a wide lens, not a fisheye lens. Those are two different things. So when you're trying to convince me that what I'm seeing isn't really what I'm seeing, That's dumb because it is
Wildlands and
exactly
fisheye.
what I'm saying.
Wildlands and fisheye are so similar. It's minuscule.
They're very different, but okay.
Yeah, there's
That's
different versions of wide lenses. Yeah, 100%. But wide lens is the aspect of a fish size.
a wide lens will not like skew like a fish eye lens is more of like a like imagine like a circle, right? It's
Oh,
more
you're
of
so
like
wrong.
it's more like a circular angle. But when you look at a wide lens, it's more of just adding more to the picture. Like those are two different things. Like maybe I explained it a little weird, but that's like the way that my brain interprets it.
No, I'll say, yeah, you definitely did explain it the wrong way. It's not correct.
I guess so.
Because a wide lens has to zoom out physically, so it has to use a magnifying type lens to zoom back out and then in to focus in. So it's being skewed by two magnifying glasses. What are you gonna say? You have two different magnifying glasses skewing your vision.
I
Keep
still
on
see a curve.
breaking in and out, man.
Who?
You do.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
think
did a little bit.
My
I
ear
understood
is
you.
probably on.
All right. Anyone got
But like I said,
any
as a
flat Earth
globalist,
questions or this or that or?
Shit, man.
My main thing
Did
is
you watch the video, Timbo?
My main thing is this, right? I see people in here.
I want
like,
to talk to this guy.
I see people in here consistently, and it's like arguing this flat Earth. Some people legitimately getting frustrated, and it's like, does it really matter? Like, how much does this matter?
Up to you. It's up to you, man. How much it matters or not.
In my opinion, it don't matter.
Like, what are you doing right now? Are you eating Cheetos or what?
No, I'm
What are
eating
you
some
doing?
food. I'm eating some food, but like,
Yeah, I know.
Pizza.
Oftentimes,
What does this matter to you?
oftentimes I hear like, if you haven't seen it, then you can't verify it's true with these like flat Earth arguments.
Okay.
That's why I'm in
So
here. That's majority of
if
what I
you
want to know
can't
too. It's the same shit.
verify it, then it's not what?
No,
True? Or not?
then I say that's a horrible way of looking at it.
Okay, so tell me
you're
something different then.
you're denying everything fundamentally that's ever existed.
Fundamentally what? Okay,
Yeah,
no,
I'll give you an
hang on a
example.
minute.
I'll give you an example right now,
Okay,
right?
go for it, man.
Okay,
Go.
so
NASA tells you the Earth is round.
The Israel
No,
and
stop,
Palestine
man. Stop.
the Israel Palestine thing is happening right
No,
now, right?
fuck that,
No,
man.
hold on.
Yeah, don't go
Wait,
into
wait,
that.
no.
Don't go into that.
No.
Don't
It's
go
an
into
example.
that.
It's an example. It's an example. Just hear me out.
Let's
Hear me
hear
out.
him out, guys. Why are you afraid?
Hear me out.
No,
Hear me
let me
out.
hear it, man.
We were trolling
Hear me
yesterday
out.
too.
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm
fuck
not
off,
trolling.
man.
I bring
You're not
normal
gonna talk about
conversation.
You're not gonna talk
I'm
about
not.
the topic.
I'm
Then you can
not.
You
fuck
come in
off.
here, you
All right?
mentioned being
If you want to
muted.
talk
Wonder
about
why
the
you're
topic,
muted.
then you
So-
can stay here.
So,
All right?
okay. Imagine a war happening across or down a different fucking country, because apparently we can't use that fucking example, right? Just because you haven't seen it and there's multiple footage of people, getting shot and a war happening on the other side of the earth doesn't mean that it's not happening because you haven't seen it. That's the point I was trying to make, but apparently you guys like to cut me up before I set an
Yeah,
example.
but that's not. Okay, so let's talk about it.
It is
then.
though.
Okay.
So how are you going to verify that? How are you going to
talk.
verify it's
Let me
happening
talk,
because you're
or
not
I'll
there?
mute you. Let me talk. Yeah. So, can you verify that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, by multiple footage, multiple angles, and data that comes. Yes, I can.
Yeah, show it,
Statistically,
man.
go. I have
Go,
shown
show it.
multiple.
Timbo, ask him the question. Who?
You said who? Sure thing. We can
Yeah,
look at
you got him.
we could look at all the NASA things that come
Name
from
them,
NASA.
name
We could look at the science that comes with it and the data that comes from it. We could look at if something is
Young
quantifiable.
Donnie,
If something is
young
quantifiable, like bringing a rocket
for
or
a
satellites
second,
out
man.
into the out into the fucking
Young
orbit.
Donnie.
Not that easy.
Bro, why are you cutting? Okay.
Okay, so I don't need to mute you. All right, young Donnie. Do you know anyone who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't need to know somebody to make sure to know that if they do the data on it and it's quantifiable, that it could be factual.
What data? What
That's
data?
stupid. Do you know the person that built the first computer?
Okay. So I'm going to ask you
Actually,
again.
yeah.
What data?
Data for what? Like, what are you asking for?
Well, you said data for the curvature of the Earth, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I can look up the person that's done it. Yeah.
Cool.
And
Go
give you
for
the
it, man.
data for it. Okay.
Awesome. Go for it. Who measured the curvature of the Earth?
I didn't do this, Timbo.
No, you're all right, man. He's all right. He just needs to
You know,
calm down a bit.
that's why. Yeah, that's why I told you to ask him, because it's funny, because it legitimately will prove a point. Like, you could
Proves
say a
the
fucking
point
person's
that
name, but
no one
yeah,
knows. No one knows these
yeah,
questions.
you could say, oh, fucking, it was King Arthur who proved it. The fuck are you supposed to know? You gonna ask him?
You know what? And I love those stories about
go-
King Arthur, but they're fairy tales, yeah.
Yeah, go ask King Arthur how round the Earth.
But that's the thing, though. It's like, how do you know that your
No,
claims
just look
are
it
true?
up, man. Look it up, mate. Just look it up, man.
That's their point, Donnie. That's what he's proving. The point is that nobody fucking knows. That's what he's trying to prove to you.
There's not
there
one
is-
person measuring the Earth nowadays.
Yeah, but I guess the first person
Oh,
you
he's back.
want to know is
Fucking hell.
what's his name? How do you say?
Yeah, it's me. What's up, guys?
Eratosthenes is, I guess, the first person that measures the Earth. So
Cool. What did he measure?
the curvature of the Earth
How?
With what tools?
by calculating the planet's circumference.
How did he do that?
Okay, I'll give you the literal definition.
Awesome.
So it says he erected the poles in Alexandria on a summer solstice. He observed that the cast of a shadow, providing that the sun was not directly overhead but slightly south, recognizing the curvature of the Earth and knowing the distance between the two cities, enabled I think it's, I don't know how to say his name, to calculate the planet's circumference. So
Aristophanes.
Yeah, Aristophanes. Yeah.
Alright. So, do you know the equation that he used?
I can look it up.
I'm gonna call up my boy Aristophanes real quick. It's gonna take a minute. He's dead. That's the point that we're proving.
But
Donnie.
you can't divide that into 360.
What do you mean?
That's assuming a circle.
Yeah, of course.
Assuming.
But you don't need to, do you?
Yeah, of
You don't
course.
need to.
What do
You
you
don't
mean?
need to
you
assume
don't
a circle, do you?
he
Because if the Earth is
assumed
flat,
that-
the equation will tell you it's flat. Because you'll
There
have
it
to
is.
divide by 0 and it won't work.
How about this? Do you assume there's
There
a
it
life
is.
after death? What the fuck? Like, who the fuck knows? Nobody knows.
No, not really.
I posted the code.
Based on other bits of evidence, yeah, I think we can safely assume the Earth is a globe.
I put the
You
math in
can't.
chat.
You can't sit here.
What bits of evidence?
I put the math in
Yeah,
chat.
you can't sit here and say it.
Sure, you can.
No, you
Let's
can't
go over
sit
the
here and
horizon.
say it. No.
The way the moon works. No?
Yeah,
Oh.
horizon.
Okay, go ahead then.
Ah, the moon. That's in the sky.
Sound of your attitudes, like you don't even
Yeah.
believe yourself.
I'm a fucking globist. I believe the Earth's a globe, and I'm fucking fighting for these. The shit you're saying, it's easily provable. It's disprovable. It's disprovable, bro. Like it just, it's weird.
It's crazy how you guys have these claims that things are disprovable, but have no math,
No,
no
no.
science, no anything. But besides like terrible examples where there's multiple examples, things that are quantifiable that could be statistically facts. I have never
Ready?
heard delusion this strong in my entire life.
It's not delusion. You know
You
what it
ever
is? You're not open-minded, Donnie. That's what it is.
Let's be honest,
I
it's
am very
delusion.
open-minded. I am very open-minded.
Do you ever wonder why these guys are so deathly afraid of trying to create a model? I think they've realized that all of this stuff is completely insane. So they really try to avoid making any kind of positive claims because then they can be criticized. So what they do is they just endlessly try to berate you with.
Are you gonna shut up for a minute, man?
Wait. What was Mez talking about?
That's all he does is he talks over people, so nobody can talk.
But nobody was talking though. That's the thing.
No, but he says the same thing over and over and over.
But that's a terrible method.
Yeah,
to
let
like
him speak.
Have a conversation just to mute people that don't agree. Like
Whatever, you can talk to him, and you can talk to him because you're doing the same thing.
There's definitely people that like are more aggressive at it, but like it is a terrible habit every time I join in here. And I'm not a person that's aggressive when it comes to like pointing things out. I just stand on my points.
Wait, what are you saying, that we have a bad
Not all of
channel
you.
here, or what?
No, not all of you.
No,
But there's
no.
some people that are bad apples. That just like muting people
Donnie.
because like they're going off
Timbo,
on
No,
topic.
Timbo's a
I
good one.
have to admit that people. The reason why we mute people is because people start to overtalk each other and things like that. So we have to create an atmosphere where we can have a conversation instead of everyone yelling at each other. And the whole point of muting people is that you have to control the situation that you're in. Yeah. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, I understand that. But Mez, when he was just
Can we get
talking,
Mez?
there was nobody talking.
Yeah, I muted Mez because he's a fuckface. But
wanna mute
But
him?
see, that's the
I wanna-
thing,
I
though.
wanna hear
Like,
his point.
just because people disagree with you doesn't mean that you have to
okay,
shut
do you
them
want
down
me to
completely.
do you want me to unmute?
Yeah,
him?
Yeah,
unmute him. Let him
we
on the
were
floor.
talking.
Fine. I'll unmute
Timbo,
him.
Timbo, give him the floor for like 2 minutes. If he goes fucking crazy, you
Cool.
can mute him again.
Oh, all right.
I fuck with you,
Wait,
Timbo.
give me
You're a good
give
man.
me 1 second, man. Give me 1 sec.
All right. I want to hear what he was talking about. He started popping off, and then all of a sudden just was quiet.
I can't find him though. Oh, there he is. Cool. 1 sec. Go, Mez. You got the floor.
Oh, thank you for being so generous.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, what I was saying is, don't you find it a little odd that you guys are like so deathly afraid of trying to create a model or make any kind of positive claims about
Who's
the shape of
creating
the
a
Earth and the
model?
way these things work?
I didn't create a model.
Yeah, why?
Is that the question?
Why can't you create a model?
Can you
Why
create
can't
a
you
model?
create a model that sensibly
Can
explains
you
all of the
create
phenomena
a
that we see?
model? Can you
Yeah.
create a model?
There's plenty of models.
Show me.
Go to your local planetary.
There's plenty of models. So there's not one, there's plenty.
Yeah.
What Tim was talking about is it's the same shit, right? Try to prove what that model actually means, right? You've been taught that model means something, right?
No.
Right? So
Well,
you,
yeah,
Mez,
but no,
and
that's not
Timbo
like why I
on
think
the
that.
other side. You, Mez, and Timbo on the other side, right? Mez being globe and Timbo being flat, right? How are you supposed to say that? Not right, right? You don't fucking know. Nobody fucking knows. Have you witnessed something?
What? What are you talking about?
It's about witnessing. I'll say this, right? Because I'm a globe believer, right? A lot of I think the flat Earth, it's all about seeing is believing type shit. So I'll say that 100% is it's true, right? A lot of it is seeing is believing. A lot of no, it is.
There's